products. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
Uber Eats with groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Basil grapes.
Saffron squad.
Nutmeg maple?
Sweet herb.
No,
Nutmeg maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3, 2, 1. It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. It's their second Super Bowl win in 7 years. What a game. What a season. What a team. The greatest Eagles team in modern history. Eagles fans, savor it and rejoice.
There you go. There was the pre-scripted call that we start the Monday edition of Sean and RJ with on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and in every possible way, that absolutely sucked.
Oh, it's terrible. Oh, that was an awful Super Bowl.
The day, the game, the money, maybe even the food, maybe your party, all of it just absolutely sucked. Zero entertainment value throughout.
Terrible. I got a whole big bag of nothing out of that. That was one of those where, like, I mean, the game, you knew the game was in the balance at or over by, midway through the second quarter.
Yeah, when was it in the balance?
Yeah, right. At the start of the game. The start of the game was in the balance. You didn't know at that point.
Actually, I guess it was not in the balance. Someone had a stat that the winner of the coin toss has lost the game like 10 straight times. I think that was Kevin Turner.
Jeez.
Friend of the show. I don't know where he cited that or got that. So right there just ended it.
It did. Which, I mean, look, teams wearing the road jerseys have been pretty dominant in the Super Bowl of late. So the road whites, which that would actually really bode well for the Cowboys because they're wearing they would wear the whites for the most part in the game. So that would bode well for them, but they never get there. So that throws that one for a loop.
If you were rooting for the Chiefs' luck and reign of terror to finally run out, people like Bobby Belt, you are happy and you got your way. On the other side of that, especially in the city, the Philadelphia Eagles continue to lap and embarrass the Dallas Cowboys. So there you go.
I mean, that's probably the most dominant Super Bowl performance in a decade. Like Seattle over Denver was probably it was so bad.
Tampa over KC was pretty dominant.
And early on, Vic Fangio deserves a lot of credit for what he did with the cover 4 man match defense, it's why Fangio's defense is so complex. It starts as zone, and depending on where the receivers run into certain parts of the field, it changes to man coverage in the middle of the play. And it's really complex for a lot of defensive backs to pick up. But they were absolutely dominant. And even before the pass rush started picking up, the note they kept throwing out all night that they got all this pressure without blitzing one time.
40%
then
of dropbacks were pressured.
When you watch it, it's even early on, it's it didn't look like Mahomes was comfortable at all. The whole game. Before they even really started rattling him, that first third down throw to Travis Kelce, he's like behind him. And there were a couple different times where he was throwing behind or in the dirt. And it was just, they looked completely unprepared.
Brady kept saying, I'm watching his feet. I'm watching his feet. He's not comfortable, nor should he be comfortable. And it was reminiscent of Kansas City versus Tampa when everyone thought the Chiefs lost that game because of pass protection. The Eagles usually blitz, I think Tom said 20% of the time. Fangio said, nope, big fat zero, nothing. We can get home with our natural pass rush. Mahomes is the sixth quarterback in history to not be blitzed a single time. All six lost. All six lost when not blitzed a single time. And it happened yesterday.
That's all. I mean, if you can get home with 4, that's a cheat code. I mean, that really is. And they found it. That was a brutal performance by Kansas City's offensive line.
And if I told you, for betting purposes as well, that the Philadelphia Eagles would drop a 40 burger and Saquon Barkley did nothing, you would not have believed it. Saquon ends up with 57 yards. He does not come close to scoring, and none of it mattered.
They sold out. They sold out to get him.
Yep.
And in turn, they allowed Jalen Hurts to put on one of the better performances a quarterback's ever had in the Super Bowl. He's the first player in regular season or postseason history to throw for over 200, rush for over 70, complete 70% of his passes, average 10 yards of completion, throw 2 touchdowns, and rush for 1. No one's ever done that.
And that was all season. Like Kellen Moore hasn't looked like he's trusted Jalen Hurts at all, and so it was weird. Like they opened this game and it was pretty clearly on like, all right, 4th down, take a shot down the field, Jalen, throw the ball deep. Like they looked like early on they were like, all right, we're gonna beat him with Jalen today, which I guess makes sense in the sense of just Kansas City was gonna load up to stop Barkley, but
that's the strategy I would have chosen.
Yeah, I mean it's you make Jalen Hurts prove he can beat you. Last night he was really early on beating them pretty easily.
I mean, and that's without the offensive pass interference BS call. I mean, just add that to it. That's BS.
We can get. Well, it's BS again. Never judge, in my opinion, don't judge pass interference off the 4th slow-mo replay that you get. What the official saw live and in the moment was a hand to a face mask and the guy's head go back, and I can see live in that moment how he thought it was a little bit of a push-off. But there was another push-off. There was another call that I thought seemed to even things out with a little bit of a makeup. But Jalen Hurts wins Super Bowl MVP. It is. No matter how much you hate Filthy, I can't stand Jalen Hurts. The guy didn't even look happy winning the Super Bowl at the end of this thing. It is an all-time great story. From benched in the national championship, transferring, where he was drafted, coming on up through the ranks, and he wins the MVP.
It can't be about me. It has to be about we. And I think that's shown in how many different ways we've been able to win. You kind of get to a point where you can see, and I always say, in the beginning of it, you always got a chance. You always had the same vision, always had the same goal, but we was able to put it together, and I think the way our defense played all year, how efficient we were all year, just being all in and winning. We got to maintain that to continue to do what we want to do.
Yeah, what he did yesterday, the way that he showed poise, the way that he was able to just stand in there. And the one bad throw he made all night, the interception, was literally just a function of being a smaller quarterback. Where it's like bigger quarterbacks like Josh Allen are able to stand in, make that throw while they're getting hit, and they can get enough on it. Like he's small. He can't get it over the defender and do the same sort of thing. But he was from this evolution of just being every single year so far, these last 3, he's played a different brand of football. So adaptability has been a big thing for him, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. And yesterday he was as good as he needed to be every single turn.
Kansas City had 23 yards at halftime and 1 first down.
Awful.
Travis Kelce just looked lost out there. He was as befuddled as Taylor getting booed by the pro-Trump crowd there in New Orleans when her bangs got caught looking at the big screen, and she's like, what? They're booing me? Kelce shut out in a playoff first half for the first time in his career. Mahomes was harassed, he was hassled, and he was asked, does this one hurt more than your first loss?
Both sucked. There's no way around it. anytime you lose a Super Bowl, it's the worst feeling in the world. They'll stick with you the rest of your career. I mean, these will be the 2 losses that will motivate me to be even better for the rest of my career, because you only get so few of these, and you have to capitalize on these, and they hurt probably more than the wins feel good.
And Bobby, it took to the very, very, very last game, but your hope and prayer and thought that the Chiefs would fizzle out and wouldn't be able to sustain it finally happened.
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't think it would happen like that.
Yeah,
Like
he picked 31-27.
Yeah, it did. It didn't happen the way I thought it would. That was didn't look like a team that even belonged on the same field as Philadelphia.
Really, the only game in which they woke up a little bit was the Buffalo game. Early on, they had some offense, and it was like, okay, are they turning it on here? Otherwise, it was pretty much, it felt like the same Kansas City team throughout the entire season that was right there, exactly mid-pack in the league in offense. Well, 15th. Are there 32 teams or 30?
Yeah,
32. They averaged 22 points a game. They woke up a little bit in that Buffalo game, and I thought that, all right, we got the championship light switch. They were just going up against the number 1 defense. And Vic Fangio, he produced his Steve Spagnuolo moment.
Yes, he did. Philadelphia was, they did things to, they played the perfect game. I mean, they really did. They played the perfect game. They did things that to go right at the weaknesses of Kansas City, which yesterday was the offensive line. And they just never got going. Like you said, like they did the same thing against Houston a couple of weeks ago. You know, they didn't have a great first half, Kansas City, and they wound up winning the game, and it looked more impressive with the final score than the fact that they just didn't play well to start the entire game period, and they didn't do that yesterday. It was belts to ass the entire night.
As Dave Hellman tweets, Philly has 8 guys playing on a contract, because you remember the Stephen Jones quote that Kevin Grave repurposed with the Cat Boy photo. Philly's time's coming. They got to pay the piper, too.
This drought.
It's not it's not just us. Philly has 8 guys playing on a contract that's worth $50 million or more in total, and 6 guys making an average annual salary of $20 million or more. Just in case you were wondering, next time the people running your favorite team tell you there's no money. So that was David Hellman from Fox.
Yeah, it was guys making plays like Zach Bond and AJ Brown and guys they went out and acquired. But I got a text from somebody last night.
Well,
a personnel guy in the league outside of Dallas, who had said this is an example of good drafting catching up to a team who had bad drafting. He's like, Kansas City's drafted poorly for 3-4 years now, where they're like Worthy and Hicks are the only guys contributing consistently from their draft class. So watch tonight, it's like Quinion Mitchell making plays, Cooper DeJean making plays. You've got Devontae Smith making big catches, like Jordan Mailata blocking up front, like the success they're having with their offensive line. While Philly's similar to the Rams in terms of just they get this big F them picks type of mentality and acquire these veterans, they still have drafted pretty well overall, and it's making a difference for them.
You can do that when you got a great quarterback, and you can get away with it. And that, look at the Patriots; they got away with it at the end of Brady's tenure.
There's just few things worse than an awful Super Bowl, especially when you're not at a bigger party. If you're at if you're at a bigger party, you can socialize with other people. You can probably get more drunk. You can start playing drinking games. I never do the big party because I want to sit there and listen to all the commercials. And I never watch, a football game with people if I have to work the next day. Chop, it did not sound like you were at a big party either. And in my opinion, that just makes things even worse.
Yeah. Oh, look,
then I got to keep it on because I want to see the celebration, who wins MVP, who's a D-bag on the mic and at the podium, and what color the Gatorade is.
That's right. I was very surprised that it was that color. That it was a stunner.
No, Vegas didn't have an insider there.
No,
their bets were wrong.
They did not. We didn't go to a party. Usually we do, but it just everything just wasn't working out this year. With too expensive. They didn't want to throw the party, so we didn't go to the party last night.
Too expensive.
Yeah, it's like $1,000 to throw a Super Bowl party. When you're talking about food,
I thought you were in with like Mexican restaurant owners.
But it's out of her. She's still got to pay for the food, right?
Well, that's why I have a potluck.
Everyone
brings a dish.
Yeah, you could do that.
Too expensive. I haven't heard that one.
Yeah.
Especially your crew that you run around.
You gotta buy the alcohol. I mean everything, right? So it's a cost. But
you should have hosted.
No, Pudge threw up on our couch. The couch
you
stinks.
didn't know he was going to throw up on your couch.
He
though,
threw up on the
did you?
couch last week. He threw up on the couch last week.
Everyone brings a bottle or a 12-pack,
Yeah.
and half the people bring a dish. You're good to go.
Next year, the party will be cheaper.
Yeah,
Right,
it
next
will be.
year.
By then it will be,
Yeah.
for sure.
Especially serving nothing but deviled eggs.
Ew, that's disgusting. If there's deviled eggs at the party, I won't even go.
Well, there's not going to be deviled eggs given these prices.
I
It was
know,
a price
right?
joke.
Yeah, you
This
can't
is
have
economy reference.
But no, yeah. But here's the thing: you can watch the commercials. Absolutely, you can see at the parties. There's not everybody's in on the commercials. They're in on the commercials more than they are the game. Especially last night. Last night was awful, and the commercials sucked too. So wouldn't have been any different. But you're right. When you're sitting there home alone, you need a great game. And the last 2 Super Bowls that I've sat home and watched without going somewhere, this one and Seattle, Denver, the 2 worst ones. That's it. Everything else I've been with people. And that's just the thing. If I'm going to be at home alone or with just Sarah, then the game's going to suck. That's just the way it is.
How did you watch it?
Sat there with hearing my mother-in-law talk about all the stuff.
I thought the mother-in-law was supposed to leave when y'all get home after watching the kids for the week.
No, she hung around. She hung around on Sunday, and she was saying all sorts of things. Like when they were down 5 touchdowns, she's like, "Can we? They can come back though, right?" I was like, "No, they can't come back. This is the end."
Pepe, welcome. Good to see you again in person.
Good to see y'all.
How did you watch things?
So no big party for us. We just went to Mackenzie's parents' house, and her dad cooked up some brisket, pulled pork. So that was nice.
How was it?
It was good. It was really good. And then at the end of the third quarter, I left. I played the card of I gotta sleep, gotta get my sleep in. Early show tomorrow, but the game was out of hand early on, so I was like, all right, I can leave at the end of the third quarter.
All right, let us know how you partied. If you had a better time than we did, what you ate, what you drank. 877-881-1053. They are calling this maybe the worst month or week in DFW sports history. Why? Because at the end of the Super Bowl, we got the Anthony Davis news we all knew was coming. Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Like snakes in Sean.
low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out.
For tickets and information, visit globelifefield.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And they have their biggest lead of the game. Drive Kyrie. Oh, thunderous finish. Kyrie, the alley, AD, the oop. It's a 20-point lead.
We all wrote the same exact thing to each other. You probably said the same exact thing in your house or on the group text. We just got the entire full Anthony Davis experience. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back in DFW from New Orleans here on 105.3 The Fan. It was a fun debut until it wasn't, and Anthony Davis left with a non-contact injury. I thought he ripped his groin. That was my first initial Doogie Howser prognosis.
I thought either hernia or testicular torsion. That's when the balls switch places.
Well, I was hoping that he got hit in the balls. Because that's what the announcers were saying, like, oh, man, something, you know what we're saying, something below the region. And then it was non-contact, and I was like, oh, crap. And I was like, all right, this is your Willis Reed moment. Need you to come back out from the tunnel and put away the Rockets. Fortunately, they had Najee Marshall, Kyrie Irving stepping up as well. They lose P.J. Washington to a sprained ankle in this game. Afterwards, Anthony Davis and Shams, they're all saying, day-to-day, at the worst. That's it. It's nothing major. Nothing to sweat. And then last night, Mark Stein and others saying that Anthony Davis is expected to miss multiple weeks with a left adductor strain. His absence could stretch to a month, And what were you writing about avoiding surgery last night, Bobby?
Yeah, I mean, they're taking a look to see today if he's going to be able to avoid surgery. If not, and this is what a lot of the sports doctors are saying on Twitter today, they're saying if he has to get surgery for this, then he's probably done. That's it for the season. So he gets his 3 quarters of Mavs basketball, and then he would be done.
I'm sorry.
But as people tweeted last night, they're like, he'll have washboard abs doing it, though. He's not going to look chubby like Luka would have sitting out. So bad. This is Anthony Davis.
I'm sorry. They get what they deserve.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna.
That's some Jerry Curse stuff.
Yeah.
That's Jerry Curse hitting you right there.
Yeah.
Not even a full game.
Nope.
And gone.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone for weeks.
Yeah, and I feel bad for Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis doesn't deserve any of this grief that has been kind of directed, and he's not the object of the anger. He's the collateral damage. Yeah. It sucks for him. But I'm sorry, I don't know anybody in town who's not feeling a little bit of they feel right. They feel vindicated today. Like, this is what you do. This is what you get. This is what you get. You traded a guy that you think can't stay healthy because he's out of shape. Well, you get a guy who's in shape who can't stay healthy instead.
Well, people were trying to send me the comparisons. If you actually look the last 3 years, 175 games for AD compared to 158 for Luka. If you pay any NBA attention, though, Anthony Davis can get grazed in the eye and leave for the game. Like, yes, to a certain degree, it's not his fault in your body failing you, but there's certain guys they're going to come back and play. They're not going to leave. Even Luka. Luka was dramatic. I said that for years. I would argue with Bobby about it. Like, he's an actor. But he would still come back and play to get more props for being theatrical and dramatic. Anthony Davis never comes back. Like, if you have Luka versus AD right now comparisons about who I trust more on the floor, it's going to be Luka Doncic out there playing. Now, there is a 7-year age difference, but this is exactly what we all were terrified of and so angry over.
Yeah, it was a nice microcosm because he spent 3 quarters playing dominant basketball out there against the Rockets. He was
dominant,
and he was defiant. Like, he gets a big dunk, he turns around, he's barking at the crowd, not in any sort of a combative way, just in like okay, you see what I can do? Like, this is me.
Yep.
And then it's like, yeah, we see, because then it's walking off the court. And again, like you mentioned, he said he's fine afterwards, and it's like slowly, worse news. Boy, Nico Harrison is the king of the news dump of just, hey, let's you guys go ahead and report this in the middle of the Super Bowl that AD's going to be out after we dropped the trade Saturday night at 11 or whatever they did.
Let's talk about everything else that surrounded this game. By the way, for standings purposes, if Anthony Davis is out for a while, and again, no PJ, and that team was re-energized defensively. A season high in blocks, 17 blocks. They were flying around. It's like the collective unit wanted to say, yo, we're not a bunch of bums. We're not a bunch of nobodies without Luka Doncic here. I don't know whether they were playing for Nico, playing for Kid, playing for the owners, or just playing for themselves. But that was a fun game on Saturday. But now they're 8th in the West. They are 2.5 behind the Clippers for the 7 seed. And they're a game and a half up on Sacramento, who they play this evening after Sacramento traded De'Aaron Fox. So that's what you need to know standing-wise. They're in dangerous territory. And right now you would have to think they missed the postseason if this AD news plays out. Now, what played out on Saturday, Tim McMahon with the report that almost had me feeling a little guilty for laughing at the Allie LaForce TNT pregame where she said, now remember, fans, it's about more than life is more important than basketball. Don't go after Nico. And then Tim McMahon drops this.
Nico Harrison has been subjected to death threats. There have been racial epithets included in some of those. Certainly security is going to be beefed up. There will be protests outside the arena, or at least those are planned. Security will absolutely be beefed up. Nico Harrison is not going to be in his normal seat in the stands. They just don't, there's no reason to subject him to that kind of a security risk. So that has been definitely an unfortunate part of this whole storyline. Obviously, the fans' anger, hey, they have every right to feel like they got a generational superstar ripped away from them, but clearly lines have been crossed.
Okay. Then ESPN adds that Nico has full-time security protecting his home following the trade. Nico is not going to be sitting in his seats. All the reporters got the shot of the 2 empty seats where Nico usually sits next to Michael Finley. So Nico has gone into hiding, and of course, you have the protesters outside. The casket was brought back out. You had a Tolo and many Tolos not allowed to wear certain things, anti-Mav shirts in the arena.
Yeah, we had some people had tape over the logo. They said they had that. You had to remove the tape. Some people had the Nike swoosh that said "Nico, just leave," instead of "just do it."
Tolo Samuel Vela, Nico, just leave. Nope, take it off, turn it around.
Shameful. If they made him shameful.
But I mean, in line with the way they've handled all of this.
Yeah, which is shameful.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, and look, it's when they brought the casket out, like immediately, and it's outside the arena, but immediately they have a bomb-sniffing dog walk up and smell the casket. And
9:30 a.m., WFAA reported 4.5 hours before tip, there are barricades up with police presence outside of the American Airlines Center. Now I'll say what I've been wanting to say. After exactly, Mike McCarthy just said it best. I cannot disprove or totally dismiss messages or threats that the Mavericks or Nico Harrison got. They probably got emails. They probably got some letters. But to the overwhelming majority of the fan base, this is another PRL from the Mavericks because the feeling is they deflected blame and turned it on the fans. Look how you're acting. Look how you're going. The collective response, I'm just being real, from Tolos and Mavs fans were eye rolls. Screw you. It was not sympathy. They were expecting to get some sympathy off a death threat report, which normally I guess you would, or a Nico can't sit in his seats report. That made people angrier, Bobby, with the thought, look, and notion, oh, you're trying to make us seem like rabid, crazed killer animals when Grant Avsith, who does great Mavs work, went to the DPD and a public information officer from the Dallas Police Department told Grant there are no known threats at this time. So directly contradicting what someone fed Tim McMahon and ESPN about Nico and his personal security. Fans looked at this as an over-dramatization in the attempt to make Mavs fans look out of control and bad.
Yeah, it's
another backfire.
It's trying to shift blame. They got more heat for this than they ever anticipated, which is crazy to me that they didn't anticipate how bad this was going to be. I mean, to be fair, it's probably a little more intense than I would have expected, and has lingered longer than I would have expected. But they didn't. They seem to not have a clue that the reaction would be even a tenth of what they've gotten, and it reeks of a group that has no experience with angry fans at all.
Yep.
Like when they start saying like, "Oh man, we've been getting these threats," and I'm sure you have, but it sounds almost like this is the first time you've ever had an angry fan email you. Like they're not used to it, and they're being blindsided by, "Oh, this is what negativity is like. This is so weird."
It seems like what Mark Andrews probably got in Baltimore. Mm-hmm. The Mavericks are so inexperienced with it that they reacted like they needed Trump's security detail. When Mark Andrews probably knows, all right, these are stupid fans. They're not going to do anything. You know, you can have the discussion, well, do you not beef up security and do you not protect yourself and take precautions? Yeah, but do you leak it all to the media in the attempt to garner sympathy only to have us say, are you freaking kidding me? Why are you overreacting to this degree or trying to point the finger at us?
You made the point last week about Casey Smith having to leave.
The trainer.
The trainer Casey Smith. We just got tagged in this by the Kid Muse account on Twitter. Iztok Franco, who's the NBA writer, he said the Mavericks had two people responsible for players' health and performance and for public communication that have been in their roles for 20 years with the team. Both had to leave in 2024. So it's like it does seem definitely like an organization that doesn't have a lot of experience dealing with communication issues at all.
They have no pulse of the city. They have no idea what's going on. If Nico had a pulse of the city, and he did great, he has done an amazing job as the GM since he's been here until a week and a half ago.
Yeah,
and that's the nature of it when you're a general manager, because GMs make so few moves. Especially when the superstars are already there, you make so few moves.
Even from sitting up there, Bobby has been on this. It's been driving him crazy. Even from sitting up there, like chuckling at the presser, and now you want to now all antennas are up when it's like, yeah. Well, Luka probably doesn't want to talk to me. He's probably not going to return my call. They're probably going to bury us alive here.
Yeah.
The chuckling, the lightheartedness, just infuriated people even more.
It did. I mean, the whole thing got people angry, and then not letting certain people in the stadium wearing certain gear. I mean, that's just
not letting certain people in your organization speak to the media. They silence people.
Those coffee photos too that leaked over the weekend.
Coffee?
The ones of him having coffee with Rob Pelinka. The trade photos linking.
The meeting.
And he's dressed like Kevin McAllister from Home Alone with the little ball on his beanie. It's like you made
those
a
are
trade.
Good-looking hats. I like those.
Yeah, but he made a
of
trade
them.
dressed up like Home Alone. That's just what's so devastating.
It may have been cold. I don't know.
Then you have the owner doubling down. This is like Jerry doubling down on us months and months ago. The owner doubling down on Luka with another brain dead comparison. We'll get to that at 7 o'clock here on DFW Sports Station. But we can't talk about the game. There's absolutely no joy in that. What about the halftime? And what about the commercials next? But first, let me get you on over to GimmeTheVin.com. Now is the time to sell your car, your truck, or
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
We're so grateful that you are our teammates right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3, the Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back goes Mahomes. He's rushing. He's looking. It's intercepted. It's intercepted. Running with the football to the 25. Down the far side is DeJean. And DeJean is in for a touchdown.
Happy birthday, Cooper DeJean.
Cooper DeJean with a pick for a touchdown.
A pick six in the Super Bowl on your birthday.
22nd birthday.
Who was the play-by-play announcer there? That sounded like they were fighting for it, him and whoever the color analysts were.
Broadus gets upset when you go at the Eagles play-by-play guy.
Yeah.
What's his name again?
Merrill Reese, right?
Yep, Merrill Reese.
Why you got to throw Merrill and everything? Why?
Because he doesn't sound like that. Although he claims he does. He claims he sounds. That's how we had him on. We had him on that one day, and he's like, "Well, when I go to order a burger,
that's my fast food test.
At the McDonald's, this is how I sound." He said he sounds just like that.
How do you order in the drive-thru? That's my fast food test. I'm just the only little positive. I was rooting for Kansas City. Mitch Holthus didn't get to go ahead and read his little written out thing that he decided upon looking at his ceiling fan, the Chiefs play-by-play guy who joined us in New Orleans.
They went and got the Pat Riley clearance to use three-peat for nothing. It all falls short, and I did hate during the intro scene they used that Holthus call, the one about you could doubt the Chiefs, you can hate. I was like, God,
he got rave reviews in the fan text when we had him on. People loved him.
Really?
Yeah, they loved it.
He was really good.
He was good.
He was tremendous.
All right, do we start with the commercials or halftime? What's the bigger deal? Halftime?
Oh, halftime I think is I think halftime is a bigger deal generally.
Okay.
Not as expensive.
This is gonna light up the fan text, I'm sure, because this always turns into a cultural argument. 877-881-1053. I do not know music like Choppy and Bobby. I don't know all the inside shots at Drake and everything else, or the intended messages towards the president who was there at the game, having Samuel out there. I'm just looking to be entertained by the show. That's it. It's subjective, right? Music is subjective. It's just like food. That was probably the most boring, worst one I can remember. Kendrick Lamar doesn't dance. I didn't see any outfit changes. I didn't see any stage changes. All of his dancers basically were just doing the same thing, running back and forth. I felt like you could have gotten some of the best bands in New Orleans to go ahead and give us the same thing or even a little bit better. Amanda and I were sitting there, and she's a Kendrick Lamar fan. That's all she cares about, right? She just wants to watch the halftime show. And we kept watching, waiting, and saying, is this it? Are they going to do something else? Is the highlight of this just going to be the surprise appearances like Serena Williams? Is this all we're getting? So again, subjective. I got some of the tweets. 95% of people agree with me. I did get the one here. I wonder why you say that. Go ahead, say what you really want to say. Say what you really want to say. But I thought it was terrible and boring.
I didn't think it was terrible or boring. I didn't think it was great. There's been worse. I mean, I think like the Maroon 5. I didn't care. I like Maroon 5. For a halftime show, I don't want to see Maroon 5.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I want to see.
I need someone like dropping from the ceiling.
Yeah,
I need someone flying across. That's my prerequisite. Those are my standards.
I get it.
I need some fancy sets. I need some explosion. I need the show. You know what I mean? Not just Kendrick in his New York Knicks jacket.
Is that what that was?
I don't know.
Is that what
it looked like it?
It was fine. It wasn't great, and like technically, you can't hear the mic a lot of the time.
Whoever, I thought you were going to have a field day with this because whoever did his mic screwed him big time because you had to like strain to hear it. You had to it wasn't as loud as the pre-recorded voice of his.
Yeah, I thought the sound mixing was like tough, and yeah, it was a little minimalist in terms of with the set design and different things that they were doing, but The biggest thing was I thought they weren't going to let him do Not Like Us. I thought they were going to say there's no way to perform this without we're going to have to bleep half the words. We're not going to let you do it. Because they kept hinting you'd hear him go let me play the song they really love. And then you hear the dun, 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 and then he'd go, no, let me slow it down. I was like, oh, they're not going to let him. They're going to keep, that's their way of getting a reference in, and they're not going to do it.
And that would have been just because of the profanity?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he couldn't say, he has the line there, certified lover boy, certified pedophile. He says that, and they weren't going to let him say that. He had to drop that line. He had to drop every other line. Laura ran up front to watch it, and she's just like, these aren't the words. These aren't the words. And so she was annoyed with it. But yeah, it was okay. He is the biggest, it's the biggest cultural impact song in the United States last year was Not Like Us.
Oh, I love the song.
It makes
I love
sense
a lot of his songs.
It makes sense to say he's got to be the guy because he was the biggest act in music last year. But it was a little it was a little underwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, but also there are some halftime shows where the artist has a catalog of 20 songs that everyone knows.
Yeah.
Kendrick has a catalog of songs that a lot of people know, but he is so he's not it's not let's see who Beyonce's been around for 25 years. She's got a catalog of songs that everyone can rattle off. She's been through 3 different eras of music.
Yeah.
Kendrick hasn't. So you're going to have some songs that not everybody is familiar with, and that takes away from the
I should have known this was going to be bad when he first did his promo for it. I remember coming in here.
Oh, that was so good. You didn't like that?
His promo?
Oh my God! When he was shooting the footballs.
Yeah, it was horrific.
Oh, but
it's awful.
No, but there were some the subtle aspects of the shots.
So I've been missing all the subtleties. I'm fully admitting that.
See, and that's part of the problem, right? That's part of the problem. Kendrick's a lot like Nas in the sense that he's a great lyricist and he's a rapper's rapper, but the mainstream never picked up on Nas ever, right? And it's not necessarily the same, but there's so many insider themes along with this that if you don't pay attention, you don't pick up.
Kendrick's pretty mainstream though. Kendrick has become pretty mainstream. His first song,
still a lot of.
His first song was Swimming Pools. That was a massive. People misinterpreted what that was supposed to be, but that was a massive party drinking song when that song came out. People would.
I don't remember that one.
It was that. Yeah, you do. It's the pour up, drink, stand up, drink, headshot, drink. I'll play it for you during the break. You'll know it. But he's more modern he's more mainstream than Nas probably got. But still, it's.
Well, I don't know. I love Nas.
No, Nas had his big beef with Jay-Z and had Illmatic, which is considered the album of the 90s
Great
for
album,
rap.
right?
And so, but yeah, it's.
So how much of the show, I'm asking this out of ignorance, how much of that show was towards Drake and then towards what's happening in the world politically?
I didn't know any of the political references.
60,
you knew the guy running around with the Palestinian flag. You knew who that was.
I don't know if he was part of the planned presentation.
He apparently was. He was he was somebody he was one of the dancers or one of the performers, and he just pulls out the flag and starts running around and he got 3 minutes of running around before they managed to tackle him. But yeah, a lot of it was there was a lot of winking at the camera and a lot of hey, you know what I'm saying. And so a lot of it is inside, and that probably narrows it.
Amanda thought that there was a Squid Games. I never watched Squid Games.
I didn't either.
She thought it was a lot of Squid Games stuff. They were trying to replicate that. I don't know. Let us know at 877-881-1053. And more importantly, whether you really, really like the show or not. Pay. Tell us what the tollers are saying. What did you think of it?
Yeah, a lot of them are, it's split 50-50. Some got hyped about it, some didn't. I was waiting to get hyped. I saw, the 75 dancers get out of the car, and I was like, okay, maybe this is something good. And the Squid Game reference was at the beginning, the tic-tac-toe kind of thing, that kind of because I watched both Squid Games already, and I love it. That kind of replicated Squid Games in a way.
Was that a PlayStation controller? The triangle?
Oh, it could have been very well because PlayStation's been out all weekend, so that could have been a reference there as well. But that was probably planned earlier on, so I don't know. But I was waiting to get hyped, and I was, all the songs I knew. It's the first time forever I've known all the songs in a halftime show. So I was waiting for Not Like Us. But yeah, I was just waiting to get hyped there, and I couldn't really see that. But then also I was looking at on Twitter and okay, what's the crowd reaction? The crowd was dead. You see people's tweets that were filming the crowd. No one was standing up. No one was getting hyped. Or everyone's sitting down on their phones. So that's what I thought about.
It was cool. The entire crowd doing A minor though. Like they all do that line, and so them all singing that was pretty good.
The chain.
All right, I would definitely grade the commercials higher than the halftime show. I don't know if that's saying much. I think my number one commercial was the Mick Ultra Pickleball. I love that one.
With the
Willem Dafoe and what's her
girl
name?
from,
the mom from Home Alone.
Yeah.
I love that. The ones that I wrote down, Seal, Mountain Dew, people like Martha early on. The Dunkin' commercial should have been so much better than it was with the cast that they had. To have Belichick in the commercial. By the way, I'm starting to hate his girlfriend.
Just now?
I'm starting to hate her. She wore the Falcon. Man, they're petty. You think Kendrick's petty. They wore the Falcons Super Bowl winner shirt. She was trolling the Falcons because Bill did not get hired by them. But that commercial should have been better. I guess it was, the theme of this year was facial hair flying off.
Yeah.
Flying facial hair.
Little eyebrows flying off.
Little Caesars and Pringles both did it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is a little odd. But I loved the Matthew McConaughey commercial on Uber Eats. That was probably my favorite one of the night, where he's like going through the history of, it's all a conspiracy to name teams after food or to get people to buy food.
Rocket.com Country, the Tom Brady Duracell, Goldilocks Ram, Harry Met Sally. And then I thought the breast cancer one was pretty inappropriate. If I had a child that would be able to go ahead and know what was going on, just looking at boobs nonstop. And then you got Peyton Manning and Post Malone with the Bud Light at the end. I would grade the commercials better than halftime, but that's because I thought the halftime was so terrible.
Yeah, Bud Light just tried to stereotype everything that somebody who boycotted them would be into.
Yeah.
Peyton Manning, Shane Gillis, yard work, military, and grilling.
Jean shorts.
Yeah, that's like that's who we lost. Is trying to get them back.
Yep.
I'll tell you, I had a commercial pet peeve. They've been doing this for years now. They don't tell you what the product is. They want you to Google the company, and that annoys the hell out of me. What is? I don't know what some of these are. Like some of these like tech companies. I think it was Squarespace. I don't know what Squarespace is, but you got to Google. I've heard of it, but they make you Google it. They don't tell you what it does.
I wonder if that's an effective marketing
Absolutely,
ploy.
right? Because it gets your Google search numbers up.
If you do it, I'm not Googling it. I don't care.
I don't care.
If there's maybe like a barcode that's just on my TV or a link where it's like, you can go ahead and win this, then I'll go to it.
Right.
I'm not going to Google it.
Remember a couple years ago, they had the QR code. The whole commercial was just a QR code. And the amount of people that click, I mean, I bet you they got so many boosts from it. I just hate that. It's like, tell me what you're doing. Tell me what your company is.
I liked the Homes.com commercials, the ones with Dan Levy and Heidi Gardner and Morgan Freeman, and they're like, you can't say it's the best for homes, and they just like, what if we say it like this? What if I thought that was good, and I liked that Fox used the way Fox used the ad space to do the IndyCar commercials. I did think the IndyCar commercials were good for them, of just like, let's make sure we're introducing to a national audience who are the stars of this. And like, I thought that was just an effective use of things, but not a whole lot of like just downright hilarious.
Awesome Anthony Davis debut. Then he gets hurt. He's out for a while. Things settle down a little. Things calm down a little bit. And then the new owner of the Dallas Mavericks opened his mouth and tripled down. Wait till you hear this. Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up on that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV, PlatinumFord.com, right between I-20.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Kyrie waiting for support. A drive, a kick. Max Christie organized to shoot it and buries it. And a welcome to Dallas, Texas moment.
This guy may end up being the best part of the Luka trade. Max Christie with a nail three-pointer. Another good game from him. Anthony Davis with an historic start in his Mavs career. Then he leaves. And then last night, while we are filthy depressed over the Eagles Super Bowl win, the news comes out Anthony Davis is expected to miss multiple weeks with a left adductor strain. Could stretch out to a month. Missing. Good morning, DFW. Sean Trafe, RJ Choppy, Roberto, and Pepe with you back in the Metroplex on DFW Sports Station. We got a college baseball ticket giveaway coming up during the 720 Expressway. So I'm just going to keep my emotions in the timeline. This is before the Anthony Davis extended injury news last night. Wake up yesterday morning, get ready for the game. What are you going to eat? What are you going to drink? You're feeling pretty positive. Anthony Davis is day-to-day. The injury is nothing major. Things have settled down a little bit. Yeah, Luka hasn't played yet to re-trigger you in Laker yellow, but that was an awesome win over the armpit. AD looked fantastic, and you could see Nico's defensive vision with the 17 blocks. And then you wake up to Patrick Dumont, the new governor of the Dallas Mavericks, who does an interview with the Dallas Morning News, and he came out forceful on why Luka Doncic is no longer here.
So in my mind, the way teams win is by focus, by having the right character, by having the right culture, and having the right dedication to work as hard as possible to create a championship winning outcome. And if you're not doing that, you're going to lose. And if you look at the greats in the league, the people you and I grew up with, Jordan, Bird, Magic, Kobe, Shaq, they worked really hard every day with a singular focus to win. And if you don't have that, then it doesn't work. And if you don't have that, you shouldn't be part of the Dallas Mavericks. That's who we want. I'm unwavering on this. The entire organization knows this. This is how I operate outside of basketball. This is the only way to be competitive and win. If you want to take a vacation, don't do it with us.
Wow. Blowtorch. Yet again to Luka Doncic. We're about the right character. Ding. The right culture. Ding. Not the good ding. The right dedication to work. Shots fired. Working hard every day with a singular focus. Shot fired. And if you don't have that, you're not going to be a part of the Dallas Mavericks. We ain't here for your vacation. Bam, bam, bam. Wow. The quadruple down from Dumont.
It doesn't. I was almost speechless when I saw this. Like, this guy, you just got here, man. You bought into the city. You don't belong. You're not like you don't have a right to do that. You don't have a right to do that. What you did 10 days ago to this city.
There were people
you just don't have a right to do that.
There were people arguing that Nico had not earned enough time here to trade Luka, and then here's Dumont.
Yeah.
Who's been here in less time?
Yeah, I mean, you had your mother-in-law front your cute little hobby.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how he came into ownership.
I mean, he's the son-in-law of Miriam Adelson, and she's the billionaire casino. Is it magnate? Is it magnate?
Yeah,
sure. Magnet.
Well, magnate.
Well, that's for sure.
But she gave him the team.
Yeah, she's like, she goes, this is a business investment for me. I have no interest in basketball. You come from a family who loves basketball. So this was like a childhood dream of yours to be involved in basketball. So you take it over.
Here's your sports car. Here, son, go drive it around.
So,
and you're going to preach to me about everything that it takes? You're going to preach to me about the dedication and grinding?
Yeah.
When your mother-in-law, by public appearances, handed it to you?
And invoking Shaq.
We call that.
Invoking Shaq's work ethic.
Shaq, who said, what did he say? It was
last week.
I had, let me check. I had other stuff going on like family because I went back and looked. He was the only player in the NBA that was allowed to have kids at the time. Nobody else in the NBA was allowed to have children or a wife.
It's called the Shaq rule.
When he was playing. Right, it was a rule. It was a rule in the NBA. You can look it up. It's right there. It's right there in front of Google, I'm sure. But, I mean, like, the word that comes there is audacity. You had the audacity to say this.
Yes.
Like this, in that one comment, that is everything that people hate about billionaires. In that one comment, everything about it.
It's completely tone deaf. It's just completely removed from even in all the reaction. I felt like listening
was
to
that had to be recorded before Saturday, right?
So
you could not have been that stupid to let Saturday play out. Full arena. They didn't boycott the seats. Yes, there were hundreds of people outside, but there were cheers. I didn't hear or read that AD got booed. It felt better. We were trending the opposite way away from Venom. And then that little spark in the fire on your grill that's about to die out, Patrick Dumont blew it.
He blew on
literally
it.
and figuratively. He freaking blew the flame. Just when they, let the Super Bowl take over. Don't have it as the first thing I wake up to yesterday morning.
I'm sure it's not the case, but it does reek of all those conspiracy theories that say like, oh, you're trying to get people to hate you.
Yeah,
you're trying to get people to hate you. Bill Simmons had a quote talking about the Shaq line that's in there. He goes, there's one quote in there that tells me there's a 100% chance Patrick Dumont started following the NBA in the last 8 to 10 years, which is actually all you need to know about the Luka trade. Like this is, and to me anyway, I felt like he sounded like defiant almost and just like angry and meant like, how dare you question what we did? Like look, there are all these standards that we do and this and that and that. And he sounds mad. It's like he's never dealt with criticism before.
Has there been any other ownership that has taken over and gotten off to this type of start? Now, this is a difficult question to ask with other cities and states that we don't cover, but like
Miami did it with the Marlins. The new owner took over and they got rid of Yelich, Stanton, Osuna right away, all three of them. And the owner admitted, he said when he bought the team, the first thing he was going to do was tear it down, recoup all of the money that he just spent on the team, and then start spending. Which, that's so dumb. Very dumb.
Tepper was pretty bad. David Tepper took over in 2018. He's had nothing but bad publicity ever since.
But I don't think this fast.
No.
This
nothing like
soon.
it.
As soon as you did it. You had a Western Conference, right? You couldn't start off much better. You had a Western Conference win. You're in the finals. And now I don't know if people here are ever going to forget this. It's easy to say now. Even Saturday, I felt like the hatred and the venom was backing off a little bit because it really is about the game and it's about supporting your team, or it's supposed to be. A lot of people want to support Luka over the team. This, I don't know how you bounce back from this.
Tough
anytime soon.
Yeah, it's this is brutal. They could have picked a worse thing to do, say. Everything they've done.
And Luka's not even
PR-wise.
responding. That's the thing. Like, they're doing themselves no. Luka is winning and crushing them by staying dead silent. We know Luka is a petty, vengeful individual. Whoever gave him the PR advice of just shut your mouth, take the high road, and become more sympathetic by the minute, he's dominating them.
Yeah.
Crushing them. Mavs PR, they got to sit down in a room with a come to Jesus moment and say, what are we doing here? It may not matter, but Mavs PR is butchering this. I'm not calling out the PR department. I'm just saying from a PR perspective. Hey, you tripled down on the dude, and he hasn't said anything back. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you said you don't think this is going to go away anytime soon. Like, it's definitely not with the way that they handle things. Like, they are showing that,
and now with AD hurt,
they are showing that they are going to dig themselves a further hole at every opportunity. This has gotten progressively worse like every day. There's something else that comes out where it's like,
then you made the Mav fan base look like Eagle fans with your whole security detail.
Yeah.
Nico can't sit in his seat. You made us look like an angry, vicious mob who's out to literally murder you.
Yeah.
That's not a smart message to convey.
No, it comes across as amateur as their bios sound like, which is Patrick Dumont just jumping in as a fan, buying it up, and Nico as being a shoe executive. Like, it, both of the ways they react to this come off like, yes, you are as inexperienced as it looked like when you took over.
Patrick Dumont in this conference call was also asked about the theory and thought that you were trying to drain the AAC, drain the stands, and move to Vegas.
The Dallas Mavericks are not moving to Las Vegas. There is no question in that. That is the answer unequivocally. The Dallas Mavericks are the Dallas Mavericks, and they will be in Dallas. We bought the Dallas Mavericks. We're keeping them in Dallas. We're committed to Dallas. And we're committed to our fans as the Dallas Mavericks, and that's where the team will stay. This is not in question. I'm not sure where this is coming from. I appreciate people asking it. Our family happens to live in Las Vegas, but we have investments all over the world, and the Dallas Mavericks is the team we bought. We had options to buy other teams in the past, but Dallas was the city that we wanted to be in, and that's where it's going to be. And look, we're going to invest in the future. We're going to invest in a new home for the Dallas Mavericks. We're investing in the community. We do charitable things in the community right now. We believe in the city of Dallas long term, and we believe in Dallas long term.
He's so forceful.
Oh yeah, he really
He's so forceful with his tone. It's like the other day I was on the phone with my dad, and I was like, oh yeah, these millionaires and these people with money. He goes, well, you have money. And I said, no, you have money. You have money. I'm not going to walk around after you pass away, get whatever inheritance, and act like I sat there and accumulated whatever comes myself. That's what Patrick DeMond is doing. He's acting like he's Jerry West. He's acting like he's got all these damn skin, the arrogance. You said it, the audacity, the audacity. And the arrogance to have this type of tone as if you're someone who fought the wars and the battles and emerged from it as this great basketball mind.
Yeah, I don't on third thought they hit a triple. Yeah, he is the definition of that right now.
I don't know his backstory. Like, I know he's like he runs the Sands Corporation, right? Or he's like the COO. But I don't know what he did before that. I'm sure he wasn't some like dummy, right? I'm sure he came up through the ranks. They're not going to let they're not going to let some any son-in-law in there. But it doesn't matter. Like, he's acting like this guy has, like you said, fought the wars, been here the entire time, like grew up, like discovered Dirk Nowitzki. Was like hanging courtside here with Cuban in 1998. That's not the case.
Kid Muse with the tweet, ironic considering he married into one of the wealthiest families in the world. He did not do anything himself. And then Vegas Bob, who used to work here, he was making fun of the family tree and mocking it with the eye roll. Like, bro, what are you talking about?
Yeah, they have. This is some of the. I'm stunned that, again, for somebody like Nico, who was an executive at Nike, and for Patrick Dumont, who is the chief executive officer or whatever of Las Vegas Saints, has been in business positions, that they can have such poor PR sense on this. That I don't know. Are they just used to running things so brutally and cutthroat at the corporate level without having fan reaction to it that they're still operating the same way, and they're like, oh wow, we usually our decisions aren't just up in front of people like this.
877-881-1053, the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line to hit us up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, home of the commercial-free expressway with a college baseball ticket giveaway. Last night was the worst Super Bowl since... And the Dallas Cowboys, maybe learning from the Mavericks, internal discussions about trading Micah Parsons. Would you be down for that? We go commercial free with a giveaway on the home of the Cowboys next.
This is the story of the one.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What is it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Chad. My name's Chad. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Download the Odyssey app today for your chance to go to Vegas, baby.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Hurts is back. Hurts has plenty of time. He's looking. He fires. He completes it. Touchdown! A.J. Brown!
Eagles Radio with the call. Guys, I understand the text and the tweet. It falls on deaf ears with me. Is this getting to Jerry?
No.
Jerry suffering through that?
No.
Jerry said at this, here's the answer to that. Jerry in New Orleans said it was a shock that the Cowboys were not in this year's game because he signed Dak.
Most stunning thing he's ever said.
That's what he said. More on that later. But with the Eagles' Super Bowl victory that I did not enjoy whatsoever, lost the money, lost interest early on in the game. This was the worst Super Bowl since.
Well, let's see. There's been a lot of bad ones. I mean, remember, by the way, the 80s were awful. I mean, every game was by 3 touchdowns. So we've had actually a good run of Super Bowls, but Tampa was bad. KC was bad. Rams, Patriots, 13-3 was bad.
That was boring as hell.
Denver, Seattle was bad.
43-8.
Yeah. Prior to that, we had some good ones. I guess, didn't Green Bay really run it up on Pittsburgh?
Well, let me just go backwards. You had last night 40-22. It wasn't even that close. No. 25-22 KC over San Fran. KC over Philly, 38-35. Rams over the Bengals, 23-20. Tampa Bay over Kansas City, 31-9. I feel like last night was worse. At least it's hard for me to separate the filthy hate. I can't stand Sirianni. I don't like Jalen Hurts. I don't like A.J. Brown. Big Dom somehow, some way finds the camera any which way. I can't separate my filthy hate, and I enjoyed Tom winning that one over Mahomes with his last one. So that one to me was not as bad as last night with Tampa Bay, Kansas City. Then you had Kansas City, San Fran, 31-20. The New England Rams boring game. The thriller with Nick Foles. And Nick Foles, I don't know whether this was a joke. I don't care enough to go check it out. Just shut up. Stop trolling Tom Brady. Shut up. You're a spare. You had one amazing fluky Eli-type run, and they overreacted and gave you a statue. Shut up with your trolling, knowing you're a bum. New England over Atlanta, the comeback. Did any of you think, though, that New England-Atlanta could happen last night? In the moment where you're like, all right, here we go, 28-3.
Nah, Eagles were better than that Falcons team. That Falcons team was good, but they weren't with Philadelphia was easily the most complete team in the league.
You weren't thinking if Kansas City gets the first score coming out of half, all right, we could have something?
No, because Kansas City we had talked about it, that 31 they put up against Buffalo or whatever. That was the first time they'd scored more than 30 in 2 years. They just offensively, I didn't think they could put up enough points. As soon as they got that 24-0, it was like, all right, this is game over.
I think Mahomes has trailed by 10 in every Super Bowl that he's played in. At
what?
One point. Yeah. I think he's trailed by 10, at least by 10.
Denver, Carolina, 24-10.
That sucked. That game was not fun.
That seemed a lot.
It was closer, but there was a turnover late. right? Where Cam was.
It was just boring, though.
Oh, Cam's business decision.
Yeah,
Yes.
Not to compete for a Super Bowl was his business decision.
I like that. That one intrigued me because it was like there was such a the defensive performance they put on against Cam was like, okay, that's kind of cool, and I felt really good for Wade. Really happy for Wade.
When we were in Carolina for the Cowboys game, Cooper Rush dove on a fumble, and there was a teenager in the press box goes, Cooper Rush dives on more balls than Cam did. So they're still bitter about that.
New England over Seattle, of course, a thriller. Seattle 43, Denver 8. That one was over really early.
It was 8-0 after the first quarter. So, but you could tell, Denver didn't even show up.
It was the Percy Harvin return out of halftime. It was all right, game over. That's done.
All right, so we judged this within the last 10 years. You got Seattle, Denver as a competitor for worst Super Bowl. New England, Rams, Denver, Carolina, Tampa Bay, Kansas City.
Seattle, Denver to me. That's exactly what this game reminded you of. In fact, I think it was both of them were 34-0 by the time the first score occurred for Denver or for they happen around the same time. The scoring happened at the end of the third. This one, obviously, Kansas City put up some more points at the end than Denver managed to, but that was, and again, it was just a dominant defensive performance. So they're very similar in terms of the way they were playing.
Denver started running the ball in the fourth quarter. We're going to get out of here, too. We're not even trying anymore. We're just getting out of here. I think the thing with the Denver one is, I think it was far more impressive because that Denver the KC offense this year didn't do what that Denver offense did that year.
There were so many of these games were Tampa, Kansas City wasn't great, but so many of these games became closer games late. For instance, the year before that, the Baltimore-San Francisco one that was 34-31, San Francisco was trailing that game by 30 until the lights went out or whatever had happened there. We had the crazy comeback from New England to beat Atlanta, but that game was out of hand for most of the game. And so a lot of these ones, too, have just been kind of uninteresting for large portions of the game, and then they come back and make it closer.
The only guy I feel pretty good for is Saquon. I do feel good for Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
I like him. He says all the right things. He seems to act the right way. And Saquon got his ring, or he's going to get his ring, finally got his title.
Look at the roster. Look at the talent that we have. You want to sell out to stop the run. Good luck. I didn't think the rush defense would be that good, but shout out to Spags and all those guys over there. But we got A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, Jalen Hurts, Jahan Dotson. We got a super team, and we got the job done.
I do think it's funny. He got through 4 players before he said Jalen Hurts. He got to the quarterback on the fourth of it. But it's, they were, I was thinking about this last night watching them play. They are able to do, they've already done a couple different times, seen through what San Francisco has. San Francisco has been the model everybody's been chasing for the last few years in the NFC. And it's it's more likely Philly at this point, in terms of the way that Philly's been able to actually finish things off. And the gameplay they had yesterday, that wasn't just, we won, we beat you. That was Kansas City didn't look like they had any clue what was coming. Just looked completely shell-shocked. They kept showing Travis Kelce on the sideline just mouth open what's happening? It's like Saving Private Ryan, the beach scene where he's it goes all slow motion holy cow, what the hell is all this?
Pat was in a daze. Normally, he's always let's go, come on. He was in a daze.
There was you drew the parallel with the Seattle-Denver game. There was also a parallel in the crowd with that. I don't think KC was prepared for the amount of Eagle fans that were there. I don't think that, and
we
Denver,
saw in the airport.
And Denver was not prepared for, Denver's wait, we got to do a silent snap count in the Super Bowl? What are we doing here?
At the end of the game, the tomahawk chop was going, and I thought that was actually the Eagle fans mocking it because it felt and looked like when we were leaving, the Eagle fans were taking over, Bradley Cooper.
Yeah, there was a ton there.
I bet it was, what do you think? 65-35?
Yeah, I was thinking 60.
In the stadium? So. Yeah. It sounded like it.
Around the city, and when we were walking around New Orleans, I felt like it was more than that. I felt like it was 7 out of 10 were probably Eagles fans that we saw.
All right. Why did this get out? Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, friend of the show. While there have been no trade talks, sources say there have at least been some internal discussions about whether to pay Micah Parsons or trade him for a king's ransom. Luka compensation. If the Cowboys are willing to listen, they may get it. Stephen Jones told NFL.com in December the team will study the wisdom of having so much money invested in so few players, but also added, I can't imagine there's a scenario where Mike is not wearing a star on the side of his helmet. Money-wise, he's due $24 million on the fifth-year option of his rookie deal in 2025.
It's exactly this report to me seems like, this is exactly how you should operate. I would hope they ask this question of everybody they're about to pay.
I would too. That's not my problem. The problem is, why did you tell this to Ian Rappaport? What? That's the question.
It's they saw what happened to the Mavericks. They saw what happened.
You want that same ire and hatred?
You got to float it out there. If the Mavericks floated the Luka trade out there, there's zero chance they actually go through with the trade. Zero chance, because the vitriol would have said, okay. Because, today, if they had to go back and redo the trade, they probably do. Just because they're recognizing.
They probably do it again?
They probably go back. And not do it, right? They probably ask for a do it because they're seeing the vitriol. They're probably feeling it in their wallet. Cancellations.
Hiring security detail.
Yeah. They're probably like, you know what? Not the right time. The Cowboys, to me, this is smart. They're just floating this out there. Let's see what the reaction is. If there's no reaction, then it's like, all right, we can go through with this. That's how I would do it. If I was running a team, I'm floating every trade. Every coaching hire, float it out there. See what happens.
It doesn't always have to be floated. I don't know the logistics of how did Ian get this.
Except real quick, the Schottenheimer thing got floated by me reporting it.
Yes, sir.
The vitriol disgust came, and they still did it.
Yeah, they did. They didn't care about that. This struck me more as, and again, I don't know how Ian came by this. If somebody whispered it to him, I could see
Friday night party there.
Based on the January thing that Steven had said, did Ian just circle back and said, hey, you talked about this. You guys have to pay Micah. Is Micah part of that? If somebody would have just said, look, people have asked, should we trade or should we, I could see this one coming up more in just general conversations he was having rather than any sort of let's give this to Ian. More just Ian came by it and Ian's just, hey, this is something that I know has been talked about. Because I don't think anybody's surprised to hear that the Cowboys just are asking themselves, should we pay him or should we do it? They've done it with everybody. They do it. They did it with Dak. 2 different times they've gone, should we pay it? Should we do it? And so if you're not going to do it, then of course you got to think, well, should we trade him or should we just let him walk? And so those are discussions I would just think they have to have.
Any of this a public negotiation ploy? We're going to scare you, Micah. You said you're going to take less. Remember that, because we're not afraid to have you wear another uniform.
Yep.
Since Micah does come across as the guy who cares about the Cowboy logo more than the rest.
Right. I have no problem if they wanted to say that we're gonna inquire about Micah trades. I had no problem with that. Before you sign anybody, find out what you can get for him first. And it
they're doing the due diligence on this that they didn't with their coaching. But let's just talk about every rock. Let's not look, but let's at least talk. Let's guess what's under every rock.
Right, because what's easier to find, and this is one of the things we talked about going back to the CD deal. What's easier to find, wide receiver or edge? Probably wide receiver, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I'd say is about edge is the top 4 or 5 edge rushers. Everybody always talks about how close they are. Miles, Micah, Watt, Bosa. They're all so close to each other. They're all so great. Okay, whatever. They're all so close. They're all so great. Generally, Justin Jefferson's the guy. Patrick Mahomes is the guy. There are other positions where when you get the top guy, you get the top guy, and that's rarer.
But now let's talk about it, because both of you guys have brought this up and advocated for it recently. Bobby with a Myles Garrett possibility, and Choppy, the self-proclaimed team builder. Ian Rappaport told the Cowboys have had discussions about trading him, have not talked to teams, but they've talked about it amongst themselves. Now let's talk about it.
I mean, from a pure team building standpoint, you can't pay everybody. If you can get 2 first-round picks for Micah, this team is... Look, Vegas told you this morning they're nowhere close. Cowboys are 60-1. That is not close.
I think someone said there was only 3 teams worse in the NFC. Can that be?
It was in the standings.
Chicago, New Orleans,
Carolina.
And Carolina. Oh. I mean, if you're 60-1, you are not winning with Micah. You need more than Micah Parsons to win. You need multiple first-round picks. And that's how you get better. And what you do with those first-round picks, and depending on where they are, let's say you get them and one of them is in the top 10. Well, you trade down and get yourself another one. And that's how you build a team. Like Howie, I would assume.
Be all in.
I would assume Howie Roseman, if he had Micah, might trade him.
If there was Dak, Lamb, if Dak, Lamb, and Micah decisions were there in front of Howie, what would he have done?
I'd assume he would have moved on from Dak.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Howie has paid quarterback at every turn, even when there's been questions. There were questions about Wentz. There were questions about Hurts. He paid him. So
but he also got rid of him.
He gets but
he has no problem getting rid of him.
He has no problem getting rid of him, but he will always pay. If he doesn't have a backup, he's paying.
All right, from a team building standpoint, Bobby, how much sense would this make?
I mean, it makes sense to investigate it and to wonder, like, can you build this way? Right now, they would probably say, we don't have a good enough pass rush overall to just say we can walk away from Micah. So from that sense, if you're looking about being competitive, I think they need more capital. So I wouldn't, if they wanted to keep him, I understand it. And I would say, all right, fine, I get it. If they went ahead and pulled off a trade, it would not be like a Luka thing to me. To me, it makes more sense on that front to say, let's find somebody else. We can scheme up pass rush. I think the bigger thing is if Diggs hadn't gotten hurt, it'd be easier for them to just say, we're going to move Diggs for some picks, pay Bland, pay Micah, and then we've got things in place. Now with Diggs hurt and a little bit more difficult to move the contract, now you've got to ask yourself more, all right, do we have to explore this avenue? I don't think they will, but I wouldn't fault them if they did.
What type of outrage and reaction did you see to this compared to the Luka deal?
None. I hardly saw any outrage of this.
1/10 maybe? Like, I mean, not even close.
So you think if they did it, and they got back a decent return, if they got back 2 firsts, how much outrage do you think would be in the city?
I don't think there's much.
And wouldn't that surprise you as you're both agreeing it would not be overwhelming? We're talking about the possible
I think
next Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah, I think fans realize that the team is not that close. And if you're not that close, listen, I don't think the Cowboys overdo it because Jerry doesn't do this with great players. He doesn't trade players early. No. He cuts them.
Late.
He'll cut them like Ware or Dez. He'll play them and he'll run them into the ground and then he'll cut them. But I think fans recognize they're not that close.
Yeah, and I think fans there's a sense among Cowboys fans that we don't win because of him. He is not we've had too many playoff losses where it's like, where was Micah in the game? Like, I think there's a little bit of that sense from fans at times. Whereas with Luka, they were like, Luka dragged you to a West Finals a couple years ago. Luka got you to the NBA Finals after that. Like, they felt like, not just that, but I've seen him make massive shots against the Clippers, I've seen him show up in the biggest moments and love this city. And I think it's harder for them to accept because they're like, no, I've already seen him do it. Whereas with Micah, there's plenty of people, half the fan base at every moment, I think, is willing to get rid of anybody. Like, half of the Cowboys fan base is fine with you getting rid of anyone when they're losing.
Yeah.
CD, Dak, Micah, I don't think they care. I think they're just like, yeah, screw it. They didn't help us win, so get rid of them. And I think that there's probably a little bit of that exists with Micah. I would say, do you think they would have had a harder time if when they were trying to pay Lamb? Do you think they would have had a more pushback at trading Lamb or Micah?
Lamb.
I think Lamb gets more pushback. So Micah, I think there's enough people who are just kind of like, I hear too much from you. You talk a lot and don't come through. So I think there is just kind of a general discontent that exists for a lot of fans with
Let's say they got the Khalil deal. 2 firsts, a third, and a sixth.
That was really 2 firsts because they traded away a third and a fifth along with that. So it was basically flip-flopping position with the late ones. So it was basically basically 2 firsts.
2 firsts and a third is what I think you should get back.
Oh, okay, so here it is. 2 firsts, a third, a sixth go from the Bears to the Raiders. And the Bears got a second and a fifth.
And Mac, yeah.
And Mac.
So 2 1s and a 3? Do you think that is legit compensation? Fair?
Yeah, I don't know that you'd get. I think you'd get 2 1s flat is what I think you'd probably get.
I need my 4th rounder back.
Which one?
Yeah,
yep, exactly.
Which one?
CeeDee Lamb did respond to this. Y'all aren't tired of this? Every offseason, top of the charts. Let's just win ball games, and that's with 11. SMH. CD, did you tweet that to the Cowboy account? They let it out. They told Ian Rappaport. Direct it at Dallas Cowboys on social media and Twitter. This time it was not some fan manipulated, driven, manufactured thing. Direct it at your front office. They leaked it for some reason.
I think he was like he's not tagging him, but I think he knows when he tweets so infrequently now. I think he knows like they're going to hear this as soon as I send it. And I think that probably is a little bit directed at them.
Yeah, a lot of fan reaction on the fan text, 877-881-1053, 940, we suck, let's just go get those picks. 903 says trade Micah now. Another 903 says I would also trade CD and Dak. 214 says I would rather trade Dak than Micah. So a lot of fan texts agreeing just trade someone.
Well, yeah, you'd rather trade Dak than Micah, but that's not happening.
What does Dak get you? That's another interesting one. What does he get you?
Dak still gets you first. Quarterbacks get you first.
They do. They generally do, but you get more from Micah.
He gets you the cap hit. That's what he gets you.
Yeah.
That's all I think about. All right, this is from Credo. Trading Parsons is a terrible idea only because the Cowboys haven't won a trade in 20-plus years. We will get fleeced as usual.
It's hard to get fleeced with a guy like Micah, though. I mean, he's young.
Luka.
Well, the Cowboys.
It just happened.
The Cowboys. It's hard to if you're in the NFL. It's hard to get fleeced with a guy like Micah. He's not super paid yet. He's young. You'll get 2 1s.
I agree.
You probably get the 2 1s and that's it. And I mean, look, I think that getting 2 first-round picks, it allows them to rebuild really quickly. And so,
where would the highest one would have to be? Where? And I'll reverse it. Like the highest one is where for you to say no. Has to be inside or outside what? Like does it have to be a top 10 pick? One of them?
So, because, you'd have to, I'm assuming you got to make the deal for now, like before the draft occurs instead of waiting until the summer or something like that. So if you do it now, then, I think I'd probably want it to be something in the top 15 with the way this class is. So, give me 2 top 15 picks and then another first in the future.
Oh, 2 top 15.
Well, because you've got your own top 15 right now.
Yeah.
So you'd be able to pick 2 players in the top 15 in a draft class that it's missing a lot of big-time studs. Somebody had the note the other day. This would be the first time, I think, I can't remember exactly. It's been years that as it stands right now, every team owns their first-round pick or owns a first-round pick. This would be the first draft in forever where that every team ended up making a first-round pick. But, if you wanted to go find somebody in the top 15 that felt like they were close, do it.
All right, we are finally back home. I want to know what your party looked like, what you were eating, what you were drinking, what you were thinking. Gavin Dawson, it's best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. 877-881-1053 to hit us up. 877-881-1053 on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line.
And we were just home last night, and what we had for dinner? Chicken wings.
Chicken wings.
Yeah.
Air fryer.
Well, we started in the oven, and then we crispied them up in the air fryer at the end.
How'd they turn out?
Fine. Pretty good. It's hard. I mean, chicken wings are hard. Like, they're hard to make crispy for me. I don't know.
I think you leave them in the air fryer the whole time.
We've done that before. They just took forever for some reason. I don't know. We did the oven for an hour and then a 375.
Okay, so your
minutes.
Super Bowl party, you went from your you didn't make your Velveeta dip?
I did make that. So we had that. Because we went to the store yesterday. I was like, we weren't going to do anything. We weren't going to do any food. We were just going to sit there watch the game, popcorn. I was like, we got to eat something. So we go. I get my dip. She added. So I usually do cream cheese,
sausage,
Rotel, and sausage. She goes, well, we need more cheese. So she got, I think it was Monterey Jack, a whole block, threw it in there. It's tremendous. Very, very good. And then I was like, all right, I need something else. We got one of those little shrimp things, those little frozen
shrimp cocktail.
Yeah, shrimp cocktail. That's it. Very, very small, very easy. Something that a complete mindless idiot like myself could handle.
What was the wing sauce?
I think we just did buffalo. Whatever she did.
What do you think?
She did it. I don't know what it was.
You just ate them, though.
Yeah,
you have to know what the wings were. What was the sauce?
I don't know. I think it was buffalo. I don't know. I have no idea.
But you just ate it.
Yeah, I know. But
I know if I ate lemon pepper. I know if I ate mango habanero. I know if I ate barbecue.
I don't
and
know.
I would think I know if I ate buffalo sauce.
I think it was buffalo. I couldn't tell you what mango habanero tastes like.
His taste buds blacked out, too. Now, the cheese, the block of cheese you put in the queso. So, Krista, whenever she makes queso, she's always worried about how much cheese we actually put in there. She will, but she's like, you got to, put it in a little bit of time. She's like, because if you put in too much cheese, she's like, all the oil from the cheese itself, mixes in there. And you get this it's a gross layer of, fat and stuff.
Yeah.
And so she's got to, put it in a hand type. You didn't have any grease issues with all the whole block in there.
No, I mean, we did a good job of, draining the grease off the sausage for starters. I didn't notice any grease with the cheese. We're constantly stirring it, though.
Yeah.
In the crock pot.
As long as that works out. We just did, standard. Like she had some dip that she did. She made chili. So we ended up having that. But no, it was a pretty quiet night. We had, like I said, my mother-in-law was there. She was asking me questions about football like the whole time. Like, hey, could they come back now? Could they come back now? Could they come back now? The worst part about it was as the game ended and she sees Nick Sirianni doing interviews, she was like, boy, he is so humble. It's like, you have no idea how much you're being faked out right now.
Had his kids on the field this time instead of at the podium.
Yeah. Hey, his kid knows how to spell Eagles, though, so that's good.
That has to be a bit now.
Got to. I don't know how they're so...
All the videos beforehand on Bourbon Street, misspelling Eagles, that has to be a bit.
Yeah, guys, no big party for me. I went to Mackenzie's parents' house with her, obviously, there, but her dad cooked up some meat, had brisket, pulled pork sandwiches.
Sound like you had the best food spread of all of us. So does he have a smoker?
He does, yeah. He has a smoker, Blackstone, all that. He loves the grill out every time he come over, so he's fine with that stuff. Had assortments of meats and some dip here and there, but yeah, just, chill place. We went upstairs. They had like a media room up there, so we watched the game in there.
Wow.
Then into the third quarter, I was like, all right, I'm going to use the excuse of that I got early morning show tomorrow, so I'm going to head on home.
I smoked Matt Pittman's cream cheese.
Oh.
Easiest thing, best thing. Put some jalapeno glaze jelly on it. So had that as a dip. I made calamari for the first time ever.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. Had that as like the appetizers. Calamari and a dip. That was easy to make. Crisp up the calamari. And then I'm in my pizza making phase.
Okay.
That's what I'm doing with the uni outside.
Uh-huh.
And they were pretty solid. My wife thinks she's Dave Portnoy now all of a sudden.
One bite.
She's like, no, this one's a little dense. Why don't you just stick with an original dough? Because I'm like, there has to be a better one. The search.
Where do you get your dough from?
I make it.
Oh, you make your own dough?
That's my thing.
You make your own dough?
That's my thing now. I'm making dough every week.
Do you have that big pot with the stir? The thing stirs itself?
Yeah.
Or are you sitting there churning?
Oh, no. I found the shortcuts, baby. There's no flour on my counter. I throw that bad boy, mix it up. Derek Collins hit me up every week. How are you mixing the dough? What are you doing? I just get a different dough recipe on the internet, and I'm making the dough. 2-hour, 3-hour ferment, cold ferment, fridge ferment, all these things, the air bubbles, the pockets, roll it out like Lucali in Brooklyn. I'm here for it.
I make
coal, wood fire, uni.
So
I'm doing it all.
Is it better every time?
I'm importing the tomatoes.
From where?
San Marzano?
These were Jersey ones.
Okay.
No, San Marzano, a little bit overrated for me for the price. But yeah, I got these Jersey ones that I didn't love too much. A guy who was on Netflix, that Arizona pizza place we could not get into when they just had their Netflix Bianco.
Yeah.
The Bianco tomatoes so far are the winner. Grande mozzarella, flew it in from Wisconsin. I'm going serious with it.
All right.
Real, cut the basil over top like DeFara. Yeah.
How do you order?
A guy in I think it's Queens or Brooklyn. Old man who died.
How do you order like the importance on a pizza? Is crust like one?
No, crust is last.
What
I hate
how do you
crust.
how do you order it up as like this is the most important thing to get right?
It's got to be the cheese and tomato. Oh, well, the bread, not the crust, but the
I just meant
the
like
dough.
the pizza dough.
The dough undercarriage. Is it too doughy? Is it dry? Is it dense? And then the cheese and sauce ratio. I need more sauce.
A big sauce. To me, it's all about the sauce. Like I could eat cardboard if the right sauce was on it.
Yep. Dip it in.
Yeah.
You and I'm
a dipper.
Eat crust like breadsticks.
I love crust. I love crust, but it's got to have sauce.
Well, then you don't love crust.
Well, it's yeah.
I'm talking about. It's like eating a pretzel with nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to have mustard. You got to have cheese. You got to have a sauce.
Yeah.
I don't just take a bite of the crust and go, oh, God, this is a tremendous bite of food. No, I have to have cheese, sauce, something to dip it in, even if it's ranch.
Honestly, the best like pizza sauce I ever had was when we asked them, like, we're like, what is this? Like, why is it so good? They said it was crushed San Marzano pepper or tomatoes, olive oil, and salt, and that was it.
Yeah, simple. You let the tomato speak for itself.
It's just like the barbecue. The meat's gotta the meat needs to be the star. No dip or anything else. But the dough, has it improved each time, or are you finding like, nah, this recipe was bad? Took a step back.
Yesterday I made 2 different types of dough. Like, I hope my in-laws are hungry for when they come watch the kids Wednesday. I have so much pizza. I guess I should have brought some in. But yeah, I thought I found one yesterday that was pretty solid, pretty good. Then you got to leave it in the uni to like almost burn it. You know, Portnoy's got that crisp in my head.
Yeah.
So now I want that crispy, no flop on there.
So what's the uni?
Uni is the outdoor, like a pizza oven.
So like one of those little
flame.
yeah. And so That
I
thing
see
is
those all the time.
Is it that much different than just throwing it in the oven?
Yes. Well, the time.
Oh, okay.
In the oven, like you got to put it in a pizza stone to get that hot in the oven. And then this is just a flame that you manage, and you're out there for a couple of minutes.
I think I'm going to get one of those. I think I want one.
You going to eat pizza? Or are you going to throw other stuff in it?
Can you throw other stuff in it?
Yeah, of course. You sear a steak.
Oh, my God.
800, 900 degrees.
Ah!
Yeah.
Oh, I'm doing it.
Fish.
I see them all the time at like Sam's or Costco.
Yeah,
They're always
I love
there.
it so far. It's easy.
Okay.
877-881-1053. Best and worst of the weekend and a college baseball giveaway.
Well, let's see. The worst. Man, I think I gained like 11 pounds in New Orleans. That place sucks. Okay.
How did you gain weight? You were in the bathroom the whole time.
Well, that was one day. I really went hard the last couple of days. Now, I was able to lose about 3 over the weekend. No.
I'm convinced, though, that anyone, when you fly back, flying does something in terms of the retention.
Yeah, you're retaining water, I think.
And then the next morning when you wake up, you're going to be down 2 or 3 pounds just from like the flying.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to take it easy with our last meal before we got on the plane. I thought you were considering salad. You're like, no, fried shrimp platter.
Fried shrimp, baby.
And then
Let's
you got
go.
another drink on the plane. I was drinked out. Like Amanda's like, you want a drink? You want something? The next day I was like, nah. Like, yeah, that city, though, just leaves me with a ugly feeling.
You can't have a cholesterol lower than 300 if you live there. That place is awful.
I loved getting back home. For once, walking out of DFW Airport was pleasurable. The only time I think in my 15 years leaving that New Orleans weather for a nice cool breeze back here in the Metroplex.
Much better.
Because every other time you walk back in 105 smacks you in the face.
It does. I mean, it really does.
I was underdressed with the T-shirt walking out for the ride share.
No doubt, man. Like, and the next day I went and picked my sister up at the airport. It was 85 degrees out on Saturday.
You went out to the ride share, but that wasn't before you were very famous and got stopped by Tolos that were on the plane for a photo.
Oh yeah, what are their names? I can't remember. I
forgot.
We were standing, getting ready to board, and this lovely couple was like, "Hey, I'm a Tolo." Made us look like celebrities.
Yeah,
they were great. They were talking.
They flew out to New Orleans for one day for the NFL experience and flew back. They're like, we're saving our pennies now for California. So shout out to you two. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on.
Very cool. Very cool to see him. Very cool to see him.
Bobby, worst?
The worst of the weekend was my daughters scolding me when I returned home after they discovered that I rode in first class without Kristen. They were
good for them.
Laura goes,
well done, Laura.
Laura says,
well done.
She goes, it's just unprofessional. I was like, what do you mean it's unprofessional?
It's unprofessional to the marriage.
And she goes, no, because you left mommy in the back. You left your wife so that you could sit. And she goes like this. She goes, so you can sit with your friends. And I said, what are you doing air quotes for, Stephen Jones? What is friends?
Daddy does work and you just do housework.
She says, well, they're work friends. I was like, are those different than normal
like
friends?
RJ.
I know. She had an RJ choppy take. She goes, well, she's like, work friends are different. She's like, but that's your wife. You're supposed to ride with her.
Ride or die.
I also got an explanation of why our food was not great in New Orleans. So I went to Tolo Steve's birthday at Richardson Bar and Grill on Saturday, and one of his friends is from New Orleans, and he was talking to me about the food. And he says, all right, look, he said, this happens every year in New Orleans, whenever the Super Bowl's there. He's like, they are just mass producing whatever they can and trying to turn it out, that all the quality goes out the window that week. He's like, the only place where you're going to get quality is the place that's like out of New Orleans center. Like, you're going to have to go to the suburbs and get some of the places there. He said, anywhere you went that you weren't pleased by, if you go back to New Orleans in the future, go back by there.
And
again.
Pepe, your FOMO got the best of you?
Yeah, the FOMO didn't hit me until you guys got back, surprisingly. RJ talked about on the radio Thursday, Friday, that he was winning all this money, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to be like RJ. Go out to the casino Saturday night with the friends, late Saturday night, hit the craps table like RJ did, instantly down $350 an hour, and just could not hit a roll. My friends couldn't hit a roll, but I had the comeback of all ages. I was down to my final $85, put it on video blackjack, won. So somehow won. Doubled my money just then I nickeled down my way back. I won a single $1. I was up $1 the whole trip.
Well done.
Walked away up $1, so that's enough for
Free
me.
entertainment,
That's
baby.
a W.
That's a dub.
That's a W. All right, there it is. Best and worst of the weekend. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on, and how Mark Cuban became likable while trying to stop the Luka deal next.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the College Baseball Showcase at Globe Life Field on Friday, February 21st through the 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
RJ Choppy here by good friends over at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist Home Store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up on that brand new Chrysler Dodge Ram or Jeep at PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. They are gearing up. It is the President's Day sales event happening right now. Stephen Gilchrist Store. Scott Millsap is the owner. He's a Tolo. Tell him I sent you over there. Tell him what you're looking for, and tell him you want that Jeep Gladiator Rubicon lease. You can get it for less than $500 a month for 36 months. The Jeep Grand Cherokee, save $10,000 off MSRP. It's yours for under $39,000. They've got tremendous deals on 2025 Ram 1500s. You can save $12,000 off MSRP. It's yours for just over $50,000. The 2024 Ram 2500. They're offering $12,000 off MSRP on that one, and that's yours for under $66,000. Platinum CDRJ Texas.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And they have their biggest lead of the game. Drive Kyrie. Wow, thunderous finish. Kyrie, the alley, AD, the oop. It's a 20-point lead.
Follow with the call on Mavs TV. Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. A super fun and impressive Anthony Davis debut till he got hurt. The reports last night say that he could miss multiple weeks. Man, he was putting it on full display, though. He really was. According to StatHead, no player since 1996 had ever had the stat line that Anthony Davis did in the first half. 24, 13, 4 assists, and 3 blocks. The first play was the alley-oop to Gafford. Who needs Luka to go ahead and throw the alley-oops? In the first 4.5 minutes, he had the emotional dunk, the message to the crowd, dropped 14, 8, 3 assists, and a block, and here was AD on how he wanted to unite the AAC.
I felt great. Just playing a lot of emotion. Obviously, I know this city has a lot of emotion right now. I'm just trying to, do my job and changing that emotion, for good. Just letting, like I said in the press conference, letting Dallas fans know what they got, in a player like me. So it's a little friendly reminder of, who Anthony Davis is.
Game was a beatdown. The Rockets were 8 of 32. They had missed 15 straight field goals. That's not them being cold. This was amazing Mavs defense. This was the vision that Nico Harrison had with the trade. They're up 17. PJ sprains the right ankle. Rockets cut this to 2. And this is where you're like, this is where Luka stops the bleeding. This is where you give it to your superstar. Kyrie had a bucket, and then fortunately, Najee Marshall stepped in as well. AD gets hurt. Max Christie says, game over, Mavs win. Tolo Taylor said, I hate how much I'm enjoying this. Jay Cortinas tweeted, energy matters when the team you play for allows its leader to take plays off, not get back, not play defense at all. It's only natural. AD would do that as well in LA. Now they're on a team. They are a team 100% about energy and effort, LFG. And then bye-bye AD happens now for multiple weeks.
It was the full Anthony Davis encapsulation of his career in one game.
Did Nico think they had some magical elixir to make Anthony Davis healthy all of a sudden at the age of 82? Yeah. After you got rid of Casey Smith, it sounds like because he wasn't getting Luka straight. You allowed Luka to bring in his medical team. The whole thing backfires on you.
I don't know what they were thinking, man. Like, I really don't. Like, again, you could. We said this last week. You could reasonably make a case. Okay, fine. You want to trade Luka, but your reasonings that you're doing it for. Okay, your reasoning is he doesn't work out, which means he can't stay healthy, or whatever the reasons were. That's the speculation. Doesn't work out, can't stay healthy. You actually trade him for a guy who literally can't stay healthy. Like, that's the problem. Okay, it's not like you traded him for Boncaro in 3-1s.
Well, Luka's is a controllable and why he misses time. Anthony's is not, so there's a difference.
There's a difference.
No, there isn't a difference. He misses time too.
No, there's absolutely a difference. You can eventually maybe change the controllable one. You are never going to change the uncontrollable one in Anthony Davis. He's always going to get hurt. And look, like I said, it's the full experience. It was exciting for 3 quarters to go, man, and he is good. He is great. He is Anthony Davis is probably
he's good. He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he's a top 10 player in the league right now when he's healthy and when he's playing really good. And
he's not a BS Hall of Famer either.
No.
This is a legit stud.
He's a star, and he's legitimately a great player. The problem is just the availability, and you see it there where you go, all right, 3 quarters in, and now if you get surgery and this shuts you down. Whew.
The other thing we never brought up in the midst of all the reaction and the anger and the outrage, my biggest worry for the Mavericks, if constructed and healthy, was the second score. And it's easy to say, and Kyrie, we saw him disappear at times, and definitely against Leprechauns, he disappears like Nico Harrison. Anthony Davis doesn't want to be the guy. So you say, oh, Anthony Davis is your number 2 scorer. Not a lot of times. He doesn't have that mentality. Anthony Davis is fine, I think, being like Ben Wallace. He's fine being Mr. Defense, rebounding, doing the little things. Like, he's not that alpha dog spotlight dude. LeBron and the Lakers said they wanted AD to take over the team. They wanted him to get more shot attempts, more possessions. He doesn't want to do it. He's got more of that timid personality. So him being that number 2 or at times number 1 if Kyrie is struggling or not shooting, that was not a given for me. But the second score, a humongous worry if you want to win games 89-86, which was supposed to be the Mavericks' new formula. Now, Mark Stein had this. Mark Cuban made a last-ditch effort to stop Nico from trading Luka. Quote, by the time Cuban found out about the trade, it was too late. Patrick Dumont never approached for advice. Sources say Cuban urged Harrison not to go ahead with the swap, only to find out that the deal had already been sealed with the Lakers by a verbal handshake. So Mark Cuban, and his likability is shooting up right now. It really is. And we've criticized Cuban. The whole city has things to say about Cuban. But what Mark Cuban did in sitting down with Bill Gates, I thought that this was golden audio at some type of speaking event they were at.
So I wanted to start off with a question because you've been in, unique situations and maybe you can help. If after you left Microsoft, you found out that Steve Ballmer traded Windows 11, like the new hot operating system, for Windows 10, the Hall of Fame, but older upgrade. What would you do?
Good.
It's very good.
I might have to hide from the press. I know a couple other people that are in that situation.
Great. That was greatness from Cuban right there. He tried to stop the deal, which we all knew.
Yeah.
Which we all knew.
It sounds, as late as it was. I think it's fascinating he wasn't, he's not the primary guy anymore. I'm fascinated that they didn't ask him his perspective at all, though. Like, Dumont didn't ask him, hey, how do you think this will play? What do you think about that? They must not trust him not to leak or something along those lines. But, man, it sounds like with how late in the game it was like trying to stop somebody from, drunk driving or something. You're getting over there and he's already in the car and locked the door and you're like, oh crap, now I got to try and convince them through the glass not to actually start this car.
So me with you.
It's completely tone deaf. Like, the whole organization is acting. Dumont and Nico are acting they have acted completely tone deaf to the entire city. Like, it's a shame.
Yeah. Gather the foreigners.
DFW foreigners.
No,
I mean, Dumont, he's acted like he's been here the entire time. Like, if you were to ask him where was Reunion Arena, would he be able to point it out?
Right.
Oh, I don't think so. And that's come on, man. You may own the team, but it ain't your team. It's the city's. It's our team. This is.
Does the football owner know that?
The football at least has been here.
He's been here, and
now in his 4th decade.
What's your point?
He again, to his credit, Jerry actually did stop down and acknowledge during that press conference how upset people were by the Schottenheimer thing. He acknowledged, I know
he's
people are
aware.
upset. Yeah, he's got an awareness of it, and he tried to say, look, I get why people are upset. I'm upset. I'm mad at me too, guys. But he understands the empathy aspect of it that they seem to have none of. And Cuban, to his credit, he was always really good at being in tune with people being upset or trying to smooth that over. They have no awareness, and when they have had an awareness of it, whenever they talk about it, they're defiant. And they're almost
gaslighting you.
This is your fault. You're now threatening my life. This is look, some things are bigger than basketball, guys. This is livelihood. It's just they have fumbled this at every single turn.
Tim McMahon, Mavs insider, was on last week after the news broke, went on the Hoop Collective and said, because I've been trying to, I'm not following the money. I'm trying to follow the handprints. I want to follow the blood. I want to track the blood. It's not just in Nico's office, is it, Tim?
They're so mad at the Mavericks, and frankly at Nico specifically. I don't believe Nico acted alone. I do not believe that. But he's the one who's, I don't want to go that metaphor. He's the one who's taking the heat.
I don't believe that Nico acted alone.
So that's, I mean, obviously you have two choices. You have the owner or Jason.
Or Jason. Like, I mean, I think Dumont absolutely is trying to own some of this right now. Like, he
laughed initially.
Yeah.
So is he trying to cover up for Nico too?
Be.
Nico said he laughed when I approached him about the deal.
Yeah, like
you wouldn't laugh.
I don't think he went out and said, "Hey, trade him." I don't think that happened. But
no, Nico brought it up to him.
Yeah, Nico brought it up to him, and I'm sure that maybe they had discussions in the past. Like,
and by the way, this is good. At least the very, very, very small silver lining. They are coming across as very aligned.
Sure,
Jason is the one that, through body language, seems the least aligned. As the other day, they're like, "Are you sure you were down for this?" And he's like, "My job is to cook the groceries." And they said, "Well, you don't want to pick the groceries, Bill Parcells?" And he goes, "My job is to cook the groceries." But Dumont and Nico have done a very good job of appearing connected and aligned. We all want that in our organizational structure. That's all we heard in the NFL hiring cycle. Alignment. Ben Johnson. Alignment. Make sure it matters top to bottom. Belichick saying the same thing.
Yeah, like was Kidd always a fan of Luka? I'm guessing that they didn't make this move without knowing Kidd had been frustrated with Luka at times. But also at the end of the day.
And loved AD.
Yes.
From his time in LA.
Yes. But at the end of the day, like, Kidd is also a basketball guy. And he understands, like, what it takes to win. And he knows, like, he knows who Luka is as a basketball player.
And I think that's an interesting point, as you said. Are they running this by, like, the ethics and the approach of Vegas and what you do with casinos, and not applying this to the sports world, where it's like, you don't have a diva blackjack dealer, right? You don't have someone at the craps table.
He pays out just so, the way he pays out, he doesn't stack the chips the right way.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, are you
He's
not
very flamboyant with the way he puts the 25.
Little lazy, put the cards down.
Are you realizing you don't have to go ahead and deal with some diva tendencies? That's the way it's coming across. That they're so foreign to the sports superstar that they're trying to run it. Hey, we became the most rich family in Vegas with these principles.
It's corporate. It's very corporate.
Yeah.
And it's like not understanding, like, okay, the corporate world is not a direct parallel for what happens here. And it's like they go, well, no, we have standards.
So many billionaire businessmen in sports who fail.
Yeah.
Why? Because are they trying to run it like they're other businesses?
Look, Mark Cuban came from the corporate world, like did what he did to get rich. But then Mark Cuban, when he gets in trouble for saying that referee couldn't manage a Dairy Queen and he gets fined by the NBA, well, he goes and volunteers to run a Dairy Queen for a day.
Clever.
And like, I mean, Cuban still had sense of how to, because he was a legit basketball fan. He was a basketball obsessed individual.
Yeah, I mean, like, everything that we've read about Dumont is like that he was like, that's what he did, like, as a kid. He always wanted to be in basketball. He comes from a basketball obsessed family. But it doesn't mean that you're, like, qualified to run a team. Now, was Cuban as a fan qualified to run? No, nobody really is.
Right.
But it's just this is just such a tone deaf operation that they've got going right now.
877-881-1053 to hit us up here. Over 1,100 Tolos consuming the YouTube fan cam and Twitch. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. You are appreciated. Appreciate it. And we have another college baseball ticket giveaway at 9.
Ooh.
All right, so we need to hook up the 9 a.m. Tolos as well. The New York Jets kick Aaron Rodgers out of town. Have we changed our mind about Kellen? And what was better, the halftime show or the commercials? Next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We're going to run some clock or maybe throw the dagger. Hurts going deep. Fire off. Devontae Smith. He has got it. Touchdown.
34-0 on Fox Television. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby with you on DFW Sports Station as the Philadelphia Eagles win another Super Bowl. Below the Belt coming up at 8:40 on DFW Sports Station. How are we feeling about Kellen Moore after that game? Felt like throughout their playoff run, it was like, okay, I'm not going to give him a ton of props. Hand off to Saquon. You got a snow game, running game. And making it easy for Jalen Hurts, a bunch of out routes. Well, Jalen Hurts made some big-time throws yesterday, no doubt about it. And they put up 40 without Saquon really doing much of anything. Bobby had a hot take in his email last night after Adam Schefter confirmed what we all believe, that Kellen Moore is about to become the next head coach of the New Orleans Saints. What's your hot take?
Kellen Moore and the New Orleans Saints win a Super Bowl before Dallas does. That's what I think will happen. Or they'll definitely get to the NFC title game before, but I think they're likely to win a Super Bowl before Dallas
with
does.
No quarterback compared to your boy number 4.
We're talking about a guy who
Spencer Rattler love.
Yeah, that's what it is. I love Spencer Rattler. No, Spencer Rattler's up there with like Jalen Hurts for me. But no, I think he's grown so much as a play caller from the time he was in Dallas. I think he was in Dallas. I still thought he was great, but he's grown so much as a play caller and as a play designer and as somebody who's just looking for every possible advantage. When I asked somebody, they were talking about, it doesn't look like he's got a clear scheme. That was always the Lombardi criticism of Kellen Moore. He's joystick. He just has these, wild plays that he wants to run. He doesn't have the
game management.
Yeah, he doesn't have the full game view. People I talked to were like, no. His philosophy is what's my advantage? That's why it looks like to people that there's nothing consistent, is because he says, well, what's my advantage this week? All right, we're leaning into that. What's my advantage this week? We're leaning into that. And I think he's grown so much in that respect and had 2 great games to close things out. You remember all the red zone issues that people talked about while he was here? He goes 9 of 10 in the red zone to close things up for Philadelphia in these last 2 games. And the last one last night was just they were up 40 and just kind of went through the motions and kicked a field goal. But I think that he's going to be the exact right coach for what the Saints need right now, which is while they're so financially hamstrung, they're going to need somebody who's going to give them an advantage in X's and O's when they're not going to have it with personnel.
I like Kellen. I think Kellen did a good job in Philly. I mean, he worked with what he had with Hurts. I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be fine.
Mr. Curl Route. I mean, that's all you label him as.
That's Scott Linehan.
No, you label Kellen that too.
That's what he did here. That's what he did here.
Okay.
You know, he seemed to do better in Philadelphia.
All right. Well, let's go around the room then. And by the way, there were some the only way, look, I can't talk about the route concepts. I judge an offensive coordinator a lot of times off how wide open is the guy. And there were a lot of wide open guys yesterday against Steve Spagnuolo, and that is really, really impressive. So, man, if this is not a month of do-overs, seriously, people are wondering if this is the worst week in DFW sports history. I'm wondering whether I'm missing Mark Cuban after everyone was fine kicking him out of town. And the same thing for Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore or Brian Schottenheimer for the Cowboys?
Oh.
You go back and do it.
Kellen,
10 out of 10.
I disagree.
Ooh.
I'll take the other side. Here's why. I know that, I think I know. I don't know what Kellen's like behind the scenes in a meeting room. For the personality and the discipline and the culture, I want Schottenheimer. Sure. I don't know if Kellen Moore runs circles around. I'm assuming Kellen Moore is better at X's and O's than Brian Schottenheimer based upon what you read, what you hear. But for the personality and trying to crack down on the little things, right now, I believe in Brian Schottenheimer's personality over Kellen. Again, I don't know what he's like behind the scenes.
Well, and don't you want, I think a lot of people would say they want discipline more than they want X's and O's for this football team.
I do.
And that is Schottenheimer's thing. When you had first talked about Schottenheimer.
But he's not a hard ass. I don't know if it's his thing.
I think
he's not this cracked down, Mike Vrabel type from a perception standpoint.
He's not a jackass. He's definitely an enforcer, though. Like, he enforces standards. He's like, this is what we're doing. If you're not doing it, all right. Like, when he talked about it, he said, all right, if you throw the rule that I'm running through camp is if you throw an interception, you're subbing out. So he's like, he had to do that with Dak, and Dak would fight him on that. It's like, all right, Dak, you threw a pick off the field. Like, that's the way we do things. And so he's definitely I think he's definitely these are the standards, and we're going to follow them, and we're going to enforce them equally across the board. And that's just the way that it's going to be. I think he absolutely is that guy, and he is somebody who wants discipline and regimented, and that's something that they could use right now. So I see the argument for Schottenheimer over Kellen. I just think Kellen, in a lot of ways, is not only the X's and O's advantage, but he gets people to understand it's not rah-rah or anything else, but he gets people, here's what I believe football should look like, and he gets people to buy in and motivate themselves.
The other big NFL story, let us know, fan text, which one you would pick. Kellen, Schottenheimer, those are the choices. 877-881-1053. The other big NFL story is Aaron Rodgers. This is from Jay Glazer, friend of the show in New Orleans. Aaron Rodgers was all set to fly into New York to talk about his future. The Jets said, don't worry about it. Don't bother. Okay? You're not coming back. So the New York Jets saying bye-bye to Aaron Rodgers, and he can now sign with someone mid-March if he wants to continue to play.
Brick Johnson is just cracking skulls over there.
He saw his Madden rating. He was like, nope.
He's like, no, sir.
Who's mad? Who's Brick Johnson?
It's the teenage son of Woody Johnson.
Yeah. Could you imagine, first of all, how upset is the NFL that they leaked this on Super Bowl Sunday?
My brother is freaking out this morning. He's like, why are the New York Jets on my TV screen? Why are they talking about Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, it's like the NFL should be furious about this. Saints, too, with the leak about the Kellen Moore signing. Should they be furious? It's Super Bowl weekend.
Should they be furious, or should they go, thanks for covering up a game that everybody thought was awful?
Well, but they didn't know that at the time.
Sure, well, right? No, yeah, but yes. But going into it, we did have the sense that people were sick of this.
I will say
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, this was
I don't think those discussions happen. Like, all right, this isn't a hyped up Super Bowl, so we're fine with these leagues.
Yeah, I mean, look, the ratings of the Super Bowl are still going to be through the roof. They may be higher because maybe there wasn't as many parties and people were watching at home, which may boost the ratings. I don't know how the ratings thing work.
Historically, coaching leaks do come out after, like during the Super Bowl, like leading up to it, because people knew Buddy Ryan was leaving the Bears when they were doing their big 85. I'm saying okay, exactly. So going back to 85, 40 years worth of time we have of coaching. Cowboys, after they won their Super Bowls, people knew Juan Stat was leaving going into that game, and so I mean, this is historically Patriots assistants. People know. Because there's one job left. They know who you're waiting for. And so those sort of things, I think, do come out pretty consistently.
Odds sent on over to me from Vegas. Will Aaron Rodgers retire before next season?
Yes.
No, he'll play.
Yes is the slight favorite at minus 150. I'm a little surprised by that. No, plus 110.
Raiders.
You knew where I was going? It's not the Raiders. According to Vegas.
Steelers.
It is the Steelers. 3-1. San Fran 4-1 in case they don't give Purdy his money. Saints 6-1.
I can't imagine him going to the Saints.
Wait a sec. The Raiders are 2-1 on here. I don't know why they ordered this like this, but it looks like odds-wise the Raiders would be the favorite. They didn't list it odds-wise.
That's strange.
But why did you think that was the fit? Cowboys are 18-1, by the way.
Carroll has a very small window. He's 75 years old. Like he didn't have a 10-year window. And they don't have. They're not picking. They're picking what, 6th? So they're not picking in a spot where they can maybe get one of the top 2 quarterbacks.
I just I opened your email and just scrolled down.
Just now?
No, I opened it earlier. I'm saying I just scrolled down to see what you were talking about the odds. So that's the reason why it says that Raiders were the favorite on January 6th. It's February 9th. Now updated. They're not the favorite anymore.
Oh, they tried to change the story on January 6th.
Aaron Rodgers on January 6th.
I didn't get cut. I got... What's the term he did for COVID?
Immunized.
I was immunized with the Jets. I wasn't released. Anyway, back to whoever was making what point. Chop, Pete Carroll.
Look, Pete Carroll has a very small window, 3-4 years. It's a coach in waiting type thing. They just don't know who the coach in waiting is going to be. So I think that this would make a perfect sense thing for Carroll is going to go the Ballard Colts route. Rivers, Ryan, some old guy, old fart after old fart. That's
Flacco.
That's what they're probably going to do, at least for this year, I think, because they're not in a spot to pick a quarterback.
But I mean, there's a lot of chatter that they're going to snatch them up, like that one of those quarterbacks could be there at 6.
Fine, but it still may be a play, a stash. Don't play him right away.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, Shador, I think, will play pretty quick. I don't know about Cam Ward, but Shador will probably play pretty quick.
All right, which one did you enjoy more or less? The halftime show or the commercials? 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I didn't get the cultural aspects or the messages sent to Trump or Drake and all that. I was just looking for people to do backflips and change wardrobes and sing a lot of songs that I knew.
Wardrobe malfunctions. I
didn't get any of that. I thought it was boring. I thought Kendrick was lame in terms of, he was dancing like me, which I can't dance. He wasn't doing anything. His the background dancers, they were all just like, they looked like they were competing at the Olympics, running back and forth. It was the same set. There's a big tarp. I had nothing for it.
I did like it made me a little dizzy. I did like the camera rotation during that one spot where he had the dancers where it's just kind of rotating
big move
around.
where they did a 360 camera.
I did like the
people
aesthetic.
do that at award shows.
I liked the aesthetic.
Brian Kelly did that. Do something else.
Yeah, that creepy dance that Brian Kelly did.
Yeah,
I like the aesthetic.
I like the commercials more.
There is somebody, look, we had the there was the nice plot twist with the Palestinian flag running around back behind the whole set. We had that.
All right, Jarriett sent a tweet, said there's a bunch of camps in deciding the Kendrick show. The people who like the halftime show not only like Kendrick, but appreciate that he never compromised his views or sold himself out, especially for the show. So these are the 4 camps. People who just thought it was boring / mid, me, Lil Wayne fans, Drake fans, and the usual suspects who hate every halftime show because it's not Metallica or George Strait. That is a brilliant tweet.
That's a really good one.
Thank you, JG.
That's a really good one.
And mine is boring / mid. because I don't even know the Lil Wayne reference. And then the Drake stuff.
Lil Wayne, he's from New Orleans for one.
A lot of people from New Orleans demanded he should have been the act. It's in New Orleans. He should have done it.
Which the NFL has never cared about.
And they thought it was petty that it was Jay-Z picking Kendrick Lamar because Lil Wayne's protege is Drake.
Okay.
And so the idea is they thought it was a shot at Lil Wayne directly.
Look, it's obvious. Bootcut bell bottoms are back. The jeans that he was wearing. Okay, that's obvious. I didn't think it was boring. I didn't
grade it.
6.
Are you looking for a letter grade or a number grade? B minus.
Oh,
you got the biggest artist from last year. That does
I don't
matter.
care.
I know, but it does
I need to
matter.
see what the show is.
It does matter though. I think
it doesn't matter to me. So you can grade it however you want. I don't care if I got the best chef in my house for the special meal. If he cooks crap and if he cooks me liver, I'm giving it an F. It doesn't matter if it's Gordon Ramsay. He's cooking me liver. It matters what you cook up to me. Pepe, what are the media experts saying? I think that you're not wanting up. I have a theory about. I'm going to do it in the commercial break because I fought with you enough on Friday. What are the media experts saying about the commercials?
Well, we have the best Super Bowl commercials and the worst Super Bowl commercials according to Sporting News. So the best one, I think Bobby brought this up in the first hour. Uber Eats with Matthew McConaughey was lead number 1. This one, Hellman's was the next one, the next best one. This one, I had my inner Eric Chiafalo on all fours barking when they showed Sidney Sweeney in this one eating the pickle. So shout out Eric for that one. Number 3 here on the best Super Bowl commercials, Instacart, the one with the Jolly Green Giant and the Kool-Aid Man.
I like those.
Okay,
that was awesome. Throwing all those things. These delivery food service commercials have been really, really good. Will the Cowboys gamble on college coaches pay off in 2025? That's next. And Below the Belt right here on The Fan.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
minutes. Back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3, the Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take
off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
How do we grade this Cowboys coaching staff? I'll tell you what, the social media response, I don't know how the fan text is going to feel about it. The social media response to these hires the Cowboys have made that Schottenheimer's put on the staff has been pretty positive. There's been a lot of positivity surrounding this, but I wanted to talk specifically about a strategy that they're using this time around that they never really have in the past, and that is they are leaning in on college coaches this year. Last week, they ended up hiring Derek Foster as the running backs coach, but in that process, that ultimately came down to a money question. They weren't going to be able to pay the money, I don't think, to get Rashad Samples here away from Oregon or to get Tashard Choice.
The check I would write. You wouldn't believe the check I would write. And that's in a category that doesn't affect the cap.
I will say, though, $1 million for a running backs coach is probably going to be a little steep for them. That's just not the norm across the NFL. But Tashard Choice, they were interested in hiring a college running backs coach. The offensive line coach, Connor Riley, who they just recently hired away from Kansas State, Cooper Beebe's coach. That's a college coach.
John Owning, who was on G-Bag a couple weeks ago, tweeted, "This year will be Dallas's best O-line coaching environment since Callahan, and it ain't close. Love what they've done at OC and O-line coach. Both are proven player developers who can also design run schemes well."
Yeah, and so that's all encouraging. Clayton Adams, who we talked about, he was a big time. He was listed as one of the future names to watch as a head coach in the NFL by Sports Illustrated the last 2 years. So all of that really encouraging. And then they made their wide receiver coach hire. And I had heard a little rumbling about they were considering two different names, both of them from the college ranks. And they end up hiring Oregon's wide receiver coach, Junior Adams, which is interesting for a couple reasons. First off, and the one that I didn't see a lot of chatter about yesterday, he coached receivers at Prosser High School in Washington in 2007, which is Kellen Moore's alma mater. He was an assistant for Kellen Moore's dad at Prosser High School in 2007 as the wide receivers coach. That was Kellen's first year at Boise State when he redshirted. But the other aspect of this that's interesting for a lot of people.
How many times are you going to say interesting?
Where's the bell?
Bang?
Yeah,
Where's the bell? Where's the ding bell?
Right over here. He was the receivers coach for Cooper Kupp at Eastern Washington. And with Cooper Kupp freshly on the block, people are now digging up old quotes from Cooper Kupp where he starts talking about nobody's better at getting the most out of you than Junior Adams. I love him. Oh my gosh, he's one of my favorite coaches of all time. Cooper Kupp is a massive fan of Junior Adams. Are we connecting unnecessary dots here?
Yes.
Could it be? We need a number two receiver. We need a number two receiver. It seems to make sense. Wouldn't Cooper Kupp be willing to? One of my favorite coaches. I'm willing to sacrifice this.
I don't know if that's going to override the finances.
Probably is not going to. But regardless, the question here
Maybe he'll go where Matt Stafford goes if Sean McVay finally pushes him off the cliff.
The interesting aspect here. The interesting aspect here is the fact that these Schottenheimer hires on offense, he has never worked with Clayton Adams. Junior Adams is a college coach that they're not connected to. Riley is a coach who he coached Beebe, but the staff doesn't really have connections to him. Whenever we talk about, this buddy system, and it's the good old boys network, and I know this guy, so I'm going to hire him, or I worked with his dad, so I'm going to hire him. Schottenheimer, to his credit, looks like is filling out the offensive staff exclusively with just people that he thinks are, I'm hearing good recommendations about this guy, let's hire him, or let's do this or do that. There is a bit of a challenge. It seems like he's challenging his own comfort zone and saying, all right, I'm going to hire people that I'm not familiar with just because I've heard they're good coaches. And I want good coaches, and I want to make sure that this staff is good. One of the bigger issues that existed when we talked about some of the tension that was there with McCarthy over his 5 years here in Dallas was, and people will talk to you about this when you ask them about McCarthy's time, there was an insecurity level about assistant coaches, about Dan Quinn's over my shoulder, Kellen Moore's over my shoulder, is Mike Zimmer over my shoulder. That created a little bit of unease, and it at least looks like Schottenheimer's willing to say, get me young, get me forward-thinking, and get me guys that I don't care if they may be a threat. I want a great coaching staff, and that's what I want to build. And from that perspective, at least, I think Schottenheimer deserves an A to this point for how he's built the coaching staff, personally.
Well, Deion Sanders was asked by everyone in New Orleans about coaching here. And Dan Patrick, I thought, had a series, best interviewer of all time, in my opinion. He had a series of really good questions to Deion and the Cowboy reality.
I wouldn't have to interview. My interview is being played. Why would I have to interview? Can you coach? You can't. You can watch that. You can see that. I'm pretty darn good at what I do. I don't have to interview. You just have to come and this is my staff. This will be my staff. Who do you want me to hold over? Okay, here we go. Now what we're going to do. But I'm more involved. I'm not going to just let you build it for me. I need to build it. We need to build it together so that I can make certain I had a hand in our success, certainly not our failure.
Did you want to be asked to coach the Cowboys?
I love the college football game. I'm built for the college football game at this point in my life. And I'm not doing nothing at that next level without my sons. Everybody know that. Why would I do that? Why would I go coach against my son? Who wants to do that? Who signs up for that? Hey, I want to go coach against my son. What idiot does that? No, if that was going to happen, that would be one of the contingencies.
That's the whole thing. Like, he was never going to come coach here the moment that the Giants got in the top 3 or whatever, where that potentially they could draft Shador, and he coached against him twice. Or they get Travis Hunter. He not coached against him either. He is better for the college game. That's the dumbest thing. He didn't have to interview. What? Of course you did.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting what he says there at the beginning, where he said, yeah, when I come in there, I don't have to interview. I got that, but he still made it sound like his expectation was, yes, when I walk into a job, though, I'm going to be told to carry over assistants. Because he said, who do you want me to carry over? And then who do I want to put on my staff?
That's part of the interview.
No, and but I'm saying, like, he actually, the fact that he wants to, whenever people talk about you're going to force a coach on somebody, Deion made it sound like, totally expected. You have to carry over a couple different guys.
Yes.
Now, here was an interesting, I've wanted to get to this.
He also said in New Orleans, I'm never coaching the pro game. He waffles based upon the opportunity.
Yeah.
You know, I can't coach these guys. I'm sitting down with Troy Aikman here talking to Michael Irvin. These guys can't practice like those guys did. I'm part of that cloth, and I could never deal with guys going half-ass in the National Football League. So he ping-pongs like a smart businessman would do.
100%. Now, I wanted to touch on this. I wanted to bring this up.
Still wish they would have hired him.
I'm curious if this is a concerning issue with Brian Schottenheimer now, based on what the statement had said. We saw the press conference. They were praising Brian Schottenheimer for, hey, he understood workflow from the top down, and he understood that he was a subordinate to Mike McCarthy, and so he bit his lip. There were a number of things that he bit his lip. All three were talking about how, look, I understood that I needed to fall in line. I needed to do this, and I wasn't there to necessarily tell Mike McCarthy he was wrong. Jeff Ulbrich, who was the defensive coordinator for the Jets and then was hired as the interim head coach of the Jets when Robert Saleh got fired, went and did his media availability in Atlanta, where he was just hired on to be the defensive coordinator for Raheem Morris. And he said the exact opposite, that his role is the exact opposite of what Schottenheimer said. So this is from Pro Football Talk. It says, Ulbrich identified another area where things fell short with the Jets during his time as interim head coach. He said he learned, quote, the value of truth tellers on a coaching staff because assistants sometimes think they should be taking things off of the head coach's plate. Ulbrich said the lack of truth sometimes was really detrimental. After he was bumped up to the interim role, he says it reinforced the idea that Ra's going to need me in that way to make sure that I'm always telling the truth and maybe, eliminating some of the blind spots that he doesn't see. So while the Cowboys prop up Schottenheimer and say that this is a very positive thing, and I'm not saying it's done the right way with Schottenheimer, done the right way with Ulbrich. I'm just curious about the question that is presented here, where when Ulbrich says, no, the exact opposite, my job is not to bite my lip. My job is to tell them when I think they're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Is that something that when they give that a check in their favor, did they unknowingly say, no, that's actually a problem? Schottenheimer should have been telling McCarthy a lot of this stuff that he was biting his lip on.
Man, I think it depends who's sitting in the room.
Who's receptive to it?
No. Who is there for it to look like you're like we should talk about show adjustments amongst ourselves sometimes versus in front of the bosses. Like, so if Schottenheimer corrects Mike in front of Jerry and Steven, I could look at that as insubordination, not cool, little backstabby. If it's just you and Mike and you're sitting in the room with the wide receivers, O-line coach, absolutely 1,000,000,000% you should say, I don't see it that way, I disagree. I think if you do it in front of the boss,
that's undermining.
It could be undermining. It depends how you do it.
Yeah, there's a tactful way to do it.
Yeah.
There's a tactful way to do it, but, I would not think that
Like, if you go around the room and Jerry goes, all right, what do you think, Shotty? What do you think? Mike should say, well, I know, like, Brian sees it that you should. Mike's job, or the head coach's job, is to set up the environment where if Brian Schottenheimer is asked by Jerry and Steven, he should feel comfortable in saying, I see it this way and I see it differently.
Yeah.
You should be able to openly present the differences.
Like
not if you say something opposite of me or different from me, it's a backstab.
Right.
And like you said, how you say it, if he makes it sound like Mike, he's selling Mike out.
Yeah.
You can't do that to his boss in front of you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you can disagree with what he's saying, but you can't, like, try to sell him out.
Yeah, like, basically, it's at that point, it may be on Mike to empower Schottenheimer to, like you say, cut him on, say, well, real quick, I know Brian sees it differently. Brian, why don't you go into some of how you view it and do that? But I thought it was really interesting that Ulbrich made it sound like, in an effort to, guys thought they were protecting me or helping me by I don't want to throw this at him. I don't want to do this or that. Where Ulbrich goes, no, that actually hurt me. That I felt like I had blind spots that I wasn't prepared for. I wasn't able to see these things through.
Yeah.
And that value is actually in telling them when you think they're doing something wrong. And similarly, I would think Schottenheimer would want that from his own assistants now.
That's leadership. That's communication. You have to let the people around you know they can come to you with it. Don't be insecure. Don't be oversensitive. And let them know, like, hey, they can bring you the ideas. You're a sponge. You're not going to sit there and threaten to fire them if they come up. 8 heads are better than 1. That's what I believe. 877-881-1053, the way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. That's also the number to call because we have a giveaway for the 9 a.m. club. The Tolos in the final hour of the show going to hook you up with college baseball tickets all week long, and I have a Super Bowl overreaction or not. Mahomes is not the best quarterback in the NFL. Sirianni is a great coach. Which team has the dynasty? Super Bowl overreactions or not after this.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon sisters?
Laser Boats.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3, 2, 1. It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. It's their second Super Bowl win in 7 years. What a game. What a season. What a team. The greatest Eagles team in modern history. Eagles fans, savor it and rejoice.
Oh, gosh. Eagles radio with the call. We can finally fist pump back home in DFW. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Carter Freeman and Pepe live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Be careful driving on a messy Monday morning in the Metroplex. 877-881-1053, the number to call for you to win our college baseball ticket giveaway. We got to hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on in the 9 o'clock hour. Jalen Hurts wins Super Bowl MVP, and the Eagles win another championship. So I have to come up with some fact, fiction, Super Bowl overreactions or not for Choppy and Bobby and you on the fan text. Jalen Hurts is a franchise quarterback.
I mean, yes, franchise quarterback doesn't necessarily mean elite. So, yes.
If he was free and available tomorrow, you're paying him the top
I would
of
just
market
pay him
money.
the standard,
Okay.
whatever the market is.
Yeah, not an overreaction. I mean, if there's, I wouldn't put him, again, franchise quarterback is like Chop says, it's more of a question of.
Would you pay Hurts or Purdy?
Purdy. I mean, his own team didn't trust him for half the year to throw the football.
But he can also run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Purdy, because quarterbacks who run at his level, at his rate, might not make the end of the contract. But I think, like, if I had one game to play just tomorrow, I would take Hurts.
Yeah. Okay. I'm torn on a lot of these. Franchise guy. He made the big throws last night. Him or Purdy. I'm torn.
He's a gamer. That's for sure. Like, I mean, I think you can give Hurts that. Like, he stepped up in the last Super Bowl they played.
Yeah.
He stepped up during the playoffs. Like, he's played his best football in big games.
Like, just go around the NFC. The best quarterbacks in the NFC, Stafford, Hurts, Goff, Love. I mean, none of them compare to the AFC guys. But, I mean, they're all franchise guys, but, like, you know, do you trust anyone more than the other?
And you can also choose to give him props for his Dak-like leadership.
It can't be about me, it has to be about we. And I think that's shown in how many different ways we've been able to win. You kind of get to a point where you can see, and I always say, you know, in the beginning of it, you always got a chance. You always had the same vision, always had the same goal, but we was able to put it together, you know, and I think the way our defense played all year, how efficient we were all year, just being all in and winning. You know, we got to maintain that to continue to do what we want to do.
On the other side, Pat Mahomes is equal to or lesser than Josh Allen.
No.
That's an overreaction?
Like, he's better.
Not an overreaction. Like his legacy and his accomplishments are absolute. It's not even close.
Okay,
It's
so we're
Mahomes.
doing that.
We're talking about what kind of player he is. Yeah, no, Allen is a better player to me right now than Patrick Mahomes is at this moment.
Okay, so if we're going down that road.
Well, how was I not clear with the question? What did you think I asked?
Well, ask it again. Because, like, it's the same.
Pat Mahomes is equal to or lesser than Josh Allen.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm not comparing their resumes. I mean, that would be a stupid question.
Okay, because now you're getting into the Brady Manning thing, like the career of Tom.
No, Mahomes is not by himself as the best player in the NFL or the best quarterback.
I mean, look, I would still take him over Josh Allen 10 times out of 10.
Okay.
There's not a situation in the world where I would take Josh Allen over Pat Mahomes, but, like, Josh Allen is Yeah, I mean, you can make the case that like the singular talent level has drawn even with him, but in no situation would I ever consider taking Josh first.
Did you say the same thing about Brady? Did you say like their talent is similar, but 10 times out of 10 you're taking Brady over Manning?
I think Manning was more talented, but if I had to win a game 10 times out of 10, I'm taking Tom. It's the same thing with Pat. Like, I think Josh might be more talented, but 10 times out of 10, if they're going to play each other, I'm going to take Pat.
I'm going to say not an overreaction because I do think Allen's right there or better.
I agree with you. I put him right there or better. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up.
Do you think, really quick, that game's any different last night if Allen's starting it for Kansas City?
You know, I was thinking that to myself, but it's also very easy to say yes. My answer is yes, but it's easy to say yes. In order to be incorrect on saying yes, you'd have to say that Josh Allen would be held to 23 yards of offense in the first half,
right?
Which that's statistically not going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, it's impossible statistically for Allen to be worse, but it's also easy to cherry pick a game and say Josh Allen have been better than like your all-time worst performance. Well, of course. Right. But yeah, I would think Josh Allen would have had a better game, but you could pick Josh Allen's worst game as well. Nick Sirianni is a great coach.
Yeah, I mean, look, you get to the Super Bowl 2 times in 3 years. It's tough for me to say you're not. I don't care that he doesn't control the side of the ball. That to me, it doesn't matter. Like, that doesn't make you a better CEO because you also do all the accounting. All that tells me is that you're A, control freak, and B, too stupid to have somebody else do it for you. So I don't want my coach to be Mr. Know-It-All. I don't like try-hard guys like Sean McVay, try-hard guy. Kyle Shanahan, try-hard guy. I want the Dan Campbell meathead, Nick Sirianni meathead. That's what I want.
Whew, I don't know. I feel like those things you said you didn't like just now, I feel like those are Sirianni, that he is try-hard guy, and
he doesn't have to. He's not so insecure that he has to run a side of the ball. That's
he's so insecure that he has to yell at fans behind the bench after games.
Okay, those Philadelphia fans are morons. They deserve it.
It's an overreaction. He's not a great coach. Like coordinators came in, took over both sides of the ball, and had to be in control. There have been way too many times.
You think Howie set it up for him?
Yeah, I think he's we were talking about. He was almost fired 12 months ago, for a reason. He's so.
But does that make the criticism more stupid?
No, I think
you give Jeffrey Lurie and Howie the credit for keeping him and not listening to the noise.
I think people talking about, man, if it wasn't for our security guard, Nick Sirianni would have been fired by now. That's probably a bad sign. I think he's a very particular type of coach that works with a very particular type of culture and players, but I don't think he's great.
You know what's interesting about this conversation to me is if you take the top 5 or 10 best coaches in the NFL, I can give an instant answer on what I think they do. And I just can't fill in the blank for Sirianni. Andy Reid, I know offense. Kyle Shanahan, I know offense. McVay, I know he's involved in the offense. John Harbaugh seems to be a great manager of everything. Give me any other names. I can't fill in the blank for Sirianni
Kevin
and
O'Connell,
a trait.
Yeah.
And that may be my own ignorance. Kevin O'Connell.
Because those guys are all a side of the ball. Like Dan Campbell does the same thing.
Yeah. Give me a neutral coach that we feel we have a good handle on. Harbaugh, Campbell. I'm trying to think.
So many others
Tomlin.
Are play callers. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't do it. They're just the CEO.
And it's hard. It's really hard.
But if we give them the credit for the teams winning,
got to give them the blame when they lose.
No, why are we not doing the same thing for Sirianni?
Because don't we feel like Pittsburgh's a great culture, Detroit's a great culture, Baltimore's a great culture, Philly, we go that could blow up at any second.
But that's their culture. Their culture is we are that
wasn't their culture in 2017
by the person.
Yeah, but it is. But their culture, last night, that team played angry at the world.
So he blew them up last year, though. So that's not great. That's volatile. I wouldn't say that's great. That's volatile.
But that's what their culture.
Identity.
That's their identity.
Put it in place.
At any point we could completely explode.
Like AJ and him were fighting. And then AJ just caught the touchdown.
Right.
They were fighting last night.
Absolutely.
And then AJ got the touchdown.
So it's a crazy culture.
Wait,
but
you're
it works
saying,
for them.
wait, you think it's intentional?
Their volatility?
Yeah.
They're toxic. They're the toxic couple, the whole organization.
But are you giving him credit for that being intentional?
Yeah, they're absolutely. They take on you take on the personality of your head coach, and he can't control his own life half the time. All right, he's a nut job. I love it about him because
we don't know about his personal life.
I'm not talking about his personal life. I'm talking about like as a coach. I love that about him because I think that the team feeds off that. But when it goes wrong, it really goes wrong.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said there. I don't see how that equals to a great coach, though. I think that's volatile and not consistent, and you benefit sometimes from it, and you don't in other points. It kills you at other points. So to me, that's definitely not greatness.
The rigged accusers look foolish this morning. Super Bowl overreactions or not?
I mean, it was always wrong, so it's not an overreaction.
So they were always foolish.
It's not rigged. I think it's just they get stupid benefits of the doubt. I don't think it's rigged. I think it's just naturally like it's the human element of, LeBron can't be wrong. That's got to be a foul on him. Like LeBron knows the game. Like it's the game of basketball. I think it's something like that. So yeah, it was bad last night for Kansas City. I think I was dying laughing watching Spagnuolo and all them melt down over what a horrible call. It's like, yeah, welcome to the last 20 weeks of the NFL season for everyone else, dude.
Yeah, it's not rigged. It's not rigged. I mean, do they get some calls over the course of the year? Sure, they do. Like a lot of them. But that's what happens with stars, and it's going to continue to happen.
I did love the Jordan Lewis tweet where after the first pass interference he goes, "Man, this is rigged," and then they get the targeting tweet, whatever, and then Jordan Lewis quotes it and go, "Oh, never mind." He's like, "They're even.
They're even. They were even."
And they got the short end of the stick yesterday on the officiating.
Who?
Kansas City. I thought Philly got the benefit of most of the calls.
Okay. I don't remember thinking that in the moment. My favorite tweet was the Chiefs are going to call Patrick fat and trade him overnight after that championship game performance. Right. They're going to Luka him. And they're blaming even the Mavericks for the Chiefs' performance, saying that Pat was too depressed.
Too distraught.
He was too distraught.
Yep, absolutely.
And too devastated. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line on DFW Sports Station. So those are some of my Super Bowl overreactions or not. Which one is set up to win more titles over the next 3 years?
Man.
It's going to be, I think it's
because last week you sent a topic saying the Eagles and the next great dynasty.
Well, because they have a really good roster already.
Yep.
Right. They got an owner that seems to be willing to spend. They got a GM willing to take risks. The other thing is you got to look at the path they have to go through. Mahomes has to go through Allen and Burrow and Lamar and there's much better quarterbacks in the AFC. Jalen Hurts has to be better than Jaden Daniels, Jared Goff, Brock Purdy on any given day.
Dak Prescott.
Like that's not that. Those quarterbacks are all about. They're kind of all the same.
Yeah.
Right. They're all very, very good, but not elite. You can win with them. You can go to the Super Bowl with just about all of them.
Assuming Caleb Williams doesn't become Caleb Williams and Jordan Love doesn't continue to ascend.
Sure. Yeah. But would it surprise you next year if San Fran goes back? No. Detroit goes. No. Wouldn't surprise you, right? But all he has to do is be better than guys he's basically even with. So I think that they are set up much better.
At Kansas City, I think probably is to me at this point, just because I don't know how long-term sustainable Saquon Barkley as an offense is with his injury history.
How the Dallas Mavericks gaslit you even more over the weekend after we hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the College Baseball Showcase at Globe Life Field in Arlington on Friday, February 21st through the 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Let's talk about my absolute favorite spot to watch a game, have lunch, or get a couple drinks.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
All right, Tolos, listen, you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians? Of course you do. Something that's guaranteed to work. And good news for all of us, we have advanced hair, okay? They've completely redefined hair restoration from the experience itself to their unmatched results, all right? From a receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, whatever you got, you can address them all with the Advanced Hair simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals in the business, okay? Advanced Hair, they've performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments. And get this, your natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, all right? No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. It starts with your free consultation. Call 469-599-HAIR, and if you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
See sportcitytoyota.com/blog for details.
Great cars under $15,000? That's what Sport City Toyota's Cash Car Superstore is all about. I'm Gary Gray, General Manager. Our goal is to have at least 25 cars, trucks, or SUVs in stock at or under $20,000. With only $29 down, you can get one for under $300 a month. Call us at 469-304-2744 to schedule a test drive. Call us now, log on now, do it now at sportcitytoyota.com.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Byers Barricades.
Byers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. ByersBarricades.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car traffic attorneys in Dallas.
Kyrie waiting for support. A drive, a kick. Max Christie organized to shoot it and buries it. And a welcome to Dallas, Texas moment.
And he'll be the only healthy player from the Mavs perspective playing over the next few weeks. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Just when you started to feel a little bit better during the Mavs' impressive win over the Rockets, it all crumbles downhill yet again. Max Christie, by the way, 15, 15, and 23 as a Mav, and he hit that game-ending three to beat the armpit on Saturday. But of course, after an amazing debut, Anthony Davis gets hurt again, and he is now out for weeks, according to Mark Stein. Do you think this is going to require surgery, the non-contact injury?
I guess it depends on what it is. I thought, like, one of the first things I thought was like, ooh, man, he got like a hernia or something. The way he was grabbing or torsion, where your boys just trade places with each other, get all tangled up down there. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, it might need surgery.
That would be the ultimate, just like, yep, this is exactly how everything goes. This played out exactly the way that you were told it was going to play out. And the only thing that would be more fitting is if Luka doesn't miss any time the rest of the season and has like a career year the rest of the way.
What do you think gives Tolos more satisfaction? It was that sick satisfaction where you started rooting for the Cowboys to get blown out to punish the Joneses, or Anthony Davis is hurt game one to punish the Mavs? What's the greater, sicker satisfaction?
Ooh.
I'm not feeling that, right? I don't have that Mav feeling right now because I wanted to see this team.
Yeah.
I knew the Cowboys were not going to be close, like during the season. I wanted to see what this team could do in the playoffs. So I'm sad, whereas I was happy that the Cowboys were getting destroyed. Once it was clear to me they weren't good. If I could pick, they'd be undefeated and win every game 50-0. I'd choose that.
I'm bummed that he's hurt again, especially because he seemed so intent on wanting to change people's minds. Anthony Davis did. That's a bummer. What I really want is I do want Luka to score 60 the rest of the way.
I
want to score. That's what I want to see. That's how I want them to pay. I want them to pay by having to watch Luka do everything that they said he couldn't do here.
I can't. Out of market NBA is not like something I'm just like, oh my God, I can't wait to watch. I would never say I can't wait to watch Mariners Guardians on a Sunday Night Baseball, right? I can't wait to watch his debut.
I can't either.
I can't wait. Now, I say this.
Is he going to play tonight against the Jazz?
I mean, his picture was on the thing from the preview on ESPN this morning.
Well,
his little photo was like, hey, maybe they know something.
Well, they don't know much because they made a humongous programming error.
They did.
They were trying to set up the Luka debut. Well, not only did Luka not play against Carlisle and the Pacers, LeBron sat out as well.
Yeah.
So they got away from a big-time college basketball game they could have aired. Dickie V?
They were late to the Dickie V game. The game ran long, and they stuck with it. They stuck with the game that didn't involve Luka or LeBron instead of cutting away. So half the country, unless you flipped over to ESPN News, who has that still, by the way,
right,
and you can see the beginning of it.
Well, they gaslit you even more. Another backfire, as someone told Tim McMahon they were death threats and racial terms and slurs used towards Nico. And I started feeling a little guilty in the airport heading back home from New Orleans after we all laughed at the TNT report saying, remember, it's just basketball. Lives are more important. And we're like, we're not that fan base. Okay?
Yeah, we're chill.
We're not that fan base. But Nico then hires extra security, according to ESPN. He was too scared to sit in his seat at the AAC next to Michael Finley. It comes across, I'm not going to dismiss the threats. I'm sure they have been made. You always have a handful of morons, right? You always have a handful of stupid, racist, mindless people. But the way it comes across, the Maverick Tolos did not feel any guilt. This enraged them even more because they tried to paint you as animals. They tried to redirect the blame and change the storyline and the narrative. And then Grant Asfith, who I think is it Afseth. I'm sorry. He's covered this team for a long time. He spoke to DPD, and they're like, "We're not aware of any threats. We're not aware of any threats." So that made the Mavs' reaction appear intentional in making the fan base look guilty, or oversensitive towards what athletes and public figures probably get from time to time. And then Tim McMahon got destroyed, saying, "You're a puppet. You're just a David Moore, little team puppet that they use to try to scare or make the fan base feel guilty." And McMahon responded on the Hoop Collective.
Nico Harrison has received death threats. And by the way, let me just double down on that reporting, because I've been ripped because the Dallas Police Department's told some wannabe journalist that, we haven't had any, there's no known threats to us. Folks, the Mavericks have security that's literally been at the highest level of American law enforcement. The threats did not raise themselves to where they felt like they needed to be reported to police. But I guarantee you, and I've heard from multiple sources, that he's received death threats. By the way, I've received a couple death threats. I didn't report them to the police.
There's a lot there.
There's a lot there.
First, and I really like Tim, and I think Tim is as good as anybody at that job. I also think Grant Afseth does a pretty good job.
I did too.
And I don't think it's a wannabe thing. I mean, maybe there's more between them than I'm aware of, but Tim was in that position where in 2008 he wrote an article as a blogger for Dallas Morning News, wrote a column criticizing Avery Johnson, and Cuban banned him, and then immediately banned anyone who, this is what it said at the time, quote, anyone whose primary purpose is to blog no matter what affiliation. And that ended up getting reversed by the NBA, and Cuban went, fine, we're going to open it up to everybody. So, look, I think that's two people who are really good at their job, and they're answering different questions. Like Grant Afseth is addressing something that is the way everybody took it. Like, I think everybody took it the way that Grant was writing about it, was that you were saying that there have been these massive threats that even the police are aware of. So the clarification, I think, was valuable and it was important. I do think that there was value in Tim saying what he knew, and I think there's value in Grant going and getting clarity that, no, it's not to that extent.
Yeah. I fully believe everything Tim reports. Like, Tim is not...
And the Mavericks organization could have gotten the threats, right? They didn't necessarily have to go to Dallas police.
No, they don't have to go to the police. Like, they have their own security team that can handle these things anyway. So, Tim's reporting is pretty spot on. He's done this long enough. He's not going to throw something out there. He's not a clickbait guy.
No.
Like, Tim's not a clickbait guy. So, is Grant technically right? Yeah. Sure, they probably didn't go to the Dallas police. That doesn't mean there weren't credible threats. But, again, at what level? How credible in terms of, like, were they actually fans that were going to be violent? You never know. You never know.
And then Patrick Dumont decided to bring the gasoline canister over to the fire that had dissipated a little bit before the Anthony Davis injury news last night. And Patrick Dumont, I think with the conference call with Dallas Morning News, tripled down on Luka.
So in my mind, the way teams win is by focus, by having the right character, by having the right culture, and having the right dedication to work as hard as possible to create a championship winning outcome. And if you're not doing that, you're going to lose. And if you look at the greats in the league, the people you and I grew up with, Jordan, Bird, Magic, Kobe, Shaq, they worked really hard every day with a singular focus to win. And if you don't have that, then it doesn't work. And if you don't have that, you shouldn't be part of the Dallas Mavericks. That's who we want. I'm unwavering on this. The entire organization knows this. This is how I operate outside of basketball. This is the only way to be competitive and win. If you want to take a vacation, don't do it with us.
Wow. Basically calling Luka an unfocused, lack of work ethic, vacation-wanting basketball player. The targeting, the scope that they are using to target this guy is, it's a lot of things.
Yeah, it's a smear campaign, man. That's what it is. He He just got here. And he's acting like, he bought into the city. He doesn't have any connection to it.
He's acting like he's Jerry West.
Yeah.
I got all the skins on the wall. I got decades. And people went and did the digging in the history, and they're like, your mommy-in-law handed you the team. Your mommy-in-law, it's her money, and she gave it to you.
Fronted your cute little hobby that you wanted to be you run a basketball team.
You watch the NBA on NBC. You know Ahmad Rashad, and now you can talk about work ethic from professional basketball players and what it takes to win big.
Yeah, and invoke Shaq. As people report now, there's like, oh yeah, Larry Bird. Just the quintessential athlete body, Larry Bird, that guy. Or
drinking beers with Pat Ewing.
Yeah,
but
Larry
the Shaq
Bird,
thing.
Loses, he hurt his back at like 24.
I don't know
crazy
if that
early age.
means anything
Carrying
in terms
the Celtics, maybe.
I don't know if that means anything in terms of conditioning. And look, he may be right. Luka Doncic may lack what is ultimately needed to win a championship or multiples. That has been a Maverick criticism around here in playoff series. He might be right.
But he might not the time.
But he might be wrong, and it's not the time.
Not the time.
The way you're delivering this is so stupid.
You make this move at 29. You make this move when he's 29. You don't make this move
or
now.
get the King's ransom.
Or you get the King's ransom. You don't make this move now. And you bamboozled a city. I mean, you just completely torpedoed the fan base's faith in you.
Ply had said this on the YouTube just now, and I went and looked it up. I was trying to remember where it came from, but he's right. Kobe had said in an interview in 2019, he said if Shaq had a work ethic, they would have won 12 rings.
I want to talk about that for a second. So when I hear Reggie Miller and Shaquille O'Neal and everyone say, and this is going to be a little bit of a Luka criticism, when I hear everyone say, you can't be 33, 8-8 if you're not conditioned and if you don't have a work ethic. Well, that's not really what's being said. You're still not, the point is you're not fulfilling your potential. You're not meeting your potential. Your kid, Choppy, could go out. Let's say your boy is an 80% worker, and he goes out and he strikes out 14 a game. What I would say back to that is, if you're a 100% worker, you could strike out 18 a game. That was the criticism of Shaq. Shaq just wants everyone to kiss his ass and pat him on the back because he won that amount of titles. Well, the point is, you could have won more titles, and maybe we don't have a discussion. Like, Shaq is never called the best player in the NBA. And Shaq twists it and says, most dominant. That's all I cared about. Well, you're never labeled as the best because we never saw you for the longest time at your peak powers. So just because you accomplished what you did, Luka getting 33, 9, and 9 doesn't mean that he's in prime condition. It doesn't mean he has the ultimate work ethic. It doesn't mean he's doing all the little things. You can be naturally great and naturally gifted.
Yeah, you can
and
be.
just because you're doing great things at 85% of your capabilities doesn't mean, in my opinion, people can't criticize you for wanting to see you at 100% of it.
Right. But also the same thing is like, your ability and your desire and your work ethic at 24, 25 might be vastly different than it is at 30.
Totally agree.
Your 20s, man, your 20s are fun.
Yeah.
Your 20s are fun, man.
Patrick DeMont's tone and his approach and his aggression in that audio, why don't you give that same damn attitude and aggression with the return? That's what people are the most furious over. Defend that. Defend that, dude. He also said the theory and the thoughts that they are leaving for Vegas and leaving us high and dry, not true.
The Dallas Mavericks are not moving to Las Vegas. There is no question in that. That is the answer unequivocally. The Dallas Mavericks are the Dallas Mavericks, and they will be in Dallas. We bought the Dallas Mavericks. We're keeping them in Dallas. We're committed to Dallas, and we're committed to our fans as the Dallas Mavericks, and that's where the team will stay. This is not in question. I'm not sure where this is coming from. I appreciate people asking it. Our family happens to live in Las Vegas, but we have investments all over the world, and the Dallas Mavericks is the team we bought. We had options to buy other teams in the past, but Dallas was the city that we wanted to be in, and that's where it's going to be. And look, we're going to invest in the future. We're going to invest in a new home for the Dallas Mavericks. We're investing in the community. We do charitable things in the community right now. We believe in in the city of Dallas long term, and we believe in Dallas long term.
All right, look. Don't try to say we wanted to come here. We wanted to be in Dallas. You chose here because you thought you could make money off of a casino resort. Let's be fair.
Yep.
You have no idea what you're talking about. You don't know where the hell Reunion Arena was. you didn't come here because you love the city. You came here because you thought you could make $1 billion off it, or $10 billion.
All right, 877-881-1053. In order to hit us up, congrats to the college baseball ticket winner. We'll have another giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour the rest of the week. We crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece and see if they thought the commercials or halftime were better. Which one? On the fan text for you, KMC Cross is next.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back goes Mahomes. He's rushing. He's looking. It's intercepted. It's intercepted. Running with the football to the 25. Down the short side is DeJean. And DeJean is in for a touchdown. Happy birthday, Cooper DeJean. Cooper DeJean with a pick for a touchdown. A pick six in the Super Bowl on your birthday.
It's like he said his name 3 different ways right there.
And then whoever was announced, it sounded like they were almost doing a Merrill Reese impression at the end, like, a pick six on his birthday.
Who's the play-by-play guy and who's the analyst? They're both jumping over each other right there.
Was he mixing Camp Lejeune and Cooper DeJean?
Oh, no! For Cooper Lejeune to get your refund. Did anyone have their heart jump out of their chest like RJ Choppy over the cockroach?
In the bathroom?
Yeah.
I saw it and I went, the hell is this?
Did you see it, Mike?
In our bathroom
Yeah.
here?
Kevin?
No. Well, let me tell you a little story. Okay. 5:30 walks, rolls around, or 5, whatever time it was. I get here. I go to the bathroom. I had to take a leak.
You say bathroom. I got you.
Say number one.
Feels like it's superfluous
number one.
part of the story.
Well, it's number one. So I go into the right urinal. Okay.
Of course.
Now I like that one because
wearing the
shirt. That's the shorter person's
It
one
makes
too,
it look
right?
huge.
they're the same. They're the same.
I think they're
I like that one
You're funny
because
Today.
it's got the water in it, and when you break.
Oh, my God. There's water up here?
Yeah, there's water in that. But
Okay.
when you break
Is
the
the water not working?
No, we haven't had water for a week.
So I really like that one because
drinking water.
Yeah, drinking water. Because when you go into that one and it breaks the tension of the water, the smell of everybody's urine just comes and slaps you in the face. So I really like that one. That's my favorite one. Well, I start going to that one, and all of a sudden I jump back
While
I'm going midstream because a cockroach comes out of that water thing and starts crawling up.
Oh, my God.
And I was like, what? So what did I do? I did what anybody did. I increased the flow. I increased
try
the
to take
pressure
out
of the
the
flow,
roach?
and I took him out. He's dead.
Dude.
He's dead.
But this isn't any cockroach.
This thing is massive.
This
It's
is
giant.
like the Jalen Carter of cockroaches. If you just walked to pee and I didn't tell you, you would have jumped.
Okay.
It's probably this big.
Wow.
Just sitting there.
He's dead now. He's upside down in there.
Are you taking credit for that, or was he?
Oh no, he
are
was.
you
He was
exaggerating?
crawling. He was crawling, and then I peppered him.
You think the velocity of your urine really took him out?
The strong
Probably
stream.
the acidity of the urine too. I have a high acid urine.
New Orleans.
Yeah.
New Orleans leftovers.
But you said you increased the stream. So does that mean you're holding back when you're urinating to begin with, and you've got like an extra level you can get to?
That's 45 years old. The prostate doesn't work the way it used to.
Oh, I can gear shift my pee.
Yeah.
Can you? I feel like mine is just
bear down.
I feel like it's just steady.
Oh no.
I could absolutely. I mean, I got.
Yeah.
I'm like Dom Toretto. I could downshift up. I could shift.
What'd you think about
I
his
can't hit the
soft
brakes
ass commercial
completely all the
last
time,
night?
I liked
Chop.
it. What's that? Yeah, I liked it.
The commercial? All right, what did you enjoy? First off, what's coming up, Corey?
Super Bowl discussions today, all day long,
What
most
time
of the day.
is that at?
Start the show. It says Super Bowl and it has 18 exclamation points. And then also Kevin, I guess, emailed Bill Murray, so we'll see what happened there. And
He
then
emailed me back 3 times.
at 10:40, a very special edition of Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick. And this is
Like last week?
Listen, last week we were
Yeah.
going to make an announcement.
Pretty much.
Today we will actually make that announcement.
Yeah.
This is a significant show announcement
At when?
and station announcement at 10:40 today.
Okay.
And I think, I don't like to say significant thing and then not it live up. This
Yeah.
is gonna live up.
This will live up to it?
Yeah.
What did Bill Murray write back?
So it was really interesting.
I like that question.
Bill Murray had.
I didn't get that commercial, by the way. I was expecting more.
You're supposed to email Bill Murray to tell you the rest of the story. Oh. So he sent 3 different videos, each of which was about 2 minutes long. And it just felt like they just turned the camera on and were like, hey, Bill, just make up a story that you feel is appropriate.
Yeah.
And he gave this long and meandering story about his dog and going to the pet psychic, and if we had any words of advice, and if you just emailed him anything back, he would email you again the next part of the video.
What were your best commercials? My favorite was the Michelob Ultra pickleball hustle. That was my favorite one. Seal Mountain Dew.
That was weird. It creeped me
Self-awareness
out.
by Seal.
Huh?
It creeped me out.
Yeah, Adrian was very freaked out by that. I was
Were
like,
you
"This
creeped out
ain't
by the
Seal."
flesh cowboy hats more
That
than
was
That was the worst commercial
What
of
are
the
we
night.
doing?
The hell's
That could have been so
Tubi
much
doing?
better.
It just was weird.
When I saw the hat in the womb, I was like, all right, this is going to be creative, good. No.
It's like, no, he has a weird skull.
I was let down like the Dunkin' Donuts commercial. I'm like, you had Belichick. You had all these people, and the commercial was done.
But that was a Boston accent will. It's like a girl on a golf course. You get 3 points boosted on your 1 to 10 scale.
Oh.
Boston accent, 3 points boosted on the funny scale just by that.
I did like the end of the Beckham commercial. He's like,
The
oh, like
Stella
Matt
Artois?
Damon.
That's Stella Artois
Matt
right
Damon
there.
famous, and he goes, oh, like Ben Affleck. Oh, that's a shame. Like, I thought that was really funny.
I hated the Brady and Snoop Dogg face-off ad, too. That was soft.
Because it was directed at you, Bobby.
Yeah, I know.
Stop
it is.
hating so much and understand each other.
I didn't buy it. Like Snoop being like, I don't like your face. Brady like, I hate the way you pray. And it's
Okay.
Did any of you guys have to explain? Did you have a comment on that one?
Yes. My wife has become obsessed with how weird she thinks Tom Brady's face looks like. She thinks he
of the
talks
surgeries.
like a nutcracker. And she kept imitating him, and she kept moving her mouth and was like,
Because he's a robot, Kevin.
Duracell.
It was weird.
And I thought Brady had a pretty weak night.
Yeah.
I thought Kevin Burkhardt had some stumbles. Brady didn't really explain anything. I thought there were points during the regular season he was better, but I didn't think there was nothing about his broadcast where I was like, yeah, that's worth, how much is it? 35
I think he really expected Mahomes to be better, and he had more elaborate things to go on and gush about that, and then it didn't happen. He was like, I don't know where to go here. Jalen's good.
The best thing Tom did all night was the Gaga intro on Bourbon Street. How they shut all that down. That was cool.
good.
Did she shave her eyebrows? Or
No, those are
paint?
bleached.
No, they flew off.
Those are bleached. That was a funny commercial too. I like
which one though? Because
the Little Caesars was better than the Pringles.
Do you think Pringles panicked when they saw in the first quarter that Little Caesars was like, we're also going to do flying facial hair, and they were like, no.
Yeah,
sure.
Was that just like a person coming to the party in the same outfit?
Yeah, it's
or do
pretty
you think
bad.
everyone has to submit their Super Bowl ideas so that no one steps on
I have
anyone?
a question, by the way, and I don't want to call out anybody, but I'm going to call out Jane.
Jane Slater?
Did she wear the same dress as Gracie Hunt to the honors?
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Go check it out.
Is that
if
her
you get a
best
chance.
friend?
No,
Did
they're not
Gracie
best
Hunt's
friends.
Twitter account get hacked like Jane's did?
But I just happened to see that, so you brought that up. The one that threw my family off, Adrian and Lucy had gone to go give Lucy a bath.
I know what you're saying.
But my boys looked up and were like, what is happening right now? And I was like, I'm betting this is for breast exams.
Yep.
And it was just boobs and boobs and boobs and boobs and boobs. And then they were like, I don't know what to do right now.
That was going to be my question. Did anyone have to explain that to your children, and what do you say? I would have had a problem with that if Ollie knew what was going on.
I did.
My kids are.
Well, your kids.
My
That's
kids,
G-rated
holy
for
cow.
them.
Yeah.
I missed it. I missed it live.
I did
I
have
had
to
walked
explain.
away.
What's that?
I did have to tell them. I was like, this is for a boob exam. This is our breast exam. Your
They
mom,
said up to 6 million people watching the Super Bowl might get breast cancer.
your mom
That's
had
just-
one last week, is what I told them.
Oh.
Yeah. She went to got a tune-up or whatever.
A tune-up?
I'll tell you what, we're
Jiffy
long,
boob.
We're Jiffy boob.
That is good stuff.
We're a long way from the wardrobe malfunction, though. People, and I get it's a whole different thing, but people freaked out at a half second at the end of the halftime show before the lights cut out, and now it's like, here's a whole commercial where we're just going to put it out in front of everybody.
But you can't get mad at it because it was about screening for breast cancer.
Mm-hmm.
What gaslit you more as a Mavs fan over the weekend? Was it the death threat reports? Was it
Tim McMahon? I was listening to that audio. He really went after Grant.
He
didn't
did. Or was it Patrick Dumont? Which one gaslit you more?
It's got to be Dumont because I didn't understand the inclusion of Shaq in that group.
That
of
one
players.
doesn't make sense because he goes on after 25 to be great.
Yeah, it was like,
beyond
isn't
that.
Shaq the poster child for not giving your all?
Yeah.
basically.
I guess Dumont, but
because I remember I referenced this Friday when we were talking about this security threat stuff on Thursday night.
Mm-hmm.
You had this reaction like you knew something,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not dismissing them, but I'm just telling you the way it came across. That pissed Mavs fans off even more. That they're like, "Oh, you're trying to redirect this.
Yeah.
You're trying to make us the bad guys. You're trying to make us seem like these Philadelphia animals who are out to beat you up and cause physical harm to you and your family." And that just infuriated people even more.
It's the Luka smear campaign being turned on the fans. It's smearing the fan base at that point, and they were not having it.
You can tell he has no clue about the history of the Mavericks at all.
Dumont?
And like how bad it was in the 90s. He only knows that it's a sellout. I know Mark Cuban, I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he legally kept a sellout going when we could see the stands and know there were anywhere from 2,000 to 5,000 empty seats for about a 3-year period.
Just buy the tickets.
That seems illegal, though. Why wouldn't every team do that and go, I buy every ticket for 1 penny a piece. I'm the owner. We have sellouts every night.
He'd buy. I think the buzz for a while is he'd buy them and he'd donate them to like.
And then nobody would show up?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd donate them to schools or whatever.
And then the schools wouldn't show up?
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, it was like the last second.
I'm like, Dumont had to.
He has no clue that 5,000 people, they couldn't get 5,000 humans in this Metroplex to go to a basketball game for a decade.
But isn't it also funny? It's like if I got hired to run movie theaters tomorrow and I walked in like, and you need to do this and you need to do that, having zero movie theater background,
Right.
just because I like watching movies as a kid, like Patrick Dumont watched the revolving lights before Marv Albert did his intro.
Yes.
It's like, where do you get off, bro?
Oh.
And we all know.
Probably on a big pile of money, you know what I'm saying?
And we, best crosstalk I can ever remember. The KMC masterpiece is next on The Fan.
Thanks to Comerica, you can. our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, the even famouser Alec Medford is no doubt, hopefully, glad that we're back in the Metroplex. Alec, did you miss us, or did you like having all of that freedom and you're not glad that we're back?
I'm glad you're back because it gets eerily quiet in here, especially when Carter's gone too. So it's just like, as soon as Peyton's done, yapping in my ear and telling me how much I suck, then, after that, it's just dead silence until Lucius gets here. So I am happy. I feel sane again. This is great.
Hooray for that!
214, I'm mad at Sean's execution of Kevin's high five. That was a great joke. So...
Oh, because he went on the low? Yeah.
That's not a high five. It's a low five.
Yeah, that's fair.
I want to point something out before I start getting lots of questions. My guard fell off of my trimmer, and that's why I have no mustache or beard today. And
what about tomorrow?
It was a sad day around the house because before I left for New Orleans, my son Carter said, never shave your upper lip again. And I was like, because he'd seen pictures of me back in the day, and he was like, it looks weird. And I said, okay. And then this happened, and I just had a stripe on my face, and I was like, well, I guess I'm going to have to do it. So here we are.
Like Big Papa Pump.
Get your jokes in, and then we can move on about our business, or we don't even have to joke.
I mean, that's still 8 times more facial hair than Joey had when he showed up here, right?
I think I might have more than Carter still, too. Carter was trying to grow his out during the Super Bowl week, but...
That is a good point.
He's doing great. Face. Thank you. Yes, it is on my face. Thank you very much.
From the 469, people curious about the 1040 announcement.
You got to wait till 10:40.
Yeah, you got to wait.
That makes sense.
Too bad.
That actually does make a lot of sense. Let's go to cut number 1, because if you had this as a prop bet, you thought you were about to cash in huge. And then that damned replay sabotaged you.
Blitz coming. It's picked up. Hurts going deep. Has a man. He is caught. Dotson down there. He's in. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Except he was not. And then, of course, they went to the tush push. Chris Jones looked like he hurt his neck. And it just all spiraled out of control from the Chiefs for there. It's not often that you hear, hey, it was an 18-point victory, and it was nowhere near that close. In reality, this was a 34-point game.
And I just watched that play again, Kevin. That wasn't a great throw by Jalen Hurts either.
No.
He had to pull up and to catch that one. So but he had beaten his defender so handily that it turned out the way that it was. Yeah, it never got started for Patrick Mahomes and their offense. It never got started.
See, this is a great question for the 817. Which vanished more, the Chiefs' offense or Corey's facial hair?
Chiefs' offense. I still have a little stubble. They did.
So they got, if I remember this right, I stopped watching critically pretty quickly in this game. They got a first down on their first play and then didn't get a first down the rest of the half. Is that right?
Did they get a first down on their first play?
Yeah, he threw that kind of no-look, kind of slant for 10 yards, and then they had 3 plays and punted. I don't think they got a first down the rest of the half.
He was
terrible.
It was the play where he threw to
Schuster,
Kelsey.
Oh,
and and Kelsey dropped it, and from that moment, I was like, oh, it's all going to go bad for him here. Because Kelsey didn't look like he even knew what was going on. He looked lost the whole game.
Yeah.
Just going back and watching his face, he looked like he got a concussion before the game and didn't know where he was. And then the rest of it was history from there. Yeah, they never got moving, man.
From the 817, I don't know if this is a conversation for today. We can have it if y'all want. How have I not heard more GOAT talks? Mahomes has been blown out in both of his Super Bowl losses. Brady could never. I mean, I think that's a conversation you can have. That was not the very first thing that I thought of, but this was a very humbling defeat, just like the Tampa one, I'm sure, was a very humbling defeat.
Did it not have very similar feelings to it as the way the game was lost?
I could see that.
Mahomes couldn't
They're
stay.
just blitzing for. They're just rushing for it.
Yeah.
And within 2 seconds, they were around him.
Yeah, then Mahomes could not stay comfortable in the pocket, never could get his feet set, and was trying to do hero things.
Yeah.
Whereas whenever he was a little bit younger, it seemed like he could get those things done, and his teammates just dropped the ball. He didn't even look like he was making good throws in this game.
Yeah,
He doesn't have Tyreek Hill. That's if you look at his production. Because I'm still a big Patrick Mahomes fan. I thought it was insane for Sean to ask a question: is Patrick Mahomes equal
we
to
didn't talk about that in the
or
crosstalk.
less than Josh Allen? And I'm like, why didn't you ask that question 2 weeks ago when
Better
he beat
than.
Josh Allen? I'm like, that's a weird. Because then he's like, what's your problem with that question, RJ? And I'm like, well, the problem is you're giving me no option that he's better than Josh Allen.
Yep.
And I get if you just look at stats and everything, but that game yesterday, he did have a horrible game.
He did.
But he had no time to do anything. And then he doesn't have Tyreek Hill. So when he would do those crazy things and throw for 50 touchdowns or 40 plus touchdowns and win his MVPs and be the best player in the league, when he would escape pressure, he would just wing it across the field or in some weird direction towards Tyreek Hill, and somehow it would work out a lot of times. He doesn't have anybody who, when he scrambles, seems to then create some sort of crazy option for him to throw to.
And Corey just mentioned it. I mean, on the times when you would think the safest throw in all of postseason football is Mahomes to Kelsey.
Throw him in the dirt.
Yeah, there were multiple times where he threw him in the dirt, and then there was another time or two where Kelsey really felt like he should have gotten it and was like, I don't know.
Yeah, neither one of those guys could get on the same page. Xavier Worthy turns out to be an awesome receiver whenever it doesn't really matter that much. But that was the first time that he was able to, I guess, set his feet and throw it as far as he could. And that final touchdown was Mahomes having a little bit of extra time and just uncorking it. And he's the same in that way, Mike, in Tyreek Hill manner. He can not be out. He cannot be overthrown, and that was the way that they went after it. I just didn't understand why they couldn't do it more. But I guess that pass rush from the Philly front four was phenomenal, man.
This is don't tell the Super Bowl MVP voters they didn't think that the defense did anything in that game. It's really weird. The thing I can't get over.
Are you saying somebody else should have won MVP?
Absolutely.
Who
the
was
defensive line.
Yeah, I thought
you would have done like the Cowboys with Harvey Martin and Randy White that one year. Like, you would have given it to multiple.
I personally would have given it to Josh Sweat to start, but if you wanted to throw it to Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, like I could have lived with that.
Josh Sweat had 2 tackles for loss, 3 quarterback hits, 2.5 sacks, 6 total tackles.
And
he had a huge game.
And it was when they happened.
Yes.
That's the biggest thing to me. Like, Jalen Hurts, I thought, had a very workmanlike game, and then the game was over, and they were able to pad it just a little bit. I thought Josh Sweat, when the game was still in doubt, was wrecking that backfield for the Chiefs and Patrick
Was
Mahomes.
he the one that pushed the tackle into his legs on the second interception?
Yes. Yes. And so that's a play that, like, might not necessarily show up as, like, you get credited for this, but you can see that had a direct correlation with the interception right there. And so what I can't believe is the Chiefs got their ass kicked and Saquon Barkley was fine. Like, that's what I can't get over. I know he caught a lot of passes.
2.3 yards per carry.
Yeah. So I can't believe that running the ball, they did what they do. The Chiefs defense did what they usually do to top-notch runners. But I was like, this will be the most top-notch of them all. There's no way you can stop them. If you would have told me Saquon Barkley would get 2.3 yards per carry, I would have thought for sure that the Chiefs won by double digits.
That ended up, though, allowing Jalen to get 72 yards.
I could see that.
Because, everything else is covered. Everything else is taken care of. We got to pay so much attention to Saquon Barkley over here. Jalen Hurts says, well, I'll just pick up this 17 yards right here. And Kevin, that was the moment where I told my family, I was like, this is the drive. This is the backbreaker. And they were like, what are you talking about? And I said, what they're doing right now, they're taking clock off the third quarter. They're burying this thing away. They're going to score, and then that's just continuing to add to it. That allowed it because, again, everybody on that team needs to be covered. And now Jalen Hurts is a very strong, capable runner, takes advantage of it. Jimmy Johnson, Kevin, before in the pregame show, Howie Long said, Jimmy Johnson has said this before, and just a few times. It's not about who makes the most good plays, but who doesn't make the most bad plays. And the most interceptions, the most turnovers goes to the Chiefs. The Eagles held on to the ball. We discussed that.
Mahomes has been a turnover machine in Super Bowl.
Yeah, and that was the deciding factor.
I do think
sure.
this. He had to at the point where he threw the pick six, which was a bad pass, without a doubt, bad pass.
But he felt like he had to make something.
He's like,
happen.
at this point, we can't even get a first down.
Yeah,
I have to start trying.
I have to be
things
a hero
because that's what he's done this whole year. He doesn't have a great offense, and he doesn't have a great running back situation, and he's like, I'm not going to give the team we're playing the opportunity because we can kind of move the ball a little bit. But he's at this point, he's like, we're effed. I got to try. I got to go to crazy Mahomes.
Yeah.
And once he did that, it just ended the game quicker.
Yeah.
Like he could have been conservative and they could have just said, well, we score 0 points this whole game and we only lose 30-0 instead of, I'm going to say the fake score of 40-22.
Yeah. Is Devontae Smith going to go down as a very underappreciated receiver of his era?
I'm not going to lie. My answer is probably going to be yes, because even I was underselling him in the game before.
Even when he caught the touchdown, I was like, yeah.
What's your idea of Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt?
It's a good point.
When you have two great receivers
really good.
and maybe one is a little bit better, they almost both get overshadowed because neither one stands out as the elite guy. A.J. Brown, I think, is the one. Devontae Smith as the two. There's no such thing as like
Justin Jefferson
an
numbers on that
unbelievable
team.
Great number. Like you're like, this is the greatest. He's a top 5 receiver in the league. How? He's not even the best receiver on his team.
Yeah.
It was kind of Amari Cooper and C.D. Well, there's a different version there. We thought 3,000-yard receivers was what we were going to have.
Yes.
Whenever we had Gallup and all of them. So
how'd that work out for us?
Well, injuries, and then we didn't win the Super Bowl, Kevin. Ultimately, so.
Okay. Did you guys think at halftime it was over? Because I'll tell you this.
Yes.
With 2 minutes to go in the first half, I thought it was still a game because I was like, all right, the Chiefs have the ball. If they could score here, they get the ball first in the second half. You could make it 24-10.
Well, really, I think it was 17-0 at the 2-minute warning, wasn't it? Didn't he throw the pick after the 2-minute warning?
I still have to check on that. I don't,
because that's when it ended for me. Is like at 17-0, they have the ball in the 6, and I'm thinking like you're thinking.
But I meant after that. I meant after that when they got the ball.
They need to get 3 or 7.
Yeah.
Make it, let's say 17-3 at half, and then you get the ball, you make it 17-10, and now Philadelphia has the ball. We have a game. But when he threw the pick and they got it to 24-0, I'm like, it's completely over.
See, and even at 24-0, I thought they were still in it because I was like, if anybody can make a weirdo comeback, it's the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. And I was like, score to end the half, score to start the second half. And
our house stopped watching after that pick. Like
What'd you guys do instead?
We played a game. I forget what it's called, but we were at a friend's house. And you get a word, and you put the word on there, and then you have to draw it. Then you pass it to your next person, and based off of the picture they see, they have to write a word that they think it is or a phrase that they think it is, and then it gets passed to the next person, and they see that phrase, and they have to draw the picture of that phrase.
Pass the pen?
Something like that. And then you see at the end if you kept the word or how crazy the pictures got and the word became.
Yeah.
So that's what we did instead.
Carter started FaceTiming one of his friends from his football team, and I was like, "You need to put your earbuds in. I don't want to hear that kid right now. Sorry." Like it just.
Oh wow!
Look, man, when you're on speakerphone, it's just louder. I don't know what it is about speakerphone. So that was the thing. And then I said, "Carter, let's do that." And then he left. So after halftime,
Telestrations. Hunter Wells on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I played that game.
Telestrations.
That is where I learned what a charcuterie board was. Because that was the word that got passed to me. And this was years ago. I was like, I have no idea what that is. So I drew a dartboard because that's a board that I knew. And so then the next person wrote dartboard. And I was like, hey, you did the right thing off my drawing. But that's because I had no idea what this was. And so
Can you not just be like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what this word is.
Yeah.
I admitted that.
So I had, at the time, I had no idea what it was.
But I wonder this. The game was still on. We just turned it on mute.
Okay.
So I'm wondering this, when it comes to ratings, when I guess we get that either this afternoon or tomorrow, I still think the ratings will be great because people like us at a Super Bowl party. The game was still on. We just put it on mute. And I know that TV doesn't count. They don't have like
a box or whatever.
Yeah, but I'm assuming that's how you're still going to get great numbers. I'm sure there'll be some, like the fourth quarter. We did have to go drive and pick up our kids, so I wasn't even I didn't watch at all in the fourth quarter or even have it. But I'm assuming that house still had the game on TV. So I'm assuming you'll still get really good numbers because people just keep it on to keep it on.
Yeah. And especially because it's become such like a pop culture phenomenon with all the commercials, and obviously the halftime show dominated a lot of people's thoughts on social media.
Corey, Saturday, we call up our daughter and we're like, how's it going? Talking. And we're like, what you doing for the Super Bowl? And she's like, I'm going over to my boyfriend's house and we're having a lot of people over. Boyfriend. And I'm like, who you rooting for? And she goes, I don't even know who's in the game.
Oh.
And then my wife chimes in. She goes, I don't know who's in the game either.
Well, that's good. I mean, and just in case, that's not a bad thing.
The Super Bowl.
Yeah.
40% of the people watching don't even know who's in the game.
I'm sure you're right
just
about that.
Because it's a social event.
Right.
That was something I started thinking about last night as I was looking around. Is it too soon for me to start thinking this? I was looking around the room and going, we're going to have to get new chairs like over in that corner of the living room because one day Avery might be married, Carter might be married, and they're all going to come back to my house and watch the Super Bowl. In my mind, I'm already convinced they're all coming back because they love me. When in reality, they're going to leave and never come back, and I'll see them like 2% for the rest of my life.
They're going to come back. I don't know if you need to buy the chair yet.
I'll wait till the dog passes because that's his area right now.
Okay.
And then when he passes, I'll just put a chair in that area.
You could wait until one of the boys tells you they knock somebody up or they're getting married.
Or gets married.
You can knock somebody up and not be married and not be a bad person. Just sometimes you make poor decisions.
Yeah, he made a poor decision this weekend. We'll talk about it.
Come on, Daddy.
Okay, Troy Aikman.
I feel like Mike now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some Super Bowl stew. Did you email Bill Murray like I did?
No.
Next on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Master.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back goes Mahomes. He's rushing. He's looking. It's intercepted. It's intercepted. Running with the football to the 25. Down the far side is the Gene. And Gene is in for a touchdown.
Happy birthday, Cooper DeJean.
Cooper DeJean with a pick for a touchdown.
A pick six in the Super Bowl on your birthday.
I guess maybe they thought Cooper was camp, and that's why they said Cooper DeJean.
Adrian said his name 3 different ways too, though.
Oh.
So I was like, well, don't worry
I used to
about
think it was Cooper DeJean for sure.
Yeah,
That's the Eagles' call. So is his name DeJean?
It's I don't
DeJean.
DeJean. I do
Yeah.
not believe so.
DeJean is DIJON. Grey Poupon.
Huh?
Dijon mustard. Never mind.
Okay. So
Good job, Corey.
Hey, the Eagles are the champs.
Cooper DeJean scores a pick six on his 22nd birthday. He's the first player in the history of the Super Bowl with a touchdown on his birthday. However, did you see the other factoid about not being the first NFL player to do that in a championship game on his birthday? Of course, we take you, as you would have guessed, to Steve Van Buren in 1947.
Why it's always Steve Van Buren?
He was awesome.
Yeah, he has all these stats that it hasn't been done since him.
And I think his brother or cousin was president. Like, he did a lot. So 1947, he scored a touchdown in the NFL championship game. So good job, Cooper DeJean. And it was Saquon's birthday as well.
He didn't score a touchdown.
I know. He did not
What
score
a catch, though, in the was that the fourth quarter? That catch down the sideline that he had?
Oh, yeah, and he just kept going down the sideline.
He's just
Absolutely.
good at everything, man.
All right, we're going to throw out perhaps our final helping of Super Bowl stew right here. And I know the country is very divided. These are tough times. But I think we finally found one thing we can all agree on during the Super Bowl. The Fox Sports score bug was stupid.
So that's their new one next year,
divided
right?
on this?
Like
No,
that's,
I'm saying the country's divided, but we've all
No, that's
come
what I'm saying.
together.
Okay, all right,
for
yeah.
this.
Yes, this was the most ridiculous thing. Why? Like it looked like they
what they're
never
going to have next year. They just rolled it out for the
I
Super
hate
Bowl.
it.
Awful.
What was wrong with it?
It's too fat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's too big. It's too blocky.
Yeah.
It doesn't have
It took up too much. It took up too much TV. It took up too much of the space. I was distracted by it, and it was like, but don't worry, we don't have a background, so you can still see through it. I was like, why? It doesn't even matter. It's all in my face the whole time.
I wonder how much they paid people to come up
make
with
it.
that, to change, right? When you change something like that,
College football playoff.
you better
that
say
name,
nice things about the Rangers. We're going to have some cool things on there.
That name
So
cost
it's gonna be changed, obviously, 'cause
$65,000.
We're not on Bally's, so
Yeah,
it cost $65K.
for the college football playoff name. They created the college football
They
playoff.
hired a committee.
That paid.
That's what they came up with.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they paid somebody a lot of money, and I'm
I
not
have
saying
no
a
doubt.
person, but a company or whoever does that for Fox, like, we want a new bug, and they probably went through 5 to 10 different ones, and they settled on this is the best one going forward. So I'm assuming next year when you watch Cowboy games, that will be what it looks like.
It was universally panned as stupid. I did not like it either.
Yeah, I didn't like it. Let's go ahead and let's fix that. Take it. Whatever it was during the regular season, why didn't you just leave it like that?
Now's the time to debut.
No, it's not. This is the time to be the
new
best.
technology.
Just do what you
I
did
guess.
well all season. Same for Brady. Don't act nervous. Sorry, man. He could have been better. I would have rather had Greg Olsen.
So, agreed. Let's go to cut number 18. This was before the game. Hey, when the TV camera's on you, the pressure can be on. So let's go to an Eagles fan on Bourbon Street who is ready to spell things out for his team.
It's over! You want to leave the chant with your people? Go ahead, spell it. E-A-G-E-L, Eagles!
Now,
Michael.
that was
Pac-Man Jones?
No, it was not Pac-Man Jones. I don't know,
Magnitude.
some guy. He spelled it E-A and then G-E-L. So
I'm a horrible speller.
First of all, didn't need the S.
Yeah.
Also,
just one eagle.
Didn't spell the rest of it correct either. But he was
do they say
fired
the
up.
S at the end, or do they just go Eagles, or do they spell
I
it
think
with
they
the
put
S?
the
spelled
S on there.
You know why I know, Mike? Because every person that got off the airplane
Oh my God!
at the New Orleans airport would start screaming that chant whenever they walked off the airplane. There were so many Philly fans in that airport, man.
Let me tell you something. They are good fans. They might be mean and they might beat you up, and that's wrong, right? They're not cordial, but they are into their teams. I mean, 5 times more than DFW fans are. The way that they have chants, the way that they are into the game.
Yeah, they care.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. I get you hate that chant. I don't like
do.
it. I mean, I tease Cowboy fans by doing it, but they are into the game.
Yeah. No, look, I'm not going to dispute that whatsoever.
Even when their team gets rid of the best players on their team, they still just believe that they can do it.
They traded their Luka?
I don't know. I'm just assuming.
Cowboys are thinking about it too. Get ready for that. We'll get to that in just a little bit. By the way, Inner Excellence, A.J. Brown. Well, I was going to say the A.J. Brown book. He didn't write the book. The Jim Murphy book that hopefully Jim Murphy is sending A.J. Brown some money because it is back up to number 4 on the Amazon book charts. And I have a feeling that it might go up even higher because once again, A.J. Brown, get work done, pulls out a copy of the book. It's amazing.
Question, I haven't looked up this book yet. Was it getting good reviews before A.J. Brown was reading it on the sideline, or did people look at it and go, I've read it, it was okay, there were things that I liked about it, things that I didn't like?
I think like 14 people had reviewed it. Like, it was just...
And only 12 had the book.
I don't know the story. How did A.J. Brown find this book?
Ooh, I'm not sure. I just know he's obviously super into sports psychology. I don't know what led him to this book specifically. It's just if you look at a ton of the reviews, they come in post or around the time of the NFC Championship game.
His teammate Moro Ojomo introduced him to it.
What?
Ojomo. I thought the J could be pronounced as an H. And I've mispronounced it, I believe, because the J,
I turned around.
Much like A.J. Brown, the J is pronounced.
I was like, wait, what's his name? There's a guy's name on the team?
Quote, it just spoke to me because certain challenges I face as an athlete keep recurring in my career. So thank you, Moro Ojomo. Ojomo. Son of a... I'm sorry. My
Hey.
Did we just tell me we dumped it?
As long as we're having fun.
Just please tell me we...
When the Chiefs were losing... Here, Corey, this is just for you. I'm going to try to deflect the narrative, all right?
Awesome.
Dick Vitale, he tweeted out at halftime that when the Eagles were ahead 24-0, somebody asked about the odds of a Chiefs comeback, and he said, I think I've got a better chance of being named the sexiest man in television, baby.
Oh, nice. Who is the sexiest man in television?
I don't know. What was that last person that you said?
I was like, the Chiefs are probably telling Kendrick Lamar, play 5 more songs. F us coming out for this.
We don't want to get back out
I
there
can
right
see that
now.
for sure. The ratings would have been way better if they would have kept going with Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, when they showed coming back for the second half, at first they showed one of those steamboats in New Orleans. I was like, the Chiefs are probably on that effing boat right now. Like, we're out of
We
here.
got to get the hell out of here. All right, Devontae Smith. Devontae Smith, the 5th player to win a national championship, a Heisman Trophy, and a Super Bowl.
Good for him.
We've lost Mike for the rest of the segment.
Sorry, I'm still trying to recover.
It shocked me because I'm like, maybe that is his name.
I'm doubting most of my decisions. I'm just saying, most of my decisions I'm doubting.
It's a mistake. We've all made mistakes.
Sure. I said the F word a couple of weeks ago and then freaked out about it. So
one time Brad Sham thought somebody punted a women's part.
That did happen. Hey, all right. So you didn't see AI Jimmy Johnson before the game?
No, I will admit, and I think we talked about this last week, I don't really watch much of the pregame. Like I started the record just a little bit early so I can make sure not to miss the anthem and stuff like that, but I didn't see any of the pregame stuff.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no, it was a little awkward, but Adrian looked at me and goes, "Hold on. Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones were on the same college football team and they won a national championship?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, you're a casual football fan."
Yeah.
And so that was her moment to see all of that and how all that went down. But it was pretty interesting, but it was kind of weird.
But Jimmy
to see his
Johnson is
face.
alive.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the weird. Well, but they had to go back in time. They had to go back in time.
So kind of like what we did at in Rogue One and different stuff like that. I got you.
On a different body. So it was interesting. But I was also wondering where Brad Pitt was during that the read that he was. That place looked amazing, and I don't know how they cleared the whole place out. They also cleared out Bourbon Street so Lady Gaga could sing. That was kind of wild too.
And I wish they would have cleared out the CGI department of whoever made that Martha Stewart commercial.
It would have been fine had she not done the dancing.
Yeah.
Not done. Now I do have this question for you, Kevin. What did you think of the green screen backdrop for Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady?
What do you mean? They weren't standing on Bourbon Street?
No, they weren't standing on Bourbon Street. Bourbon Street's not that empty. But I thought it was really cool. I just thought it was a different backdrop.
Yeah, I liked it.
Usually it's just some,
fine.
Some gray and black shapes in the background.
And then they have the scoreboard running behind you, but they're like, "Ooh, there's no other game. Don't worry about it."
Yeah.
All right. So Devontae Smith, we talked about, accomplished all of this. Also, and this is astonishing to me, Bleacher Report says that Devontae Smith is the first player drafted from Alabama to score a Super Bowl touchdown.
Is that true?
I mean,
according to math.
According to Bleacher Report, not to math. And because remember, quarterbacks, you don't get credit for scoring the touchdown if you throw the touchdown.
Really?
It's whoever's in the end zone. I know it goes on your stats, but you don't get credit for scoring the touchdown.
Yahoo Sports confirmed it. So there you go, Kevin.
Wasn't the first touchdown by Jalen Hurts? I guess, he's drafted by Oklahoma.
Exactly.
Okay.
Interesting. That too. Wow. You would think with how many players, Julio Jones, you would have thought that he would be on that list. But you would think with how many players they
Joe
put
Namath
out.
only played in one, so he obviously didn't run one in Super Bowl III.
Yeah, that is true. That is absolutely true.
They didn't have the tush push back then.
Yeah, I guess not. Corey
Classic didn't get in the end zone for the Cowboys.
Yes, that is true. Corey, how did the people in your household react to Taylor Swift getting booed?
Nobody saw it. Everybody was in a different room whenever that. I didn't even see it. I saw it on Twitter or something.
Neither did Taylor Swift because they showed the camera and she looked up and heard the booing. And I think she said, "What's happening?"
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's what Philly, that's what I would expect, right?
I still think that those people should be booing the TV executives, not her. It's not her fault they keep putting her on camera.
But she's a Chiefs fan. They were just booing Chiefs fan. If they put Paul Rudd up there, I think they should have booed him too. And if they put Bradley Cooper up there, I think that everybody from Kansas City should have booed him.
That felt like a pretty pro Eagles crowd in the intros. Now I know eventually the game got to the point where you're like, Chiefs fans, I got it.
Yeah, it definitely did feel very green.
God, can you imagine? I was thinking of that halftime. You're just like, I paid $25,000 for hotel, food, flight, tickets, and I get it. You have a lot of money. I assume if you did that as a Kansas City Chiefs fan, and you're just sitting there at halftime, and you're just like, we can go home.
Yeah.
I don't know if you start checking American Airlines or Southwest Airlines or whatever. And
for an early flight.
Yeah. Can I just go home now? There's no reason to watch this.
Yeah. But if you're an Eagles fan, I could see how you're just
sell your second half ticket to an Eagle fan outside.
Yeah, it's just nothing but a victory laugh, and you're like, "Hey, will you take this off my hands?" And you're like,
because it reminded me of for me at least, it reminded me of, as a kid, the first ever Super Bowl that I was super duper invested in as a Cowboys fan was 92. And by halftime, you had a great idea the Cowboys were going to win. You're like, it will take a miracle comeback. Yes, the Bills had done that against Houston. Maybe that might have been the next year that they did that. So maybe it hadn't happened yet. But like, you just felt like, I can't believe it. We beat San Francisco.
Yes.
We miraculously beat them in San Francisco. And now we're killing the Buffalo Bills. We're killing them.
And then the fourth quarter was the greatest quarter of football ever had. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, very special edition of Baseball Nuggets.
What's the future of this former Texas Ranger? Next.
You've made us number one in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversation.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Can't see masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for a very special edition of Baseball Nuggets.
All right, let's get to it. I will be leaving The Fan at the end of the month. So that was what I was going to say. Tuesday, obviously, people were like, what are you teasing? Ended up, they didn't want me saying it yet, so I respected the wishes of the station. But Friday, I got the go-ahead that we could say this. And obviously, I'm pumped about my job as the Rangers analyst on television, and I'll be doing approximately 100 games there for the Texas Rangers. And just looking at it from the station, looking at it from the perspective of how much I'd be traveling with the team, me looking at it on the duty that I have to do Ranger games, that it just wasn't going to be really possible to do both. So making the split, we'll be headed to spring training at the end of the month. So my last shows on the station will be at Surprise, covering the Texas Rangers, which is very cool to kind of end it that way. Because
oddly poetic.
Yeah, I don't know if many people know my story on how I got, let's say, to the Fan. But in 2011, after the Mavericks had won the title, it was a weird text or call. I honestly can't remember how much phone conversation or text it was, but Greg Williams, Grego, reached out to me and he goes, Mike, I really think you'd be great at the Fan. You know, what are you up to? What are you doing? I'm going to put in the word with Bruce Gilbert that you should come over here, this and that. And I was like, this is out of nowhere. And I'm like, well, thanks, Grego. That would be great. But I'm like, my career's over. I know my career's over. I screwed it up and I deserved what I got and I am done. But cordially, yeah, thanks, Grego. No problem. And Bruce Gilbert at the time was the station manager here and
saw him at the Super Bowl.
Yeah. And so right before the Ranger season was coming to an end in 2011, Bruce Gilbert reached out to me and he said, hey, Mike, love to meet you. We've never met before. And so I met him and we talked about things. And he said, look, I obviously have no position here available. But I just wanted to meet you and get to know you. I've heard some good things about you from multiple people. And I said, well, what are you doing for the Rangers postseason? Because it's about to start 2011. Rangers are headed to the postseason. And I said, I'll do Rangers post-game, postseason for you. If you're looking for that, I'll do it for free. if you think I can do this, I can prove it to you or not prove it to you. And so he called me back a day later and said, hey, I can't let you do it for free. But this is a good idea. Come on. And whoever's on, they did not have the Rangers in 2011. The Rangers weren't here at 105.3.
That 1 year.
So when the game's over, we're going to go to kind of a 30-minute to an hour Rangers postseason, post-game, deal here. And who's ever on is on. So I worked with Richie Witt and Grego and Sybil.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And then that's when I got to meet you guys. I think it was the Detroit series, right? So they beat Tampa. I didn't do a show with you guys, but then early on in the Detroit series, I believe.
Derek was pitching the game, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And so I jumped on with you guys after the game ended and did that. So that was the first time I ever got to work with you guys. And then I don't remember the timeline, but then Bruce left. You might know the timeline better, maybe a year later or so after that October 2011?
I think he left in a little early in 2013.
And so Spittle was coming back from Houston. He was here early on when the fan started, and then he went to Houston, and then he came back. And as he was coming back, he reached out to me. I was doing part-time stuff at the fan, so I was filling in when there needed to be fill-in time. I was doing some Rangers post-game stuff. And I believe by that point, the Rangers were back on the fan. And Spittle said, hey, I don't have a job for you today. I'm taking over, but I want you to be part of this. Just give me some time and be patient. I said, all right. And so in September of 2013 is when you guys took over the nighttime show that Gavin / the G-Bag Nation was leaving to go to middays. And so Gavin and Jeff and Chris, and then I was added to the midday program, the G-Bag Nation, in September of 2013. I'll remember that date because on that date, our first ever show, I also was inducted into the Duncanville Hall of Honor for sports.
Cool.
So that night after the show was over, I went to Duncanville and gave the speech and accepted the award for going into Duncanville's Hall of Honor.
Mike, around that time, by the way, Gavin Spittle did ask both of us if you would join the show, if we'd be okay with that. And I said, well, what would we call the show? And then we were like, the bench, the dugout. We just kind of let, like, the bullpen.
Yeah.
And so, but then you joined G-Bag Nation, and we got to hear you every day there.
Yeah, so I just want to say that's how it started. And then obviously G-Bag Nation got moved up to afternoons, and I was with them, but I couldn't do that. Family-wise, I couldn't do it. Wanting to keep doing the Ranger job, I couldn't do it. I was doing pre and post. I was not doing the stuff I'm getting to do now. And so got moved back. That was something that I wanted. I loved you guys. Not that I didn't love G-Bag Nation, but I was like, I think I can work with these guys, and it can be a really fun show. So that started right before COVID, pretty much.
Yes, it did.
We made the big change. Broadus got added to the station. He went to the G-Bag Nation, and I was with you guys. And then COVID happened. So our first year or so of really working together, for the most part, was all Zooming. Corey and I Zooming at home. Kevin didn't care about COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And so he would come up here and say, I don't believe in this thing. Right?
Every day he'd be
how
like, COVID is over.
Stating that?
Yeah.
COVID is over. Get into the station.
Yeah, I'm
every
on
day.
Tinder doing my thing.
You know what? That is a tough argument for me to go against because I did get married that year too. So you make a good point. I didn't realize it, but I guess I was.
And so I've got to be with you guys now for approximately 6 years.
Yep.
And I'm super excited about what the future holds. I hope that I do a great job with the Texas Rangers. I hope that I can be close to as good as my mentor, Norm Hitchkiss, as the great Tom Grieve. I understand that those are high expectations to live up to. And there's been other people. Busby was great at it. I can remember as a kid, Jim Sundberg jumping in there some. I've been a Ranger fan for a long time, and to get to do this is just an unbelievable dream come true. And so I will be leaving the station effectively. I believe it's February 28th. It's literally the last day of February, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think February 28th is the Friday in Arizona. Will be my last show on the Fan.
And I just want to, for clarification, I'll allow you to take it over because I've already seen this question come in.
Kid has a dentist appointment that day.
Oh,
two bad things in one day.
For what would you say to the people who think that maybe you'll just be gone for baseball season?
No, this is permanent. So when, let's just say, the Rangers hopefully win the World Series or whatever, obviously we wouldn't be doing broadcast in October. That the playoffs go to national games. But no, I will not be coming back in October and doing radio. So this February 28th literally will be my last day with the station. Now, I guess you can hear me because I will be doing some pre and post with the Texas Rangers, and it'll be a simulcast this year. So it'll be on television while also on 105.3 The Fan. So you could hear me chiming in with Jared Sandler as Jared's leading the pregame or leading the postgame here on 105.3 The Fan, but doing the radio show with you guys and stuff like that. And you guys have known, by the way, just
sure.
Kevin and Corey have known for a while.
Yeah, this has been really tough.
We've had to keep it quiet for a while here, but with the blessings of Gavin Spittle, we are able to tell you, the Tolos, our friends, our family, we're able to tell you guys now today that I have 4 shows this week. I have 3 shows next week, and then I have the 5 shows in Surprise. And so I am down to, including today, 12 shows left on the Fan.
Do you think you'll still listen to our show?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, I'll be, and there's part of me that
we just gained a listener.
This is very comfortable. I've been doing this now, like I said, for a while, but September of 2013 full time. So I've been doing this for a while. So this is very comfortable.
Yeah.
And working with the Rangers, I love doing it. But I know that that's a very competitive job. If you look at the people that are hired full time, yes, there's national spots too, but there's 30 teams. And so there's 30 of those jobs. Now there are, like last year we had Valley and me and Murph doing it. This year it will be me predominantly doing it and Murph doing it'll be like 2/3 to 1/3 for Ranger fans. That's about how it'll break down. So I know it's a highly competitive job. And know that I'm going to do the best that I can and to do the best that I can and to give it my all. I don't think it was possible to do both. And obviously the Rangers saw it that way. The fans saw it that way. And it was not like, I don't know how to say it, but everybody was together on this. The people here at the Fan, the people with the Rangers, we all understood what was happening when we came to the agreement that I would be doing the majority of Ranger games.
Well, look, like you said, we've known about this for a while, but still even hearing it it's bittersweet because on the one hand, we're really sad that you're going to be gone. But on the other hand,
but happy at times.
Yeah, that's fair. I am 85% sad that you're leaving. No, I'm just kidding. But on the other hand, you're going to be the predominant color man on the Rangers TV broadcast.
That's awesome. And you were our guy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you were ours. He was ours, as people chanted before.
And like I said, I know I'm out of time, but I never thought that was possible. Even last year in November on vacation with my wife, she asked me about my dream job. And I said my dream job would be to be on radio or television for the Texas Rangers. But I know that that's probably not possible, but that would be the dream job. And then who would have ever known a week or two later, CJ Nikowski gets the job with the Atlanta Braves, and John Blake and the Rangers call me up to interview me for the possibility of calling Ranger games as the analyst. And I was like, this is unbelievable. So that's it. It's not today. It's not over today, but we have 12 more engagements to listen to my sorry butt on the Fan.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Sad.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the amazing start and terrible conclusion of Anthony Davis's first game with the Mavs. Next on The Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has those.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you missed the last segment, people have thoughts. For the 940, this is equal to, if not greater than, Luka leaving.
From the 214, I know Jerry did this. He called the Rangers and demanded this happen to get Mike off the Fan.
You're like,
I want to
better
thank,
hire
if that
him.
was the case, I would like to thank Jerry Jones for demanding I get the TV analyst job for the Rangers.
After all the nice things you've done for Jerry Jones, he's like, this is the least I can do. So Mike will be heading off. His last show with us for good will be February 28th, and we'll be in surprise for that. So that's a nice little coincidence right there.
Some people will be surprised that day. They didn't hear it today, and they're going to be
That
like,
is
oh,
true.
What?
And that's why I got a Tolo. Let's go ahead and give me cut number 12, because the beginning of Anthony Davis's first game with the Mavericks, it was great.
Thompson gambled going after it, and to the basket, Davis put back jam. And how is that for a first 4 minutes and 26 seconds in a Mavericks uniform?
It was great. You know what? I'm going to live with that feeling for just one more second. Go ahead and give me cut number 11. Let's just it's kind of like when we had to make the Mike announcement. We were delaying it for as long as possible. You know what? Give me one more happy clip. Give me cut number 11, and Anthony Davis is still doing cool stuff.
Davis on the post up this time. Eason, another good defender. Davis scores.
Kevin, I had never seen, I've seen Luka like that, where he's like, I've been waiting so long to go show everybody.
Yeah.
I've been waiting so long to show. And you know what? It was almost as if Jason Kidd had been whispering in his ear all week, hey, when you show up, you gotta make this crowd love you. You got to give them a reason. And when he walked out onto the court and started the first play, that one to Gafford, I was like, oh my gosh, he can pass from the post. What are we doing right now? And then you just started to see more and more of his offensive arsenal. But Kevin, they finished the game with 18 blocks. 18 blocks. Like everybody was committed to defense in this game. That whole first half, I was like, okay. And then I tweeted it around somewhere in the middle of the first quarter, and I said, if he can just stay healthy. And everybody replied back, he can't. And I was like, yeah, I know, but he can't.
Which is interesting because, he's played more games in the last 3 years than Luka. But
he has been.
We didn't get all the way through 3 quarters. He had scored 26 points.
Before we go there, PJ looked like he was able to do some different stuff defensively too because of what Anthony Davis provided as the 4. And so it looked like PJ could. And so anytime the smaller guys, the forwards and guards went to the basket, PJ was on them blocking shots. It felt like, okay, what Nico said was right. They really want to focus on the defensive end of the court, and it looked like they were a real team defense.
And we'll get to this from the 2 and 4. Are y'all Mavs fans or Luka fans? Y'all can't see the team is way better without Luka. So, I don't know if you were watching this team during this season, but that is demonstrably untrue. This team was significantly worse without Luka. That has been shown throughout the season. And even if that's the case, that's fine. The player you got to not replace him, because I know it's a different fit, but essentially replace him, got hurt before the end of the third quarter. 26 points, 16 rebounds, 7 assists. Anthony Davis made both of his 3-pointers, had 3 blocks. He was having an incredible game. And then he got hurt. And I was like, oh, crap. And then Anthony Davis said, he's fine. It's not really that big of a deal. He said the leg got a little bit got tight, a little bit of a spasm. Obviously, he was coming back from another injury, and I was like, okay.
It was just weird to see a guy non-contact go cripple to the ground. Just immediately fall to the ground. You're like, and he grabbed that area that had already been injured. And that was hold on. And I agree with this, Kevin, the person that texted in. He clearly wasn't over his injury yet, but they needed him to show. They needed him to be out there so the fans would be like, oh, that's what we're getting. They needed that, and then it cost them a little bit.
And so I was like, he said he's going to be fine. It's going to be okay. Then, unfortunately, you get the news that Anthony Davis has a left abductor strain. I don't actually think there's a B in there. So adductor strain, and he is going to miss. Your mic's off. You're going to miss. He's going to miss several weeks. And then there are some people who have said, I think you should put it more indefinitely. Could be a month plus. So, best case scenario, he's going to be out several weeks. And this is you feel like you got the whole Anthony Davis experience in that one game, right? Because you're like, hey, he could damn sure be a top 5 player in the league, and you like his defense, and then he got hurt
in one game.
Yeah, and then you got hurt, and you're like, oh yeah, that's the other part.
What'd you feel about the Max Christie experience?
Yes, so I have really liked Max Christie the last couple of games, but it's weird because I feel like I'm talking myself into being excited about a young player who can be very good, but this trade that I still think the Mavericks got swindled on was for Anthony Davis, and he's already hurt. And by the way, I'm sorry to be this guy. Max Christie is questionable tonight due to a right shoulder strain. So hopefully questionable.
It's going to be like the Rondo trade where it ended up being Dwight Powell was what we got for him.
The whole team.
It could end up being Max Christie and somebody you draft in 2029. Or I hope that they're like, hey, you know what? He's fine. He's back in 2 weeks, starts to kick ass, stays healthy the rest of the way. But it's hard to feel that way when the first game you have him, he gets hurt.
But he was great.
He was.
He could have put up 60 and 30 in this game.
Okay, that's fine. I would much rather him be significantly worse, or at least somewhat worse, than playing one game every month.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't this put making the playoffs at all in jeopardy? Major jeopardy.
That. Absolutely.
Golden State's out of the playoffs right now at 500. So you're going to have to go approximately a month is your hope.
Yes.
Derek Lively ain't coming back in this month.
True.
So you're now back to Like, all right, this is your team. Kyrie has to stay super healthy.
Yep.
To even play around 500. Remember, when Luka was out, and Derek Lively was out for some of this too, so you're going to be playing without Luka, obviously, the rest of the franchise. You're going to be playing without Derek Lively, most likely the rest of this regular season. I believe you were 6-12 in those 18
Something along
games.
those lines,
like when Luka got hurt on Christmas Day, I think you ended up being 6-12 in those games. It might have ended up going 7-12, but it was something around that. So that's about what you should expect to go the rest of the way until Anthony Davis gets healthy.
Yeah, and just somebody threw this out there. I mean, you can make judgments all you want. Like this, it's way too early. From the 6-8-2, what happens if Luka goes out tonight and re-aggravates his calf or his ankle? What does everyone make of the trade then? It's way too soon to make any final decisions. My thoughts about the trade are exactly the same as they were a little bit more than a week ago. I just don't understand how you got that little of a return. Even if Max Christie is playing better than anticipated, you still got fleeced on this deal. And then to see the player that we were all excited about, but all a little nervous about, get hurt in his first game, it doesn't help. So, like, Anthony Davis can come back in a month and be like, I've never been more healthy in my entire life. And I would be like, hell yeah.
You're also going to hold your breath the entire time.
But in the back of my mind, anytime he holds his, his groin, his leg, whatever, I'm going to be like, oh, crap.
Usually, though, when you enter your mid-30s, you get healthier if you've had problems with injuries in your 20s. No?
Sarcasm.
Yeah, that was sarcasm right
it'll
there.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, and not having Lively either, like this
yeah,
what they liked, what they wanted to do with all their size, it just becomes more difficult now as you try to hit the stretch of the back stretch of this season.
I get that there's still hope from the Mavs and maybe hardcore Mavs fans, no matter what, that they're still going to make the NBA Finals and win the championship this year. But at this point, when you're looking at Derek Lively, you're looking now at Anthony Davis, the major injuries. Probably other people are going to get hurt. Like, let's just be honest. There's going to be some games Kyrie can't play here coming up. There's going to be some games other people can't play. I guess if you're a diehard no matter what, at this point, not that you're rooting for losses, but to get the 10th or 11th pick, you're in a 2 to 3 year window. And then this thing is totally destroyed. So are you just hoping, all right, well, let's get a better pick? Not that you take the pick, but you use the pick to get another 30-something-year-old player to try to make a run in 26, 27, and then this thing kind of explodes on you, and you're like, who cares?
Doesn't Nico have a 3-year contract? Like, he's kind of looking at his 3-year window, and then he may not care after that. Like, that might be where his mind is.
But I'm just saying, if
beyond
you
that, doesn't matter to me.
Right now, they have the 18th pick. If they stayed in, I believe they're the 8th seed right now. If they stayed in that situation, they would be approximately the 18th pick. But there's a strong likelihood.
You think they'll trade the pick?
Yeah, but you're not gonna win a lot of games the rest of the way.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So if you go down to the 11th pick, it becomes a more valuable pick. Maybe not for you to take a guy that you think can develop in a year or two, but maybe you're like, well, look, we are in a do or die situation. I did a deal to put us in a do or die 2-year window. So what's the point in picking a dude 11th if I can trade that pick, the Lakers pick, your 2031 pick, Daniel Gafford, Klay Thompson, PJ Washington, and go get Kevin Durant and go, now we're really in a 2-year window, but I did the best I could with this 2-year situation.
Now, a fascinating add-on to all of this is, what are the Lakers going to do? Because their trade for Mark Williams has been nixed. Mark Williams failed the physical. And so
Anthony Davis passed the physical?
That's
good news.
That is true. Right. And
that is
unfortunately, then he...
Yeah, what's wrong with Mark Williams? Because if there's a minor injury, you're like, I don't care. Like, we want Mark Williams for Luka's. They're hoping a 10-year run in Los Angeles.
Well, and the Hornets had to do the, quote version of the walk of shame, because their quote was, after the other team aggressively pursued Mark, we made the difficult decision to move him. We've always had great respect for Mark's talent, work ethic, and character. We are thrilled to see him rejoin our roster as a dynamic presence at the starting center position.
Yeah, we wanted him all along. That was our guy. We got him back.
We made the trade because we thought it would make our team worse.
And we got him back.
So now that we got him back,
going to make us better.
But unfortunately, Mavs fans, if you're hoping that somehow retroactively that could happen with the Anthony Davis-Luka trade, it's not going to happen. It's done. Okay. Cannot be undone.
Yeah, well, that does.
Except for when Luka becomes a free agent and comes back to Dallas. That's not going to happen either.
Is it
for people that are asking that?
Yeah, my wife was asking me that question about Luka, and I said, there's less than a 1% chance. Do you think he wants anything to do with the Adelson family? Like, it doesn't matter, even if Nico leaves. Like, you'd have to sell the team back to Mark Cuban, and maybe, like, when he's 32 or 33... like maybe he would come back, but I don't think there's that connection.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Because my wife is not. She's like, you're selling all of your Luka cards. I'm like, yes, I'm selling all my Luka cards. Nothing against Luka. He didn't choose this trade, but I have no emotional connection anymore to Luka Doncic.
Is this an odd time for you to get out of, or like an oddly good time for you to get out of sports radio too?
In a way,
because
yes,
you're
like,
honest, I don't care about this team.
The passion for the Cowboys has just gone down over time, and this is my opinion. I don't think Jerry Jones. I think he's very smart, and I think he's intentionally not doing his best. That upsets me as a fan.
Sure.
And then now that you traded Luka. And not that I was just like, I'm just Luka and that's nothing else, but I look at it and I was struggling with the NBA, and then they do this, and I'm like, I have no emotional connection to Anthony Davis or Max Christie or Kyrie Irving. Like, I know they're on the Mavs, but I'm like, this isn't fun to me. And the sport, the rules have changed so much, it's not fun. People sitting out, it's not fun. Yeah. So I'm like, yeah, it is tough. It's tough when you're not really a Cowboys fan and you were like hardcore.
Yeah.
And then the way the NBA is going, I'm not pleased with it at all. And now I'm really not pleased with the Dallas Mavericks. So in a way, yes, it does help that at this time things fell into place where it would be tougher for me, as people have pointed out. It would be tougher for me to do this job when I have no emotional connection. But I do know a lot of people do this job without any emotional connection. They don't care if the Cowboys win or lose.
Sure.
They don't care if the Mavericks win or lose. They don't care if the Rangers win or lose. They're just here in Dallas, and that's the job that they do.
Couple quick more notes for you. Mark Cuban apparently urged Nico not to go through with the Luka trade, but by the time he had been informed of everything that was going on, it was essentially too late. And then Mavericks assistant coach Marko Milic, not Darko Milicic.
You sure?
Yes, I am. Has decided to leave the team. He's from Slovenia and didn't want to stay with the Mavs now that Luka is not there anymore.
Makes sense.
It really does. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, back to the Super Bowl. What was the least entertaining Super Bowl you've ever seen? Was last night in the mix? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Mavericks has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We're going to run some clock, or maybe throw the dagger. Hurts going deep, for it all. Devontae Smith! He has got it! Touchdown!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What was the least entertaining Super Bowl you've ever seen? Was this one in the mix? 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. You want to hop in on the Twitch, on the YouTube. Would love to hear from you because this game was thoroughly not entertaining, not only because of the blowout nature, but because you sat there for at least a half, maybe 2.5 quarters thinking, crap, freaking Philadelphia is about to win another Super Bowl.
Yeah, I would say, Corey, for me, it was the first ever Super Bowl. It's the first and last for me is the one in New York. When Seattle, I don't even know what the score was. It felt like 40-0 at halftime over Denver.
Yeah. Oh, XLVIII.
Yeah, so that was the New York Super Bowl.
Yes.
43-8.
I was like, I don't know.
43-8.
And that was horrible.
Was that the snap over the head on the very first play?
It all fell apart immediately.
And by halftime, you're like,
sucked.
This game's over, and you thought it was going to be this great game because you're like Peyton Manning's offense versus Seattle's defense, and you're like, this is not a matchup.
Yeah.
And nobody, I don't know, I'm sure there were some people, but I think most of us thought it was going to be a close game.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you're just like, at halftime, you're like, at least for me, I'm like, this is over. There's nothing to really watch now.
Mike's Mike's dead on with that one being the most recent one that like stuck out as that was just boring because Kevin, I believe we were still Knights, and we saw that the adult website numbers went up like dramatically after the first quarter of that game. But I would say the other one would be XXIX. That is San Francisco versus San Diego Chargers.
Give me cut number 17 because this Super Bowl also sucked.
From the 44, they take it to Floyd. Young to the air. Young to Jerry Rice. Touchdown, San Francisco.
The Cowboys should have been in it. And that would have been 3 straight Super Bowl victories had they been in it. However, pass interference wasn't called.
This felt like the first Super Bowl since Super Bowl III, and then that ended up being a shocking outcome in which nobody really thought the game was in doubt. Like some of the other ones we'll bring up, you're like, I could see how this team would win, that team would win. Everybody knew that the 49ers were going to smoke the Chargers because we had already seen the Super Bowl. And Corey, to your point, so not only was that game boring, 49-26, and I don't even think it really felt that close, but you're like, we should have been in this game. And the Cowboys weren't.
Honestly, I was thinking, as I was having conversations with my kids going into the game, I was thinking to myself, man, there was a time when it did feel like those kinds of blowouts were, like you could predict them. You could almost predict those kinds of blowouts. Like the AFC does not have a team that can match these 2 to 3 NFC teams. And vice versa. It just seems like that era kind of disappeared for whatever reason. And then this game happened. Like I was like, like Mike said, this is going to be a close game all week, Kevin. That was exactly where I was. It's too difficult. This is a closer one than I can think because Philadelphia was better than most opponents that I thought were out there. And then it turned out that Kansas City wasn't as good as I thought they were by any means.
Now, there's an early favorite that is taking over on the fan text for the most boring or worst Super Bowl from the 214-682, another 682, 817, another 817. The crux of it is the Rams versus the Patriots a few years back was so boring.
At least you weren't sure who was going to win, though.
That's true. But man, was that game boring. And I believe that was 6 years ago now?
Oh, did that game total 13 points?
16. It was 13-3.
Yeah, it was terrible. And the only really great play in the game was the big pass to Gronk. Other than that, there was really nothing exciting about that game.
And McVay admitted he psyched himself out. He was like, well, when Belichick does this, I'm going to do this. And then
I'll get you.
Didn't have a good game plan. So I got one more I wanted to throw out there. This is cut number 16. I remember this Super Bowl and just being crushed by how terribly boring it was.
Picked up by Jermaine Lewis. He gets a block from Harris. We might have another Gash, and they knock out McDaniel, and there's Thomas, and he can't stop it. And he'll go the other way. Can you believe it? 84-yard touchdown kickoff return.
It was the Baltimore Ravens and the New York Giants. Because, you knew it was going to be tough for the Giants. And then I believe it was the Giants who had a kickoff return as well. And you're like, oh, hey, maybe here we go. And then immediately you're like, well, never mind.
This one's over with.
Yeah, and that game sucked. I did like seeing the Giants lose, but that game was boring as hell.
It does kind of lend itself to, and I know you can't do it, but the series is so much better than the single game. Although the ratings don't say that.
Sure.
But you get to see a team go through you're as a fan, you go through an emotional roller coaster for 7 days or 14 days, depending. I like the series more than one game.
I know it was just one game, but if after watching that, you would feel like, and we feel that if you lose by 20 points in the first round of a playoff basketball game, you're like, we are done.
Yeah.
But then it seems like, teams can bounce back and make a series of it. If those teams played each other the next 4 weeks, it's hard to think the Chiefs would win a game.
Based on how that looked, yeah.
But I understand. The Eagles played close to a perfect game. Close to. Not perfect, but close to. And Kansas City played the worst game you could possibly watch them play all around. So it's just tough. To your point, a series, I'm like, gosh, if I saw that game next week, if the rematch is next week, best of 5, I'd be like, I don't think the Chiefs have a chance.
But we did see the Rangers against Houston in that was it game 5?
Yeah, where they gave up Altuve hit the home run in the 8th inning, I believe.
Yeah, you just kind of walked away from that going, oh my gosh, the Astros found it, and we're never going to be able to beat
three
them.
times in a row here.
Yeah.
So,
good point, yeah.
No home team won a game in that series. Somebody asked this, if you weren't a Cowboys fan, was Super Bowl 27 boring? So CBS has already updated their
Can't
list.
tell you
They had a list. Yeah, I don't know, because I thought it was awesome. They updated their list. They put it out before the Super Bowl of like most to least entertaining Super Bowls, and that one was number 52 on the list, with the bringing up of it should have been 59-17, which would have been the most points ever scored in the Super Bowl. But this game from last night came in at number 57. The only ones worse, dead last, was the 49ers Chargers, and 58 on the list was that Seahawks Broncos game that you were talking about, where the first play went haywire and then the entire game was an ass kicking. This goes down last night per CBS as the third worst Super Bowl of all time.
Oh, man.
And
the Eagles fans are going to be, I don't care. Just like us with the Rangers, right? Don't care.
Yeah.
Do not care. We want it.
Or with the Cowboys against Buffalo being 52 on the list. I thought that was the greatest game of football I'd ever seen in my entire life, and probably still do. Now, one saving grace for me, because I didn't really like the commercials either, and I know we'll get into that later. I don't know what Tubi was thinking when they were like, hey, what if we change people's heads into movie genres? People will love that, right? and nobody was like, what? Don't do that. And then they're like, what if we did multiple commercials with that? And somebody's like, definitely don't do that. I like the halftime show quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Like many halftime shows, I found out that many people think it was the greatest thing ever or the worst thing ever. I don't know how much middle ground there is for people who are like, I thought it was okay. I liked it a lot.
My favorite representation of this, Mike, is the video of Pat McAfee dancing in his seat while Nick Saban is sitting there looking at him like he's an idiot. That's exactly like the split on this is some people loved it, some people didn't get it, and they're like, that's fine. I enjoyed it. My whole house, everybody was rocking with it, so they were happy.
I don't know him. Like he could have walked by me in New Orleans or stayed in the same hotel. I don't know what Kendrick Lamar looks like. I don't know any of his music. Because I don't know any of his music, it sounds like a foreign language to me in that he's talking so fast. I don't understand a word he's saying for the most part, and I get it. Kendrick Lamar is very popular. Millions of people love his music, love his style. I just don't. I have never even tried to check in to Kendrick Lamar stuff.
Okay.
So for me, I was bored. Not that I'm saying it's a good show or bad show. When you literally have no idea who the person is and you have no idea of any of his music, it's like it's not for me. Like this performance isn't for me. I don't care about his music, and I'm like I don't have an opinion on it was good or bad. I don't know what he's saying, and
it feels like you get stuck either way because I already saw some people like, we need Metallica to do the next Super Bowl halftime show, and I was like, well, guess what? You're going to have millions and millions of people who are also like, who the hell is this?
This stunk.
Yeah.
It wasn't any good.
There's a bunch of old people out there, and I'm like...
I don't think there's one musical act that everybody can get behind. There's just not one. Because there's nobody that crosses everything to make everybody happy.
We love to hate as a society.
I would just like for anybody to go to a Ranger game this year when it's 70 degrees outside, but hopefully the roof would be open. But they close the roof, and I want you to wear leather gloves and a leather jacket and jeans and see how much you sweat, and then start running around for 5 minutes.
I was very impressed with that.
Yeah. I feel like I would have like a heat meltdown if I was in that. Like at some point I'd Adam Levine it, and I don't have his body. I'd be like, here's my gut. I cannot wear this leather anymore.
Sometimes I forget how short he is.
Yeah.
But
he made himself look pretty tall most of the time.
5'5", 5'6". Look,
standing on top of the car, standing on the steps high.
Yeah.
Like he made himself look tall. But when he got down on the field, man, was going across the field, I was like, man, I would be dying right now.
Crowd made him tall as well when they all just were like, "Hey, Minor!"
Dude.
And
is that the other guy next to him?
No,
that was
DJ Mustard.
Yeah, Oh.
DJ Mustard. All right. I have no clue. I literally have never heard of him in my life.
And then SZA was there. Serena Williams popped up, which I have to admit, I didn't get that. I was like, what is Serena Williams doing there? I had no idea that she had like dated Drake or anything like that.
And had thoughts.
Yeah. So I saw that on Twitter after the fact, but I know there's a lot of people who loved it. There's a lot of people who hated it. I don't know how much middle ground there is. I really like Kendrick Lamar,
If
so
people
I
liked
enjoyed the
Kendrick
show.
Lamar, did they not like the show? Like, I don't know. I'm asking a question. If you like Kendrick Lamar, did you just not think
Somebody
it was a
did
good
text
show?
in and they said, I get it, but I just didn't like it. And that's, yeah.
My son likes Kendrick Lamar a lot, my older son, and he liked the performance quite a bit.
Yeah, Prince might be everybody keeps recommending Prince was probably the crowd pleaserist of all of them.
Yeah.
Because he was great.
And there was, look, I don't know if people are going to go back and watch it again, but there was a lot at work in the Kendrick Lamar halftime show that maybe people didn't care for or didn't get on first look.
I watched a 5.5 minute breakdown of his 30-second commercial clip announcing that he was going to do it.
Oh, wow.
So I imagine there's going to be podcasts and all sorts of breakdowns on every little detail of this and why it happened. And I'm ready to read all of it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we got plenty more football to do. So let's do some gridiron gravy next right here on The Fan.
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Hurts is back. Hurts has plenty of time. He's looking. He fires. He completes it. Touchdown! A.J. Brown!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Grid out in just a second, but wanted to throw this out there. Luka Doncic put out a new message. It's been so sad to see and learn more about the damage from the wildfires since I landed in LA. I can't believe it, and I feel for all the kids who lost their homes, schools, and places where they used to play with their friends. His foundation is donating $500,000 for the immediate recovery efforts in the aftermath of, obviously, those devastating wildfires.
And he's a good guy, too, huh?
He is.
Wow. Stinks that we lost him, Kevin.
Yeah.
But you know what? Thanks, Luka, for being a nice dude and doing that for their community.
And no, for the record, as far as I know, Nico has nothing to do with Mike leaving the show.
Somebody just put, thanks a lot, Nico.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, this could
That's
be
funny.
something that's way above my pay grade, and I'll be like, oh, wow, really?
I have jokes. I will not say them.
Yeah, I could.
Just for safety purposes.
Sure. Right now,
Like that Eagles player.
let's say we go around the entire NFL. Jeez. And dip into some gridiron gravy. It probably won't surprise you to know that Saquon Barkley, he talked about how it was cool to break the rushing record in case you missed it, and it was on his birthday. Saquon Barkley broke the NFL single-season rushing record, and this is inclusive of the postseason. He went beyond Terrell Davis, who did it, I believe, back in 1998. And if I'm wrong about that, 1997, I apologize. So the most ever rushing yards accumulated in a season by Saquon Barkley. And he was like, hey, that's great, but the trophy is what I'm here for.
That's because that trophy just put him there, right?
Sure.
And he's going to have a jacket.
I'm not sure about that yet. Because it's just different with every other position except for
Derrick
quarterback.
Henry's already there?
Derrick Henry's already there. I think he has much more prolific stats and achievements than Saquon Barkley. I do
Injuries have been a problem for Barkley for sure.
For sure. I do think he'll make the Hall of Fame. I just not yet.
That was another thing to add to the resume.
Oh my God, yeah.
And I think that he looks at it that way. Like that dude's
for sure.
Dude, he had that chance. Yeah, he had it. And he's like, no, I want to go get something else. That's what's more important.
And it's weird in the world of athletics that this feels like an afterthought. He also earned $250,000 in a contract bonus for them winning the Super Bowl, which is weird because it feels like in his world, in some athletes' worlds, you're like, oh, neat. Put it on the pile. But like for most everybody listening, you'd be like, what? $250,000 is going to change my entire life.
Yeah. And do you do something special with that $250,000? Like, do you get it in crisp $100 bills and then stack it up in a glass box and you're like, that's my Super Bowl winning?
See, I would want a briefcase.
Okay.
I saw you can go to Amazon and they have on sale right now a 2-story like house, but it's made of the crate things or whatever,
like
for $23,000. So you can buy 10 of those.
Oh, crate homes.
Yeah, I guess you can buy more than
10 of those.
I don't know the taxes.
And you can be like, I bought that. I bought all those crate homes.
Oh,
you can buy crate homes.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the concept of crate homes.
Go up to PV Road at Mockingbird, and they like 3 of them overlook the lake.
They put like 2 of them together for your downstairs, and then they put
Stack
one
them
on top.
Yeah.
For your upstairs.
Okay. I know what you're talking about. I'm really sorry.
You were thinking like egg crates?
Yes, I definitely was. Okay. Hey, I'm sorry about that. I see what you're saying now, and you could stack the crates. I get it. But I was seriously thinking you meant like egg crates, and I was like, that's great. What
do you call? Do you call them crates? You call them? What do you call them?
They're
that would be on
shipping
ships,
containers.
Shipping containers.
Shipping
yeah.
container homes.
So maybe you do that.
Okay.
But taxes.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
tariffs.
Pay taxes on the property.
Taxes and those tariffs are going to get you.
But wasn't what you're getting is a tip, though. It's just an extra. So
That's true.
no
Those
tax
aren't going to
on
be
tip.
taxed soon. That's a good point.
What do you think? Am I right? Am I right?
Hold on, it's a what? I don't have no clue.
It's a bonus.
Yeah, it's like a tip.
Tips don't get
They're
taxed in the future.
they're working on that.
Oh,
I don't know if that'll actually.
I just said tip me in cash so I don't have to claim it.
That is against the law. That is tax fraud, my
Made
friend.
$2.15 an hour.
Yeah, Randy Moss, straight cash, homie.
Okay. All right, let's go. I guess. From that to in the first half, the Eagles ran 39 offensive plays and the Chiefs had 23 total yards.
Gosh. And that was the part where you're like, okay, let's run the ball. Like
Yeah.
that was the thing. I was like, guys, y'all got to run the ball because they're getting so much pressure.
Sure.
And Isaiah Pacheco said, "Oh, there's Jordan Davis. Oh, and there's Jalen." Like every
Yeah.
time they gave him the ball, it just got tackled. I was like, man, this front four for the Eagles is proof that a dominant pass rush continues to be one of the main factors in being a champion.
And it was just the timing of Tom Brady weighing in on how much he liked it.
I love that they run the
had
ball now.
back-to-back runs for a total of 1 yard, and it was 3rd and 9. He goes, I think it's a great strategy. I was like, hold on.
He did, and he's right.
He is.
Slow it down. Get your team kind of calmed down just a little bit. It did not work.
It was just the moment in which he chose it after the second run. I was like, maybe run that back, Tom. Maybe say that after the first run. Be like, now we'll see how effective it is. But yeah.
It has to be so demoralizing when you're out there in the do or die game. And not that the Kansas City offense has been good this year. It's been above average at best, right? But we can't do anything. We can't run. We can't pass. We can't block. We can't get open. Like there was nothing they could do. And you got I don't know, about the 7-minute mark left in the second quarter. I'm like, they literally can't do anything.
Yes.
They would show the overhead view as Patrick Mahomes was getting pressured. And I'm like, there's literally nowhere he can release the ball to that somebody looks like they might become open at any point. So
The
he's
coverage
getting
was
pressured.
fantastic by
Nobody's
the Eagles.
getting open.
I'm with you on that.
And that
you're
put
just
too
like,
much pressure on their defense to be perfect.
what do you do when you go to the sideline? Hey, you need to block a lot better. All right, if I do, is somebody getting open? The answer is no.
Yeah.
All right, you need to get open. By the time I get open, my quarterback is already flushed out of the pocket. Like, go to the sideline, there's nothing we can do.
Also, if you're wide open, catch it, DeAndre Hopkins. I'm just saying.
Fair.
There's the one time when I thought, all right, here they go. He was running for his life, and he's like, here, you're wide open. I'm going to give
Sky
it to
Moore
you.
will come back next year and fix the problem.
Now, it's still a lot of money, but the get-in price for the Super Bowl was the lowest in 6 years per most of the big ticket brokers.
Really?
You could get in, Corey, for the low price of $2,825.
So $3,000.
That was the cheapest seat.
I'm going to tell you something. I guess I would. And my kids don't play football. I don't know if I'd want to pay that much money if my kids were in the game.
What?
Yeah, my kid's giving me a free
You got
ticket.
Rangers
I
money
know.
now.
Free ticket.
Yeah,
I'm in.
Definitely, yeah.
If they're like, hey, you got to sit in the last row in the upper deck, I'll be like, can I just hang
What if they said you sit in the last row of the lower bowl?
for $3,000?
That's right.
Well, I'm assuming the lowest ticket price was way up in the
To
upper
watch
deck.
your kid.
Yes.
To watch your kid play.
I think you get it somehow at face value or something. By the way,
I hope this Ranger job works out. I need more money to pay. Because I'm assuming this wife wants to go. That's her child, too.
Mm-hmm.
Brother and sister probably want to go. Now we're up to over $10,000. Is he playing?
okay, so
He's
you
starter.
want to know
He's the starter.
where he sits in the hierarchy of the team.
He's third string quarterback.
Hey,
you know,
Kenny Pickett got in the game.
I don't want to waste your bonus already.
Kenny Pickett completed a pass.
Damn right. My older son, Brandon, he said at the beginning, he goes, wonder what kind of odds you could get for Kenny Pickett to be the Super Bowl MVP. And I said, I'll give you 100 to 1 right now. And he goes, I want double that. And I said, deal.
I mean, I wonder if they even had over-unders on what the backup quarterback's like passing numbers would be.
Yeah,
I'm going to be honest. I don't even know the Chiefs' backup quarterback.
Carson Wentz.
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
He was
horrible
there
in
on the
that last game.
sideline.
His second time.
Yeah, he's been there for 2 Eagles
got
games,
to-
watching 2 Eagles
Yeah.
championships. He's been the guy.
Dang.
Second time he got to see his backup take over and win the Super Bowl.
Well, that is amazing, isn't it? The person who took his job.
Yeah.
So he saw Nick Foles win it while he was almost the MVP, and then he saw the person they chose over him win the MVP and the Super Bowl. That's pretty awesome.
We
for him.
need to go get Carson Wentz, and then whoever his backup is will win the Super Bowl. Or does it have to be in an Eagles uniform?
Ooh, I don't know
Corey.
how that magic works.
You.
That is a good question.
I don't know if the Chiefs want to let Carson Wentz go.
Devo.
If you watch Week 17.
He had his chance, as Romo told us.
So bad.
Or 18, sorry.
Devo Samuel has gotten permission to seek out a trade. If you're curious, like what the betting odds look like, the favorite to get him, Washington Commanders, followed by the Chargers and the Panthers. The Dallas Cowboys are on the list, but they're like, I don't know, 10th at 16-1, if that interests you at all.
What does he not like about San Francisco? Is it the way that they ask him to play? Is it
the way they distribute the ball?
I mean,
I guess those go hand in hand.
just the way they ask him to play, he has to take a physical toll, but he's a physical player.
Did I see on social media that Debo was wearing an Eagles jersey at at Super Bowl weekend or Super Bowl?
I'm not sure. I'm not disputing that.
I did not see that, so I don't know.
Okay.
By the way, Aaron Rodgers is apparently going to be on the move as well, unless he just retires.
He can't move anymore.
That's true. The Jets went to him and were like, hey.
No, he went to them. He flew to New York, didn't he? And then that's when they told him? Or did
okay.
Yeah, he flew back to New York and was like, all right, let's settle this.
I just heard it was the Jets' decision, and they're like, hey, we've had some great times. You seem super nice. By the way, the favorite to land, I guess, Aaron Rodgers is the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed by the 49ers, Saints, and the Raiders. So
does Tomlin really want to do that again?
I don't think so.
After just going through what he went through with Russ?
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's a good point. Probably. I don't think so. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, are the Cowboys going to follow the Mavs lead and go down the superstar trading route? Next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. First we lost Luka. Now we're losing Mike.
What?
What are you doing?
I think it's a good question.
Now,
If you could have one back
oh, that's a great question.
on March 1st, would it be me
I want to change the segment. Here are your three options.
I don't know if there'd be one human, and I would disagree with that human if they chose me.
Would you rather Mike stays with the KNC Masterpiece?
Okay.
Luka is back with the Mavericks, and none of that trade ever happened, or Micah stays with the Cowboys.
Oh, man.
Because apparently the Cowboys, even though Jerry Jones told us that they had had no discussions, there are multiple reporters, including, was it Rappaport or Schefter?
Yeah.
That Rappaported that they had had internal conversations.
That was Pelissero, and
yeah, not that they were going to trade him, but like they just talked about it. It's like, hey, but if we did, what would that look like? So those are your three options.
But you also saw Jerry was shocked that the Cowboys weren't in this situation in the Super Bowl after they signed Dak to that number. That he said, "I'm shocked that we're not here." So,
like,
I don't know.
Do you follow football, man? What do you mean you're shocked?
I'll pick Mike. I'll definitely pick Mike in this situation.
I mean, so far,
I'm going
run.
Luka.
Okay.
Yeah,
makes sense.
It's 2-0 on YouTube. Me versus Luka. So that's 2 bad votes.
Oh man!
Thank you for choosing me.
Luka easily. Mike who? However, all the rest of it. Oh yeah, from the 469. Sorry, Mike. Pacquiao stuff. I want Luka back. From the 817, Luka, because Mike won't win us a championship. However,
Good call. He saw me pitch.
From the 972-214, another 214, the 972, another 214. Everybody else says Mike, including from the 903, said, give me some Mike.
All right.
Mike and the KC Masterpiece.
The thing
boys.
is I did barely outlast Mike McCarthy. I tried to tell
you
Spagnola, I tried to tell them all, stop calling him that. He came here after me, and he will leave here before me. And I got really nervous when I heard that Mike McCarthy might be coming back because I was like, he is going to outlast me. That ended up not.
Oh, my goodness.
Disgusting.
Oh, it is disgusting. So the reason why this comes up is just kind of what we were alluding to is obviously it's still very fresh in the minds of people, the Luka trade. People still want to talk about it all of the time. But now the rumblings that maybe they would consider the discussion with Micah Parsons. And I know this works in tandem with Max Crosby and there being some uncertainty with his future with the Raiders. But we can stick with Micah for now. The difference, I think, with Micah and Luka, because they're both, like, I think we all agree, Micah and Luka, both elite players in their sport, among the best of the best at what they do.
Are the Cowboys, do they have less odds to win the Super Bowl this year than the Saints and Giants? And I think I saw that this morning.
Wow.
Their odds are
Surely
worse.
not the Giants, right?
And I saw something this morning that said that. And you're not a ready to win now team.
I agree.
Even if Jerry's surprised by that, he understands the reality of, did you see how much talent was wearing green last night?
Yeah.
Did you see what they put together via draft, using trades to get all these things in order to complete a fantastic roster and throw a bunch of studs on the team. Even backups are studs. Like that's where I look at that and I see two different teams in this scenario when you're asking about the Mavs. They were ready to win right now.
See, and I agree with that, but I think we can all agree that the players are both at a super high level in their respective sports. But I do agree that, I mean, obviously the Mavs just came off the finals berth. Seems like they should be good to go. Whereas the Cowboys, there's no part of me, at least as the team is constructed now, though a lot can happen in, well, theoretical free agency and then in the draft and then in the real free agency we do leading up to training camp, that this team could look a lot different.
And after cuts have been made.
Yes, and after cuts have been made.
Once cuts have been made, then we can get our third free agency.
I'll just be shocked, as somebody just said on YouTube, trade Micah if you can get another Herschel Walker deal. Jerry doesn't do that. No matter how much Steven and Will and whoever, maybe even Shoddy, is having a discussion.
Is that the Randy Moss effect that we've seen Jerry for over the years not do things that bit him in the butt before, and he's like, I don't want that to ever happen again. I don't want to trade away a great Micah and him go be great somewhere else and us never be able to capitalize on that.
I just think he looks at it this way. He looks at it as the financial part of it. He's not looking at the football part. And I'm not saying trading Micah's the right deal. But if you did get 5 first-round draft picks in the Herschel Walker deal plus other assets, you have to trade them. But I don't think that deal is going to become available.
What if I made it as simple as this? And I don't know the team that might impact your thought one way or another. Some team offers you 2 first-round picks for Micah Parsons.
I'm definitely having the conversation about it.
Okay.
And most likely, there's a lot going on here. Which team? How much better are they going to be in these first round? Like,
fair.
I have to have that conversation, but I'm not in the camp where I say I just can't trade that person. There's nobody on my team that I'm looking at that I say I just can't trade. I have to find another CeeDee Lamb if I'm going to trade him.
Yeah.
So I have to be sure that I have an offensive option like that. He's probably the one that I'm like, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
But everybody else is usually, hey, man, if you have the right offer for this, I could probably see moving on from it. Not just Anthony Davis and Max Christie and a pick. That's not going to work for me. I want something. But 2 first-round picks? That's a significant thing that I can do a lot with. Can I use money to go get a Myles Garrett and make a trade and still have first-round picks so I can continue to fill out this roster with my draft? Then now I feel really good about what pressure I'm getting up front while also adding youth to this thing.
And to both y'all's points, that's the complication with all of this. Inevitably...
But that doesn't mean I want to do it. I'm definitely listening.
For sure. Inevitably, it will I guess I can't say inevitably, probably. It should lead to a step back. And that just seems to be something that the Cowboys are not interested in doing, even if you think you can, build it back and like be able to do things better. They're like, nah. CeeDee Lamb quote tweeted Dove Kleiman. And I was really hoping his quote tweet was, yo, is this a real person or is this a bot? But it wasn't. That's not what he said. Instead, he said, y'all aren't tired of this? ? Every offseason, top of the charts, ... Let's just win ball games, and that's with 11. SMH. Shaking my head. Which I get it. If you're CeeDee Lamb, it's the same thing. You just signed your extension. You know you're going to be here.
I want my teammate back.
Yeah, Micah is one of your best players. I do understand how it's counterintuitive to be like, hey, let's get rid of one of our best players. Eventually, it'll work out for us.
Mm-hmm. But he also understands that that's part of the owner. Even though I guess Stephen Jones has said multiple times we're not willing to do this, but that is part of what the owner allows to happen. He allows it to float and exist out there, very similar to Mike McCarthy had problems with his other assistant coaches because Jerry allowed that to happen. He allowed, hey, Sean Payton could be the coach. Dan Quinn could be the coach. He allows these things to percolate like that.
I guess just speaking on this topic, I don't like this, but maybe the best thing to do for the Cowboys is to not trade Micah, but I'm saying sign him, but you just know these 4 years, you dump all the money you can, as in like, we're not renegotiating Dak's contract or moving money around in, if I have my years right, 2028 or 29. We literally want to be done with Dak, done with CeeDee, almost done with Micah. Like, we want to have $100 million and we want to hopefully draft the next 4 years well. And at some point we get our quarterback to lead us into the future. But when we have that quarterback, hopefully leading the Cowboys into the future, we have, like the Washingtons, $82 million.
Yeah.
So we know he's good, and we have $82 million to add to this good team.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Cowboys, I don't think they just think that forward. They're just trying to make their, let's say, $100 million to $400 million a year off of jersey sales, popularity. I don't think they think at all about, we want the Washington situation.
Yeah.
We want, they just don't think like that.
I agree with you. I keep going back to Steven at least said, hey, we're going to just have to at least take a look at the way we do our contracts, and maybe it's not the best idea to have so much money to so few players. Now, obviously, if you have what you think is a franchise quarterback, that can be tough to
when you're not dealing with everybody else's reality.
Yeah,
okay.
and that can be tough to work around, but you're looking at, I mean, I guess you could get out of it in 2 years. That's going to be more complicated, but essentially, you could do it in 2 years. You've got Dak Prescott for 2 more years at least of the 4-year deal. Then each year after that, it becomes easier to get out of that. You're going to have to eat some dead money if you bail before the end of the contract, but you're still looking at realistically 2 more years. And so when Jerry also comes out and says, I wouldn't have signed Dak if I didn't think we're win now. Like, first of all, what else is he going to say? Well, like, is he going to come out and be like, oh, what a stupid move that was? Like, that wouldn't make any sense. But let's take that statement at face value. Then to Mike's point, why in the world do we think that the Cowboys would trade Micah Parsons if that's what he thinks? If you're a win now, it would be foolish to trade Micah Parsons because he's awesome.
And that has been a frustration for Cowboys fans. Mike, I know you can feel this way about it for a long time. Is they're always in win now? They never look at their team and go,
fair.
Are we actually in a window where we probably need to go ahead and reboot this thing?
I'm with you, except they don't go into win now mode.
Yes, they don't go all in.
That's the tough thing. Yes, to your point, they're just like, well, let's just worry about this season and what we can do, but let's not possibly ruin 2028 right now by trading our 2025 and 2028 first-round pick to get these players that we know could maybe beat Philadelphia, possibly, or feel good about beating Washington. And it hurts because I know obviously I'm leaving, but it hurts that the Cowboys, to me, destroyed my football team. Not the players. The players are trying their best. I just don't believe, my opinion, I don't believe Jerry's trying anywhere close to his best. I believe he's really smart. I believe he's intentionally doing things wrong. Intentionally. And I believe that his sons follow, and Will McClay stays in the background going, hey, I just love this job and what it's about. I'm not going to disrupt this. And so this what hurts me the most as a lifelong Cowboys fan who cared so much about them, that I've come to the conclusion the family that owns it does not care about winning. That is not a major priority. So why would it be a major priority in my life? I'm only speaking for myself, not for you, the listener, not for Kevin and Corey. Why would I make this a major priority in my life?
Yeah, it's tough to argue.
I like this arch idea, though, Kevin, for the future.
Okay.
That's something to hold on to.
I'm just saying.
You just mapped out a 2-year window.
If that is the route you're dead set on going,
just saying,
you're going to have to make some pretty drastic changes pretty quickly, because you can get the money off the books eventually, but you're going to have to get bad enough to be able to be in position to potentially take, I'm not saying he will be, but I think a lot of people believe he'll, of course, be in the mix to be a number one pick in the future. And that's where I struggle. So the way I look at it, and I will tell you, this is just me. And Steven has told us they don't view it the way that I view it whatsoever. And that's fine. I at least appreciate, I know sometimes Steven speaks in vagaries and that kind of annoys people.
And he'll even tell you, and I do that on purpose.
Yes.
You know?
But he was very clear about how he, and I'll just say me, differ on the salary cap. For me, I'm thinking in the window of 2 to 3 years, Dak Prescott's deal, depending on how much dead money you want to eat, can come off the books. What can I do in that 2 to 3 years to build up assets, to get money off the books, so I can make a brand new run with a brand new quarterback at it? I don't think they view it that way at all. I think they view it the exact opposite. What can we do in these next 2 to 3 years to try to build a team that, maybe they win, maybe they don't, but they're at least competitive, which is probably, it makes sense to do that because you have Dak, you gave him all the money. But to me, I'm like, it's a mistake. And unfortunately, you can't go back on that mistake. And then your quarterback got hurt again, and it's going to slow you down even more.
That happened during the Romo.
Exactly. It sucks, but you made that mistake. So now let's work a way out of it, even if it's 2 to 3 years away, instead of, well, let's push even more into fixing that mistake. It's like when you're in Vegas and you've lost a lot of money, and you're like, you know what the best way to do is? Spend more money and gamble more and win it all back. That doesn't usually work.
You can give your wife to Robert Redford.
I guess that is another option for $1 million.
I'll tell you what, if the Packers hadn't won that day, or maybe it was the Rams, one of those teams.
You bet on I'll always remember your $600 bet, or was it a $300?
Oh my!
It was over $600. Yes, that I was gonna, but I've made the right bet that day.
That was the most nervous I've ever been for a game that I didn't have any money or rooting interest on.
I didn't have to give up my wife for anything.
Oh, well,
my wife is stupid, but I love her.
No,
she's not stupid. She's really cool.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Really smart.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we didn't get a chance to really do this segment on Friday. The Combo Platter, our Super Bowl Snack Redux Edition. Give us a sports opinion then. What was the number one food you ate yesterday?
Ooh.
Next on The Fan.
If you're laughing,
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
Here's Mahomes. Four-man rush over the middle, and it's intercepted again! This time it's Zach Bond, and the Eagles are set up inside the 10.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Combo Platter. We kind of got into this a little bit on Friday, and then we had a plethora of unbelievable interviews. Jason Worth, Ricky Williams, Billie Jean King, Cynthia Freeland, back to back to back to back. It was, oh yeah, and then Gojo.
Yeah, he was fantastic. We talked more about candy and ice cream with him than we did sports, and I'm okay with that.
True.
Yeah, he was great.
If we had to do it all over again, we'd never talk about the Super Bowl game.
Yeah.
Who do you think's going to win?
Everything we thought going into it.
Well, and that's why for this combo platter, I was going to say make it a Super Bowl opinion, but then I was like, no, let's not do that. Sports opinion, and then what was the best food that you ate yesterday. From the 817 Sports Opinion, AD will be back 3 weeks after the All-Star game. The Mavericks barely make the playoffs, but they end up running the table and winning it all. Food, this is a winner every time. Barbecue burn ends. Burn ends feel like they're almost always a winner.
It's like bacon.
They're so good.
It's delicious.
Yeah, just a little bit more to it.
It's a great point, Mike. That's the kind of thing that we're going to miss the most.
It's just like pancakes, except for, it's steak.
Yeah.
I know other teams aren't hoping this, but not that I watched. But I'm sure Houston was like, we don't want to play that Maverick team in the playoffs.
Yes.
And that was even without Derek Lively. So I get it. I get like the people who are like, I struggle with this. There are a few people who are like, this was a good trade. This is going to work out better. I struggle with that. But I can see if you watch the 3 quarters of basketball, that if you're going to get for 3 quarters of basketball, or let's just combine the numbers.
Yeah.
If Max Christie and Anthony Davis for the next 2 years, let's say 26 and 27 or 25, 26, 27, they averaged a combined 45 points, 20 rebounds, and 10 assists. That's a pretty good trade if you get that, a combined number. Let's just say 25 from AD a night, 20 from Max Christie. I do think these are extreme numbers, by the way. I don't think this is going to happen. But then you get, let's just say, 13 rebounds from Anthony Davis, 7 rebounds from Max Christie, and both of them average 5 assists. I think those are numbers that aren't going to happen, but if you got 45, 20, and 10 from those two guys, I can see where you'd go, hey, that was a pretty good trade. It's just a finite amount of time you have with Anthony Davis.
No, I agree with you there. From the 817, another going back to basketball, Luka will win a championship before the Mavericks. Look, at this moment, that feels kind of hard to argue against, except for I'm really curious what the hell they're going to do in their front court, the Lakers, that is, especially since the Mark Williams deal.
You tell Luka to put on 10 more pounds, and now he's Jokic.
That's sweet.
Huh? What do you think?
And they said the best food they had from the Super Bowl was wings, mango habanero, and hot honey. Now, somebody up here is reheating wings for their lunch. Why? What's the science behind?
You got to have an air fryer.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that the only way to make the fries work after the fact? Because if you microwave the fries after the fact,
Soggy.
exactly.
Yeah. Air fryer. I guess last year now, Adrian got it, and I've fallen in love with it. It's fantastic. We use it make cookies in it. It's fantastic.
Ooh.
Yeah. But reheating pizza, it gives it the crispiness. It heats it the right way. It's perfect, man. So that's the way to do it. And wings are when they're reheated in the air fryer. That's the way to save them.
I don't think wings in the microwave are too bad.
But they get soggy.
You've never had wings in the air fryer, obviously.
Maybe.
You lose the crispiness of them. So now it's just all mushy chicken.
Interesting. Curious if everybody likes the crispiness of the wing. I don't know.
Text in.
You don't have. I mean, you can if you want.
Sports opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question real quick, actually, regarding the whole. Who has more say with the Lakers right now, Luka or LeBron?
I still think it's LeBron at this precise moment. I don't know how long that's going to last.
I think it's going to change really quick. I'm with Kevin. I think it's going to change really quick because there's no building around LeBron.
Yeah.
He's still great. I'm not saying he's not great. He's just, his career is literally a day to 2 years of being somewhere in that range.
A day to 2 years.
Like, he could say, hey, I got my son to the NBA somewhat, like, you guys know. I'm done. Or he plays 2 more years as, I guess, the sidekick to Luka?
Yeah.
Sports opinion, the best part of winning the championship is hanging out with the trophy by yourself for a little bit. Oh. Have you seen the picture of Jalen Hurts sitting in the hallway with a cigar and the trophy sitting next to him? He's just sitting on the floor.
I have not.
And then you go back and look, all the best photos are of the great player holding the trophy by themselves.
Yeah.
Kobe, Jordan. We go back and look at Dirk with it. Even Tyson Chandler, like all those great moments. It's that moment where you've won the championship. You did everything that you set out to do when you started as a kid playing the game. And then you finally get to that point. You got to do it again next year. Nobody's happy next year, right? Like that's done with now. You won it, now you got to move on. But you get that opportunity just to kind of take the deep breath, the sigh of relief. It's done with, and you're mine. And I get to have you around all the time. I love that part. Food. We did have a little Smokies, thanks to whoever texted that in the other day. And they were great. I made a beer cheese queso, and it was fine.
Oh.
At the end of the night, however, and Mike, you can't get this because there's no HEB around you. Adrian, we started shopping at HEB for some reason. I don't know.
Because they're great.
And she picked up cheese puffs that are creamy dill pickle flavored cheese puffs.
Sounds weird.
These are awesome. The entire house is like, hold on, what? I love pickles, so that's another thing too. I'm a huge pickle fan. Weird. But I love.
Remember when your pickle leaked up here?
We have to find that audio because that was a great moment.
You thought Vacation Mike was one thing. I'm leaving the job, Mike, is a whole
Just
different
wait till
level.
that turns on. So that was pickle cheese puffs ended up ruling the night at the very end of the game.
Okay. Interesting.
The Little Smokies were very good.
From the 210 Sports Opinion, Patrick Dumont is going to dig himself an even deeper hole after what got said over the weekend. And then they said jalapeno poppers were the number one thing they had in their Super Bowl spread yesterday.
When you say jalapeno poppers, I'm always that's the fried ones, right?
I'm
Not
assuming
the bacon
this.
wrap.
You cut your jalapeno in half. You put in cheese, then you put it in egg wash, breadcrumbs, and you fry it up.
That's a popper.
That's a jalapeno popper to me.
What is the bacon wrapped? Is that just bacon wrapped jalapeno? Is what we call it? All right, then. I just wanted to confirm.
I mean, I guess you could stuff the jalapeno with something different than cheese, but I feel like a jalapeno
Chicken.
popper. Well, you're kind of like a cream cheese cheddar mix.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, and then it's fried up. I mean, that's how I've always. If you're getting a jalapeno popper at, I don't know, Chili's or Applebee's or something, that's what I'm expecting.
Oh, well, I get why you point to me. I like both of those places.
You like Applebee's.
From the
I like Chili's.
From the 940 Sports Opinion, last night was the start of a dynasty for Philadelphia.
Let's go, huh?
No!
How many times can you spell it?
No. And the best food, no.
I'd honestly, I'd mess that up.
Go ahead. Spell it.
PHILADELPHIA.
He did it. Philadelphia!
Yeah.
That's a long one.
Look at that.
It is. And then the best food they had yesterday was the steak fajita nachos that his wife made.
All right, can I ask you a stupid question?
Nachos are great.
Never stopped you before.
Thank you. Do you think the Eagles get to 5 Super Bowls before the Cowboys get to 6?
Yes. I mean, Howie
I know that's a
Roseman.
long period of time to win 3 more Super Bowls or the Cowboys win 1.
Howie Roseman is fantastic at what he's doing right now, and he is completely build a roster.
If they do win one of the next 2 years and they're at 3, it becomes more realistic that Philadelphia, the way that they're run, the way that they're built, they would have a chance. Maybe they won with Nick Foles.
They did.
They drafted a 2nd-round quarterback who everybody had questions about, right? Can he really be a starting quarterback? I will say I was wrong. Jalen Hurts is a very good quarterback. I was totally wrong about him out of the draft. I messed that one up, but I mess up a lot. I thought Trevor Lawrence was going to be awesome. Look how that's turning out.
As far as Jalen Hurts goes, he did a fantastic job of working within his group. He has a talent, the heaviest, biggest offensive line, one of the top 2 running backs in the league, a number 1 overall defense. That team, if it lost, that would have been a travesty for being able to say we built the best team and it wasn't good enough.
I mean, not that this is necessary, but I believe since the last time the Cowboys went to an NFC championship game, the Eagles have made 8 NFC championship games, 4 Super Bowls, and won 2 of them.
Great, Kevin.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Well,
I mean,
damn.
they're
so maybe.
I mean,
Mike,
besides
you might be right.
Besides the I mean, think about this. I was thinking about this too last night in the car, getting my kid from his girlfriend's house. 12-5, 12-5, 12-5. That's the greatest Cowboys run in the last 30 years. I guess you'll say 29. You look at 91 through, I'll add 96 because they won a playoff game and then lost in Carolina to go to the NFC Championship game. From 1996 on, not this year, but the last 3 years, that's the best Cowboys run in approximately 30 years. And it doesn't even there's not even another point in time that comes close with that 3-year run. You won one playoff game against an 8-9 team. That was your one win was against a below 500 team, if I remember Tampa's record right. I think it might have been 9-8, but like that was it. That's the best run in a 30-year time, and you compare that to Philadelphia, and you're like, when will Cowboy fans get to the point when they're like, we're just hoping for 12-5 3 years in a row? Is it 10 years from now where they're just like, we don't even care about winning in the playoffs. We don't care about championships. We just want to get back to those Dak years where we were going 12-5 and getting hammered by the 49ers or the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, I hate your question because I don't know if I know the answer. I want to say the Cowboys, but there is literally no evidence to push it in that direction. I'm not saying it's going to be a dynasty.
One is a lot easier to get than three more.
But I'm not saying it's going to be a dynasty, but this does feel like this Philadelphia team is going to be around for a while to reckon with.
Well, and it doesn't look like the NFC has a lot of up-and-coming teams. Maybe Washington, but they've been bad for 3 decades. They just finally got good.
Detroit's kind of in a weird place.
Detroit's in a weird place. I think they can be good. San Francisco looks like they're in a weird place now.
Yeah, they might reboot.
So
this person from the 214, I hear you. They said they were glad that the Eagles won to show Jerry that he is an idiot. I don't think they learned the lessons like that. It was the same thing we talked about. Washington made the NFC Championship game, so now the Cowboys have the longest streak. And like, I hear you. I agree. As a lifelong Metroplex native who loves the Cowboys, I agree with you. I'm just telling you, I don't think that the Cowboys process lessons like that whatsoever.
Corey, let's just go over the history. 07 and 11, the Giants win the Super Bowl. The Giants beat you in the playoffs in 7. That didn't change anything. And then Philadelphia wins in 17. Didn't change anything with the organization. The Eagles go back to the Super Bowl in 22. Doesn't change anything with the organization. This year, Philadelphia, Washington playing the NFC Championship game. Why is it going to, if over 30 years he ain't changing, why would this one, when he's closer to death than life, why would it change him now? He doesn't have time for a bad time. That doesn't mean that he doesn't have time to lose. He doesn't have time to deal with challenges, adversity, change. He wants everything to stay the same, and then he'll let his kids deal with after life. He'll let them deal with however they want to do it, but he just wants to make money and have a good time the rest of his life.
Look, I don't have any football evidence to go with a counter argument on that. Alec, do you have a sports opinion and then the best thing you ate yesterday?
Sports opinion is nothing groundbreaking. I feel like other people have this same thought process. The Philadelphia Eagles are the single corniest team in the NFL. And I'm so tired of the bits that they run. You know, I'm dunking on the world champion, so yeah, we can make fun of that. But look, the head coach is a dork, and he's got the ego the size of his security guard, who has like become the de facto mascot of the team, and he's insufferable in his own right. The quarterback thinks he's Kobe with all the humble pie and all the, posting up with the cigar in the locker room after the games and stuff. A.J. Brown is the diva version of Albert Einstein, or he's trying to be. Devontae Smith, you're okay. You don't bother me. But outside of that, it's like they're so good, too. Saquon Barkley, I just hate him because he's good. Zach Bond, I hate that he was a 1-year free agent deal, and he was so good for them. I'm just tired of this team because it's a bit that they're so good and they know it, and they're so corny. They just enjoy it too much. I'm so tired of watching them. I really am. And guess what? You got to beat them if you're tired of it, and that's not going to happen anytime soon. So you just got to deal with it. But I'm still allowed to hate it. I don't like it.
Sirianni is the epitome of, we're corny, but everybody in this room believes.
Yeah.
That's hey, don't care about what anybody else outside of this thing says. I'm going to be who I am. They were discussing, is he a great coach this morning? And I was like, what he's done so far is pretty impressive.
Yeah. And
it's pretty impressive.
And when they win, it is tough. And I know you referenced this, Alec. It is tough to dunk on that where you're like, he looks like an idiot. And you're like, yeah, this trophy looks pretty sweet, though. And that's annoying. That is even all the more annoying. All right. Best thing that you ate as the Super Bowl spread?
I was kind of disappointed, but it was redeemed. I woke up in the morning. My pops went to the donut shop. They were out of cronuts.
Oh.
That made me sad. But they had a Nutella donut that was amazing. And it was like stuffed. It was a regular donut. It wasn't like a stuffed donut. It was a regular shaped donut. But the middle of it was almost like sliced in half. And they put a layer of Nutella like a sandwich and let it kind of solidify so it's got back together as one donut. And it was amazing. It was so good.
Dude, donuts.
I love donuts.
Donuts are so
They are great. I wish they were healthy.
Yeah, me too.
Man, that's like so many other foods.
All foods.
Yeah.
I wish they were healthy.
Just everything you eat, you're just like, yeah, that's super healthy right there.
Eat broccoli and cauliflower the rest of your life. Well, that's a miserable life.
Tastes like cheesecake.
I'm like, you wish on the McDonald's marquee it said, lose 3 pounds, get the Big Mac today.
Yeah.
Like, that's not going to happen.
Oh, I found some yogurt in our outdoor refrigerator that was over a year old.
Oh, dear God.
And I thought, that's a way to lose weight. I down this yogurt.
Oh, my God.
I
Everything
throw up
evacuates
for
your
5
body,
straight
yeah.
days.
I do not advise this.
I didn't do it. I threw it.
Okay, thank goodness.
But I thought to myself, I mean, I will lose weight.
Yeah.
I will feel horrible for at least 48 hours. I don't know how long your body can take it. Like if you take down a year-old yogurt.
I have no idea. I do not want that science experiment.
We didn't open up. It was like Chobani or whatever. We didn't open it up. There was 4 of them that were just in the back of the refrigerator as I was trying to clean out. And I was like, oh no, these have an expiration date of like early 2024.
Oh,
and,
it was sealed. It was fine.
It didn't smell, but I was thinking to myself, if I ate this, how sick would I get and for how long?
Mm-hmm. And so the counterpoint was how much weight you would lose and would it be worth it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you ask Sue? Did you say, hey?
Yeah.
And what did she have a thought?
There's no way.
Like, don't do it.
Oh, she didn't want to deal with the
She's
mess.
like, it wouldn't be good weight you were losing. You would just be like,
all your water,
not eating, and just losing like your fluids, pretty much. What if your body took it and nothing happened, and you're like, you can eat yogurt that's a year old, and
Then,
you found
yeah.
out there's no such thing as expired yogurt.
Every scientist out there, they'd be like, we were actually just telling you that it expired because we needed you to buy more yogurt.
Hold on. So big dairy science is what you're throwing out there? Is holding people down?
I believe it.
Have you ever smelled that milk when it gets even close to the expiration date?
Dude, it smells awful.
Kevin,
Go
there's
for
only 12 more times I can take the load off for you.
Go ahead, Mike.
So first, my sports opinion, because I have to finish off this segment here. The Rangers will never lose another game again.
Wow!
As long as I'm here.
Oh, no.
If they
On the
lose,
show, or
if the score says the other team wins, it will be the umpire's fault or some random thing that nobody thinks about.
Man, those paychecks have started to cash already, haven't they?
And I will tell you that at no point ever did anybody have a bad game for the Rangers. How about that? I am famous.
Man, I'm going to spend these last 12 shows just finding all controversial things in the history of the Rangers just to see if you're like, no, I think we did the right thing.
Umpires. That's what I was
Right.
gonna say. Umpires messed it up.
Okay.
I can't believe it.
Dude, didn't Brady like start the game with terrible call by the umpires here? This is the worst.
So my food last night, I made the buffalo chicken dip. So that ended up being very good. But one of our friends brought some goat cheese, and then they brought some onion jam from Italy.
Gross.
And it was awesome on a cracker.
Onion jam, like a sweet, like a bacon onion jam kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think.
What kind of cracker? I'm sorry, this is a
Fancy
relevant
cracker.
conversation.
Not a common cracker.
Okay.
It's like,
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
man.
Like how
All right, Corey. We're going to have a
Wow.
common people cracker
At like a
conversation.
Central-
it wasn't
you get it
a
at
Ritz
Central
or a
Market,
Triscuit
yeah.
Okay.
or a wheat thin. It wasn't one of
You
those.
have
But
to
it
get
was
it at
like a
Whole
wheat thin.
Foods.
I would say it was
Okay.
like a wheat thin.
Are Triscuits for old people? Because my wife brought home.
You have to have a lot of saliva to eat Triscuits.
Yes, that's true. Or chase it down with a gallon of water.
How about that load?
Yeah. Throw it in a bowl of
What
cereal.
the hell?
Might as well just frost it and throw
But
the
that's
cereal.
the name of the segment. You made T-shirts for us.
Take a load off.
Okay, well, I'm at least glad you don't know the name of your own segment. That oddly makes me feel better about the rest of the show. All right, back to you.
It's called I Say It. Mike says it.
I'll change it to that.
All right, so now that I'm leaving, Kevin, would you like for me to give all my political opinions first?
No, we have to stay.
Really?
You are leaving. We have to stay. I don't want you to burn all of our listenership away.
What if I give all of your and Corey's political opinions?
I would prefer if you did not give any political
What do you think, Alec?
I think it's a coin flip, Mike. I think it's a coin flip.
50-50.
How is that a coin flip?
Because either are fun.
Yeah, but Mike got told he didn't have to come to the meetings anymore. You still have to go to the meeting.
Oh, you don't have to go to our meeting today?
Maybe they're bringing in the new guy already.
Said that.
You said it. I didn't say it. Look how much you're giving up.
I have to go to a meeting, but he doesn't?
That's not fair.
What's this all about?
Because he's not going to be here.
Start
He's
that
here
meeting.
for 2
Start
more
that
weeks.
meeting off today. This way. Start the meeting off by complaining you're in the meeting. All right.
I can't believe
hate
I'm in here
myself
for this crap right now.
For saying that.
So I'll tease something. The last guest it looks like I'll ever get on the station.
You're not going to try to get another guest
No.
last week? Okay, thanks, Mike.
I think it could be a good one. Head coach of the University of Texas baseball team. The person who said I would have never recruited you at Tulane if I would have known about your girlfriend. Jim Slosselnagel will be on Wednesday at 11 a.m. How about that?
How did you say his last name?
Slosselnagel.
Okay.
Slosselnagel.
I call him Slosh.
He's beloved at Texas A&M.
No.
Well, I was thinking
He was.
They're playing in a tournament here coming up, a big college baseball tournament, and obviously we can ask him about it. We just have to be cordial about the whole thing and talk about maybe the differences at UT and what he's looking forward to and all kinds of stuff like that. But that'll be probably the last guest I get, unless something falls into my lap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Feel free to keep
All
giving it your all these last couple weeks.
You're welcome.
I didn't. Never mind.
That was a good answer, right? That's how you. If you want to answer nice, you just say you're welcome. That's what I teach my kids. So
Not even thank you. Just you're welcome.
I was wondering this because football obviously is just supremely more popular than all sports, but let's just compare it to baseball. How much more popular is football if you could put a percentage on it because of the most casual fan or almost non-football fan will play season-long fantasy football with their friends?
Like 30%. I think that number is pretty
11%.
high.
11?
Yeah. Just anybody that I've ever played fantasy football with likes football.
Okay.
So I've never played with anybody that doesn't watch football like I do so far. I just haven't.
I guess I've played in a league in Oak Cliff where I don't play in it anymore after 15 when Romo and Dez got hurt and they were both on my team. I was like, I'm done with this.
Okay.
I didn't play daily when I had somebody picking the picks for me.
Underdog.
I just think to myself, baseball season is kicking off. Today is the first day. Teams are reporting to spring training. There's only one team today, I believe, and then it's all this week. All pitchers and catchers are reporting this week, and then at the end of the week or beginning of next week, it's full go. Everybody's in spring training, and I thought to myself, how many just casual baseball fans where you're just like, I watch the Rangers maybe 15, 20 games a year.
Yeah.
I kind of keep up with it a little bit, but not really. If they played fantasy baseball the way that people play fantasy football, because I'm with you, Corey, that it kind of keeps people engaged with all the teams because they're like, crap, I got the third string wide receiver on Detroit. I'm going to care about Detroit games when they come on. And so I don't know how you do this, but I was thinking, gosh, how do you get people to play fantasy baseball who are really casual fans? And so they're having to pick starting players from non-Ranger teams or non-Ranger rival teams, picking up players from the National League, and all of a sudden they're like, well, I'm way more into baseball the way I'm way into football because I have a fantasy team, so I'm following daily lines.
Yeah, and that's the daily part of it. It becomes very difficult for people. Kevin, we talked about this when we were working at the newspaper together because our boss was in a fantasy baseball league.
Yes.
And we were like, I couldn't do it because I have to pay attention to my lineup on a daily basis. With the football, it's like, okay, I got a week to decide. You got all these things that you can kind of navigate, and it gives you time. with baseball, it's like, oh, I got to do this. Or
Feels like it takes over your life.
So I do
at
have
times.
friends that play where you set your lineup on Monday,
and then it plays that way.
Plays that whole
I've had
week.
That
you
too,
can't.
yeah.
Now, the problem is it goes into underdog, where I think they do this. Like, unfortunately, if let's just say you have Corey Seager and he gets hurt Monday night in the game and he has to sit out 5 games, he's going to get 0 points at shortstop for the whole week for you, and there's nothing you can do about it. You're going to take a beating that week,
right?
But that makes it easier to play.
Yeah.
I'll advocate for this. Hey, if you're a casual baseball fan, but you're like, man, I love the Rangers won the World Series, I want to get into baseball a little bit more. Man, if you can get like 7 other people with you to start an 8-man league, or an 8-person league, that's going to be easy for you because you're going to have a lot of stars on your team if there's only 8 teams.
Yeah.
And it'll keep you kind of more involved with the overall sport of it, and do it where you set a lineup on Sunday night or Monday before you always have to remember there's Monday day games, but I think it would keep you more involved with the sport throughout the season if you just started a league that way.
The last time I played fantasy baseball, I did have Mike Trout and Mookie Betts, and I had some stud pitcher too, and Nelson Cruz. When Nelson Cruz was like at his peak, I forgot my login for 2.5 months, and I ended up winning the league. I was in first place because I couldn't change anything. So that's the only thing I really know about playing it. It was a lot of fun though because I was winning.
I found myself, I got too obsessed with like, wait, Jimmy Rollins is going to do what? Like you just got on this level that it's not healthy. Now, Mike, just real quick, I'm hoping for people who missed it a couple hours ago, can you give people the bullet points of what's happening?
Yeah, so I will be leaving the Fan. February 28th will be my last show in Surprise, Arizona. That last week, the KNC Masterpiece will be in Surprise, Arizona, covering the Texas Rangers and all the free agency of the NFL, the teams that sign NFL free agents. And we'll talk about what the Cowboys aren't doing. But, that'll be it for me. So I'm taking the job with the Texas Rangers. That was announced a few weeks ago with Rangers Sports Network, and I'll be doing approximately 100 games as the color analyst with Dave Raymond. Jared Sandler will fill in that role when Dave needs a few games off. David Murphy will take about 40 to 50 games. I will take approximately 100 games, and because of that, it was going to be very tough for me to do both jobs, and both I'll say companies, 105.3 The Fan and the Texas Rangers, totally understood. And it's my dream job. In a way, I'm like, wow, I cannot believe like that is my title. That's what I'm doing. But yes, I will be leaving the Fan. So after today, I'll have 11 shows left here at the Fan. And then I guess I'll just reiterate that will be it for me. Like in October, I'm not coming back after the Rangers baseball season is over. As of like today, who knows what the future brings? I had no clue that this would be a job I would ever get.
But Rangers, that is not the plan.
But the plan is on February 28th, that will be my last day on 105.3 The Fan.
Now, speaking of plans, the Philadelphia Eagles are planning on having their victory parade on Friday. So, get your horses some protection when fans go around punching them again.
Like a horse condom?
No, I meant like a helmet, but...
Oh, that makes more sense than what I said.
Does that exist? Never mind. Don't answer that. Don't.
Like this giant leather pouch.
Damn it. Coming up next.
11 more times, Kevin.
It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I do have some hits and misses, plus betting next on the Fan.
You've made us #1 in DFW.
Don't care what they say.
Thank you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I have a question, and I feel like this is going to get me a looking from.
Oh.
Are we going to have a best of Mike segment where we play all of his best moments?
I mean, I feel
how
like the
many
name
shows would that take?
is Mikesterpiece of the Week. Yeah. God, we need to start right now.
Yeah. I don't know if there's enough time.
I think we can go find all the posts that Carter's made of those little shorts that he puts on Twitter. And I think we could just run those, and that would be a very good run right there because they're wonderful moments.
And then I lose them forever because like Taylor Swift lost all her songs.
Yeah, but then she re-recorded them, and now they're Taylor's version.
I can just say it over again in a microphone in their mind.
Like KNC, whenever you're
too much talk.
Whenever
Kevin.
you move on, it'll be KNC's version.
It feels like a threat.
It does feel a little bit like a threat. Guys, we do have some hits and misses from the weekend from the Super Bowl. This will be the final hits and misses of the 2024-2025 season.
I promise I'm listening, Corey. I also got distracted looking for the perfect Mike picture for our Facebook post.
Oh, you want me to send you one?
Oh, yeah.
I have a lot of from the airplane when he's sleeping. You remember I showed you on the way out there the other day? I found a lot of good ones.
I found one I really like, too, of him with his bronze medal.
Yes.
Firing his fists up in the air.
And don't forget the one from that video where he turns around. He had his bouncy shoes on or whatever, and he turns around and gives you the with the wink. He's got a lot. I got a lot of good pictures of Mike. I'm gonna have to delete them all out of my phone so I don't cry every day.
No.
Just so I'm not hurt, you know. And what Mike can do is he can just text me every day a new picture, and I can be like, "See, there's my picture."
I don't know
of the
if I'm
day.
gonna do that. I don't even text my daughter that much. I mean, I text her, but I mean, I'm not texting you more than her.
Hey, can we reflect on that one time when you were going to catfish your daughter?
Oh, yeah.
So she would talk to you more.
Yeah, that was when she was a freshman. I wanted to talk to her more. So I felt like there's no way her friends are texting her or calling her and she's refusing to text and call her friends back. So I thought, what if I catfish her and come up with how I'm a UT student and have a fake picture and everything, and she responds to my text the way that she probably responds to text besides dad, and then I have a great relationship with my daughter, but she doesn't know that it's her dad.
And you just never really ran that thing all the way to the end, though.
Do you ever bring that up at dinner with her though? Like you're out and you're just like, by the way.
Oh, please don't ever tell her
Sue gets
that.
up to go to the restroom.
I'll
You're
tell
like,
her,
hey, I
yeah.
need to tell you something.
Don't tell her.
I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to tell her I thought about it back when in like September when you were a freshman at college and I was missing you, that the only way I thought I could maybe get you to respond to text is if I came up with a fake account and acted like I was a UT student.
How do you think that's going to play out from there?
We'll find out.
Okay.
I am happy that you get to do something you love, though, Mike. I'm really happy for you there. Hits and misses. We'll start with
your children. I'm sorry.
You do what you have to do. I want to talk to my daughter.
Okay.
You want to talk to your kid?
She responds occasionally. Do you have that issue with Brandon?
Not as much just because he's around.
Yeah. What if Brandon wasn't around? You wouldn't catfish him?
I would not.
We'll see.
What would you do? How would you just be like, I'm going to be alone?
You don't know how it feels yet.
I would just call him.
And he wouldn't
He's not
call
answering.
back.
Yeah, he's not answering.
For 4
Call him
days.
back.
They
So
don't
what do you
call
do?
back. You're like, are you alive? I can't find you on that Find thing anymore. We took you off because that's violating your privacy.
So your decision was make a profile and be like, hey, you're really cute. And that's how you're going to start.
I wasn't going to try to be your boyfriend.
Right.
Okay.
Just friend.
Just friend.
I think we might be reframing this issue.
Okay, well, fine. If it takes trying to be your boyfriend, then fine. But I know she has a boyfriend, so now I'm just a scumbag.
So that's the main issue you have with the plan?
Yeah. Well, now.
Okay.
She didn't have a boyfriend when she started.
Yeah, she went to school and didn't have one at the time.
Yeah, now she has
And
one.
then it was fine. But now.
Yeah, now I just have to become her friend.
Okay. Sounds like you have a solid plan.
But I'm used to not talking to her now.
Oh, well, that's kind of sad.
Yeah.
And what am I supposed to do about it? If you have college kids or had college kids, you just get used to it. It's not fun.
Yeah.
You'd like to talk to them every day or at least text them every day, and some kids do. Mine doesn't.
You have two options in that instance. You either live with it sad
or catfish.
Or catfish them. Those are the only two options.
Yeah.
Those are the only two options?
That's the way Sean puts it.
And that
is this about the Josh Allen thing?
Yeah. He gives you two choices. And here's your two choices. Either never talk to your kid again or catfish him.
You obviously haven't given us any other solutions either.
Yeah.
So
okay.
But I appreciate it.
Fine. Solution number one.
Tell me.
Tell your daughter when you see her in person or when you talk to her on the phone, hey, I really wish we could talk more. I miss you.
Who knows when that's going to be again?
I'm going to go see her next Thursday and Friday and Saturday.
Almost a full
Austin.
year before he gets to see her and do that.
That's when I'm going to tell her about the catfish plan that I decided not to do.
I really think that this is terrible. Does your wife know about this plan?
I don't think so.
Okay. Don't tell her
maybe
either.
I did tell her.
Don't tell her either.
And she's like, I never can tell when you're serious or not. Don't do that.
That's fair. It's like the day we were at SBLIX. I just want to make this clear. He's not leaving for like 3 weeks, but it's that the day we were at SBLIX. And he goes, oh, what'd you get? And I was like, oh, I got some toffee. And he goes, I'm pretty sure it's pronounced taffy. And I was like, pretty sure that he was just messing with me, but not 100%.
Do you know now?
I still don't.
How do you pronounce it?
Toffee. Taffy is a different thing.
Yeah. Let's call the whole thing off. It's like tomato.
No, I understood.
Yeah. Number 3 on the
I immediately understood. I'm sorry, Corey, please.
You're going to miss me.
I didn't say I won't miss you. I will miss you.
From a phone number at the 406. One thing we know for sure after February 28th, Kevin's blood pressure will be lowered at least 100 points.
I'll step in.
What if Kevin becomes the best Kevin?
The best version of himself?
Yeah. Because you're gone.
Yeah. Stress goes down.
And I come in whistling to work every day, and I'm
skipping.
like, hey, Corey, how you doing?
You get to May 1st, and your therapist was like, so what's going on with you?
Yeah.
You seem like everything's right. And you're like, I don't know. And they're like, it's really been about 3 months or so that I can really notice a change in our conversations and where you're at in life and your relationships. And then you go back to, well, I had a person leave my life on February 28th.
Oh, no. Who passed away?
And you're like, and then the therapist goes, well, it looks like you're doing better. A lot better.
Okay. I'll let you know.
Now, what if you're doing worse? What if you get to May 1st and you're dealing with so many issues and you just have to have me in your life and you know what your plan is? Two options.
Catfish.
You catfish me.
Catfish Mike.
Because I'm not responding to your daily text. And you're like, I need more information and I need to know how your life's going and your kids and your wife. And all I see her is when Noah's sick, which is quite a bit. And then,
that's true.
Yeah.
And then all these things, but I'm just not responding enough. And so you decide to catfish me so that we can have a better relationship. And I don't even know I'm having a better relationship with you, but it makes you better.
If you're going to catfish him, Kevin, are you going to do it as a man or a woman?
See, but I don't imagine Mike wanting to have conversations with people that he's not already obligated to have conversations with.
Okay.
Like, Mike doesn't strike me as a let's go make new friends kind of person.
I have plenty of friends.
Exactly.
You're going to catfish him as Ken Griffey Jr. then? Because he'd be like, oh, my God, me and Ken Griffey Jr. We've been chatting back and forth for the last 6 months. This is awesome. I think he would be all about having a friendship with Ken Griffey Jr.
Yeah, he's older. Talking about relationship.
That's all you had to contribute to that? He's older.
Fact. I threw a fact out there. People want facts on the radio, Kevin.
Yeah.
When I leave, just remember, people want the facts.
They don't want opinions.
They want the score. They want the box score. They want what's coming up next.
They want the box score.
Yeah. I still don't know what Patrick Mahomes did. You haven't given the box score. That's what they say. Give the box score and leave the opinions to
3
other
touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
Whoa.
So now I know.
You're still in hits and misses right here.
I wasn't sure.
Score.
I feel like we'd monopolize a lot
Corey,
of your
what's
time.
going on in this segment?
I don't even know anymore.
Hit me.
Avery got a speeding ticket over the weekend.
What?
Yeah, he was going 90 and a 70. And
Dang.
Yeah.
Good for him.
And
Holy
allegedly,
moly.
He knows how to drive,
You know
huh?
deep in your heart that that's true.
He was like, it's not true. And I was like, come on.
How
dude.
long
We
has he
all
had his
think that.
license?
Since January
My kid got
of last year.
okay.
My kid has 2 tickets already.
And it does appear that Ken Dorsey has landed a job with the Dallas Cowboys.
Heck
My
yeah!
internet is slow. Cowboys are working to hire Ken Dorsey as the offensive coordinator.
Right when I announce I'm leaving.
Oh, I thought we had already made a different
Not
decision.
Yeah, what are you reading?
Yeah, this is weird. I don't know.
You read something earlier today that was
Forget it.
very confusing.
Yeah, hold on. This is a reputable
Yeah.
source.
Yeah, what did you just do?
So after
Talking about Dorsey Levens?
he came home and he was like, y'all are going to be mad. And he was like, I got a ticket. And I was like, well, I am mad. This is upsetting because we've told you specifically because we have the Life 360 app and we can see how fast he drives at times. And I've been like, dude, I saw you going 80. You don't need to be going 80. You need to be going the speed limit on George Bush. Like, just.
If it helps you out, I don't think they've decided his official title with the Cowboys.
But they are
yet.
looking to hire him.
Yes.
And they said, and he said, well, you go 90. And I was like, yeah, I'm also an adult and I can take care of all this stuff myself. Now I have to get involved with helping you out on all this. And I've always said this, Kevin, I look at it as my fee. All right. If I speed every few years, I get a ticket, I pay my fine, I go on. It's the fee I pay for being able to speed.
Sure.
So yesterday morning, because we told him, we were like, look, because he quit his job a while back, he was like, I'm just going to focus on school and music, which, by the way, he's making money doing music right now. This is wild to see how many streams. He's got like 20 million streams.
Music?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, making music. He wakes up on Sunday morning and says, Dad, I need to go make some bets so I can make money in order to pay for this.
It's illegal in Texas.
I said, well,
That's
first
right.
off, you don't make bets, you make plays.
That's right. With Underdog.
Yeah.
And UnderdogFantasy.com, you can make plays, and that is perfectly legal in the state of Texas.
He had $10, and he had a 5-play play event.
Yeah, just say 5 plays.
He had 5 plays, and that $10 would have given him $121. So
But
that
he
was what
lost.
it was going to. He lost every single one of them.
Yeah, good luck to parlays.
Because he went heavy on the Chiefs. Everything was heavy on Chiefs plays, and the Chiefs ended up playing terribly in this game. 1 sack for Chris Jones was
Could've bet
all
on
he
the Chiefs
needed.
not completing a pass.
Yeah, the only one he got right was 0.5 or more yards for Patrick Mahomes passing. That was like a
so that was the free play?
It was like a free play, and I was like, oh my gosh! And he only got that one. I feel bad for him because now he's $10 in the hole plus the ticket.
The one I could have almost guaranteed was the 0.5 interceptions. Go higher for Patrick
The more
Mahomes.
you play/bet, you should become smart enough to go, this doesn't work.
This isn't how I make my
Fair.
money. This is how I have some fun. Like it's
Right.
a
That's true.
leisure activity for me, and it's fun if I'm okay with losing this amount of money.
Yes.
But if I'm not, and now the next thing he said was, well, how am I going to get that $10 back?
See, that is a mistake every time.
Antoine Walker style.
Meaning?
A lot of different meanings. He shakes his boobs a lot.
What does that have to do with trying to win his money back?
People have made money doing that.
Yeah, people have made money. I mean, we were in New Orleans just last week,
Yeah.
Kevin. We saw on Bourbon Street that you can do that and make money.
You can become a slumlord.
Mm-hmm.
Antoine did that. The way he couldn't make money was he was chasing Michael Jordan's gambling habits.
Yeah, that's a bad way to do it.
Because he was like, I got to hang with Michael Jordan, so let me bet with Michael Jordan. Well, he has about $1 billion more than you, Antoine.
Okay.
So I don't like Antoine Walker. He
Quarterback
ruined the Mavs.
And that's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
What percentage of the information you wanted to give us do you think got?
I had Avery speeding and Mavry betting. All the rest of it, I just enjoyed hearing. I really enjoyed reminiscing the catfishing story. That was one of my favorite moments. I thought it was hilarious. I was just going through. Somebody tweeted us the time whenever we were talking about the McMahon family, and we talked, and you know how they were a wrestling family.
God.
And that made me laugh even harder because I know how much it irritates you. But at one point, he couldn't remember the name, but he goes like this with the headband, and you yelled, "No, not Jim McMahon!" And he was like, "Oh, I got it."
All right,
Hey,
do me a favor,
they call me
Alec.
the reminisce man.
Coming up next, who knows if this will work out the way I envision it. Super Bowl commercials. What was the best? What was the worst? And what was that one thing with Seal? But, Alec, if you can, come back with some sort of Mike non sequitur or nonsensical thing that he's saying. Let's just come back with that, and then we'll segue into commercials next on The Fan.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's very special meat. It's good meat. It might be the best meat. That's my Donald Trump for a second.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Excellent work, Alec. That was the perfect non sequitur of Mr. Mike Bassick. In case you missed it, he will be leaving the show.
What?
Your final episode with us will be February 28th.
In Surprise. So if you want to say goodbye to me in person, you have to go to spring training.
That is true. That is a very good point. All right. Super Bowl commercials. The best, the worst. What was that deal with Seal?
What do you mean?
And how I emailed Bill Murray.
Okay, first off with the Seal thing, Kevin. We saw Seal at Radio Row or Media Midway last week. And I was like, Kevin, it's Seal. And you were like, I know, dummy. And I was like, but it's Seal. And we couldn't get him. That being said, his name is Seal. They made him into a seal.
Let's go to cut number 19, and where they also superimposed his face onto a seal.
He was a seal.
Take it away, Mountain Dew. Is this your first what the F moments happening?
Everybody in my house was freaking out. Yes, exact. Kiss from a lime on the bay.
My flippers got old Mountain Dew. It slips right on through watershade.
I don't know what people had, what problem they had with it. Seal approved it.
Mm-hmm.
It was Seal's face.
Mm-hmm.
He's a wonderful singer, and that was a song for a commercial.
I mean, I don't disagree that he's a wonderful singer. He is an excellent singer, but that was weird, right?
No.
No?
I'm going to say no, it wasn't.
Okay.
I thought it was awesome. I loved seeing. When was the last time you thought of Seal?
I mean, when we saw him at Radio
Okay, and before that?
Honestly, yeah, when you guys yelled seals in here, and I was like, I knew you were talking about. I knew it wasn't the animal.
So I was, by the way, I was like pointing, and you were looking at me, and I went, and somebody like walked by and was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe
and
you
they
just
actually,
did that.
you knew the commercial was coming out.
Exactly. So that one definitely did stand out to me. I thought the McConaughey series of, what was it, A Century of Cravings, when it had all the different types of things that Uber Eats is doing to try and get you to eat food.
But that was different. Was that different than the Woody Harrelson?
Yes.
Well, okay.
Yeah, it's just all the things you need, like all these different versions. That he was Mike Ditka at one point. I thought that was kind of fun. I thought it was a fun one because they've been kind of building with Jerry's eating rice. They've been doing that for a while now, and they got to that.
So, I've got the ad meter pulled up. If there's any from USA Today, if there's any specific commercials that you want to talk about, was there one that was your favorite or perhaps least favorite, and I can maybe tell you where it fits in the ad meter?
The one about Hellman's mayonnaise, Billy Crystal.
So,
and I wonder how many people understood this.
That was number 9
and Meg Ryan
on the ad meter, but then Hellman's got devastated after the commercial aired.
Oh no,
Dave?
No, not Dave.
No,
Hellman.
not David Hellman. The mayonnaise. So Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan, looking
very old,
like they aged naturally. They redid the commercial. I mean, come on.
What quarter was this?
Oh, I don't remember what quarter that was.
But she did the famous scene where she was eating the sandwich.
So they do the update of the When Harry Met Sally, and then Sydney Sweeney pops in.
Smart move.
So Hellman's posted it, and Duke's Mayo, or the Duke's Mayo Bowl, quote tweeted it and said, "With Duke's, you don't have to fake it."
Oh, dang.
Boom!
That's a win right there. That is a win.
So I mean, that was a quality commercial. Now,
Sydney Sweeney seemed to believe she wasn't faking it, and that's why she wanted the sandwich.
Oh,
you know.
Now, on the flip side, the hell was Tubi doing last night?
I don't know, man. They freaked me out with the weird hat heads.
So
I like wearing hats.
Yeah. Okay.
Good to know.
But Tubi was also responsible for that really quick Z Suite commercial that I don't know if anybody really understood what the hell.
I don't think I saw this one.
Yeah.
Explain it to me.
They show like some famous people and they're like, Gen Z takes over with the Z Suite. And I just, I didn't totally understand what we were going for.
That's
but
good.
I believe that was the dead last rated ad in the group.
I've seen this a couple times. My kids really laughed at the Sloth Coors Light video.
I just saw that. That felt low on the list. It's 18. I thought that was good stuff. Right below it,
it caught my eye for sure.
Right below it was another one I really liked, was the Ram trucks, Goldilocks and the 3 trucks.
Yes.
'Cause I just feel we're in the era of Glenn Powell can't miss. Whether it's the Top Gun sequel, redoing Twister, being in a romantic comedy, that dude is on a roll, and I thought that one was really, really fun.
I happened to get a chance to see it before the Super Bowl, but I did enjoy. I raced into the living room when I heard it and told everybody they needed to watch it because it was funny, and that was the Stella Artois commercial with David Beckham and Matt Damon.
That was number 4 on the list, and I loved it because at the very end when he's like, oh, like Matt Damon famous, and it was Matt Damon playing the
You gotta love when you have a friend like that.
Yes.
You know, that you can kind of rip on like that, and everybody thinks it's hilarious, and you think it's funny too.
And he's like, oh, or like Ben Affleck famous. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Alec, did you enjoy, speaking of Ben Affleck, let's go to cut number 21. This was the Dunkin' commercial.
Welcome to Java Jam, Battle of the Coffee Brand Bands.
This ain't the Dunkings. Where the hell are Matt and Tom?
Forget them suckers. Matt Damon and Tom Brady don't have the heart of a champion. We got a new squad, Dunkings sequel. Affleck and Belichick. Dunkings! A little more spirit on the, on the charge next time. All right. We got a 4th Dunking too coming. Oh my God.
Hey man,
is that coffee? What are you doing in there?
I'm just trying to find the character.
We got to battle the barista buds.
I'm all in for Duncan.
All right, stop it. I can't take it anymore. So that was
so weird.
That was the dude from Succession popping up Apocalypse Now out of the coffee. That was in the bottom half of commercial ratings. But I do want to say this one thing. So Belichick's grandchild girlfriend did a top-notch troll job over, I believe it was this past weekend. Did you see she was wearing an Atlanta Falcons
I did see
Super
that.
Bowl champion t-shirt? And I thought that was really impressive.
When did they win the Super Bowl?
No, they didn't. But that's the point.
Hold on, she was wearing a shirt of something that hadn't happened?
Guess what? They made a lot of Chiefs three-peat shirts last night. I don't know where they went.
It's really fun.
But
I think they go overseas now.
I frequently that probably does happen. The number one commercial from last night. It was Budweiser's first delivery, where the keg falls off the truck and the horse delivers it, I don't know, a really long way and leads it to that bar.
Why do we have such an affinity for Clydesdales?
That's a great question.
Every year it seems like we walk away and people are like, the Clydesdale commercial, though. Oh,
they were our transportation for a while.
But I never experienced that. I've never experienced transportation.
You live in Texas.
Right.
You grew up in East Texas.
Can't ride horses. And so the one time I've gone in a carriage, I don't know if it was Clydesdale, but we just seem to, in this country, love Clydesdales because of the commercials. Now, I remember the one where they kicked the field goals and were playing football. That was good. Like horses playing football. That's hilarious. And then the one where they had the Dalmatian and they he became part of the team. That was cute. That's enough though, right?
I mean, obviously not. People still love it. If you're Pringles and you see a first quarter commercial where Eugene Levy's eyebrows are flying off and you're like, oh no, we have our own facial hair flying off commercial coming up in a couple of quarters.
You're freaking out.
How did this happen?
You're panicking. You got sold. You know what? Is it the same group? They sold two different companies the same thing. And they went to and they pitched it and they pitched it to the other ones.
That is an intriguing hypothesis.
I also enjoyed the Lay's commercial. I don't know if you saw that one where the girl plants the potato.
The potato farmer girl.
I thought that was good.
That was second, I do believe, on the ad meter. In USA, traditionally, they do an ad meter to get people's feedback and determine which commercials people like the most. The Ultra Hustle, the pickleball commercial, was third, then the Stella Artois, and then the NFL's Somebody commercial was number 5. Was that
NFL's Somebody commercial?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if that was the Girl Power commercial or was that Nike?
When you say Girl Power, when they went back to the 80s kind of vibe and did the football thing, I thought that was funny. I thought that was fun. That one, the Nike one, was where they showed all the female athletes, right? And they were saying, you can't do this, you can't do that. That was interesting. I thought that was an interesting approach. I know a lot of people have gotten to the point where they're like, look, y'all just keep pushing that and I don't care about it. And I think that's kind of the point that they're saying.
Sure.
It's like, yeah, some of y'all don't care. Some people do.
Which is fascinating because Nike has some divisive opinions about women's sports to begin with. But, however, I decided to take advantage of one commercial that I saw Bill Murray in. He put up a little sheet of paper that said Bill himself at yahoo.com. And I was like, hey, I'll email that right now. Let's see what's up. And so I did email Bill Murray and, well, I mean, not really, but him and his team or whatever, they emailed me back. Hey, thanks for emailing. Sure, you're thinking, what's Murray doing in the middle of this game? Is he broke now? The usual gambling problems, ugly divorce, understandable reaction, but this is not purely a big money sellout. There's also a dog in my mirror, a real dog where my face should be and always has been. So what happens after this? He posted a 2-minute video embedded in this, and I was going to ask
just
for the audio.
You?
No, I'm sure it's the same one everybody got, but it was just too long to really get the point of it. And then at the very end, it says, what else? Oh, yeah, no animals were hurt while riding this. Damn, a man in a jam. He goes, send me an email with your best guess. So, of course, I continued. I got 3 emails from Bill Murray with video messages that totaled 5.5 minutes, where he eventually makes it back to his house after going to the pet psychic and all this other stuff, and his face comes back into the mirror.
Wow. All because you sent an email to your hero.
I do think we have the same birthday.
Wow. Even cooler.
You're twins.
Yeah.
You're like Arnold and Danny.
So just in case it was actually Bill Murray responding to a couple of these, the first email I sent was, hey, can you tell me what definitely wasn't said at the end of Lost in Translation? Because I know people always want to know what was said. So I wanted his different perspective of what
Wrong answers only?
Yeah.
I like that.
He's like, you think our age is inappropriate? Look at Belichick and his girlfriend. Like, I think that could have been like an example of something that did not get said at the end of Lost in Translation.
And Bill Murray's a funny guy, so he has lots of funny things that he could have said, could have drawn from
exactly.
Do you ever want to tell that 24-year-old girl he's going to die within 20 years?
How much money is she going to get?
Is that? I mean,
don't know if that
serious
matters,
question.
honestly.
Is that all she cares about?
I don't know.
I don't know her. If I had to guess, my initial thought would probably be yeah, but
what does a 24-year-old woman have in common with a 74?
Something like that.
Year-old man who's going to be coaching college kids approximately her age?
Oh, maybe this is like his way to figure out recruiting better. He wants to know what the kids like.
Got to stay hip.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You know how women are.
Thank you, PJ. I really appreciate that.
No, not like that, Mike. I just meant to understand the young people is all I meant by that.
So you're saying he has an advantage over all college coaches because he's dating a college student?
Yes, but I don't really believe that. I'm just trying to desperately figure out the 50-year age gap that has nothing to do with the money and the fame. I don't know outside of that.
What if you're, I know you don't have a daughter, but if my daughter, 4 years from now, decided to date a 74-year-old man, I'd be like, you're effing insane. How many cuss words would come out of my mouth is impossible to know because I don't think I could stop cussing.
I don't know where he's coming from here.
If it makes a difference, Belichick's only 72. So.
All right, well, then that makes it right.
I would love to see that confrontation of you and like somebody who's your dad's age and dating your daughter and how that would go over.
I mean, Belichick, like, what are you doing, dude?
I don't know. I think it's gross.
It's wrong.
Yes, agreed. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Fine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. It's their second Super Bowl win in 7 years. What a game. What a season. What a team. The greatest Eagles team in modern history.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
Oh, it's okay. It's been kind of a obviously sad day. We've all known that we were going to build up to this news for a while. We can talk about the Super Bowl. I'm sure y'all talk about the Super Bowl plenty. What I would love to talk with you about is Mike finally made his announcement. He is going to be departing in a little bit less than 3 weeks. Last show, February 28th. I know you guys have known about this as well, but how we feeling?
Bummed, proud of Mike for his accomplishments. Yeah. I love, I consider him one of my best friends and a brother, and I love Mike, and it sucks to see him go. But this is part of, what you go through in radio, so I'm kind of used to that part, but it still sucks, especially because Mike's one of the longest, running coworkers I've ever had. I think, is it, 12, 13 years?
September of 13 is when we became the midday show.
Yep. Yeah.
I can't remember the exact. Okay,
September 19th.
But I think we were doing Rangers post games in 2010 or 2011.
2011 is when I came on to just whoever was on randomly do the post-game show, and then I would fill in for people, and then September 19th, 2013 is when I joined the G-Bag Nation with Chris and Jeff and you and Alex, and that was
been a hell of a run.
While.
Yeah, been a hell of a run. But I knew that Mike was obviously very talented for talking about sports, and when he started doing the TV games, I was like, damn, this is good.
Yeah.
So I kind of saw this a couple of years ago. Eventually.
Well, thank
you. Super gonna miss you. Obviously, I know this is a dream come true for you, so I'm excited for you. I think one of my favorite memories is when I was just a listener. I hadn't started working here yet. I don't even think I had interned yet. But they did the bit about you can't take the weed gummies.
Okay.
And you had gone to Denver or something, and you said that you tried it, but when you came back, they did a bit where Spittle came in and told you how that's against company policy, and it was a whole funny deal. That was one of my favorite memories for sure.
Yeah, that was. I remember watching Stranger Things on that trip, and I thought it was the funniest show I'd ever seen.
It was summer of 2016 when I first met you, because I was interning with you, and I always joked that I wasn't a G-Bag intern, I was a Mike Bassick intern, because you were one of the few that asked me to actually do anything. It's like, hey, I need some nuggets. Can you go down to McDonald's? Hey, I need something from Mike Likes It. Can you just find some stuff and email it to me? I was like, hell yeah, Mike. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you.
Just find some stuff.
Yeah, just find some stuff and send it.
I like it.
Kind of like that day that he was like, hey, let me just Google search fun things to talk about.
Yes.
Let's take a load off.
Yeah.
Now it's all started. 11 more times, me and you, Kevin.
And brought us. He told you to shut up that one day.
Oh yeah, Mike and I are going at it. I'm gonna miss the passion and the fire, and I'm gonna miss the days of going at each other that way.
Broadus and I handled it like, man, we never talked about it again.
And then I got that epic photo of y'all at IHOP together through the window. That was awesome.
Love the IHOP. We got to get another Coach ball sack before you leave, though. At least one last time.
Or a boomstick.
Come on, one more sack.
Yeah, you should let us all put together our bucket list of Mike things we want before you go.
I was with Gavin, and we're watching the Rangers postgame show. Nelly Cruz hits a homer, but we have to wait. I can't remember the exact rule. Was it 15 seconds or 20 seconds until we could tell the audience the Rangers have taken the lead? Nelly Cruz has hit a home run because we can't update. There are certain MLB rules. So Nelly Cruz hits the home run, and I just randomly scream as loud as I can, boomstick!
Yeah.
I love it.
Legendary.
That's so amazing.
Back in the days when we still appreciated Nelly.
Look,
those were them days.
I've been guilty of that for sure. I will admit that. All right.
I had that as a ringtone for a little bit, I think. I just thought it was funny.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, throw people off.
Yeah, just like when you did the ooh-wee at Radio Row on Friday.
That was fun to watch.
I was like, this is my last time ever at Radio Row. I'm going to do what Chris Arnold would do here, and it was fun. I did get all the responses. They all kind of stopped their show and looked over at us like, what in the world is going on over there?
Except for Reggie. Reggie was like, I know what's happening right now.
I immediately put my hands over my face as if to not have to deal with what was happening in the situation, because I got embarrassed so fast.
I think it was a loud and confrontational week. On Radio Row, there was an energy to it. I think a lot of it might have been alcohol fueled, but there were viral clips every night of people getting in these massive fights. So I think people were kind of on edge, okay, what's going on now? It's about to go down over here,
Yeah, I get it. I was listening to that all week, and I saw multiple people like, well, that's what all those other people get since they've been yelling behind your back for the entirety of.
We need to be from a different spot next time.
Yes, I did, and I liked. I thought it was cool what a marquee looking spot we had, and then until you find out like all these idiots are right behind yelling and doing all kinds of stuff.
The WIP being 2 tables down just had me on edge the entire day. I hated it. Screw those bleep holes.
All right, I asked this question. Will the Eagles get to 5 before the Cowboys get to 6?
At this point, yeah. I mean, I don't see it really going our way anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, they're intentionally trying to win championships at every turn. So I think that's pretty fair.
Are you insinuating that we are not?
Yes.
So will they win 3 more? For the Cowboys win 1 more?
Yeah, the odds would be on the Cowboys' side.
Would it?
I mean, it's
they've won 2 in the last how many years?
They only have to win 1.
Yeah, and they haven't won 1 in 30 years.
Yeah,
it certainly looks like the Eagles would be the smart bet there. I don't know if they're going to ultimately, stop pursuing it the way that they are. The Eagles, with their salary cap management, is very aggressive. And could the Cowboys decide to get aggressive? Like, okay, we really didn't want to go back to building that way, but it's obvious the Eagles are kicking our ass by using future money to pay for players now, so we got to do that too. And if the Cowboys would decide to do that, they're like $325 million behind in their credit card balance. The Eagles is at $400 million. The Cowboys is at $75 million. So if the Cowboys suddenly decided to go,
they could
build a team even better than what we just saw yesterday with Philadelphia in a not too short period of time.
Or we could stay with the status quo.
Yeah.
There's only so much of that pie to go around.
Yeah, that's
well. At least we get to watch Anthony Davis tonight.
Mike, I got some terrible news for you.
Indefinitely. Could have just meant like less than 24 hours or whatever.
Yeah.
Hell, I'm not going to miss you.
Yes, that's possible.
Let's go, Stars.
What do you guys? Yeah, and they're off for a week and a half.
I know.
now.
We don't get to enjoy them for a while, but we know that they're badass.
Pitchers and catchers report.
What
2
do you guys
days
got
away.
coming up on the program today?
Thank you, Rangers. We need you more than ever. Please be good. Please be amazing in April. Okay, Pure Gold as always. Obviously, Micah, Mav, Super Bowl right out of the gates here in 5 minutes in the G-Bag Nation.
All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night.
Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. 3 big stories in our world of sports we can dive into here as we open things up. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Actually on the phone right now chasing down a developing Cowboy story. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh, keeping the Gators down best he can. Got Wolchuk and Chiafalo, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Got cold, didn't it? It was in the 80s on Saturday. It was unbelievable. But that definitely changed yesterday and even more so today. I think it's like low 40s right now.
Man, it was beautiful Saturday morning. Went out. It was actually like warm. We did a little photo shoot because we had Eliza's first birthday coming up here.
Super cute, bro.
It was
epic. You did the cake thing.
Smash
here's
cake
a cake
thing.
and just go tear it up.
Yeah, she had her own little strawberry cake, and at first she didn't know what to do with it. She was just seeing the candle was there, and then like, no, go for the cake. It was adorable. But then we decided to go on a family walk, and this was a couple hours later. We go outside.
You could feel the breeze change.
It was freezing.
It was like within 5 minutes, it felt like being outside. Yes. Beautiful day, nice little breeze. All of a sudden, oh crap, the cold front is literally coming in right now.
Yep, it was windy. Saturday was wild, hot, and then frigid by the end of the day.
Yeah, it was, man. It probably dropped 15 degrees on our way home. Took us a while. We ran a couple of errands.
It's quick.
Dropped by, got some barbecue, went to Costco. Next thing you know, it was 71 as we're pulling into the driveway.
It's wild.
So that's always fascinating. But hey, we're not out of winter yet. We just got a little bit of a spring preview on Saturday, which we appreciated. Mother Nature, keep those coming. How we doing, Brian? Are we chasing down Cowboys coaching stories?
I was actually on the phone with folks from the Mavs.
Oh, okay.
Let's go Mavs.
Yeah.
All right.
Just
let's go get Rangers.
Circle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to duck out of there, but I did not want to miss that call.
Okay, we'll talk Mavs here with you in a moment. The Cowboys are hiring Ken Dorsey as a
offensive assistant.
Okay,
yeah, offensive assistant, and Simcoe, the who was the offensive assistant, that worked with the quarterbacks. It seems like Simcoe is going to be elevated to the quarterbacks coach, and then so Ken Dorsey. He might be taking the role, we need to see, he might be taking the role that Brian Schottenheimer initially had, the working with the defensive staff role kind of a thing. So, but yeah, he's not going to be the quarterback's coach. It's likely going to be Simcoe who's going to take over that role.
And they picked up a wide receiver coach from college over the weekend as well, Junior Adams, who Cooper Kupp says is the GOAT.
Yeah,
and what he does.
Yeah, and I've talked to some people, and I even actually tweeted this out, and I need to see. There were some folks that were talking about Adams as a coach, not completely glowing, if I could say. I've everything to the points that I have heard of these other coaches. It seems everybody's totally on board with some stuff. But I haven't talked to some people at Oregon yet, but I've talked to some guys that have been with him at other places. And so, it was, we'll see how this all really plays out. He's coached some outstanding wide receivers and at various stops. And there was a couple of questions that folks had. And so I'll try and get both sides of the story here, but it wasn't as glowing initially as I thought it might be.
Okay, well, we'll hope for the best on that one.
Yeah.
A couple of college coaches coming on board. Who knows what they might be able to do at the next level. Micah Parsons trade rumors on Super Bowl Sunday through a report from Ian Rappaport. There's at least been internal discussions about it. Probably the biggest Cowboy story coming out of the weekend.
Is this something that was new? Is this new news to me? And my apologies to us, and I don't mean to be but this is not new news. This is something that eternally that teams always do talk about, and we're a city that likes to trade our star players for sure. But to me, this is something that is not new news. This is something that for maybe a year now.
You'd think that all teams should have internal conversations about that. The Cowboys, like Jerry and Steven have just said, that's never anything people with decision-making ability have talked about. So for Rapport to at least share that to the fan base, it would be new, but you would think common sense-wise, every organization should always be having those discussions.
But we've talked about Micah Parsons a bunch.
Oh, we have.
And Micah Parsons not being here.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons being, I know Chief asked me, what could you get for him? Tell me what you have, what can I get for him? And then I'll tell you if I want to make this trade or not. And rightfully so. But it's something that in everyday, in everyday NFL life, you talk about these things with players. And so, it's do you want to be committed to $35 million a year for Micah Parsons?
I think you do. Yeah, I think what yesterday showed me is you need a lot of really good players. You can't be in the business of letting them go. If you're talking about winning now, which Jerry did again last week, then yes, you need to be adding players, not taking them away. Now, if you want to go long-term build, hey, we're looking at 28 or 29, then, trading whoever you can right now would probably be a good idea. But I don't get the feeling that they're doing that, and I wouldn't. I mean, whatever you end up paying him, I just feel like he's going to be worth more because he's in a lot of times he's a one-man defense. Even with only a couple of other good defensive players out there, you look like a respectable defense because of him. If you could add a half dozen other really good players to your defense, which the Eagles have, then I think you'd be unstoppable. You got to build around him, not send him to somebody else to do that.
Yeah, their Philadelphia's defense clearly got better with the addition of a couple of rookie players. And then the ability of their defensive coordinator with Dick Fangio. I mean, he did a great job.
He really did.
That was the Howie Roseman Super Bowl.
And by the way,
but that was the players on the field. Dick Fangio's done an excellent job this year. As a defensive coordinator, pretty easy work when I know I can rush 4 and those dudes are just going to absolutely wreak havoc so Pat Mahomes can't do anything.
Yeah.
My goodness gracious. That was the players on the field going out there and just whooping ass.
If I could tease
total domination, Brian. 340, Krusty's Corner?
Yeah,
what are we doing?
Yeah, I looked at I got a chance to take a look at the film this morning and I'm going to break down the 6 sacks that they had. There's various things that happened on each one of those sacks. It's something that you just normally don't see from Pat Mahomes. But Philadelphia forced him into some things he probably didn't handle very well. Of course, that's how you get the sack. So we'll talk about 340 today.
The last broadest sack study of the 2024 football season, man. This is a huge moment.
Yep.
Bittersweet.
Another sack compilation.
Appreciate that.
Favorites.
Coming up at 340, Krusty's Corner every day here in the G-Bag Nation. It's going to be a treasure trove of football data and knowledge for you, especially leading into the draft and free agency.
We got free agency coming up too.
Right around the corner.
Yeah, maybe Dallas will actually be involved with other players from around
Fingers
the league.
Crossed.
Yeah,
we can try.
Well, the Chiefs sold out to stop Saquon Barkley, 25 carries for 57 yards, and Jalen Hurts killed him on the ground and had quite an efficient game in the air. And, the Chiefs couldn't do anything. I was stunned by, I think, their third or fourth possession. It just became really clear that, either Patrick Mahomes wasn't seeing it, guys weren't getting open, and on a one critical sequence of plays in, the second quarter, they just couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
And you could really feel Philadelphia completely dominating the matchup.
Yeah, and it wasn't really anything too exotic. And like I say, in 340, we'll get into that. But it's a philosophy they have in Philadelphia, the way they play defense, and then the way they're able to use their front. And that's what really got Kansas City in trouble. I have never seen Pat Mahomes in a game look as really confused as to what he was seeing, even though it was very simplistic. The players were just that good up front for Philadelphia.
Yeah, I think this scrambling of the line that they had to do probably hurt him, but I mean, this was really horrible. 10.9 passer rating in the first half, the third worst from any quarterback in the first half of a game this season.
Yeah.
His EPA per dropback was the 10th worst by any QB in the first half of any game since the start of the 2018 season.
Mm-hmm.
It was just shocking, really, to see it that bad. And I know it's happened to him in a couple of games before in the postseason, But, what they did yesterday was nothing short of, complete domination. I think it's got to make quite a statement on you if you're Kansas City as far as how do we rebuild. We probably need a more dynamic weapon in the receiving game and another offensive lineman.
I think the offensive line will be the key for them. And remember what happened to them in the Super Bowl where they got beat by
the Bucs. They went out immediately and spent money on that line. They got Orlando Brown Jr., they got Joe Tooney.
Yeah,
I'd expect Brett Veach to go to work again.
I think so, too.
But to me, like the thing I noticed last week, and ultimately I couldn't back it with my money. I just couldn't bet against Patrick Mahomes. But it looked like a team that was kind of like, yeah, we're the champs against a bunch of hungry dogs.
Yeah. I kept thinking about that throughout the game of like, dang, poor Dawson. We talked him off the Eagles' ledge a little bit, and he had this thing pegged from the jump because I thought it was just sort of a quiet confidence, and these guys know how to flip the switch when the lights turn on. And it was a dazed and confused.
They weren't ready.
Mahomes, Kelsey, the connection was awful. Kelsey just that has to be your last game. He looked terrible. And I've never seen Mahomes look like that either.
Yeah.
Even in that Bucs Super Bowl, it didn't feel like quite as a dominant. Probably the worst regular season or postseason game of his entire career for Mahomes. Like he did not know what to expect.
He didn't. Yeah.
All righty. More film takeaways from Broadus coming up at 3:40. Aaron Rodgers reportedly told by the Jets they will move on without him.
Yeah.
Aaron Glenn, Jets' new coach.
I love that he had to fly out there. They flew him out there or whatever, just so that they could give him the sort of the pink
person.
slip. Like,
well, you
can't just FaceTime that one, or
I think it's one of those things too, out of respect. But yeah, I think it's Aaron.
Respect would be you flying to me.
Yeah, respect my time.
Maybe come around across the country here.
But no, that to me, that's like say now Aaron will go on to some of these shows and how did it happen? Well, I had to fly to New Jersey and they talked to me. So instead of saying like how many times we heard, well, they let me go on a text where they called me, that kind of thing. So
yeah,
I think they just did it face to face, and here we go.
Well, the Anthony Davis story was just unbelievable. One of the most dominant halves of production in the last 20 years in the NBA. Ballin'. The Mavs are making your jaw drop like, holy crap, they could win the championship with this level of defense. And the dominance continues, and, now he's out maybe up to a month with an adductor. I guess there's, angry fans saying maybe they pushed him back.
Hell, dude.
Did they rush him back? Did that contribute to it? I don't know. But, the defense they were able to employ, just get this thing healthy, get Lively back, and I'll be happy because it's going to be hard as hell to score against them.
It did. It looked for a moment, like for 3 quarters of basketball. I was like, not to justify this, Nico, but I could see the vision. I could at least see the basketball way of thinking here, where the length that they've got and the ability to shift, like at times, to envision Derek Lively with this, and now you're playing Anthony Davis at the 4, then sometimes, okay, if you want, you can move P.J. Washington to a variety of spots. Defensively, Max Christie. Max Christie is a guy, holy smokes.
Beast.
That's quite a find right there. Like, the return will never be good enough, but then to have him get hurt, and now it's one of these things where it's literally a multiple-week injury. That's exactly the whole point. You're trading a player in his prime for a guy who is probably post-prime that is going to be now in the downward trajectory. It was beautiful basketball for 3 quarters, but that was a big part of the risk involved in making that deal. And you want to talk about availability and effort. And if the guy's not going to be playing on the court for you, why the hell does it matter anyway, guys? Oh, my goodness gracious. But for 3 quarters, it looked like this is the best team in the NBA.
I think the Mavericks have a unique problem on their hands they need to kind of take care of, though.
What's that?
I think they have a problem with the way they bring guys back from injury.
They rush them?
I don't know if it's a rush, but when you start to talk about it, and I started thinking about these things, is there a lead-up, a build-up to having a player get ready for a game? How do you have the build-up to make sure that the guy's healthy and ready to go, that you don't have repeat injuries? That's something the Mavs need to look at right now, and it is a problem because players are coming back, and then they're getting hurt again.
That's interesting. You know, I've been suspicious of this thing since Casey Smith left a couple of years ago, and recently there's been a run of injuries. I hope it's a good medical staff. I hope they did not rush AD back to give the fans this incredible emotional event that, you know, made you excited about basketball again, even if it was only for an hour and a half. You know,
but that's something that they have to look at now.
Absolutely, full review.
Because if you look at their players and how do they ramp them up to get ready for games? Is the build up
Is there an intense 5-on-5 or 3-on-3 practice?
The medical. Where are we getting information that's absolutely ready to go? I mean, are the players absolutely ready to go?
And how empowered are the players to say, no, I don't feel right?
There you go.
You know, sometimes
maybe they shouldn't have run out their best guys because they were friends with Luka. You know, with Dwayne Casey, for instance.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Casey Smith. Sorry, a lot of their guys they didn't want around because they seemed to like Luka. And maybe those were guys that knew some of what they were doing.
That general manager has a big stick over there, and he's hitting everybody over the head with it. You know, I'm saying so. Yeah, the general manager has his way of wanting to do things. He has his way of the people he wants around him, and he's going to do it his way. And he really doesn't care about anybody else's way. And so, it's very clear. But they have an issue that they need to address with those players coming back.
We have some TV takeaways to address, Wolchuk.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, what'd you think of the broadcast last night? What was your favorite Super Bowl commercial? We'll hit that and more next in the Nation.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Oh, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It's G-Bag of the Day is coming up here in about 10 minutes on your home of the Cowboys. This segment of the nation brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Zach with some TV takeaways from Super Bowl Sunday.
All right, so The Athletic broke down some Super Bowl takeaways, also ranked their favorite Super Bowl commercials, 877-881-1053. What were some of your words? Shout out to our friends over at Stella Artois. They did end up coming in at number 2, second best Super Bowl commercial, according to The Athletic, the David and the Dave, where David Beckham, he's got a long-lost brother in the States, and it turns out to be Matt Damon.
Yeah.
I was good. I laughed. I thought it was pretty humorous commercial.
It was Other Dave.
Other Dave.
Other Dave.
David and Other Dave.
The Ben Affleck joke at the end of that was really good.
It was fantastic.
Congrats to Stella for scoring big. You know, I only remember 2 of them. The seal as seal was weird, and then the guy with a cowboy hat for a head that was bald.
The flesh hats.
Yeah, the flesh. Okay, is that what that was?
Yeah, it was like that was weird.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
I couldn't get locked into the commercials after those 2. I was like, man, we've run out of good ideas. Can we get back to Bud Bowl or the Budweiser Frogs or something?
Yeah.
You know, or What's Up Guy?
Yeah.
It just isn't doing it for me.
You had the Clydesdale one where
it was weird.
I always loved the
pushing the
Clydesdale.
keg into the bar.
It was like the marketing agencies took LSD this year, Wolchuk. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, you had the instance where you have not 1 but 2 facial hair fly off the face bits.
Oh my goodness, what was that? We're all going to do mushrooms and brainstorm Super Bowl commercials?
Little Caesars and Pringles, dude.
Yeah, the Pringles,
mustaches
Pringles
go
mustache.
into the air and bring you cans of Pringles, and then they don't even arrive? and then the glass window?
Eyebrow ones. Those were
I did
a
think
little wild.
Dunk Kings did it again. I like the Dunk Kings commercial, Dunkin' Donuts.
Belichick and stuff.
Belichick's in there. They got Casey Affleck. And I think Belichick's girlfriend was even in there again.
Okay, I was
She's
wondering.
She's kind of won the weekend here with her trolling and everything.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if that was her or not. But
I thought it was.
I could totally imagine that was her, though.
I did like my gosh, I'm blanking on his name. Matthew McConaughey. Him doing the Mike Ditka bit.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. I thought that was a fun one with Uber Eats. Century of Cravings. I thought McConaughey's commercials were pretty solid there. And then you did have the one with the bear whiskey. Was it like Bear Fight Whiskey?
Mm-hmm.
That was a pretty good ad. That one I thought was pretty funny. But overall, I thought the big thing, as soon as the game started, I'm like, what are they doing with this scoreboard here?
Oh, the score bug. Yeah,
Like,
that was.
What's going on?
They were just sort of floating numbers.
Yeah.
They were much bigger than usual.
And every year, I guess the Super Bowl will introduce a new score bug that'll then end up like bleeding into the next season. But this one, I'm not sure if it worked or not for Fox.
No, it doesn't seem like many people liked it. It wasn't like so distracting to me that it was bothersome. But just looking at it, you're going, I think we've had better in the past.
What'd you think of Brady's performance? He called himself for this like he wanted to be more of a game manager. He wanted the players to really stand out, but in this game, it was such a blowout. I think that he has to end up stepping up his game a little bit because you're now having to fill a lot of airtime because there's not a lot going into the game where it's like, oh my gosh, this is a huge third down. We're living for the snap. Like, this game was pretty out of hand, especially when the Eagles went on that massive drive in the third quarter, just bleeding clock. Yeah. You knew then, crap, I don't think Mahomes is pulling out a rabbit out of his head, as Jason Witten would say.
Right.
It wasn't Jason Witten bad, but I think it was just more sort of awkward and weird pacing and, stumbles. I think he can be great at it, but it's going to take a long time to sort of get the feel for it. It's very rare. Like, even Romo, was way too high strung and energetic. I mean, it's just
like jumping around.
It's a weird comfort zone zone to settle back into. And I think for every one of these players, there's going to be an awkward transition. You know, does he want to be good enough to go through 4 or 5 years? If he does, then I look forward to that time when it's not such an abrupt, broadcast.
Yeah, and he'll give some analysis that bleeds into the next play. You know, like the timing of it all. Saying something awesome in a 10 to 15 second window is very challenging, and there were times where balls getting snapped and he's still talking about something else.
I did like the back and forth with him and the ref guy that's in the Fox booth. And he's talking about like certain players getting certain calls.
It's Mike Pereira. Isn't
Mike Pereira, yeah. And he's like, yeah, man, some of those quarterbacks, they might end up in a booth working with you. And those guys we just don't like to talk to very much. Like him and Pereira might have a little bit of a beef. I don't know. But Brady would always get the benefit of a lot of those calls. Last night, I thought about what Justina Anderson did say to us on Radio Row. Like she felt the energy would just be a little bit different. Everyone's talking about the Chiefs getting the benefit of a lot of calls. And things were very anti-Chiefs. I did feel like earlier in that game, kind of going towards the Eagles' way. Not that officiating had anything to do with the play. I mean, the Eagles just kicked their ass.
They did finally call an A.J. Brown pass interference, though.
Which was also bad.
It's been
call.
obvious all year long.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, so you thought that was a bad call on A.J. Brown when he pushes McDuffie into the face? To me, that felt like you shouldn't be able to do that when the ball's in the air.
Right.
So I thought it was a good call, but Pereira comes on and is like, no, I don't like that call.
I didn't love it.
I liked that call. I thought that was fair.
I thought it's the Super Bowl. Let's these guys play a little bit. I thought we had some unnecessary calls.
That's the one time that I actually thought it was pass interference
with the face grab.
Yeah, if you put your hand in a guy's face to push off
the fact that he was on the face mask, I get what you're saying.
Hand fighting is cool, but
there's a lot of physical play going back and forth. I thought the ball placement was pretty perfect there from Jalen Hurts. A.J. Brown didn't really even need to do that. But
Jalen
Fox
Hurts played incredible.
Overall, the entire broadcast, like I thought they missed a big opportunity, and the Athletic noted this too. Like Greg Olsen should have been utilized more. We saw him all week at Radio Row. Like I understand he's now been kicked to the 2 booth, but why don't you have him on some of the pregame stuff, like with Gronk and Edelman, some of the postgame analysis? Like utilize Olsen. I don't know why you didn't do a 3-man booth with him. They did this when Troy first started with Chris Collinsworth and Joe Buck. Have Brady go into a 3-man booth with Olsen and Burkhardt. I thought that would have been overall a better broadcast.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's something. I wonder how much they considered that, because you would have wanted to do it all season. You wouldn't have wanted to just do it for the Super Bowl, right? You would have wanted to establish that particular 3-man
chemistry. When Fox get this game back again? Is it like it's like the Olympics?
Every 2 years.
Is it every 2 years?
It's CBS Fox from.
Well, NBC gets in there as well, and I think that
ESPN get in there.
I know ESPN/ABC has tried to make a push to get in on the rotation.
So this might be like an Olympics deal. We might not see.
It's
Brady
been every
again.
3 years, but it might end up being every 4.
Yeah, we might not see Brady ever again.
I don't know how Brady can continue to do this. To be honest, I mean, you
as
got
the owner stuff.
Yeah, like, and Chip Kelly kind of sold him out like
good at it.
He is the owner basically. Chip Kelly said the only person I met with was Tom Brady. Like Tom Brady is pulling all the strings in Vegas. I'm not sure how that's not a massive conflict of interest. The NFL needs to step in and say, bro, you probably shouldn't do this. We need to get you off the broadcast booth if you want to be this invested in what's going on with the Raiders.
Yeah, I could see that, Wolchuk. I think they might be making a special exception because he's not majority owner, and they think that maybe because that is the case, his power is limited. But I think because you have the unique ownership situation with the Raiders, a new GM, it's very likely that Tom could, dominate that like he did, the culture around the Patriots.
The last thing that stood out, did you guys see the Jimmy Johnson deal pregame?
Yeah, AI cool. Jimmy.
It made me think of the 30 for 30 they did on Al Davis, where they had like Al Davis was also like an AI thing, and they're making him look younger. It was a little bit weird, but I loved it. I loved the overall video, and Jimmy got very emotional. Apparently, he is not retiring from Fox Sports.
That was the.
It felt like a goodbye, though, didn't it?
Yes,
it did,
dude. I was like, this is a non-retirement thing. Like how are you gonna have like a 10-minute AI looking back, and then at the end of it all you have the entire crew talking about their favorite Jimmy Johnson memories,
lifetime achievement,
and then he's still going one day at a time, coach speak, cliche bullcrap. It was like, I'm not retiring. What are you talking about?
I thought the technology was cool, and I don't know, I guess what you have in those monster 9-hour pregame shows is everybody's trying to come up with different features to stretch the time.
Got to fill all the spot.
I just want more people talking about the game. I don't need all those human interest pieces. Like, that drove me crazy. I found myself clicking out of it at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, like going to look for a TV, like a movie to watch.
It's over.
Yeah. I was like,
it was pretty cool having.
We just talk about the game.
Yeah. But the Gronk and Kelsey interview, like great interviewing great, and then Brady interviewing
That was
Mahomes.
fun.
Like
Yeah.
that aspect is what I thought Fox did crush.
Indeed, Wolchuk. Thank you so much for a look at TV takeaways from the Super Bowl. Time to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with your G-Bag of the day.
I must say that Totino's pizza commercial, the pizza rolls with the alien Jasmo, I like that one.
That's good.
Poor alien died, but I did like it, man. It's hilarious.
Gotta look that up.
Yeah, Jasmo. Now I kind of feel a little weird about this situation because there was like two, like y'all said, it was mustaches flying and there was eyebrows flying.
Yeah.
Man, so Pringles was like, right after they seen old boys, eyelashes fly off or whatever. They're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my
Cancel
God.
it.
We spent $1 million on this?
Yeah, dude. As soon as you see that, you're going, oh,
Man.
crap.
Oh, they had our same idea.
Or the people that maybe bought like more expensive spots for later into the game because you're thinking it's going to be like the height of the game of viewership, and then it was a trash game.
Oh my gosh, man. Yeah, and there was two aliens too. There was Jasmo and there was Doritos doing one.
Yeah.
So
similar ideas.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe the same ad agency was cleaning up.
Oh my God. Got one for you.
Pitching ideas. Yeah.
All right, we got a vacated title because you went 5 times there, Mr. Broadus.
Thank you, Lucius.
Congrats.
Appreciate that.
So up first here is Mark Cuban had a hypothetical for Bill Gates. He had a hypothetical for him.
And so I wanted to start off with a question because you've been in, unique situations and maybe you can help. If after you left Microsoft, you found out that Steve Ballmer traded Windows 11, like the new hot operating system, for Windows 10, the Hall of Fame, but older operating system. What would you do?
I might have to hide from the press.
Yeah.
I know a couple other people that are in that situation.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, we need to hear from Nico. It's time, Let's get out here for a little media availability one of these days soon.
He was ducking that smoke, boy. I tell you what. He was ducking that smoke.
Seems like the fans were responsible with it yesterday, If I was watching that from Nico's perspective, I might feel like, yeah, I'm going to the next game. We got a 5-game homestand. I'm making it to one of these.
Boom, 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 boom. Now, I played this on Friday, but I want to give it another opportunity here because it's some great audio. Way FM, the Christian radio station, is syndicated out here. There's a whole lot of Way FMs, but this is the one in Nashville where a Cowboys fan had the wrong number.
Yeah.
Where he had some smoke.
Did he think he was calling the fan? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's a fan down there. I looked and Googled. There's a sports station that has fan in it.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm on the radio?
No, I'm recording you, but it's not live on the radio.
Oh, okay. I just want to make a comment about, all of this stuff y'all promoting about Ash and Jenny. I don't want to hear that no more.
Sure. Hey, I really appreciate your passion. I think you have the wrong number.
Hold on, sweetheart. Let me correct you because you sound like Will McClay. I had to correct Will McClay. This is not passion. This is testosterone.
I don't think you called the right phone number is what I was trying to say.
Okay, all right. So whatever phone to call in the fan I can talk to or whatever. See, that's the problem. It's too much passion in Dallas.
No,
y'all need testosterone on that field.
This is you called a Christian music radio station in Nashville, Tennessee. I think you have the wrong number.
Christian Nashville. Oh my God. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh,
That's pretty
geez.
good.
I'll call you back on Sunday. My bad.
Yeah. Oopsies.
Listen, sweetheart.
Listen.
Let me tell you. Let me correct you.
Yeah, let me correct you. Do a little mansplaining here. Listen here. Let's see what else we got for you boys. Yesterday was a church day. I pray that you got a blessing. There's a blessing out here for you. Now, I've had this clip sitting in the It's been sitting on the folder for a second. There's a pastor right here that got caught up in the Kendrick Lamar sweepstakes. Check this dude out right here.
It was Burger King in 1973 in their heated debate with McDonald's. They needed a slogan that would help them in the beef race, that would help them in the hamburger race. They came up with a slogan that would change the trajectory of the whole hamburger race. They said instead of giving you what we think you should have, you can now have it your way. And I'm so glad that God sometimes lets us have it our way. If you wanted a burger that only had ketchup, you could get a burger that only had ketchup.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Have it your way.
Especially with that flame broiling, Chief. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Chief, you like that flame broil.
Yeah.
Kiss of flame.
All right. I guess so. Well, I know I do have one more. Let's see what we got. Super Bowl radio. Sean and Bobby going at it again.
Oh, no.
Really?
Here we go.
Bobby picked the Eagles. Sean just doesn't like them, bro.
Who's going to win? It's going to be the Eagles because the Chiefs can't be allowed to continue to do this. They can't. This is such an unsustainable. The whole thing about Holtis talking about the block. What?
Give real football analysis, not like
this is a real football analysis. This is real. No, this is real. I'm so tired.
Let me pound the table. Wow, you look dumb already.
All right, go ahead.
You already look dumb. You already look stupid. Pounding the table.
Finish.
Finish
Finish the segment then. If you don't like the way I'm doing it, go
it's
ahead.
like, just go ahead.
Finish it.
Continue. You've already been proven wrong. You already
Finish
lost.
it. Go ahead.
They already ended up in the Super Bowl. All right, turn off your mic then.
All right.
Get on the damn plane if you want.
Get on the damn plane,
John.
Good
Wow,
Lord.
what are we doing down there?
He's leaning into it. Makes me a little nervous.
That's great.
There's a Sean asking Bobby to give real football analysis, telling him he looks dumb already. Wow. Pastor talking about Burger King letting us have it our way. Friday, Way FM had that clip there from church. Lucius brought it back. It is hilarious. Or is it Mark Cuban? Mustard! With Bill Gates. Gates might have to hide from the press there if he was in Nico's shoes. Well, I don't know who to vote for, Chief. How about you?
I'll go Sean and Bob.
Lucius?
The Christian radio station.
Wolchuk?
I'm going to go with the Christian radio station call as well.
Brian?
Sean and Bobby.
I'll go Friday's Way FM clip here. The guy thought he was calling into the fan. Call us back on Friday. We'd love to hear from you during what you're drinking and what you're thinking. Okay, and you don't have to be consuming alcohol. I do assume you're a man of God. You know, you might have a policy against that. Okay, best of the weekend coming up, Chief. Where are we heading?
Saquon's most impressive moment. We have on-brand Eagles fans, and he's not fat. Bring him back.
Coming up.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has loads.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? What is it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone. All price for sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 or 2024.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Hope you had a great weekend. Here's the Chief with the details.
What ended up being the MVP of your Super Bowl spread? 877-881-1053.
Yeah, man. The short ribs made him into tacos.
Oh, you short ribbed it?
Yeah, short rib tacos.
That's
unbelievable. Used Matt Pittman's Meat Church rub on them. Added some of that hot sauce that I've been doing. Ended up frying the tortillas. Didn't have the burrilla dip and stuff or anything, but I was trying to make my own version of a burrilla. Put a little. Actually went to buy an onion, but couldn't find it on the self-scan thing, so I just put it back. No, almost put an onion on them, Brian,
Okay.
but I did have some cilantro and some cheese.
Yeah, you could cook that thing down to where it just disintegrates, and then you get the flavor. You don't have to have the actual crunchy little bits and stuff like that. So.
It was incredible though. I mean, they were so rich. You know, sometimes you get like the brisket or the beef rib, and it's just like it was just unbelievable. You know, got the perfect amount of hickory smoke on it. So I was trying to pull off my Brandon Hurtado game, Chief.
Yeah,
sorry, I was a little excited about it.
No, I can feel the passion. I love it, and respect to you for really kind of going all out there. I don't think on Friday you had short ribs in mind, but look at you.
No, we went by Costco after practice on Saturday, and there they were. And they were well priced, and I was like, oh yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Because Abby was asking for me to try to recreate the burrillas.
Yeah.
And she wanted brisket or whatever they use, the cheek meat. I'm not sure, but this was the easiest way to do it because I'm not going to cook. I'm not going to cook a whole brisket for like a handful of meat.
Yeah, the cheek, and then also the oxtail and stuff like that. I mean, you could braise it. Like what you want to do is you want to just break that thing down to where it's just tear apart.
Yeah,
and then
see what I did is I cooked it like 206 and then chopped it, and it was like it was braised. It was so moist.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, but you could also, like you say, if you were to do it like in a crock pot or something like that, where you broke it all down, you take that liquid.
Oh, that would be the step you do the burrilla stuff with,
and that's how you get the dipping idea and the braising liquid. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, it was awesome.
It sounds great.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah.
Our buddy Tony in the 214, his Super Bowl spread MVP was the ribs. Another 214, duck gumbo in Argyle.
Nancy, the rum cake lady. That sounds delicious. Duck gumbo.
Outstanding.
Probably killed it.
Yep.
Gosh, that's awesome. 903 smoked boudin.
There you go.
Dip.
Oh, dip.
Smoked boudin dip. Bro.
Okay, I could see what you do. You would take the boudin out of the casing, and then use it like you would use ground sausage. Then you mix it with the cheese and stuff like that.
It's a brilliant move.
Brilliant. Yep.
We have 312 bacon wrapped smoked jalapenos, always a beautiful thing. Venison jalapeno poppers in the 940. And the 940, another one, held a Super Bowl party and did a loaded baked potato bar with all the toppings and smoked brisket and pulled pork.
There you go.
For
Good
barbecue
idea.
topping.
See,
also
that
had
way,
short ribs.
That way everybody can make it the way they want it.
Very impressive.
That's a win. That's a win right there.
Yeah, shout out to the folks at Local Craft Barbecue, Steve, his brother, his bestie, Rocky. Those guys get it done in a big way, and he made the smoked and then fried in tallow buffalo wings. Unbelievable, 10 out of 10. And then they complimentary gave me like a salsa for chips and salsa.
Wow.
Perhaps the best salsa I've ever had. And that thing stole the show. I just poured it out in there. Everybody that came and chipped it was like, what's this salsa? Who made this salsa? Where do we get this salsa? got to have a damn good salsa when it comes to a Super Bowl Sunday. So that was probably the surprise, the X factor, if you will. The MVP is always going to be the smoked and fried buffalo wing, but man, that salsa was top tier.
I went for the did snow crab legs. I steamed them.
Oh wow!
And I made a chili butter sauce to go with them, to pour over the top of them, and so it worked out really good. Yeah.
Well, before we got to Super Bowl Sunday, we had the funeral Saturday outside of the AAC. Yeah. How much were you guys taking that in there, dude? I mean,
all of it.
It was caskets. It was taking a knee.
I was pretty
prayer.
close. I was doing the photo shoot right before it happened, and we were like right by the AAC, so I got to see a little bit driving past. But my goodness gracious, I was listening to the introductions on the way back to our house, and I was happy to hear the Anthony Davis cheer. Classy from the American Airlines fans. They are giving Anthony Davis his love. It's not his fault. Right, but the Nico stuff.
Those are Rockets fans.
The Mavericks fans showed up in full force. They let it be known how upset they were.
Yeah. From the funeral there, I learned that Nico stands for negligent, incompetent, corrupt, oblivious.
Oh.
And lines were crossed. Those signs read exactly that. Lines have been crossed. Basketball's done forever. We love 77. And then you also had the billboards, digital billboard up in Dallas, and it was he was supposed to have a statue. Was the quote that was on the billboard there. So and Mavs fans not being allowed to walk in the building with any
their
type
Fire
of
Nico t-shirts,
Nico, or just like a Mavs shirt that had the logo kind of X'd out with tape or something.
Yeah,
people were not allowed in or had to change their outfits. I thought that was a bit heavy-handed.
Some of the reaction stuff, like when you do this, I think it's best not to make it worse by trying to micromanage the people's reaction. Let them have their day as long as they're not violent or not directing personal attacks immediately at you. I didn't think that was for the best, but I tracked that protest all morning long just out of curiosity. How big's this going to get? What are they going to do? Early in the morning, It didn't seem like they were going to have momentum, but as you got to within 9 minutes of tip-off, it was raging.
It was. And then it was all capped off with this particular chant from hundreds and hundreds and thousands and millions of gajillion Mavs fans.
He's not back! Bring him back! He's not back! Bring him back! He's not back! Bring him back! He's not back!
He's not fat. Bring him back.
I like it.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It was all in unison. I thought they did a nice job executing. It doesn't quite rhyme 100%, but it rhymes enough to pass the test.
Absolutely.
It worked.
Yeah, it's fun. I think I'd get a T-shirt of that.
And I mean,
he's not fat.
You couldn't have asked for a funnier. I mean, getting teased with the greatness of Anthony Davis for 3 quarters, only for him to maybe have a sports hernia that's going to keep him out for the rest of the season, is just about as funny as it gets. It's not even like he came out and he sucked and then he got hurt. It's like, oh, this all sucks. It's like, no, you got the tease of just how awesome he is when healthy, but the when healthy portion of the program is not a portion of the program that is very long.
It's obvious in basketball, speed and length matters, but it was unbelievable to watch how that all came together. And you said in the opening segment, Nico's vision. But what if you fully commit to it and say, forget about it? Let's just get the tallest, fastest, skilled guys, and we're not going to even look for short dudes anymore or tall guys without skill. Let's just go get all the tall, fast, super skilled guys. And there it was, absolutely putting the Rockets in stitches, bro.
Set a franchise record for blocks in a game.
I forgot about Luka real quick.
Yeah, until you saw the out indefinitely Mark Stein potential sports hernia report.
Yes, and it plunged me right back in.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, this is unbelievable. So, hopefully get healthy for the playoffs. Hopefully still make the playoffs at this point. I think they should be all right.
Well, then you get to Super Bowl Sunday, and I had a period of time where I was able to get things handled and then chill by myself without the kids until they ended up coming over to my parents' house to join. And so I actually got to soak in a little bit of the pregame show. And it started fantastic, where they're on bourbon, it's Fox pregame, and there's Rabid Eagles fans, and you got the moment that we all hoped for, which is another misspelling of what is supposed to be an iconic chant. This is unfortunately off the television, so it's not maybe the greatest sound ever, but hopefully you get the picture. Take it away, Eagles fan pregame.
You want to leave the chant with your people? Go ahead, spell it. E-A-G-E-L, Eagles!
E-A-G-E-L.
Michael, we're going to work on a spelling lesson for the Eagle fans, man. That's the second time publicly this week I've heard it spelled wrong. You know, I'm up here with the band.
He said, go ahead and spell it, man. If he's like, go ahead and spell it. E-A-G-E-L. He didn't even have the S in there, and he misplaced the E. That was just absolutely fantastic. So I'm laughing. I'm loving it. This is great. Hopefully this is foreshadowing of what the Eagles are going to experience tonight. You know, they're messing up the elementary stuff. That wasn't the case.
What's the word that if on TV they were like, all right, Chief, spell it, you'd be like, oh, crap.
Oh, that's a good
I am
question.
done here.
Probably character. Or not definitely, because I've had my battles. I've overcome that particular battle.
For me, it's rhythm.
And
rhythm.
Conscience. Yes,
Yeah, I'm done for.
Yeah, there's a handful of those. I'd like to think Eagles I could nail.
How do you spell the word 12?
TWELVE.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
Because that's one of the ones that I
1, 2.
One time I was writing a.
That's why you didn't get into A&M. I heard.
Well, SMU too. The thing was, I had to write a check for 12 something, and this was back in the day, and I could not, for the life of me, figure out 12, so I made it for 13.
Wow, there you go.
I
you paid $1 to get past the spelling bee.
Yeah, it's what I did.
Well played, sir.
Good for you. Hey, Eagles fans were on fire, though. They had to grease the poles in New Orleans. They went nuts. They were lighting Kermit the Frogs on fire in downtown Philadelphia after the game, imagining as if it was, of course, Pat Mahomes. And Saquon Barkley didn't do much in the game, but I think his best performance was in the locker room afterwards. Did you see how fast he put down a 12-ounce beer, shotgun style?
Yeah, that shotgun beer.
Who did it? Saquon Barkley.
Really?
With an all-time shotgunning. He didn't leave a drop left in there.
He
and
was
by my count, I think that was a sub 2-second shotgun. I DM'd y'all the video.
Out of a can?
Out of a can, shirtless. Still got the football pants on at the height of locker room post-game Super Bowl championship celebration. He's glistening. Is he oiled up or is he just sweating or maybe that champagne? I don't know. But look at him hammer home.
He can do that thing.
12-ounce beer.
Oh, he crushed it.
I mean,
he can do the thing where they do it in one just.
Yeah, he just looks up like, yeah.
It was sub 2 seconds.
No big deal.
Yeah,
I think that was
magical.
a 1.8.
That might be his most impressive talent, which is saying a lot.
Definitely his best moment of the night.
Indeed. Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Best O of the weekend. From there, we go to here. Wolchuk's NFL News today, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Historical stats. What should Kellen do? And was D-Hop reaching or preaching here? That's next in the nation.
Mavericks has Lola Fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats had groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go, hour number 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan on a Super Bowl reaction Monday, a Micah Parsons trade rumor Monday. He's not going anywhere, okay? We're also talking a lot of Mavs, and man, just standing by for the latest. Hopefully this is up to a month and not more. But, amongst the headlines out there, Anthony Davis to determine if he needs surgery for the adductor strain today. So hopefully he doesn't. Hopefully he can be back for the playoffs. Did say he plans to sign an extension with the Mavericks over the summer, maybe. So that would be cool. Mark Cuban saying, I urged Nico not to trade him, but it was too late. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL News Today.
Well, the Cowboys continue to add to their staff. The latest that I've seen is another college coach. UTEP defensive coordinator J.J. Clark is going to join the staff as a defensive assistant, according to CBS Sports. So the Cowboys are dipping their toes in the college waters. We did mention Ken Dorsey, according to Ian Rappaport. He was going to join as well as kind of an offensive consultant. Might be the same thing that Ben McAdoo was doing, Brian Schottenheimer was doing. So good for Ken Dorsey, who we had initially heard maybe as a play caller, and then Clayton Adams came in, took the offensive coordinator job. Brian Schottenheimer will continue to call the plays. And then a lot of trade speculation over the weekend. You had Deebo Samuel, him and his agent having granted permission to find a trade partner for the wide receiver from the San Francisco 49ers. So there's Deebo and Cooper Kupp. And then some rumors out of Seattle, DK Metcalf also could be on the trade market. So 3 big-time wide receivers could be moving teams this offseason, potentially.
Well, 2 big-time wide receivers and a former big-time wide receiver, right?
Which one? Oh, Deebo?
Cooper Kupp?
I think I'd rather have Cooper Kupp than Deebo.
Really?
Yeah.
You think he still got something?
I think Kupp absolutely still has something, yeah.
What would make you think that?
I mean, I thought he played pretty well late in the season. I thought the playoff game against the Eagles, he was still pretty solid. I mean, the injury
He had one good game. Like, that was his game.
Yeah, but I'm still a believer in the way he runs routes. Like, on tape, I still saw it from Kupp. I mean, I get the injury stuff, and it depends on the price.
My bad. He had 5 good games. That was one of them. But he did not produce much at all.
Yeah, I think I'm still sold on Kupp over Deebo. Like Debo had a bad year.
Debo fell off entirely.
I think his game really is.
And his contract is huge.
Yeah, I think he's just going to end up being probably the best is behind him.
Are you worried about the fact of how they used him?
Yeah. They
the
ran
physical nature and how he plays.
They treated him like a running back at times, and just the way he plays.
That's absolutely fair. Yeah.
He was always seeking contact at every turn.
I mean, I get like the knee injuries that Cooper Kupp has had. Like, I'd be scared about both. The one that might have the best upside moving forward could be DK Metcalf, because I haven't really noticed like a substantial season-ending injury from him. But all those dudes, I mean, there's risk reward. But it seems like Kupp for a day 3 pick, like if you're talking a 5th rounder, he might be the most one that I'd say, okay, I'll take a flyer there. Especially you are getting a receivers coach in Dallas who's got familiarity with him.
And a very manageable salary.
Yes.
And the Rams already mentioned that they'd be willing to eat some of it. In terms of Cooper Kupp,
right?
Like they said they'll eat it the same way the Texans did with Brandon Cook when the Cowboys traded for him for a 5th round pick.
And that they love that. They love being able to kind of get that type of value if they're going to make a move. So we'll
Dak
see.
does need a 6 to 7 yard target. It just hasn't been the same since Beasley and Witten retired.
It never has. Get somebody open over the middle of the field. Now the Eagles, my gosh, the stats from yesterday, they matched the 85 Bears. Finished the season with a top 2 rushing offense and a top 2 total defense. Made them the first since the 85 Bears, one of the greatest defenses of all time, to do that while also winning the Super Bowl. Eagles held Kansas City to just 23 yards in the first half. Second lowest first half total in Super Bowl history. Only lower when the Patriots were held to, negative 19 yards in that loss to the Chicago Bears, which they lost 46-10. And how about Cooper DeJean? Shout out to him. Gets the pick 6 on his birthday. Only other time that happened, Chicago's Reggie Phillips did it in that 85 Bears Super Bowl. So congratulations to Cooper DeJean. Outstanding game for him.
I think that was his
just
first
22 years old.
First interception of the season.
It was.
Yeah.
And it was a pick 6 in the Super Bowl on his birthday.
Amazing. And Barkley, he needed just 30 yards to break TD's record for most rushing yards in a season, including playoff games, and he got it. Finished with 57 yards, gave him just over 2,500 yards on the year. So he smashed TD's record, which he set back in 98 when he was Super Bowl MVP. So the Eagles, I mean, the statistics, the Hurts sets the quarterback rushing record, 72 yards, most ever. And Devontae Smith, very exclusive list. Eagles receiver became just the 4th player ever to win a Super Bowl, a Heisman, and a college national title. He joined Charles Woodson, Marcus Allen, and Cowboy great Tony Dorsett as the only other players to do so. He's also the only player from Alabama to score a touchdown in the Super Bowl. That does not include quarterbacks. Obviously, you've got Joe Namath, but drafted from Bama, and Jalen Hurts was drafted from Oklahoma.
Right.
So he wouldn't qualify. But that is wild when you look at the amount of talent that's come out of the Crimson Tide, and especially at running back. Like Mark Ingram, thought maybe he would have a chance to do so. But Derrick Henry hasn't reached the Super Bowl. Julio Jones never scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl he made it to with Atlanta. So that's an amazing accomplishment for Devontae Smith. What a night for him as the Eagles got that Lombardi, which absolutely stinks.
Man, I did hit on we talked about Devontae Smith having nice outings versus Spags.
Yeah.
And so that was something that I went for on some of my prize pick stuff. I was 3 for 4 on everything.
Ouch.
Every one of mine went 3 for 4.
What was the one that would always get you?
That's a good question. I would need to go back and look and see which ones actually stumped to me. One of them I know was Samaje Perine. It was like 7.5 yards receiving. I thought he would have at least 1 catch for a first down, if not 2. I don't even think he touched the ball. Couldn't even get a high five handshake out of Mahomes on the sidelines either.
That was tough.
Went right by him.
Well, allegedly, you've got Chief fans that are trying to say the only way to explain how bad Mahomes was, he had to have been concussed. And there is a video, first third down of the game, where he's scrambling around. He ran like 50 yards in the backfield and throws one to Hollywood Brown. His head does whiplash, bam, slam really hard on the turf. But I don't know that he was concussed. I feel like
I need to look at that play.
It's a bit of a cop-out, but it was a violent way that his head comes down on the turf. I don't know. Speculation. I can understand NFL fans that just hate the Chiefs. They're like, always trying to make excuses. Here's another one. But it did look like, damn, the way his head hit the turf. It wouldn't shock me if he did end up having a concussion.
Oh, I thought Kelsey would have more than 6 receptions. He had 4.
Yeah,
4 of the most useless receptions in
drops,
Super Bowl history.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, just didn't even look like he knew that it was a Super Bowl. It was embarrassing.
Well, Nick Sirianni was pleading on the podium, like, let's run this bleep back, Kellen. Go ahead and come on back. Do you think Kellen Moore if you are him, the rumor is he's about to be named the Saints head coach. Like, it could happen today before we go off the air. Apparently, Cliff Kingsbury also turned down that job. They said, hey, you want to be our head coach? He said, thank you, but no thank you.
McCarthy might be in this thing. He might back into it.
Yeah, should Kellen Moore stay in Filthy? This could be a Ben Johnson situation where you are an offensive coordinator of a team that is just absolutely loaded with talent, maybe the most talent across the entire NFL. Do you want that Saints job, or should you just say, yeah, Nick, you know what, I will run it back, and I'll come back, and I'll probably be just as a hot commodity next year as I have been this year? I mean, I think he had 3 interviews, if I'm not mistaken, Cowboys, Saints, and Jacksonville. So next year he could end up being one of the top candidates in the cycle.
I mean, the money's so much bigger, assuming it's $4 or $5 million. You know, I think you have to take the opportunity, and you don't know what it's going to be like next year. And if the Eagles stop spending, if they want to get their cap in order for the future, you know,
stink next year.
Things could go bad for you. It's true that you don't interview well. You don't walk and talk and look like a head coach. So I think you got to take the opportunity while it's there to sock away money and buy a big house that you could retire to.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, how many times has he been interviewed throughout the last 4 or 5 years to be a head coach? And this is really the only one that's he's ever been taken serious on.
Yeah, you might
offered.
Just,
the only offer he's ever
you
got.
might just have to say thank you. I'll take it. I mean, that's a hell of a point. I mean, I could understand both ways of this, but yeah, if you're Kellen and you do know my Achilles heel is I'm not very impressive in the interviews, which we heard he might have, quote, bombed the Cowboys interview. Maybe you do just say thank you, New Orleans. I'll take this opportunity and we'll see what we can do with it.
Especially when the entire offense was about your running back and having a historic season. And to think that that's going to happen again is not very likely.
I don't think he's going to be flirting with Eric Dickerson's record next year.
No, but I am glad that we mentioned it to kick off the week.
Shout out to Xavier Worthy. There was one guy that showed up for the Chiefs offense. It was him, the Texas Longhorn. Also becoming the first former Longhorn to ever score a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Okay, I thought I saw that, and I thought, this has to be a second.
I thought so too, but it is confirmed, and my goodness, that is also one where I was like, an Alabama player and a Texas player? Are you kidding me? 2 of the most storied, rich teams in college football history. These are the first 2 guys, Devontae Smith and Xavier Worthy. Wow.
Maybe the quietest 2-touchdown, $150 plus receiving game in Super Bowl history. You'll never remember.
There's ever been.
Yeah, like there's ever been.
I wonder if he feels awesome today. Like, damn, I showed out in the Super Bowl.
He did say after the game, he's like, I think I played a pretty good game. And he did. I mean, he should take that.
Well, he didn't get 7 rushing yards, so he bleeped me out of one of my parlays.
I was pretty upset about that, but he did hit. I just went the combined. I went rushing.
I did that
and receiving,
on one of mine, and that was nice.
And that one did hit for me. The one that got me was like Grant Calcaterra, half a receiving yard. I need to just get 1 catch, Grant. And I was hoping when Kenny Pickett came in the game, this is my time.
He was so bad.
God, it was awful.
Like, wow. The one way to make this game worse and more boring, let's throw in Kenny Pickett so we can airmail a couple of 5-yarders.
But with the Texas and Bama first ever touchdowns in a Super Bowl, that just goes to show you, Wolchuk, how tough it is to win this thing. You know?
It's really tough.
You shouldn't be so hard on the Cowboys.
It's a small percentage of smiles and glory holes.
Yeah. Very small percentage.
3 more decades, they'll probably do it.
I think so. Like the law of averages, you'd think 3 more decades. Maybe.
I voted on a poll yesterday. I voted 2 decades. I think they'll get it done in the next 20 years.
Wow. Okay.
And it's crazy because that's a hot-ass take, dude.
You think in the next 20 years the Cowboys win the Super Bowl?
That's bold, baby.
We can pray. Nick Foles trolling Tom Brady takes to Twitter. It's really cool that Tom Brady got to be there for the Eagles' 2 Super Bowl wins. He might be a good luck charm. Have a great night. Maybe he is. Maybe it is Tom being a good luck charm for those 2 Super Bowls.
Or the reverse. He's Mahomes' bad luck charm.
No,
Mahomes. He does the
2 playoff losses.
The Super Bowl
kryptonite was in the building.
AFC championship, and then just Brady's presence being very average in the booth was enough to just throw off Mahomes.
Yeah, that could be.
So much so that they're cranking up the old concussion excuse machine right now.
So the concussion excuse machine, and then here's DeAndre Hopkins. He takes to the podium, and this is what he had to say to the media regarding the officiating.
You know, I saw a lot of things in the media about the refs, but obviously what y'all gonna say now about the refs and us when there was a lot of touchy calls? Are y'all gonna report that? Are y'all gonna talk about the refs now?
What do you think?
I think the only thing we should be talking about with DeAndre Hopkins is just how lost he looked. Like he had never seen a football being thrown his way on the, like when they're trying to go salvage something before halftime, maybe you can get a score. They would have been roughly in field goal range just with him catching the over route that was wide open.
Yeah, it should have been a TD.
And when it first happened, I'm like, what? Did he just short circuit or did Mahomes throw that weird? And then the replay shows, no, DeAndre Hopkins just forgot how to use his giant ass hands.
Yeah, for a second, I thought maybe he had money on the game.
I think he tripped over his own feet, and it kind of it stunned him. And so as the ball was coming in, he couldn't get his body right because when he went to set his feet to go attack the ball, it kind of tripped. I think he went full Daniel Jones a little bit.
He might have the turf monster got him there.
Turf monster got him a little bit.
The entire 4 quarters was just basically a masterpiece of dog ass.
Gosh,
I mean, they couldn't do a single thing. Elementary level football could not get played for the Chiefs last night.
No, and
Stunning.
that front four was just unbelievable. The fact that they didn't have to blitz once, and that was Dick Fangio's special, right, with the Dolphins. He's sending the pressure. Now it's like, dude, I got an easy day at the office. I'm just rushing 4, and we're rotating all 4 guys in and out, and it doesn't matter. They're all feasting. Like Josh Sweat is also an impending free agent. We mentioned Milton Williams. Josh Sweat made himself a lot of money. 2.5 sacks last night. He said he does want to be back in Filthy. He likes where they are, and money's not going to be everything, but somebody's going to pay Josh Sweat a big-time bag after last night's game.
I mean, that's the good thing. It was so convincing. I don't know if you run it back and say, okay, now we're going to focus on stopping the passing game and let Saquon Barkley go, or in a different game, in a different setting, would the Chiefs' offensive line be able to handle Philadelphia? I don't think so. You know, I think if you line this game up again next weekend, Eagles kill him again.
Yes, yeah, I'm with you 1,000%. That was just a domination of a Chiefs offensive line that's had some moving parts. Their best offensive lineman is their guard Tooney, who they've had to play at tackle. DJ Humphries thing didn't work out. Trading for Jawan Taylor has been a disaster.
Yeah.
Their tackle's awful. So even Trey Smith, who's going to be a high priority free agent for some teams as a right guard, he was getting embarrassed. Carter and Milton Williams. And that was the thing you mentioned, just the rotation. Every time you looked up, it was a new jersey number for the Eagles front 4 that was wreaking havoc.
Jomo
it was like, wow,
from
dude.
Texas, Nolan Smith going out there. Yeah, and Nolan Smith, I heard the same thing that they're saying about Jalen Walker now, like too small, too short. Nolan Smith's got pass rush ability. Jalen Walker out of Georgia. The NFL lets him slide to the Eagles. I'll be pretty darn ticked. 8 of the 22 starters for Filthy in the Super Bowl acquired via free agency or trade. All right, so just building with the draft, not the right model to do this. Kansas City, $11 million in cap space. They only have 6 draft picks. They do have 4 in the first 3 rounds, so they've got some high picks and they've drafted well, but it's going to be an interesting offseason there when you look at some of their free agents. Nick Bolton, Justin Reed, their safety, who was a menace last night.
Yeah.
Charles Omenihu, one of their defensive linemen. You mentioned Trey Smith. They're going to have to do some deciding on what's going on there. But I did love that Philadelphia's got that portal that you can like see to the world. It's a real-time, unfiltered live stream 24/7, inviting people to meet above borders and differences. Like you've had OnlyFans models like Flash the portal. They shut that portal down. They covered it because they didn't want America to see just how disgusting and all the poop they were eating and what was going on in Filthy. They just said, guys, we've got to cover this, and probably a good thing. Because that would have been scarring, I think, for all of us to witness what was going down in Philadelphia yesterday.
Yeah, it would be its own movie rating, you know, like Philadelphia. It's got a little P in the
Rated
box.
X.
This is rated Philadelphia.
For Filthy.
It's disgusting.
It's not even suitable for the rest of America, let alone the rest of the world.
Gross. Brandon Graham, though, wants to be Howie Roseman's intern. He's probably retiring. He did play in the game, and he actually played pretty well. But he said no matter what, moving forward, he wants to be involved with Filthy, and he wants to learn from the best in Howie Roseman. He said, hey, give me an internship. Maybe he ends up being a GM one day.
Well, right on, Wolchuk. Thank you for the NFL news today.
Really sucks.
We're making the most of it.
This is a rough day.
It sucks. The only cool thing is it's making it painfully obvious to Jerry how far behind he is. Maybe it'll spur him into spending a little bit in free agency. You can't just draft and develop anymore.
Can't.
Yeah, but he paid Dak, dude. We're all surprised he's not in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll talk about how many things you'd have to do in order to make the Cowboys as good as the Eagles. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40, and we're back with you here in the Nation.
this nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just talk.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online. I read that black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeRise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Attention, men who are frustrated about their decline in the bedroom.
Hey guys, it's Chris with Dallas Premier Health. Don't watch your love life dwindle to nothing and disappoint your partner. Whatever you call it, failure to launch or an equipment malfunction, we all know it happens. But there's a way better option than getting hooked on ED pills. At Dallas Premier Health, our acoustic wave therapy is fast, long-lasting, effective, and 100% safe. It's doctor recommended and proven to work with over 50 clinical studies. No shots, no drugs, and no pain or side effects. We get to the root cause of your problem, which is really just a blood flow problem. And once we fix that, your love life will come roaring back. So move past the shame, embarrassment, and frustration. Call 972-703-9630. And when you book your visit this week, we're going to give you a special gift. 1 acoustic wave treatment totally free. You'll also get a free consultation and painless blood flow evaluation on your visit. This is an $800 value. Call now, 972-703-9630. That's 972-703-9630. Or visit us at DallasPremierHealth.com.
See SportsCityToyota.com/blog for details.
Great cars under $15,000? That's what Sports City Toyota's Cash Car Superstore is all about. I'm Gary Gray, General Manager. Our goal is to have at least 25 cars, trucks, or SUVs in stock at or under $20,000. With only $29 down, you can get one for under $300 a month. Call us at 469-304-2744 to schedule a test drive. Call us now, log on now, do it now at SportsCityToyota.com.
I have severe back pain, so I'm going to call the dentist.
Well, that makes as much sense as having an IRS problem and calling an out-of-state non-attorney tax resolution office. Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Nick Namath. If you have IRS problems, you have serious legal problems.
When you have the IRS, a government agency powerful enough to take your paycheck and freeze your bank accounts without going to court, you deserve the attention of an experienced local tax attorney.
For over 20 years, the law offices of Nick Namath has been helping individuals and businesses in Texas resolve IRS problems.
So if you're facing wage levies, unfiled tax returns, federal tax liens, or are simply wondering how you will ever pay what you owe the IRS, call the law offices of Nick Namath now. We are here to help.
Call 972-484-0TAX now to schedule your free confidential tax consultation at our Dallas, Fort Worth, or Frisco office. That's 972-484-0829 or go to myiRSteam.com.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you've been told you need a new furnace for your home, don't get ripped off. Call the On Time Experts today for a free second opinion. Book your appointment now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
Part-time service in the Army National Guard is a great way to get practical, on-the-job paid training while earning money for college. Get career training that can get you ahead of the curve in your education while taking advantage of the Montgomery GI Bill and tuition assistance. Visit NationalGuard.com to learn how the Army National Guard can help you build your education plan on part-time service.
Sponsored by the Texas Army National Guard. Aired by the Texas Association of Broadcasters and this station.
This sandwich is not just spicy, it's flavorful. Hi, this is Matayo. And this is Elsa. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick. Because the spice comes in at just the right moment. Oh, no. A little thing I love is that cilantro lime sauce. It's a fun blend of zesty and bold. That's what really makes me happy. Are you going to eat all your fries?
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Shop's back! 50 years in the Lone Star State. A one-stop shop so you're never late. Price is so low that you want to know Which way to Specs? Come on, let's go. Specs, fine spirits, and finer foods. World-class service, that's all about you. Shop Specs, it's how we do. A huge selection since 62. Shop Specs, low priced, amazing. Here's to you. Shout. Cheers to savings.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by A-Star Air.
A slow drain today is a flood waiting to happen. Get a $49 drain cleaning plus a free camera inspection from A-Star. Expert service with no hidden fees. Call 214-655-COOL or visit astardfw.com. Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
Welcome back, Nation. It's time for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. Cowboys have had internal discussions about trading their best player. Yeah, it's unbelievable, right? And how many things do you have to do in order to put the Cowboys on the Eagles level? Let's talk about those. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's been in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Yeah, I just think when you're looking at internal discussions, there's so many ways that can go. And, one is for them to be serious. The other, it could be an offhand comment, and I just think it's times like this where you understand, the insider game is one that, it's fun to play. But you gotta, I think throw out stuff that's a little bit more realistic than this. I mean, no disrespect to Ian Rappaport, but when I saw that yesterday, I was like, man, there's no way they're moving him. This is just like kind of cheater journalism to put something juicy about the Cowboys in your Super Bowl Sunday report. That's the way I took it. What do you guys think? Is there anything to this to you guys?
Not really. It was just the acknowledgement that words have been uttered. Should we give this guy market setting money or should we trade him? Which is pretty much should be common sense. It's almost the type of report that goes without saying. There was no direct quotes of how serious this is. It's just there have been internal discussions about whether or not you should pay this guy, make him the highest paid defensive player in the sport.
Yeah.
Of course there have been those discussions. Yes, absolutely. There were probably those discussions plenty leading up to the Dak contract. Should we? Should we not?
Okay, now
should
that
we?
is
Should we
very
not? Yes,
clear.
that's obvious.
That's like a little
It's just maybe as more of a formality or as a matter of process as you're sifting through it. But this team specifically just doesn't trade stars, right? So it's more of a hypothetical. Like, hey man, what do you think we could get for Micah? Are we sure this is our guy? But just checking in with people to make sure you're seeing the same thing that I am.
It's something we've heard about for a long time. I just know the Cowboys front office pushed against it when they spoke to the media. So I guess that's why some might be like, ooh, if Ian Rappaport's reporting this, then this means that there's legs to it. But I would be absolutely stunned if the Cowboys ever actually traded Micah Parsons. But yes, there's no question you have to have those talks, right? I mean, if you're not, you're doing yourself a disservice. You've got to talk about what is in the best interest of our football team long term.
Yeah.
Is it going? Where are we? Like, are we going to be competing for the next 4 or 5 years? They think they are, or else you wouldn't have gone ahead and signed Dak and CD. So you assume that Micah Parsons fits that timeline.
I mean, you could definitely throw enough draft picks at me, Brian, to make me do it. I think it's probably like 3 1s and a 2 or something crazy. But I would hate to give up on that player because of how much he changes things.
I think these are things that when we talk about trading these star players, there's so many things, and I'm just saying this, that we don't know. Like, I look at Luka's situation, you talk to people around the league, and everybody's wondering why. There are things that are probably going to come out later about that situation that is going to, like, everybody's going to go, okay, I see why. I see why. And maybe it's the same thing with these with Micah. There's stuff that we see the on the field stuff, but we don't know all the other things that happen in meetings and just every day that they deal with their team. And I think that's where, we're kind of like, man, there's no way in hell I would trade this guy. No way, But the more that you kind of dig in, and it's not a slam job on like Luka that I'm hearing. It's just like, hey, we had to deal with this. We had to deal with this. And maybe Mike is the same way.
Yeah,
they're not interested in, no matter how good he is, spending $35 million a year and having to do the things they potentially are going to have to do with him or for him. And I think that's something that we lose sight of as fans. We just want him, hey, sign him, put him on the field, and let's go.
So Micah isn't a checks every box superstar?
I think there's some I believe there are things that the organization there are absolutely concerned about with him. Much like probably the Dallas Mavericks were absolutely concerned about with Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
And I think that when you start to spend or talk about spending hundreds of millions of dollars, it gives you that pause. And I think that's why Ian Rappaport felt it's important. But these are things that we've heard from the last year.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike, we talked about these times when Micah didn't even come to the OTAs.
Yeah.
Brand new coach, it wasn't important enough.
Not the hardest worker, doesn't play run defense, talks a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, just to label him, right? Did I leave anything out?
Yeah, there's things like I say that we don't know about, and we do our best to try and find out everything, and it makes you wonder, hey, well, why do they trade?
to win it around Tom Brady.
Yep.
You know, the 49ers have their own thing going on, but the Eagles are just money whipping the hell out of the league. They just won their second Super Bowl in 7 years and got to their second one in 3 years, Jerry. Hello, McFly, is anybody home? I mean, conservative cap management is what is getting you wrecked, okay? It's an arms race. And if you can't figure out that you need to borrow from the future to pay the now, and spending it in the now is more efficient because the cap is going up. It's going to be less of a percentage in the future. So it's a significant edge. I want to know how much the Eagles plan on continuing this, or are they going to do a cleanse the palate cycle? You know, can you just keep doing this as long as the cap is going up? We're about to find out because they're over leveraged to the gills. Obviously, it's paid off in a big way. But they are over leveraged in their future. I mean, if it was the Cowboys' future, they'd say we can't sign another player for the next 5 years.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, for sure.
Howie's like he's still in there wheeling and dealing. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'm going to walk you through the problems of that quarterback in Kansas City. We'll do that next.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone. All prices sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. 972 says the blueprint for getting to the Super Bowl on display last night, offensive and defensive line. And I agree with it, but I just think that's half of it. I think that's oversimplifying. It's as good a player as we can possibly acquire at every single position.
I totally agree with you on that.
Here's Brian with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, Joel. Yeah, the offensive defensive lines are important in this draft. I mean, Zach and I are going to talk about it a bunch. There's a lot of scary in a scary ways with offensive linemen. This thing, if you're going to get the right guy, defensive line don't have an issue. Offensive line got some issues. All right, I went through this morning and watched. They had the game up on my Next Gen stuff, so I got to watch the Super Bowl, the All 22, and so I wanted to go through and look at the 6 sacks that Patrick Mahomes suffered and kind of see if there was a common thread and just walk everybody through them if I could here. Hopefully I could get through them all. But the first sack was this was in the second quarter. It was a 1st and 10 on the Kansas City 30-yard line. Fangio goes with a cover 2 look with man underneath is what he does. So he's going to play with the 2 safeties and then play man coverage underneath and just try and match everybody. At the snap of the ball, Blankenship, the safety, drives right off the right hash into the middle of the field to take care of the crossers that Kansas City likes to work with. So he's basically playing with what we call a robber. Like he's 2 deep look and then drive it to where there's a robber. So you have a safety deep and a safety in the middle of the field. Where the wide receiver drags behind the line of scrimmage, I originally thought this was going to be a screen to Kelsey, but it really was that Kelsey got beat so quickly off the ball. He was late off the snap. And so that caused the problems. But Worthy's going to drag behind the line of scrimmage, and he's being tracked by DeJean, the corner. Kelsey, like I say, super late off the ball. Sweat, the defensive end, is by him before he can even react.
Right in his face, too. Not off the blind side. Right in his face.
Right in his face. And so Humphrey, the center, tries to kind of peel and get Sweat, but he's too late arriving there. He saw what was happening. Kelsey kind of turns and thinking that Mahomes is going to do one of those little sidearm shots, to get him the ball, but no, not going to happen on that one.
It was a truly awful play from Kelsey. If he's supposed to be blocking on that play, that's the worst effort.
That was his man, because they're going to block that and they're going to run Worthy into the flat and throw him the ball on the move and kind of hope that he could win against DeJean and then get up the field. But they don't get it done. Mahomes is going to slide forward in the pocket. He just can't. Sweat's reach is just too long. First sack there, loss of 4.
Play looked worse than Travis Kelce's hair these days. You know what I'm saying?
It was not. Yeah, you're right about that. It was pretty bad there. Second quarter, second and 14 on the Kansas City 22. Or excuse me, Kansas City 26.
These are aren't they back-to-back plays?
Back-to-back. Yeah, back-to-back.
They had a run of 5 negative plays out of 6. That culminated with the pick. Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is the drive. It's like sack, pick, 6.
Rough.
They're in cover 2 again this time, but they're going to play zone. So again, 2 safeties on the hash. What's really interesting is what Dick Fangio did here is, when safeties, you talk about playing with width and playing wide off the hashes. It's like Philadelphia said, no, they played guys on the hashes. So their 2 safeties for a lot of this game on defense were lined up right on the hash.
You're right, Brian. That was a very savvy move from Vic.
Yeah. It's Dick Fangio. No,
that's right. It's a
win a Super Bowl. Maybe you can be a Vic again.
There you go. I thought that was a great bit, by the way, Chief.
I'm going to montage that. Just give me a couple months.
Please do. I'll start calling him back next year. I like we call him, Dick Fangio. I like that. Okay, so it's a cover 2 look with the zone this time. And now at the snap, Gardner Johnson, the safety, drives again to the middle of the field. So now they've had Blankenship on one side drive, and then Gardner Johnson, the other safety, goes to the middle while Blankenship adjusts again behind him. So taking away the crossers underneath and then playing with a single high safety, kind of giving him a look of like, hey, giving Mahomes will look like, okay, we're going to try and keep everything in front of us. We're going to cover all your guys. We're going to make sure that we take care of that. But they adjust. So Blankenship goes deep. Gardner Johnson goes down. So, again, that's that robber look I was telling you about earlier, middle of the field. Mahomes looks at Brown, the wide receiver, but Mitchell, the corner, is right there. So he's looking at Brown, Hollywood Brown, and he's like, no, I'm not going to throw it there because Mitchell's playing zone just a little bit off, but he's going to drive on that ball if it goes that way. So nothing too worthy on the other side either. So now Mahomes is in trouble. Now, what happens is Schuster-Smith, though, breaks open late through the middle of, like he's running past Blankenship as the free safety there. But Pacheco, he tries to block. Kelsey and Pacheco try and block. Again, you got Kelsey's late off the ball, like he's not hearing the snap count. He's late every time they do this.
He's up super high.
Pacheco tries to help. He's beaten by Sweat as well. Hunt, he overpowers Tooney on the other side and the split sack. So that's a loss of 2. But he had Mahomes had a chance that he was like looked left, looked right, but they couldn't get the protection right, and they missed an opportunity down the middle of the field because of the sack. Sweat's able to get there. So good job by Sweat.
That's a 7-man protection.
Yeah.
And they can't stop 4 dudes.
Can't stop 4 dudes there. So back-to-back plays, Kelsey was definitely a problem here for your Kansas City Chiefs. All right, here's second quarter again, 39 on the Kansas City 31. They go cover 2 again with that zone look I was just describing. Mahomes is starting to look at the rush now. He's not. It's like he's dropping back.
Now.
You could see the eye level has clearly come down, and now he's looking. He's not even looking down the field. He's looking at the rush.
Over at that point.
Yeah,
that was around the time of the game where third or fourth drive, it's becoming painfully obvious.
Is bad. Kelsey once again stays in to help on Sweat before releasing. Humphreys, the center, blocks nobody on this play. I mean, he literally blocks nobody. Sweat and Williams, the defensive tackle, they execute a little bit of a twist stunt, and they do it pretty well right there. Mahomes tries to escape, but he works to his right. He works right into the twist. You're starting to see Mahomes, who usually navigates the pocket well, having problems. He worked right into the twist stunt where it was all breaking down instead of going away. Now, if he breaks to his right, then there's a chance because he's got Hollywood Brown running wide open down the right sideline of the field. But why? Because Gardner Johnson fell down. Brown just runs up on him. Gardner Johnson tries to turn, falls down. If he just breaks to his right, if Mahomes just tries to just slide to his right and launch that ball, it's a huge play, likely a touchdown. But instead, he moves right into the twist stunt. They don't block it very well, and then he's sacked right there. Loss of 7 on the play.
A lot of the sacks, he's getting pressure from multiple spots.
Yeah.
And he's kind of got to try to be a Houdini in a lot of these.
But it's funny how he's usually so good with his pocket awareness that, okay, I could feel it.
Yeah.
I need to slide over here, or, oh, wait, I need to get over on this side over here. But here, third sack, he's sliding right into the teeth of the rush. So bad on his part right there. Okay, here we go. Another cover 2 look with the zone. Mahomes, this is the 4th sack. Mahomes has Smith-Schuster on a hitch, a 5-yard hitch, but he didn't throw him the ball. I mean, he's literally wide open. They run the routes with the curls and the hitches, and he doesn't throw the ball.
He had one with Watson, too. On a third down conversion. Yeah. He peels wide open over the middle. He just didn't throw the ball to him.
Didn't throw the ball to him at all. So the pocket starts to squeeze on him, and he felt the need to go forward again in the pocket. If he stays in it, if he just stays in the pocket, he's got a chance here. Another deep shot to Hollywood Brown, who's running by Slay, the cornerback. So they've got guys down the field that are running past, and guys are falling down, secondaries falling down. But the rush, the eye level, everything is now kind of falling apart here for Patrick Mahomes. So Mahomes, he works right into the arms of Smith, the defensive tackle. Parham, the guard, had no chance on this one. When you look at Davis, Davis is driving him back. If he just moves a little to his right again, maybe he avoids, maybe he get the ball off. But he goes right into the middle of the pocket. Davis is working Parham over the guard, and now it's a loss of 1 on the play. Another sack, but this time by the defensive tackle, Davis. All right, third quarter, 2nd and 11. This is on the Kansas City 43. It's a cover 2 look with that zone look I've been talking about. Kind of seeing a little bit of a pattern here, what Vic Fangio's doing. Mahomes wants to hit Kelsey in the flat, but Mitchell is right there. The third corner, they're playing that zone. He's playing a little soft zone. He's kind of in the flat. Kelsey works out there to him, and Mahomes is like wants to get into the ball, pulls it back. Now, again, here's Mahomes. He's going to go forward, but it's really, really muddy in the front of the pocket. It's not as clean. Everybody's kind of Thuney and is getting driven back in there. Taylor, the guard, gets worked by Sweat for off the edge. And so now they're having a little bit of some problems. So it's all really muddy for him inside. If the pocket could have held up, Worthy had run by Gardner Johnson again and was wide open. So if they just get the protection, they could
have hit big plays.
They had big plays. Every one of these sacks has somebody that was open, and Mahomes just could not get the ball off, or he could not get the ball out. This was a loss of 6 on the play. Here's the final one for you. This is fourth quarter. It's 1st and 10 on the Kansas City 30. Cover 2 look, but they're playing this time. Vic Fangio goes cover 2 with man on the outside and zone underneath. So he's playing his corners man for man, and he's using everybody else like in a zone. So he's kind of matching up that way. Mahomes wants to hit Worthy on the go because they probably have seen it. It's probably a couple different times. It looks like it's could potentially be there. He loads up in order to deliver the ball. Williams, the defensive tackle, once again overpowers Parham, the guard, with his right hand. He knocks the ball out of Mahomes' hand for the fumble. Williams was able to fall on the ball, and that was the final sack. Now, the Kansas City Chiefs honestly are pretty lucky on this play that Mahomes didn't get hurt.
I know, dude.
Like
this should have been a roughing the passer on Jalen Carter.
Yeah, this is a try and throw the ball as far down the field as you can, and then the arm, all of a sudden the hand, the wrist, the ball all get hit. We saw what happened in the playoff, the playoff game with the Georgia, that game where the quarterback is rolling outside the pocket, and then he gets back. Same thing, same kind of situation there.
All kinds of ligaments and rotator cuffs.
But predominantly what you see here is cover 2 with some robber in the middle of the field and 4-man rush with some twist. Kansas City wasn't up to it. The quarterback wasn't up to it. It was probably one of the worst games from a pocket awareness standpoint that you'll ever see Patrick Mahomes have in a game.
There it is, Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 in the G-Bag Nation. Unbelievable to see Kansas City so shell-shocked like that and really unable to get off the mat or make any meaningful adjustments. It just kept getting worse until the game was over. Okay, in a copycat league, it's time for Jerry to tell Steve what time it is. We have that and more coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, here we go. Hour number 3 of the nation. I think the thing Jerry needs to realize right here today is he has the best GM in football in his division, maybe one of the best GMs in the history of the game, considering what we've seen in the last 10 years. And if you don't completely change your strategy now up there at the Star, Jerry will surely watch the division get dominated by the Bird Turds and maybe Jaden Daniels for the rest of his life. You know, you just did it with Jalen Hurts at quarterback and Kellen Moore as OC. to speak to Howie Roseman's greatness, they won the Super Bowl 7 years ago with Nick Foles, totally rebuilt the team. Everything's new except like Lane Johnson, Brandon Graham, Dallas Goedert. Is there anybody else still around from 7 years ago?
Slay?
Maybe a couple of dudes.
Slay, was that?
I think Slay was an addition 3 or 4 years ago.
Was he more?
That was a trade a couple of years back.
That was the Lions. Yeah, I think he was their first go around when they lost. So he's played in there now 4 years.
Okay, my bad.
So no worries. But yeah, it is, you know, for all intents and purposes, that doesn't happen. Okay, how about this? Howie Roseman is one of 4 GMs in the league's salary cap era since '94 to construct 3 Super Bowl rosters while winning multiple championships with the same franchise. He joins Belichick, Kevin Colbert, and Brett Veach now. That is the category of guy that he is in, and I don't know. I think the most impressive out of those is Roseman because of doing it with the quarterbacks that he did this with. I mean, he may very well won a Super Bowl with Carson Wentz as his quarterback. And so I just think Jerry's getting destroyed in an arms race by a guy more willing to use future dollars to pay for players now. And everybody knows this at this point. I don't know if they know to the extent that the dead money and the voidable year money that's on the Eagles' payroll, but we talked about it a couple of weeks ago. It's $400 million. And Jerry said in 2023, there's no future. That was the last time the Eagles were in the Super Bowl. He said, there's no future over there in Philly because of the way that they're managing things. I mean, shouldn't yesterday have been the moment for even the most absentee-minded general manager in football who's too distracted by his business enterprises to do whatever it takes? Shouldn't that have been the moment where you're like, oh, man, we've been doing this all wrong? I would certainly hope so. You know, if that's not going to do it, but you know, what do you guys expect here in this division in the foreseeable future? Is this going to be? Do you agree with me? Howie Roseman's one of the best GMs in football history. Yeah, the only way to compete.
Off season in NFL history when you look at like what they did, not only from a personnel standpoint but a coaching staff standpoint, bring in 2 new coordinators as well. So yes, I think this year was probably Howie's best work when you add in what they did in free agency, but also the draft class. They hit home runs basically across the board.
Yeah, and you mentioned the coaching staff. Sirianni was the one that really got to handle the coaching staff turnover before last season, and that was a debacle on both sides of the ball. And Howie said, okay, this is going to be my hire now.
They pivot quickly. They don't
pivot
wait
quickly. Yeah. Absolutely, that's a great point. Yeah. They're not married to any decision they make if it's not a good one, even if it's paying Carson Wentz a bunch of money. Mm-hmm. And I think that's one of the big things that they were able to do other than really Mahomes, and I guess Stafford was able to do it as well with the Rams, but you rarely see these guys not on a rookie contract and winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah, impressive.
Especially a guy who we know, like in Jalen Hurts, and he was awesome last night, but he's not a clear-cut top 3 quarterback in the league. It's a very similar comparison to Dak. Good enough to get paid, but probably not worth all that money, and Howie Roseman has the wherewithal to understand that. He doesn't just give Jalen Hurts the big money and say, go turn into Mahomes for me. He says, okay, you're good enough to where I don't want to keep looking around for other quarterbacks, so I'm going to give you the money, but I'm also going to put an Avengers-type roster around you on both sides of the ball, and we're going to go do this thing. And that's what the Cowboys have to do with Dak.
Yeah, I think that's well said. Jalen Hurts and Dak, I would think Dak's the better player out of the two.
Not anymore because Hurts can still run, and you saw that yesterday. And so Dak at this point doesn't have that element at all, and that element is huge, especially when you get into a must-win situation where Jalen Hurts is just letting it run. Like, whatever, dude. If you're going to give me 70 yards on the ground, I'm going to take it. Dak can't do that. Mm-hmm. So I think that probably, Hurts is now past him. But over the past half decade, you would have gone Dak over Hurts for the most part.
Jerry saying over the weekend he was shocked they weren't in the Super Bowl because they signed the highest paid quarterback in the league. What do you think about that right now? In light of Jalen Hurts winning with Philadelphia, how does that make you feel about Dak's chances of leading this team to
Not very high, because they'll use that against him.
That's his whole point, is like, I just gave Dak the money. Go be Mahomes. Well, and Roseman's like, here, Hurts, here's the money, but let me also go make sure you have a bunch of monsters around you.
Yeah, like, okay, I paid you to be the best player in football. Well, then you shouldn't have given him that money, because Dak's never been the best player in the NFL, right? Yeah. I mean, I know he was MVP runner-up 2 years ago, and he's had moments where he's played incredibly well at a very high level. But you also haven't seen him rise to the occasion in the postseason. You did see that from Jalen Hurts. Even in the Super Bowl loss, Jalen Hurts was brilliant in that football game. So to say that, and then you're also going to use that against him as like a caveat to why we can't build around you, that's the biggest flaw with this organization.
Yeah, and I don't know why he would continue to be down that path. We've seen some hints of maybe looking at free agency or the cap differently, but that's our best hope, Brian, because this season was less about the Eagles players being better than the Cowboys players. It's about the Eagles front office being that much better than the Cowboys.
They've done a great job, and with all the moves, and that's it's all about, to me, it's all about general managers that fear for their jobs. And I say that in a way of, if you wake up every day and you fear failure, but you continue to make moves despite of it, you got a shot. You got a shot in this league. Because when you feel like you're going to fail, but you keep doing it, but it works, it drives you even more.
Yeah.
That and they don't fear failure here.
Yeah.
They don't. And that's unfortunate, because Jerry in 1992 and 93 feared failure. He did. And he doesn't anymore. And that's like I said, I know a lot of these general managers that wake up every day and think they're going to get fired. And they go out and they do things to try and make their team better. And if it works, they get to keep working. If they don't, then they get to come and do radio with me,
Yeah.
And I think that's what the difference between, I think Howie wakes up every day. Those 2 years that Chip Kelly was in there running that organization, that fueled him in a way like no other.
We're going to get this thing done.
Yeah.
And he's going places that no other front office would even dream of.
Yeah. My guy Les Snead at the Rams with his whole F these picks.
Yeah.
And
that desperation is what's ultimately going to get you that championship.
Desperation fuels you to do things you don't think you can do.
When Jerry took over the team, they had to win.
They did. He was hemorrhaging money. He was hemorrhaging money. He couldn't afford it. He had to trade Herschel Walker. He had to do deals.
I don't want to bog down on this, but of course the text is coming after me, calling me delusional once again. I'm used to it at this point. It's all good, but I think it's an interesting conversation. 512, I don't think Dak is capable of what Hurts did last night. Thinking QB4 is comparable is delusional. I mean, I just think Dak is so much better of a passer and a decision maker than Jalen Hurts in the passing game that it likely makes up for what he lacks in the running game. I mean, Jalen Hurts put up 18 touchdowns and 2,900 yards this year. Dak Prescott had a better stat line in 2023 than the MVP candidates did this year. I mean, he was incredible. I just think that the texter isn't recognizing how much easier the game is when you do have two great wide receivers and a tight end, a third dude who's scoring a touchdown in the Super Bowl, the best running back we've seen in the NFL in 20 years, an incredible defense, and Jalen Hurts played his best game of the year at the right time. Even though it was only good for 220 yards, it was all the right times.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing as well. When have you, in the biggest moments, seen Dak consistently, hey, this is the Super Bowl stage, go be your best? And that is a consistent issue with seemingly all their players and all their big time players, all the guys that they pay. Once you get into a must have it moment, are you getting the best version of that player? And I think with Jalen Hurts, he's shown, even in the Super Bowl that they lost a couple of years ago, he was really, really good in that game. And a lot of it has to do with his ability to run. But yeah, he was awesome last night when it mattered most. And Dak and the rest of the dudes on the roster consistently don't perform their best when they have to.
I would say Dak hasn't had that level of a supporting cast on offense since his rookie year.
No question. There is no question about
where
that.
he did light up the stat sheet against the Packers. But that's the only apples versus apples comparison we could see. They lost the game.
Yeah, for sure. And you have to go back a while for that. And he started not good in that game. He ended the game outstanding. I mean, truly phenomenal in that rookie season game at home versus the Packers.
They had a damn talented offensive squad in 2021. They had Cooper, they had CeeDee Lamb, you had Tony Pollard, who was still in his prime then, pre-injury, really good. That offense, I think, offensive line not quite as good as the Eagles.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
But no excuse for Dak to not put up more than 17 points in that game.
That was a bad game. But the offensive line is the component here that gives you the time to make relaxed decisions with poise and composure. And I don't think Dak's consistently had that on the level that Jalen Hurts has.
And also last night, like, there was really no high leverage moment, like, other than it being the Super Bowl. There was no, oh my gosh, this game is in the balance, and Jalen Hurts, we got to do something special.
Maybe the easiest game the Eagles played all year.
He got to be in comfort for 4 quarters because his defense is forcing turnovers, and the protection was fantastic for him.
Would you bet on the Eagles right now to win the Super Bowl next year because you get plus 650 on your money there at BetMGM? Bet $100, take home $750. Ravens are next up, plus 700. There's no way I'm betting on Baltimore to win it.
No.
You got to be kidding me.
I'd probably like the value on whatever the Chiefs got.
Plus 750.
Chip on the shoulder Chiefs or Super Bowl hangover Eagles. I think you could probably end up getting better odds if you're expecting a bit of a hangover. Maybe they start the season slow, and in October, what is plus 650 or whatever right now for the Eagles becomes plus 1200 or something, and now all of a sudden you're cooking.
I don't know what their offensive coordinator position is going to be like. That was a big issue 2 years ago for the Eagles.
Yeah.
I got to read the tea leaves on what they're going to do in free agency. That both teams have, the Chiefs and the Eagles have a number of key guys. You know, and I don't know how Roseman handles this. The Giants are considered the biggest long shot at plus 30,000, followed by the Titans at plus 20,000. I didn't even look up the Cowboys.
Well, the Cowboys probably are down on that list too. When you start
40 or 50.
Yeah, if you start to talk about completely new coaching staff, they're about to lose a bunch of players, likely off their depth. There's a chance Dallas could be worse with playing the AFC West, having to play the NFC North, and also play the division. You got now the Commanders are not a pushover.
I mean, if they don't bring back Osa and Lewis or comparable players, and they just have an okay draft again, I could easily see them drop into a 5 or 6 win team. They need a great draft, and Will McClay is good, but if you go 3 in a row,
you put a lot of pressure on. I mean, not you. The front office, the ownership.
I'm about to start personally putting pressure on them. If you go 3 first-round picks in a row that aren't good, and the unfortunate thing about that now, let's say Will McClay did theoretically lose his fastball a couple of years ago for whatever reason. He's locked in. His last name might as well be Jones at this point because of how comfortable he allows Jerry and Steven to be in their lives. Because of all of the things that he uniquely and intimately knows this organization needs to run somewhat functionally around the Joneses. They'll never let him go. I think if a team came after him with a big offer, he could leverage that into even more cash. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Eagles defensive line during the playoffs, 92 pressures in freaking 3 games? 92 pressures, 15 sacks, a 54.4% pass rush win rate. I mean, you just have to say bravo by Howie Roseman. And we'll see how these next 4 or 5 years play out. Hopefully there's a downside to it. Like the conservative cap thinkers will tell you, they're going to really go through it from 2027 to 2030. But now they got 2 Super Bowls. I still think of the Mavs championship like it was a couple of years ago. It was freaking 15 years ago. But it sustains you when you win a championship like this and gives your fan base a life experience that forever bonds them to you, and you'll always have that. But you can't let it go on for too much longer. Okay, top 10 at 420. Will, Chuck, where are you taking it?
Yeah, we've got the new updated top 10 Super Bowls of all time, and just how low was last night's as they rank 1 through 59. What's your favorite Super Bowl that's next in the nation?
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here he is, Zach with an H, your woolly bully. Top 10.
Well, Chuck, how are you doing over there, dude?
I'm struggling.
Are you queasy?
I don't know.
This Eagles Super Bowl championship has you literally sick to your stomach.
Physically sick right now. I'm also getting physically sick, and we're going to do the top 10 here, top 10 Super Bowls of all time, and just how low in the rankings of all 59 Super Bowls is last night's game going to be. Because, was that gross? Yeah, it was. What's also gross is what we're seeing coming out of L.A. right now. And it is that Luka's probable tonight against Utah. LeBron also probably playing tonight. He's been dealing with left ankle soreness. So now I'm seeing that there's just Luka shirts draped over every single chair there at the crypto arena, or wherever the hell they're calling it, that will always be staples to me as he's making his Laker debut. And the prices for this have gone up 500% since now that it's moved that Luka's probably playing tonight. The cheapest ticket was $43. It's now $193 just to get in to watch Lakers Luka debut.
So is that what it is, or it's the Eagles winning the Super Bowl and then Luka?
And then this combined, because this is now starting to set in.
Okay.
Like as I'm seeing the 77 Lakers Luka jerseys, and then we've also got the most bet ticket, according to BetMGM, it's the Lakers to cover the 11.5, and I'm sure it's Luka to cover whatever stats that he's got on there. I'd hammer the more on the prize picks.
I was going to say, are you going to dip into the Luka prize picks waters tonight, or are you just
I'm not going to watch it. I don't think I'm going to watch it at all.
But will you?
But I'm going to hit the
make
more.
some money.
Yeah,
hit the more.
I'm definitely going to hit the more. And then today, to me, it's just, I think it's the most depressing day on the sports calendar. 877-881-1053. Is there a more depressing day than the day after the Super Bowl? Unless your team's won it, of course.
Sure.
If your team's won it, like I'm sure Eagle fans are losing their minds. Today's amazing.
But smiles and glory holes are a small percentage, so it's almost never.
But now it's like we've got to wait till August before we get any Super Bowl. And no disrespect to the UFL, spring football, but college or NFL.
Oh, yeah. No, disrespect to the UFL.
It's just
spring
a,
football.
It's a rough time,
XFL,
man.
it all sucks. It's not a decent replacement. But I'll tell you what, Wolchuk, I like it because I think DFW sports scene turns into a toxic cesspool at times around the Cowboys. And once the season is over, it just seems more light and fun to be a sports fan. Plus, we have pitchers and catchers in 2 days.
We do.
P's and C's, baby.
We have the Mavs, hopefully, if Anthony Davis doesn't need surgery, looking like the best defensive team we've ever seen. Just need to get this squad healthy. And, of course, as you got me squared away on last week, the Stars are contenders, baby.
The Stars are really good. The issue is, I don't have a Stars game to watch tonight. They're off because of this Four Nations crap, too. So it just doesn't help. There's nothing that's really masking my depression today. But big picture, I'll get out of this hole. I will. I'll find a way to just get peppy and optimistic again. I did see more than 22.5 million people in the U.S. took off from work today.
Including my brother.
That is up 40% from a year ago.
Isn't your brother a pilot?
No, not the pilot brother, the medical sales brother.
Oh, Anthony.
He did that. I watched him make the phone call at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. I'm like, wow, dude, that's a late entry to the day off there.
So what did he say? I got the flu?
Yeah, he just played it up. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sick.
Yeah, it's like I got a lot going on.
Need to let you know ahead of time.
I got a daughter and whatnot.
Yeah, I got a daughter.
I got a daughter.
Yeah, that's a good one. Usually that is a good one.
I mean, I've seen it work to 100% success rate. Worked for my brother yesterday. Worked for some others that are very, very close to me. It's a good move. It's a good card to pull.
If you're going big, and having a good time, why not? Get that extra day off, recovery, and all that.
Make it happen.
I always felt like I had to go to work the next day or would be like admitting drinking's a problem. So I would be I'd be throwing up in the dumpster outside in the parking lot, still heading in.
People are walking by like, you eat something bad? Or
I'll be all right. Trust me. I don't have a drinking problem.
I don't have a problem.
I don't have to miss work.
There's a bad jalapeno popper. All right, I'm crapping myself. Just give me some time. All right, let's get to the top 10 Super Bowls of all time. This Super Bowl last night was not ranked as the worst. The worst Super Bowl.
Can I guess?
55-10. Would that be the 85 Super Bowl? 85?
I missed that one.
Bears?
55-10. Okay, so Niners over the Broncos was 55-10.
Oh, was that Niners over Broncos?
Yeah, Niners over Broncos.
What was New England over? What was Chicago over New England?
The 85 Bears. They're not on the lower portion of this. Surprisingly, maybe that's just because the Bears don't get amazing moments, so they didn't want to completely.
What about the one?
Them.
What about the one with the
46-10?
46-10. Okay. What about the New England Ram one that was
very
boring,
13-3.
But it was at least a close game, but it was super
That one's
boring.
kind of in the middle of the pack. The worst one was Niners Chargers.
Okay, I didn't see that.
Oh, that was the Steve Young one.
Yeah, that was 49-26. Steve Young, was incredible in that game. Seahawks Broncos was second to worst.
Okay, that's the one.
43-8.
It's that one for me, and it's Raiders Bucks.
Raiders
Gruden.
Bucks was gross. So this last night was ranked the third worst Super Bowl ever. 40-22. 57th came in the ratings.
It was horrible.
It was really bad.
I got a headache in the second half and actually closed my eyes and ended up falling asleep. I was happy with that
There was
result.
a while I was
got
hoping
extra sleep.
25 points. Brady came back from 24. Can Mahomes do it? And then third quarter, it was just much of the same. Lost all hope. The Ravens.
He came out firing on a couple of passes with decisiveness.
There were some glimpses
and then it was
there,
over.
but their defense just wasn't able to get the Eagles off the field. So it was just, oh crap! All right, they're not able to get a stop here or force a turnover. Ravens Giants was gross, 34-7. That came in as the 55th worst Super Bowl. But that Bucks Raiders one was 54 on the rank. So these are all bottom 9 contenders. The Redskins beating the Broncos 42-10. When they ran for a gajillion yards.
What was the Doug Williams one? What was it? Denver?
4 touchdowns in the first quarter, something like that.
Yeah.
Doug Williams record.
Unbelievable. Cowboys just blowing out the Bills was at 52 of the 59 Super Bowl rankings. Just wasn't super entertaining. But your big honorable mentions here to the top 10, the ones that just missed it. By the way, that 13-3, I just scrolled past it. That was just behind the Cowboys losing to the Baltimore Colts 16-13.
But that was an exciting game. That came down to a field goal.
It's at 36 on here. It's known as the Blunder Bowl because it was 11 turnovers, just like a sloppy game.
Yeah, Chuck Howley was the MVP off a losing team.
And that makes sense, right? If you're going to have 11 turnovers, that's the game to do it right there.
Jim O'Brien, the game winner.
Gosh, Jim.
Goalposts were on the goal line. How about that one?
Oh, that was before they moved him back?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. The honorable mentions here to the greatest Super Bowls of all time, you do have 34-31 in New Orleans, Ravens 49ers when the lights went out. And then you have Kaepernick just couldn't hit Michael Crabtree on that fourth down. I know some Niner fans wanted to get a pass interference. They didn't. So you get Ed Reed and Ray Lewis getting their walk-off into the Sunset Championship there. Joe Flacco goes on an amazing run. Broncos-Packers 31-24, the Elway helicopter game. That was pretty damn incredible.
That was great. Yeah.
That was an honorable mention. You've also got the Patriots-Panthers 32-29
that one
in
was
Houston.
Houston, yeah.
That was the Janet Jackson halftime show.
Yeah. Was it?
Yeah, where we saw the bosom, Adam Vinatieri, Steve Smith. I mean, that was an awesome Panthers team with Jake Delhomme.
Jake Delhomme, we interviewed him. Eric and I, we liked him, Eric, didn't we?
Jake Delhomme's a good dude.
Delhomme, we kind of
Delhomme was fun.
Yeah, he was
a
a lot
good
of fun.
dude.
Yeah, pregame show.
Patriots-Rams also at the Superdome, 20-17.
Was that Tom Brady's first?
That was his first one.
That's
and they
the
were
greatest
like
show
14-point underdogs.
Greatest show on turf thing.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Chiefs-Eagles first go-around was 12 on this, 38-35. You had the controversial flag on James Bradbury, sets up the game-winning field goal, 24-14. Chiefs led at half, and the Eagles led at half, and the Chiefs were able to erase that lead. But the one on the outside looking into the top 10 was the overtime game last year. Chiefs beating the Niners 25-22. You'd think you have an overtime game that's automatically going to make probably the top 5, but it didn't. It's at 11 here on this list. So number 10, you've got Steelers-Cardinals. 27-23.
That was that game in the corner of the end zone, right?
Yeah, I think you can make a case that could be number 1.
That was
the back and forth of that
crazy
game.
how good that game was.
James Harrison, the return right before the half.
Kurt Warner was on fire that day.
Yeah, he was. Larry Fitzgerald was incredible. Number 9, you've got Joe Namath and the Jets pulling off a massive upset over Johnny U and the Colts.
Okay, when you said University of Texas has never had a wide receiver catch a touchdown in the Super Bowl, my mind immediately went to George Sauer, who was on that team. I think he had 8 catches for 117 yards.
That's a great name.
But no touch. University of Texas player, though.
George Sauer.
George Sauer, yeah.
8 is also New Orleans Super Bowl. Rams over the Titans 23-16.
That was, they stopped him at the 1.
Oh, Kevin Dyson.
Yeah.
Just stopped. Mike Jones made the tackle. They're just shy.
Mike Jones.
Our guy.
Number 7. 49ers Bengals 20-16. This was the drive. Joe Montana against a Dick LeBeau-led defense.
Hey, look, that's John Candy over there.
Pretty amazing.
I think it's Vic LeBeau.
Vic LeBeau. Number 6 is Scott Norwood.
I had a bet on that game with my brother.
Oh, did you win it?
Loser has to mow the lawn every week for the summer. I won it. Yeah.
There you go.
Nice. He was a huge Bengals
You were
fan.
so happy to see the Joe Montana play right there. That was incredible.
He won in the end, though.
Sam Weiss
can't keep their yard intact.
Yeah, Sam Weiss.
You're not in Cleveland.
My yard is a mess, man. I'm convinced you got to go with a true green unless you know the science and you can get the fertilization all done right.
Who knows that?
There's always one or two guys in the neighborhood that are freaking just obsessed and dialed with it. And Hank Hills.
Are they interested in helping you then? Like
they would probably break it down. I bet they would. They're
a lot
proud.
of those, they'd be proud to be like,
okay, can I hire them?
I'll come take a look.
Hold on, honey. The kid's asking me about how to do a yard. Look at this. They would love it.
Giants, Bills.
But they won't give you all the tricks, right?
Scott
They'll give you
Norwood,
75% of it because you can't look. Your yard can't be better than his yard.
Yeah.
You know, but he also wants to have the approval of like, hey, I did the best I could for you.
If he helped you with the yard and your yard looked better, do you think there'd be sabotage?
Yeah, absolutely.
You think you'd see him out in the middle of the night like you see on the doorbell cam? He's like got a gas can. He's just like pouring gas all over your yard to kill it. He's just spraying.
If you're stealing his yard of the month trophy, it's over. It's over. I'm
do
not
they really
helping
do
out
that?
anymore.
Do they give yard of the month?
Oh yeah.
You really get that?
I never have.
I've never gotten it. Certain neighborhoods.
You ever got
do
a
do
letter, Dawson? Like, hey, step up your game.
HOA complaint.
Yeah, my trees keep dying, so they'll leave me a note.
That'll get you.
Yeah.
Top 5 greatest Super Bowls ever. Steelers, Cowboys, 35-31.
Jackie Smith has to be the sickest man in America.
And he is. That was also Lynn Swann doing all kinds of crazy things. Patriots, Falcons, the 28-3 games at number 4.
That was crazy.
Eagles, Patriots, the Philly Specials at number 3. Then you've got one of the greatest upsets in all of Super Bowl history, the mini Hail Mary, where David Tyree just sticks the ball with the bubble gum on his helmet. They upset the Patriots perfection.
That play's going to get Manning in the Hall of Fame. Watch.
Probably
Get
is.
ready. Get ready.
It will. But number 1, greatest Super Bowl of all time, and we just talked to Malcolm Butler on Radio Row, but 28-24, Patriots, Seahawks. That was a fun game going back and forth, and it did look like the Seahawks were going to get the win, 31-28. But
That was the greatest game?
I was number 1, greatest Super Bowl, they said.
Super Bowl 31, they should have put that one as number 1.
Okay, I've got during the Chuck Wagon, there's a list, and your Super Bowl is going to be in the top 10, Brian.
Damn right it is.
But we might need to throw the stat out of the way because of who's number 1 on this.
Ooh.
Looking forward to it, Zachary. Thank you. His top 10 at 4:20 every afternoon here in the G-Back Nation. His Chuck Wagon is coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. But up next, an NFL Draft Big Board Report. We have a post-Super Bowl 3-rounder. Should the Cowboys do this? It's next to the nation. Have to check.
Vehicle gets a classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, y'all. All prices sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We are now under an hour from LA Live. Hits the air every night, 5:40 here in the nation. Okay, got a 3-round mock coming out of the Super Bowl. Well, Chuck, you want to quarterback this or you want me to do it?
Either way, I'm good here. I know it's courtesy of The Athletic. So this one's going to be fun. I mean, now we're going into 3 rounds. This is juicy.
It is. Now, I wouldn't say the first pick that they have brings juice to mind because it's kind of repetitive at this point, Brian. Mm-hmm. This is New York Times Athletic, and it's Nick Baumgardner going with Ashton Jeanty there. Most productive college running back since Barry Sanders. I looked up, runners that have had the most carries in the history of NCAA football. I was wondering, is that rule of 370 that has been so historically predictive of a fall off in your career, does it apply to college? Mm-hmm. And it didn't.
It didn't.
A lot of the stars throughout history, 70s, 80s, 90s, over 400 carries.
Oh, wow.
I mean, these guys were on teams, even though they're only playing 11 or 12 games, the coaches were like, more.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Because, you're playing 12 games, maybe. I mean, that is wild to have but I guess guys like Ricky Williams, Barry Sanders, like those dudes, they really were probably having 30 to 40 carries a game or touches a game.
Yeah, you really didn't go away from what was working. And back then, there wasn't the concern of wearing guys down. It was just kind of what players did. But, I mean, the good thing is through history, those players that had an insane amount of carries at age 19, 20, 21, it didn't impact them like if you went 370 plus in your mid-20s after you'd established an NFL career and had all that, sort of wear and tear on your body. So, that's one of them with Jeanty. After yesterday's game, I feel, even more compelled to say, wow, they need trench play so much. And I feel like they need good players everywhere. But I don't know if I could move on from 12 without taking a good swing at getting a player at a more premium position. So I'd like the defensive tackle from Michigan.
Graham.
Yeah, is that him?
Yeah.
If he's around, that'd be fun. I just don't think he's getting to you.
Yeah, that would be hard.
You never know.
I think it's going to be really, really hard to get to you because the fact that I don't think people are really, really sure about the top 10 players on this board. And I mean that I don't think there's any real clear-cut guys.
Okay, on the board here, you do have Kelvin Banks, offensive tackle at Texas. How much of a risk is that you end up with another Tyler Guyton type of rookie? I mean, that's the other thing is I can't take such a big stab that I mess up a first-round pick for a third year in a row. That would be devastating. Shamar Stewart, the edge at Texas A&M. I mean, would you like to have these guys other than Ashton Jeanty?
Neither one of those guys, no.
Derek Harmon, the defensive tackle at Oregon. They got a lot of edge players.
Harmon is really a one technique, I think, from Oregon. And so, at 12, I don't think I would take him at 12 if that's what you're asking me.
I wouldn't take him over Jeanty, but I do like Harmon. I think the only lineman I'd probably go would be Mike Green from Marshall. But I got a love for Mike Green. I'd consider him over Jeanty there, but Harmon, no.
What's your safety approach like at this point? I feel like they need good safety play, and we have a big unknown. Malachi Stark, safety, Georgia. They have going 19th to the Buccaneers, Brian.
That's probably about where he needs to be taken. I don't think you would take him at 12. And, I think that initially when we started this process, he was consistent with being maybe a top 8 pick. And I think what we're starting to see is the media scouts are catching up with the real scouts. And you're starting to see Starks, Malachi Williams, Michael Williams, and those guys start to drop down the board a little bit. They were all really high initially, and now they're more in the 20s than they are like the teen or the 6th or 7th spot that
it's a good draft for safeties.
Yeah,
you can find some guys.
Yep. 2 wide receivers on the board picked in the 20s: Luther Bird in the 3rd, Missouri, and Emeka Abuka, wide receiver, Ohio State, going 21, 22. I just feel like we've seen Dak struggle even when he's got a good host of of skill position players out there running routes because of what we saw yesterday with Patrick Mahomes. Just the pressure is too much. I just don't know if with the picture that you're painting me, Brian, there's going to be an opportunity to add the kind of lineman that I want at 12.
I really absolutely love Josh Simmons from Ohio State. I think he's the best tackle in the draft. He's got a patella tendon injury that he had to rehab from or he had to have fixed. And I don't know what Dr. Cooper and the medical staff, whatever we learn from the combine about him is where he will be selected.
Matthew Golden, the wide receiver, going 29 to Washington. That guy could have a hell of a career opposite Terry McLaurin.
He could have an absolute great career there.
Okay, let's jump down here to round number 2. We got a 3-round mock draft from The Athletic. And at number 44, you get your wide receiver, Jaden Higgins, Iowa State. So you went running back, wide receiver here in the first 2 rounds. Would you guys like it?
I think that, to me, is more like a 3rd-round pick. Higgins is a good player. He cannot run. He is going to time very slow at the combine, and he's going to run slow at Iowa State there in Ames. But he's a hell of a football player. And, like the run after catch, you see him kind of break some tackles and stuff. But he has absolutely no juice when it comes to the running fast.
But the body control, he's going to bring some stuff to the table like you had with Michael Gallup a little bit. The contested catches, but you're right. He's a long strider, and you don't see separation there at all, which is why he's probably so good when it comes to contested catches.
He is one of the best in the country when it comes to contested catches, and Zach's right because he doesn't separate.
At 76, we go to Ole Miss and get the edge, Jared Ivey. Would that get a broadest thumbs up if the Cowboys went there?
That's more of a 4th-round player to me right there. I've got like 4 or 5 guys. Robinson, Birch. Birch, I think from Oregon would be a better player for me than Ivy would. So yeah, I think that would be that'd be a little rich for me.
I think Brian, you're using your length here. You just swatted Nick Baumgartner's 3-round mock into the 15th row right there is what happened.
There's just a lot of guys that he has the Cowboys passing on.
That's what the problem. I haven't seen
that I would take over the dudes he's got selected.
Yeah.
Like Jaden Higgins, Jahad Campbell still on the board, the linebacker from Alabama. That might be the best linebacker in the draft.
That's a 2nd-round linebacker for me right there. You talk about Walker and then Campbell would be the 2 guys I think and it's a linebacker room that's not very
good. I'd take a swing there. You also have Alfred Collins, the defensive tackle out of Texas. I'd be very excited about in the 2nd round over a guy like Higgins. He's also got Jack Besh from TCU, who went late at 56. I think he's better than what Higgins is personally out of Iowa State.
I would take Besh over. I would take Trey Harris, Royals, Tez Johnson, all those guys over.
Now you got Tez Johnson's receiver coach. I wonder if he starts fighting for his guy, Tez Johnson might end up having a better opportunity to come to Dallas.
Okay, I think Baumgartner needs some work here in his build-up. Maybe he could go to Brian Broaddus's draft media school and figure some things out. We go to Chad Ruderreuter at NFL.com.
Hell yeah.
He's got a 3-round mock for us as well. T. McMillan at number 12, 6'5". This guy makes plays. Is he going to be there? Would you guys like
CeeDee
it?
Lamb. That'd be CeeDee Lamb falling to 17 if you can get Ted McMillan there.
Wow.
At 12. That'd be best receiver in the draft. We're having a party, boys.
Yeah.
That is a perfect compliment to CeeDee Lamb.
I wonder how he got you to, but it might be a gas mask situation there, but let's go.
Really?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound encouraging. If you're going to get a wide receiver, if you get McMillan, if people didn't get to see Arizona play or haven't seen his highlights or his tape or something, it is an absolute treat to watch this dude play.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
He's physical. He's slick. He's got great hands. At 44, I think Brian's going to like this. We go to where Bill Belichick's hanging out, and you snag Omari and Hampton, the running back from North Cackalack.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. It's I really do like Johnson from Iowa, but yeah, that would be a great pick. If you want to be honest, this guy is DeMarco Murray to me. When you watch him play, his style of running and the way that he's able to kind of, his ability to break tackles and make some people miss. But I would love that Hampton in the 2nd round at 44. I think it'd be an outstanding pick.
And then at 76 there in the 3rd round, defensive tackle out of South Carolina, TJ Sanders.
That's absolutely. He's a top 3 technique I have in the 3rd round. And I would absolutely love that.
1, 2, 3. So you crushed your draft right there. Let's go, Ruderreiter.
Yeah, this guy's got it down for drafting.
Well, right on. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot of draft coverage. Free agency talk is really going to start building up. I would say end of next week at the latest, maybe even sooner with some of these early guys re-signing and whatnot. But coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation, Chief, in addition to the finest, where are you taking us?
The 4 people you don't want to be today after Super Bowl licks. That's next here in the nation. But I'll tell you what, you do want to be the guy that's going to advancedhair.com right now, because if you're losing your hair, of course you desire to have it back.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Pasties?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, here we go. Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's a Mavs game night. It's a Lakers game night. Luka set to make his Lakers debut. We'll have more on that coming up here in about 20 minutes. Right now, it's time for an edition of Football's Finest, and here's your host, Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Who do you believe to be the top person you don't want to be in football right now after Super Bowl licks and what took place? I believe the Texas quarterback Super Bowl run's pretty impressive here as of late, just in terms of dudes born in the great state. 5 of the last 8 I saw from our buddy Matt Mosley. 5 of the past 8 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks played high school football in Texas.
Mahomes, Foles, Hurts.
And your guy.
My guy.
Matthew Stafford.
Oh, of course, yeah. I forgot I had to claim him, Matthew Stafford.
You nailed it. Nice work.
I had to claim Stafford.
Chuck.
Yeah.
Clean sweep.
But I guess I was thinking Eagles, and it is true. Like both of their quarterbacks, great state of Texas kids. Maybe we just need to make sure the Eagles are never able to get a Texas quarterback ever. Just keep a quarterback from the state of Texas away. They're not winning Super Bowls.
I like that as a rule. Mandate.
Sorry, NFL, put it down.
Yeah, you also had, speaking of Texas kids, we mentioned Xavier Worthy being the first Texas player, Longhorn, to score a touchdown in the Super Bowl. He's also, he broke the record for most receiving yards by a rookie receiver in the Super Bowl last night with 157. I do think that'll go down in history as the most quiet, unforgettable 2-touchdown, 157-yard performance in a Super Bowl. It's like no one will even think about that. And if you just isolate that one play, that was a hell of a just YOLO, who cares anymore, Pat Mahomes, 65 air yards right on the money. It's like, wow, could that have been?
Could have had some bigger plays as well.
If only they protected him.
They protected a little bit better, yep.
Yeah, I saw from Shale Kapadia, the 6 sacks the Eagles had on Mahomes, the most by any defense against him in a single game during his career. Never been sacked like that. A true all-time performance there from the Eagles' front four.
Yeah, there was really nothing that I think he could have done, Brian, just because of the amount of pressure that was coming at critical points in the game.
Yeah, he was bad in the pocket, though. Because we're so used to see his ability to escape. And, yeah, they squeezed it on him, Dawson. You're right. But, I mean, it to me, there was just times where I've never seen his eye level get affected as bad as it did in that game.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen a team get that overwhelmed that was supposed to be good.
Yeah. I know.
You know, it was
ridiculous.
Unbelievable. Philadelphia was just living back there. I think at some point you have to say snap, and then after 2 seconds, it's time to start looking at who's lost in front of you.
Yeah.
You know, and I think part of it becomes mental there as well. You're like, I can't take my eyes off this. I have to scramble, get out in space, and then make something happen. And the first time he did that, he threw a pick.
Yeah, this goes for all teams, and it's sort of football 101, but it was just re-illustrated to us last night. We saw it with the Giants versus Brady. If you're the Bills or the Ravens or the Bengals, one of these teams that's trying to unseat the Chiefs in the AFC, everything should just be on getting your defensive line figured out. Yes. Having 6-7 dudes that you can just rotate and not have to blitz him. If you're Baltimore, if you're Buffalo, you're swinging for the fences right now on Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Why aren't you? Every team, again, that's every team, and I'm thinking about the Cowboys here as well, but especially these teams that are right there on the cusp. What's the difference between us and them? It's can you get 5-6 dudes that you can rotate in and out of the game to just pressure him and make his life miserable. You saw it with Brady and the Giants. You're seeing it now.
Saw it with Brady and the Broncos. You know, Von Miller and D. Ware just converging on Brady.
Absolutely.
I think that's the only way to beat these goats.
Yeah. I mean, that has to be that's the reinforcement across the sport right now. You're never going wrong unless you just don't know how to evaluate for at all. But getting O-line, D-line at every turn as much as you can. I couldn't believe the amount of different jersey numbers I saw for the Eagles in the front four last night. I was like, oh my gosh, it doesn't just have to be Carter or Nolan Smith. It doesn't even just have to be your first-round picks. They got guys that you've never heard of before. Milton Williams, third-round pick.
Yeah, and you know, the people behind them, the game is going to get a lot easier. You know, I remember the first or the second 49ers matchup, we talked a lot about their defensive linemen. Their secondary wasn't full of stars, but they got to play like it because of the level of pressure that was going to the quarterback. It makes everybody better.
Now I have the most bet tickets last night for player props. The top 4.
Ooh.
Number 4 was Kelsey over 60.5 receiving yards.
That was a bad one.
That's a miss.
Yeah.
Horrible.
That was the 4th most bet ticket.
Washed up.
He was so late off
Needs
the ball.
to retire.
A terrible game.
It was awful.
Yeah.
I was shell shocked at just how bad him and Mahomes, but him in particular. Goodness gracious, dude. The 3rd most bet ticket was Dallas Goedert, Eagles tight end, over 48.5 receiving yards. That was also a miss. The 2nd most bet ticket was Mahomes over 5.5 rushing attempts. Good old fashioned miss.
Yeah, and he should have taken off and ran more. I was surprised he didn't.
Yeah, you're right. He had one kind of nice scramble where he was avoiding.
Yeah.
I think he avoided all 11 players. There might have been a 12th or 13th defender there for the Eagles that he had to avoid, and then of course it was a holding call.
Right.
And we'll go ahead
He
and
got a
back
first
you
down,
up
and I was
there.
like, okay, here it. No, bring it back.
And then the number 1 most bet ticket for last night's game, player prop style, Saquon Barkley over 111.5 rushing yards. Of course, that was a miss. So your top 4 most bet player props last night in the Super Bowl were house money. Congratulations to BetMGM.
Yeah, Vegas is winning.
I felt good about my Dick Fangio and the defense as the real MVP of the Eagles last night.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't need a whole lot of
that.
Barkley getting it done.
No.
I also saw from Darren Ravel. Now, this is his personal top 4 people you don't want to be today. Okay? Number 1.
Okay.
Is this unanimous? Can we say it all together? The number 1 guy you don't want to be today after last night's Super Bowl licks? Can we say it in unison? Everybody pick your guy, and we're going to say it on 3. 1, 2, 3. And Pat Mahomes.
Kelsey.
Okay, we had 2 Andy Reeds, we had a Kelsey, and I went with Mahomes. I just stole it from Darren Ravel. That was his guy.
Well, after, was it Carter that violently pushed him to the ground? I bet he's the one that's, feeling the most beat up.
He might be concussed.
Yeah, but I mean, how many conversations are taking place today? I'm seeing Stephen A. Smith. I'm seeing all these talking heads going viral for the GOAT debate is over and it'll never open up again. Like that door, the GOAT debate the door has been slammed, and it's Brady, and then everybody else, including Mahomes, is fighting for second. Like, was it really that bad for his legacy? Is there no going back? Have we seen too much?
No.
Seeing Mahomes play his worst game ever on the biggest stage for Stephen A. Smith and others, it's too much. The door's been closed. It's Brady GOAT forever.
I think that's one of the worst takes that I've seen today. Brady lost 3 Super Bowls. Okay, Mahomes has now lost 2. Right, he's won 3. It's okay. Time will tell. And in the 2 that he lost, his offensive line was totally broken. So I think it goes to show you. And in the ones that Brady lost, right, his offensive line didn't play well, and he's running around like a chicken with his head cut off. So to me, there's a lot of similarities in how they look. Now, you could say, hey, Brady never lost a game as badly as Mahomes did. That's totally fair. But to just shut down the GOAT debate, I mean, would it surprise any of us if the Chiefs are right back there next year? No. And what is the reason? Because of Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I think he needs to play his way back into the GOAT conversation, but I think he'll do that. I think these last 3 years have been, a supporting cast that no other quarterback could take to the Super Bowl.
And Brady never went to 3 in a row like that. Mahomes got the closest anybody's ever been to a 3-peat. He got back to the game. Like, that is something as well.
It's so weird how the success takes the hunger out of you. Not only as the players and, in the NBA, like winning 3 in a row, it's done. Just forget about it. Trade the team. These guys are spent. Managing the success is difficult psychologically, staying hungry. Maybe the front office, is starting to feel that way as well. Certainly the fans up there were probably outnumbered 3 or 4 to 1 in New Orleans. There was a home field advantage yesterday for Philadelphia. So I think you got to cleanse the palate. The front office has to look at this and get refocused and, make commitments, make better picks, make, better additions. But I don't think that they should be like leaning on Patrick Mahomes to be able to do whatever it takes to beat a team significantantly better than his again.
Now, it's not lost on me that both Broadus and Dawson went with Andy Reid as the guy you'd least like to be today.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the head coach. I think you hold this loss bad.
This falls on you.
You had nothing. Your team was not ready to play offensively.
Absolutely.
You had no schematic adjustment until the Eagles took their starters out of the game. You couldn't score a touchdown.
Yep.
Number 2 person you would least like to be today after Super Bowl licks, according to Darren Ravel, Pat Riley.
Oh, the
3-peat deal.
Slipping through the cracks.
A lot of Eagle players post-game, including Milton Williams, that were talking about that was motivation.
Yeah.
To get that bleep out of here.
Number 3,
It
affected them emotionally. And I think there's something to be said for what Nate Taylor of The Athletic told us, where, well, the Chiefs, it's business as usual. They're very calm and they're very confident, but you can't let that totally take away an emotional edge. It's still the Super Bowl, right? You can be that way Monday through Friday, but they showed up Sunday like that. I think it cost them.
Yeah, and it's funny because the reports were that, I guess Mahomes, Kelsey, and Chris Jones all the night before in the team meeting Saturday night all sort of gave their own individual little pump-up speeches or whatever, and Travis Kelsey was brought to tears. I wonder if he just was emotionally just drained from even that, and then he's looking up during the game and seeing that his girlfriend is being unanimously booed throughout the entire stadium, and apparently that broke him up. Source close to Travis Kelsey said that Taylor Swift being mercilessly booed during the game, quote, broke his heart. He had too much going on, man. He was dazed and confused out there. He was not himself. And I like the Kelsey nominee from you there, Wolchuk, as the guy you'd least like to be today, because maybe that is it. Maybe that's the way that your career ends.
Maybe he doesn't want to
worst performance ever.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't want to put her through that anymore.
Yeah,
there
maybe not.
With that,
he's so others oriented.
Did get a good text in from the 903 that Drake might be the one you least want to be.
Okay, I think that's a good
one
point, but I also think that it was this certainly wasn't a unanimously loved halftime show. I think there's plenty of.
But I think that a lot of people that didn't love it probably didn't get some of the Drake connection there.
Sure, I think that was lost on a lot of people.
It was pretty amazing, some of the stuff that Kendrick did.
All right, we'll get to Kendrick in a second. Pat Riley being the number 2 guy you'd least like to be today after Super Bowl licks. Number 3, according to Darren Ravel, chief marketing officer of any of those brands with an $8 million ad in the fourth quarter. Thinking that you were hey, this is where we're going to be peak viewership. Because I will say, one of the biggest talking points, and I was certainly leading the charge on this, was I was so excited because I was I knew in my mind that this was going to be an in the balance game with 5 minutes to go. It was this is going to be a close game. The Chiefs aren't going to get blown out, and the Chiefs aren't explosive enough to do any blowing out. They're winning games in the margins by 1 possession. That's their calling card. And I'm at church on Sunday talking with the guys, hyped up about the game, and I'm we just kept going back to I know this is an idiot. I know this is going to be a close. Oh, I'm sure. But I was man,
you're
this
on
is
the
going to be a
radio.
close
You
Super
talk
Bowl.
about this,
And it was not. And all the companies that spent tons of money looking forward to that fourth quarter commercial that was just going to be peak viewership, they swung and missed.
How did they score 40-plus points with 220 yards passing? Saquon held to 54. It was just a bizarre game.
Pick 6.
Yeah.
Helped.
Yeah, well, pick 6, and then just a pick. The other pick that was inside the 10-yard line or whatever it was, which just ended up being 3 points. A.J. Brown, touchdown in the blink of an eye. So, and then number 4, person you don't want to be today after the Super Bowl, Chiefs after party venue owner.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
That's a good pull.
Yeah, that's a very good one.
Dan Ravel.
Only the depressed drinkers are here tonight.
Yeah.
Guys.
Yeah.
Do you
put on
still
some
show
Oasis.
up?
Yeah.
Okay, halftime show. What did we think? Where were we at on this? Broadus, I'm sure you spent 0 seconds consuming it.
Boy, you know me well, Eric.
Dawson, I know you had a second half headache. Maybe that started creeping up on you right when the first note started being played.
Huge Kendrick Lamar fan. Okay, so I loved it. He's not a glitz and glamour type of performer, so maybe the lack of a stage show kind of rubbed people the wrong way. But I thought his backup steppers and then the dancing they were doing, I thought that was cool. I thought the Samuel Jackson weaving of the statement that he was making on America's Biggest TV show was cool. So overall, I liked it a lot more than most halftime shows, even though I'm not a fan of live music.
The A minor chain,
that was fun.
Bringing Serena out.
Okay, did you guys catch that in real time that it was Serena?
Yeah,
because I was.
But I'd also seen stuff that she was already going to be part of it, backstage.
Okay.
We saw her. I didn't know in what fashion exactly, but I had that spoiled.
Yeah, I had no idea that she was going to be a part of it, but watching it, and it's only maybe 5 seconds of her actually on the screen dancing, and I said out loud that was Serena Williams.
Yeah.
And all my brothers were like, no, that was definitely not Serena Williams. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, if it wasn't her, then it definitely looked like her because I knew about the Drake connection to Serena. So I was like, it would make sense if you either had her or somebody that just looked exactly like her. But then like 30 minutes later, my brother was on Twitter or whatever, and he was like, oh, we all owe you an apology. That was definitely Serena Williams. Now, my question is, how do you feel if you're Serena Williams' husband today? Because her being a part of that was a lot because she used to have dating history with Drake that got sour. And now all of a sudden, she is a part of this hate Drake sort of halftime show, and now current husband clearly signed off on it, or she just didn't care whether he did or not, and he's watching her sort of retaliate to an ex. If you're the current husband, I wonder, sitting at home with the kids or whatever, you're going, okay, I guess
maybe he's heard some of the stories and he agrees, like, screw that guy.
Maybe he likes it. I think he's been called out by Drake as well.
Okay,
so maybe it's they're both sort of in on this. Maybe he was trying to get himself out there on stage as well, get a little dance going.
Okay, so I finished Landman. I really like how Billy Bob Thornton had this super like alpha approach to his ex-wife. Like, whatever, honey, I'm doing my life.
I'm just gonna deal
I'm
with
too
this.
busy for whatever kind of ex stuff you got going on or whatever sort of weird things you're doing. But I might take that as a dub if I'm Serena's husband, that she's out here dunking on Drake. Because it kind of confirms she's not going back. She's not thinking about him. I think it confirms that she is thinking about him. Now, maybe it's in a but it's in a negative way.
In a negative way.
It's not in an amorous way. Like, I'm wondering what she's thinking when her eyes are closed in the moment of passion.
I do think a lot of people are just talking about the jeans aspect to Kendrick Lamar's his attire. That was the most jarring thing of it all. It wasn't 1,000 people coming out of a coupe to start the program. It was the pants that he was wearing. I couldn't get over it, dude. Maybe he's bringing something back here. It's just like skinny jeans with a boot cut at the bottom.
Maybe
those are bell bottoms from the 70s, which might have matched the car. But the other thought I had, because my lady was asking me about this, she's like, what's going on with these pants? I'm like, it might be like the new fashion in LA that just started like 2 months ago and we don't know about it yet.
Maybe Kendrick's
you go out to LA and the hipsters are always doing something the rest of the country is just not on yet. So that's what I was thinking, maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was themed because he's got it in a classic car.
Yeah, that's a good call when it comes to that, because I wasn't really sure where that came from, but that was certainly. I mean, there's some funny memes of him, the way walking around and doing. Was he doing a Squid Games deal too? There was like a Squid Games sort of homage with the way that they were doing some of the dancing or whatever. I don't know.
I didn't connect. I haven't seen the Squid Games yet.
My brother is a big Squid Games guy, so he just started saying Squid Games, Squid Games, Squid Games. And I'm like, okay. And I think Bobby or somebody was mentioning it this morning. I was like, all right.
This is weird, but the thing I noticed, I always thought Kendrick Lamar was skinny. Dude is strong.
Oh yeah,
maybe a 300-pounder from the waist down.
Okay, he's not skipping leg day.
He's
not
starting for the Cowboys.
We know he does his push-ups.
Maybe that's how you have all that energy to perform on stage like that, because you got good leg muscles.
I was impressed with just how not out of breath he was.
Yeah,
it's like the speed
For a
of
second, I was like, is this real? Like, is he actually rapping? Is he lip syncing? Because I thought the same thing. I'm like, he is really not showing any sort of fatigue here.
Yeah, hard to know if that was.
But he could just be that much of a badass.
Yeah. I think the only other thing that I would say is a live band could have. I mean, I don't know how far you're having to stretch yourself with actually having real instrumentals, instead of just playing tracks.
Yeah.
But a live band, I think, could have taken that thing to another level.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chief. In addition to the finest is in the books. When we come back, G-Bag Nation, it's time to hit the expressway. We have maybe some broadest film takeaways. Did Pat play so bad now he's got to play himself back into GOAT consideration? The Micah Parsons story, what we expect from Luka tonight, the latest on Anthony Davis and PJ Washington and more. And we're coming back here with you on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you, though, before we do anything else. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. You might be on your way home tonight. It's foggy, might have some more rain, and in situations like this with some weather, we have a lot of wrecks. Well, if you're hurt, not your fault, call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Car and truck wreck attorneys here in North Texas for
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
15 minutes. The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. So salute to the On Time Experts for sponsoring the Expressway. And the segment's presented by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Have some Patrick Dumont, Mavs governor audio here for you in a second. Have some Tim McMahon audio as well. There's reporter drama here across the Mavs media horde. But amongst the news, Kyrie Irving is an all-star. So congrats to him. He's a replacement for Anthony Davis.
Wow, man. See, that's the type of teammate Anthony Davis is.
Man.
See, and that's not something that a lot of people considered when this trade was made.
Selflessness.
Nico knew this. Nico knew this about his guy. That's selflessness at the highest level.
And I appreciate your guys' sense of humor about this story because I'm just stunned at how crazy things could be to have that start, a historic half of basketball from Anthony Davis.
It was just
only
perfect.
to go back out with injury. You hope this organization isn't snake bitten. You hope they haven't brought in some sort of a Luka curse upon themselves.
The curse of Luka, like the curse of Bambino.
Yeah,
but usually,
yeah.
That's probably just what Anthony Davis does is get hurt.
Well, Kyrie needs to get out there with the sage then. Go around the court.
Yeah,
We need that sage. We do. We're also waiting for word on PJ Washington. He sprained his ankle in the game. It was very impressive that after giving up the 17-point lead, cut down to 2, Washington and Davis are back on the training table, and you figure out a way to rally and finish off the Houston Rockets somewhat convincingly. But, I mean, the big thing right now is Anthony Davis's groin, the adductor injury. Could it require surgery? Did the Mavs training staff, greenlight him when maybe you should have been waiting as he's recovering from an abdominal core type of injury? I certainly hope that's not the case, but this Mavs training staff is not on a good run right now, Brian.
No, they're not. And, that's something that they're probably going to have to look at and evaluate. And when you're starting to bring players back, when you ramp them up and get them ready for games, are you doing the absolute very best to make sure that they don't go out there and re-injure themselves again? So that's something that I think they're absolutely looking at to, are we having these problems? Is it something that we can correct? Is it something we need to be doing differently? But that's something that I know that they're thinking about.
Okay, let's get in some audio here. Mavericks governor Patrick Dumont. Couple of cuts here. One of them really inflamed Mavs fans, but let's start with the one I think most of you will like to hear, although there are probably a few of you out there that wouldn't mind it. How about the idea of leaving for Las Vegas? Here's Dumont.
No.
The Dallas Mavericks are not moving to Las Vegas. There is no question in that. That is the answer unequivocally. The Dallas Mavericks are the Dallas Mavericks, and they will be in Dallas. We bought the Dallas Mavericks. We're keeping them in Dallas. We're committed to Dallas. And we're committed to our fans as the Dallas Mavericks, and that's where the team will stay. This is not in question. I'm not sure where this is coming from. I appreciate people asking it. Our family happens to live in Las Vegas, but we have investments all over the world, and the Dallas Mavericks is the team we bought. We had options to buy other teams in the past, but Dallas was the city that we wanted to be in, and that's where it's going to be. And look, we're going to invest in the future. We're going to invest in a new home for the Dallas Mavericks. We're investing in the community. We do charitable things in the community right now. We believe in the city of Dallas long term, and we believe in Dallas long term.
All right, you love to hear that. I'd even heard that they're divesting themselves of some of their properties in Las Vegas, like they're kind of moving out of Las Vegas. I did hear when the NBA expands next, the expansion fee is going to be in the multiple billions of dollars. So by adding a team to Las Vegas, all of the owners get to share that basically buy off to get them to give a thumbs up. I think it's $5 billion.
Wow.
So you're looking at a very substantial amount of money, maybe a couple $100 million for each team, $125 million or something like that for each team. And moving the Mavs to Las Vegas would ultimately end up costing the team money or the entire league money.
I just wonder, and here's a family that's made its money through casinos and things like that, billions of dollars. And, the plan was initially to build a casino with an arena. And I wonder if those plans have changed or did they just need more time to see, and if in fact, though, that gambling does not get approved in the state of Texas, I wonder if Patrick Dumont is going to be changing his tune.
It was over the weekend, or maybe it was Friday or Thursday that Governor Greg Abbott, I know we were in New Orleans, but he said, I support sports wagering here at least. So hopefully
hopefully then that will work out because that would be a reason for them to stay. You just wonder if these folks are into building properties and casinos and things, and if they're going, maybe they see Las Vegas drying up.
Yeah.
Maybe they see Las Vegas no longer being the glamorous place that it was, that properties are closing there and tourism is not showing up there. And maybe they're thinking, well, heck, we can, let's go to a different market. Let's find a different group. But if they don't get it done here, you just wonder. That's the only thing that's to me, that's the only reason why they would move if they, in fact, that they don't feel like that they're getting a benefit here.
Yeah, it makes sense for them. Like if they didn't, it just doesn't make sense for
they're
the NBA
business
to
people.
me. Yeah,
they're business people.
Like I don't think the NBA would want to take a team out of the fourth largest media market in America.
Well, like I said though, but we've had owners move teams before without whatever the league cares what you know what I'm saying.
I think you have to get approval from the league to do it.
Did Al Davis?
Yeah, but it's a different. It's a long time ago, and it's a totally different sport. I would assume the NFL did. They every time they fight these teams on moving, the NFL loses or they lose. You think? I wonder if the Seattle Supersonics. Yeah, like I can't remember. Like the Supersonics when they moved to OKC, was that a league approved thing, or did the ownership just say, "Screw it, we're done in Seattle, and we want to go to Oklahoma"?
I think some of these owners are like, "Listen, this is my team, and I can damn do what I want to please with it." So I like I say, I don't think anything's stopping somebody from picking up their franchises and moving. I just don't.
Yeah.
The league could act like that they're mad at you and all that.
Well, they approve of the owners, right? I mean, like
sure.
you have to get ownership approval to even get the team.
But once you get the team, that's your team.
The good news is, at least for the time being, they have no plans of doing that.
Hopefully that doesn't
variables change. Unless you want the Mavs to leave and get a new team because you're so mad at them for trading Luka. I could definitely see some of that feedback coming in.
The quick Google AI just says the NBA does not have to approve a team moving cities, but the league's board of governors does have a say in whether to expand. So if you're going to add an expansion team, that has to be approved. But if you want to move your team from one city to another one,
they don't have to approve.
I don't think they have to approve.
I just think it would be bad business to move from a spot where you have the loyal fan base and tremendous amount of history and try to go put down roots. Sometimes it just doesn't take, and you're in a much less of a TV market.
Could be a negative, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, how about
but they're also billionaires and they don't give a damn about your fans.
I know that. I know that. How about on Luka as a fit with the Mavs? Here's Governor Dumont.
So in my mind, the way teams win is by focus, by having the right character, by having the right culture, and having the right dedication to work as hard as possible to create a championship winning outcome. And if you're not doing that, you're going to lose. And if you look at the greats in the league, the people you and I grew up with, Jordan, Bird, Magic, Kobe, Shaq, they worked really hard every day with a singular focus to win. And if you don't have that, then it doesn't work. And if you don't have that, you shouldn't be part of the Dallas Mavericks. That's who we want. I'm unwavering on this. The entire organization knows this. This is how I operate outside of basketball. This is the only way to be competitive and win. If you want to take a vacation, don't do it with us.
That last line right there, if you want to take a vacation, don't do it with us. It made me wonder, like, did Luka just say, I'm not,
his
working?
actions got him traded. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Let's look at this. It's not to me, it could be, you could say maybe it's personal and all that. His actions got him traded. And that's just the bottom line.
No, I agree with that. It just, is it how many other teams would have traded Luka in this situation? I think the answer to that would be zero.
Yeah,
nobody else in the history of the league would have traded Luka for his actions.
Yeah, but like I said, that when you want to know the bottom line, he told you what the bottom line was.
Yes. This is our reasoning for it.
To them, he did. Yeah.
And I like that you're going to make that much of a commitment to hard work, but I mean, you said Shaq, he didn't really win on hard work. It pissed Kobe off to no
end.
end.
A guy who has no clue how hard it is to get a player of that caliber in the damn first place, right?
Yeah.
Like, was he okay with going to the NBA Finals last year? Did he like standing on the podium and getting that Western Conference championship trophy and making himself kind of sound like somebody who had never been there before because he's never been there before? How did you accomplish that? Because of Luka. So clearly it works. Clearly it wins. You chose that you don't want to put up with all the crap that comes along with Luka, and that's okay.
Yes.
But then don't. I mean, be honest. Be honest, and then tell all the things. This is what we didn't want to deal with.
He did. He told you.
He used a blanket statement and then said a bunch of other guys that he thinks work harder and are dedicated to winning.
But in a way, he did tell you because Luka doesn't fit in the way that they want to operate.
Well, the way that they operate, getting rid of one of the best players, not the best player in the world.
But he made up the part that this is how you win.
No.
You have to have this character and this commitment. What he should have said is he annoyed us so bad.
We've had so many discussions about Luka and his conditioning on this program.
We have.
And now we're acting.
But we've never advocated for trading him because he made it to the finals 2 years before the conference finals. It's BS. You win with talent, Brian. You know that as a scout.
Absolutely. But I'm just saying, though, he gave you their reasons why they moved on from him.
I know, and I'm disagreeing with them right now.
Okay, well, that's fine, but don't. He's over there talking about, be honest about it. He is being honest about it.
I don't think so. Give us all the reasons of what Luka did that make you think that he is not that type of player that fits into that.
Dawson
because he talked about Luka's habits.
Dawson sits there and talks about this all the time. If you're not in condition, he even talks about your health and your injuries and what you have to do to stay healthy and all that. He goes into great detail about that and talking about Luka every single time. And that's the thing about it is they got tired of his lack of conditioning. They got tired of dealing with his medical staff. And when the Maverick trainers, and whether they're right or wrong, said, hey, he could have been healthy 3 weeks ago. If he's healthy 3 weeks ago, you might not even make this trade.
The Maverick trainers that now we're talking about, we don't know, are they any good? Are they keeping guys healthy? Are they putting guys back on the floor before they're ready?
Exactly. But that's who their trainers are. That's who they trust.
You know, it is undeniable is that Luka dragged a team that had no business being in a conference final and then went to an NBA final 2 out of the last 3 years. So if that's a guy that you can't win with, I don't know who you're going to win with.
I think the biggest thing, the glaring omission, you're rattling off a bunch of names and you're not going to put Dirk Nowitzki. You didn't have to say any of those names. All you had to say was Dirk.
Well, guys he said he grew up with.
But you're the Mavs owner.
No, you're the Mavs.
You're on. It's just not. It's an unaware statement.
You have the silhouette on the hardwood, dude. All you have to do is say Dirk.
They're business people. They're not basketball owner. I mean, they're not people that probably follow the game. I mean,
that's obvious.
The lady.
He should just observe for about 2 more years before he starts talking.
They're billionaires.
Again.
He's put in a situation of running a basketball team, and they put all the faith in Nico, who we've on our program have given him credit for some of the things he's done.
Yeah,
I mean, Nico had to convince them to make this trade.
But I think to Wolchuk's original point that set us off, the truth would have been we understand Luka is a great and he's taken us to the finals and he might win us a championship, but we're so, as type A business owners and managers, we're so offended by his personality that we're going to trade away the better player in this trade because we don't like how it impacts our culture.
We want to show up around a bunch of.
I know
they told you what they think of him.
They did,
and that's to me.
But the lie is in trying to pretend like Luka's not a winner in spite of his shortcomings.
I don't think they ever said that he wasn't a winner.
They just did.
They said that.
I mean, you want to read between the leaves here. I'm telling you to do the same. They said he's not a winner. We can't win a championship like this.
They worked really hard every day with a singular focus to win. And if you don't have that, it doesn't work. Well, they won. So maybe Luka didn't do everything that they wanted him to do. But why is Luka not probably going to listen to you? Because he knows I can show up. I can play more minutes than anybody in the NBA did last year. My entire career, my usage rate has been unbelievably high, which is competing with some of the greats in the historical about. Like, that's what we've talked about.
Sure.
Like, as much as we want to, and I understand it, it's fair. Like, it's fair to, Luka is probably a total pain to deal with.
Yeah.
And we did all talk about, like, dude, what would it be like if you did actually put in
Dawson
work
will
day
tell
in and
you
day
that
out.
if he doesn't change his ways, his career's not going to be long. Am I right about that?
It'd be shorter.
And hey, if that pans out, then kudos to them for seeing that.
Won't hit
but
his
right
potential.
now, they've traded for a guy that isn't even available to play tonight.
Okay, Kevin Durant says no biggie about the trade rumors. It's just part of the business. We've all got to understand that. Micah Parsons, a trade whispers over the weekend or something. I think it's dumb. I don't think there's any way they do that. Tiger Woods not going to play in the Genesis Invitational, which is his event. He's still processing and mourning the death of his mother. That one's unfortunate. The Cowboys are hiring a couple of position coaches. Ken Dorsey as an
analyst.
Okay.
Yeah, as an analyst, really is not even like the quarterback coach, but like more of a guy that's an offensive analyst is what he's called.
And then a wide receiver coach coming in here from Oregon, Junior Adams. He'd also worked at Washington, has helped prepare a number of the nation's best wide receivers here to take the next step, and he's up as well. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. We're Lucius Alexander. That's LA Live.
It's like a jungle sometimes make me wonder how I keep from going under. Let's get into it.
All right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. Yeah. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Hey! This is LA Live for Monday, February 10th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday vibes here in LA Live. Word to PPT for naming today. Fellas, is the city of Philadelphia still standing as we speak right now? Do we know this?
I don't know for sure.
I haven't checked.
Yeah, please check, because what I've seen, I don't know. I'm not fully sure. Maybe they got a little nap and got right back active, because it seemed like they're the type of to get active. You know what I mean? The mayor of Philly tried to give a warning to all of Philadelphia. Her name is Cheryl Parker. She said, please.
Speller?
She was begging and pleading. The who?
The speller?
Yeah. But remember, they didn't know because they all can't spell down there.
Right.
So they had no idea that she spelled it wrong until we pointed it out. Yeah. Let's listen to her real quick.
Don't climb light poles or anything else. Please, Philadelphia, I implore you as your mayor, do not climb light poles or anything else.
Or anything else. Got to make sure you say that, because the people of Philadelphia be like, well, she said no light poles.
Yeah.
She just said no light
They
poles.
didn't grease the skyscraper. I'm going up the telephone pole, buddy.
Look at me.
I know this comes up every time we have an outdoor celebration after our Philly teams win, and I get it. But folks, climbing or attempting to climb up a light pole or a bus shelter, or really any structure for that.
Yeah, anything at this point. Yeah. Because they knocked down the light poles. They did not climb up the light poles, but they definitely knocked them down. And street lights. They knocked those down out there.
Carrying them down Broadway.
They were carrying them all the way down Broadway. Crowd surfing with street poles and street lights. They were stomping out street lights when they got them on the ground. I don't know why.
All while eating doo-doo.
Jeez, bro.
Incredible multitaskers.
They were standing on top of bus stops and garbage trucks. They took over the garbage truck. Somehow they emptied out, I don't know what kind of truck that was, but it had like linens and pillows and stuff in it. And they had a whole linen and pillow fight out there. They looted the truck and they started fighting with the containers.
Matter, it can lead to tragedy. We do not want anything to happen to any of you, your friends, or your family members. So for your mayor, please just don't climb onto anything.
Begging.
Okay? That's our golden rule. We want Sunday to be a joyous.
By the way, you caught that? That's the golden rule in Philadelphia.
Golden rule, yeah.
Please don't climb on anything when we win. It's the golden rule here. We all know it. Let's abide by it. Please.
Respect your neighbor if you want to, but dear God, please don't climb it.
Please.
That's our golden rule. We want Sunday to be a joyous moment for Philadelphia. We all love our Philadelphia Eagles, and we all want to show our civic pride. But let's vow together to do so in a safe, respectful, and a responsible way.
Nah, I turned into Lord of the Flies out there, lady.
Yeah.
They're taking down all kinds of stuff over here.
They tore that place apart. There's fires in the middle of the street. Eric said it earlier. They were burning Kermit the Frog dolls.
Jeez.
I get it. I
mean, how do you take down a light pole off the road?
Who's carrying it?
Yo,
like a
those things are
trophy?
bolted into the ground.
I don't get it, man. What else was down there? Yeah, they were fighting with Philly police. You can see like the smoke from all of the stuff, the tear gas and everything behind them. It looked like a movie. Lord of the Flies in Philly, fam.
Groups of drunk bleep holes were doing tush push stuff together. Did you see some of those?
Yeah.
Tush pushing each other.
Tush pushing for no reason, bro. There was a dude cooking a Philly steak sandwich out there just in the middle of the streets.
They're riding horses.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of people horseback, dude.
Yeah, there was horseback riding out there just in the middle of nowhere. Well, on Broad Street and everything. But yeah, there was a lady with some tights on. She had Uggs and tights, which is already like, back
questionable.
up. Yeah, it's already questionable, bro. Back up. Her shirt was off. It was just her bra. She had a pantyhose over her head. But she had a little bald head, and she was just out there fighting people, bro, swinging.
I just saw that video.
Just swinging, bro.
She's like dragging a dude down, like he wants nothing to do with her. She's like, come on.
Turn the Lord of the Flies out there in Philly, man. But they had a good time. I don't know what's in the air, but the allergies are going crazy with me right now. Before I left the house, I was just, rubbing your nose and just tearing you up. I took like about 9 little allergy med pills.
Yeah. Benadryl? That's the number. That's the sweet
spot.
spot.
Zooming all day. Not the kind of zooming I like, too.
Yeah.
Still, I don't like that. I'm just letting you know.
Kind of feel like slowing down.
Yeah.
Like groggy.
Got a dark
all of that, man. Feel crazy. Feel crazy, in fact. Yeah, shout out to Philly, man. Y'all did crazy stuff. G-Back of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all. Find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here, we go to Way FM, a Christian radio station in Nashville, where a Cowboys fan had the wrong number, called up and just gave him some smoke. He asked for smoke for Will McClay.
Yeah, I'm on the radio? No, I'm recording you, but it's not live on the radio. Oh, okay. I just want to make a comment about, all of this stuff y'all promoting about Ash and Jenny. I don't want to hear that no more. Sure. Hey, I really appreciate your passion. I think you have the wrong number. Hold on, sweetheart. Let me correct you because you sound like Will McClay. I had to correct Will McClay. This is not passion. This is testosterone. I don't think you called the right phone number is what I was trying to say. Okay, all right. So whatever phone they'll call in the Fan I can talk to or whatever. See, that's the problem. It's too much passion in Dallas. No, y'all need testosterone on that field. This is you called a Christian music radio station in Nashville, Tennessee. I think you have the wrong number. Christian Nashville. Oh my God. Okay, thank you.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're right, man.
Christian National.
You're right. Oh my God is 100% correct, buddy. Yeah, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. We seen Kendrick yesterday started out his Super Bowl performance with an unreleased snippet. So that means if you had the first song, you're pretty sure you got washed. You got washed out. That's house money, right?
Yeah.
How does that work? Because they didn't even have that listed there.
So they didn't have like
they did not have this
unknown song.
They did not expect this one to hit up. Yeah. I had Squabble Up, which was the second song that they dropped.
You should win for that then.
You should, right?
I think you should.
Because you didn't have that on there.
Yeah.
But
That's
I did get
bet.
the first song that was played. No bet.
Yeah, no bet. Get your money back. I bet if you emailed customer service, they'd get you.
Yeah, man.
I hit this. Come on.
There was no recovering or no customer service line that could help me with my bet, Lucius.
Yeah.
Chiefs on the money line.
Yeah. Hold on. Speaking of Chiefs, before I get to Kendrick, you seen John Hamm, actor John Hamm, introduced